This is the National Awakening School for Adventurers. Each contestant will go to the Awakening Stone for a check. Those who succeed in awakening immediately receive a basic equipment set for their awakened profession, and then proceed to the practical test. While everyone worries about which profession they will awaken to, this young man simply stands disheartened among the new recruits. This was his third time taking the test. After some commotion, it was finally Ninfong's turn. As expected, as soon as his name was called, whispers of mockery spread below. Isn't that the senior from 12th grade? That legendary character. All day just following the goddess Wang Yue, thinking they were so powerful, but it turns out they're 18 and still haven't awakened. Ninfong listened to the gossip before the awakening stone. The examiner for you is Kai Vi, a beautiful and gentle teacher. Kai Vi encourages Ninfong to stay calm, then kindly gives him time to prepare so he can be in the best mental state before starting. Ninfong pressed his hand on the crystal, trying to relax himself as much as possible. This time he was very surprised because, unlike the previous two times, the crystal reacted and was glowing with a blue light, indicating the magic system. After awakening, Ninfong automatically learned the basic skill of earth magic. Next, he tested how many stars his profession could awaken. Kiwi held his breath, anxiously watching. In the end, Ninfong only awakened 1 star, far behind Wang Duyet, who already had a 5-star profession on his first try. Kai Vi sighed, truly sorry for this student. Below, loud laughter rang out once again. Earlier, they thought Ninfong could defy the heavens and change his fate this year. But in the end, he's just a 1-star rookie adventurer. Kai Vi frowned. They're all just kids, but they talk so spitefully. She took 2 more steps, wanting to ask what skill Ninfong had awakened, but seeing his dazed expression, Kai Vi didn't ask further. Maybe Ninfong was deeply shocked, so Kai Vi handed him a basic set of equipment, cheered him up, and after changing clothes, they moved on to the next challenge. Ninfong obediently accepted, but what left him stunned wasn't his 1-star class, or rank, but the strange voice that suddenly echoed in his mind after awakening, indicating that the host had completed the awakening and met the conditions to activate the system. Ninfong hadn't finished putting on his shoes when the voice continued to echo, along with a virtual window appearing, informing him that he had gained the passive ability of Dark Abyss and a mysterious gift. Using dark power will backfire, but when casting a forbidden spell, you are immune to all the costs. The mysterious gift allows you to cast a new forbidden spell once a week, for free. The more Ninfong listened, the more confused he became. Dark power is the most evil force in this world, and forbidden spell magic is the highest level of magic. So how come he can now use both dark power and forbidden spells at the same time? It sounds like some kind of ghostly Canada Shizuka or something, right? And not only that, the system keeps updating that your initial active skill is actually your summoning place being transformed. Just a few seconds later, it automatically transformed into a corrupted body skill of filth and decay. Ninfong felt dazed and confused, like a duck hearing thunder. But for now, there is still one more live combat trial. He plans to test his abilities right then and there. The combat trial is divided into teams, each with 50 people entering the secret realm to familiarize themselves with their newly awakened skills by fighting monsters. But contestants are not allowed to support or attack each other, and drones will monitor the entire process. Kivi told the students to quickly confirm their skills. Ninfong also checked that his active skill was now the Corpse Flesh, an ominous dark spell. When used, Ninfong can summon dark powers from another world to form a protective barrier that can crush all enemies nearby. Ninfong still thinks that the so-called dark curse is very dangerous. If it turns out to be some kind of evil magic that others discover, then you'll definitely be doomed. I still don't know what that illusion system really is. Ninfong didn't have much time to think, because right after that, Kai signaled the contestants to enter the secret realm. He quickly followed his classmates inside. As soon as they entered, all the contestants were busy fighting. The first monsters they encountered were goblins. Ninfong carefully observed for a while and realized there were surveillance drones everywhere, so he didn't dare to use that forbidden dark spell recklessly. That's the only way he knows how to fight, so for now he can only find a safe spot to hide. Of course, all the students' movements are being broadcast live outside, and Ninfong's actions made Captain Chu on the judging panel very annoyed, while everyone else was frantically fighting monsters to level up. What is that kid doing? Kai hesitated, trying to find a way to defend him. That kid woke up a bit late. His health isn't very good, and the reactivated skill is a defensive magic, which really isn't suitable for fighting alone. Captain Chu is a strict person, and wouldn't sympathize with anyone for such reasons. He asked Kivi to call Ninfong out, no need for the exam anymore. After all, in Captain Chu's eyes, a 1-star profession can't become a true adventurer. Before Kivi could say anything, Chu's subordinate suddenly let out a loud shout. The surveillance drone had just been attacked by something, causing the footage to be interrupted. Furthermore, the monitoring department is warning that they have detected a much higher than average power fluctuation inside the secret realm. Quickly investigate what exactly has happened. Captain Chu quickly ordered his subordinates. While inside the secret realm, the students were gradually being overwhelmed. Because suddenly a very powerful monster appeared. It seems to be a mutated goblin. The Goblin interface operates like a wolf, leading the low-level Goblin to fight against the contestants. Follow my command. Everyone who invades today will be buried here. The Goblin horde was originally weak in combat, but suddenly a leader emerged to unite them, turning them into a formidable army. Another drone flew in, and the mutated Goblin raised its fist into the air, causing the aircraft to explode and crash to the ground. It just so happened that it fell right on top of Ninfong hiding nearby. He shouted, accidentally attracting many goblins closer, including the leader. Ha 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 ha. There's still a little bug hiding here. Ninfong has been hiding so well that he doesn't understand what's going on. Why the GOP pin suddenly gathered in a swarm, and there's even a sharp leader in the middle. But he quickly realized that all the drones in this area had been taken down. With no one outside observing, this was the perfect opportunity to see if that forbidden spell was real. Ninfong points to the sky and begins to perform his necromancy skill. The elite goblin's face instantly changes color as a multitude of dry bones suddenly emerge from the ground below. Outside, the surveillance team was panicking as all the drones lost connection. And suddenly, the dark power surged within the secret realm, suspecting the appearance of a level king or higher demon. Quickly call Tang Vian and evacuate all nearby non-combat personnel. Kai Vai was panicking. A monster of king level or higher could destroy an entire city. Why would such a terrifying creature exist in the exam arena? Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, the elite goblin and his minions were so scared they turned pale. I originally thought Ninfong was a useless trash, but he actually summoned a whole horde of zombies like that. And Ninfong is now enjoying the feeling of using a forbidden dark spell for the first time. Besides the creepy, sticky magic on my hand, everything else is fine. The system keeps sending the same notification, reminding me I killed a Goblin grunt and gained 10 experience points. In this way, the Goblin army was about to be wiped out by Ninfong, but the leader still hadn't regained his composure. This overwhelming dark power made it doubt that Ninfong was truly human. But does doubting really do anything? In the end, this monster will also have to go sell salt with its companions. After defeating it, Ninfong immediately gained 6,000 experience points. He checked his stats and saw that he had instantly risen to level 10. In actual combat tests a few years ago, contestants could only increase by 1 or 2 levels at most. But this level 10 mainly comes from the 6,000 experience points from that elite goblin. So, why did it appear here after all? Ninfong only then noticed the pile of items dropped by the elite monster, which all seemed to be good gear, including a badge that permanently increased agility by 10 points. There are also rare tier claw weapons that can significantly boost strength, agility, attack power, and critical hit rate when equipped. The level requirement is 20, which Ninfong can't use yet, but he still quickly picks them up since selling them for money won't hurt. Ninfong now realizes how advantageous it is to have the system on his side. This monster evolution path will definitely go smoothly for him. Ninfong had just collected all the equipment into his bag when he heard a notification that all the contestants were retreating immediately. Only then did he have the chance to look around and realize that the land and trees in the surrounding area had all been torn up. There are still several pits filled with dark aura. So this is the power of forbidden magic. Ninfong hurriedly took out the scroll to move away. We shouldn't stay here too long, or else if we're discovered, we'll be in trouble. So you and many other candidates quickly exited the secret realm. Captain Chu was now extremely tense. A dark beast of king level or higher is very hard to fight, and Quan Chi Vian doesn't know if they'll arrive in time. But at this moment, he suddenly panicked as he realized that the source of that dark power had disappeared. A terrible scenario appeared in Chu's mind. Hey! That monster didn't run out of the secret realm, did it? He immediately informed those responsible for the exam. They had to activate the school's sealing formation again, leaving only one exit for unrelated people to retreat. Ninfong felt anxious seeing everyone's grim expressions. Kivai saw you come out of the secret realm and hurriedly asked, "Are you okay, Ninfong?" Nothing could happen to Ninfong, right? You are clearly the root of the problem that everyone is struggling with right now. After confirming that Ninfong was unharmed, Kivi immediately shooed him away like chasing chickens. Furthermore, she also announced that the school would temporarily suspend classes. Without a valid reason, students are strictly forbidden from approaching here. Ninfong returns home with Wang Duit, still very confused, looking like she just saw a ghost. So what exactly happened? I heard the school is testing for an unknown source of power. The entire school has been sealed off. Clearly, that mysterious source of power is Ninfong. But this Vochi young man thinks it's because of that mysterious, talented monster. Wang Duyet, seeing him so dejected, believes that the exam was interrupted, which deeply disappointed Ninfong. Anyway, I have to wait 2 years until the awakening day. She also suggested forming a team to train together. Because of the defensive magic system that caused your awakening, it's really not suitable for leveling up alone. But Ninfong simply refused. Actually, you really want to form a team with the goddess. But right now, Ninfong only knows how to use dark forbidden magic. You can't just use this in front of others. If Wang Duyet finds out, she might even hit you first. You can't refuse. I'll be waiting for you at the West Main Gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Ninfong didn't expect the beauty to be even more determined than him. This wasn't teasing, it was an order. After announcing the time and place, Wang Duyet flicked her hair and left gracefully. Why didn't you listen to me? This domineering woman is left with only Ninfong standing there, his mood fluctuating wildly. Now he doesn't know how to refuse. He initially planned to fake an illness to get out of it, but with Wang Duyet's personality, he can't hide forever. Today, tomorrow, or any day. Ninfong thought so hard he got a headache, then finally came up with a plan, but he wasn't sure if it was feasible. He went to the Vienthan trading post, where some equipment comes with skills, and he wanted to buy some gear related to summoning to fake it a bit tomorrow, while also conveniently selling the loot he got from that powerful monster. The person welcoming Ninfong was a beautiful female staff member, but this young man was no longer in the mood to pay attention to girls. He asked her to bring him an equipment from the summoning area, whether it was a weapon, jewelry, or any kind of item. The girl just glanced and knew that Ninfong was a newbie. Are you a newly awakened student? Actually, low-level magic like Cloud Summon doesn't require buying equipment. Then, she proceeds to showcase her professional skills. The girl enthusiastically introduced many high-level magical equipment available at the store, suitable for level grinding. But Ninfong remained firm in his choice. After all, he was buying mainly to distract Wang Duyet, not for leveling up. The girl employee's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees when she saw how stubborn he was. Someone come here and serve him, causing chaos all day long. Turns out he's just a poor ghost, and I definitely won't bother to serve him. It turns out he's just someone who looks at the customer's wallet to decide how to serve. Seeing that Ninfong wasn't planning to buy high-level equipment, she immediately handed the task of assisting him over to a new staff member. This girl looked much more obedient this time. Ninfong still expressed his wish, and as a result, she took him around several shops to try on various suitable equipment. In the end, Ninfong found a ring he liked quite a lot. The equipment purchase is complete. Now it's time to sell the loot. The girl then led him to the appraisal and deposit area. In the appraisal room, an elderly man called Master Wang was examining the item, and Master Wang activated his appraisal skill. This is an orange weapon, equivalent to a rare grade, agility type, with a low-level requirement and excellent attributes. It is very suitable for beginners and also has 3 socket slots, allowing customization to optimize its effects for the user. This is a good item. We might have a few customers interested in it. I don't know if you have any specific requirements regarding the price. This is Ninfong's first time selling items, so of course he wants to get the highest price possible. Master Wang immediately contacted the client, leaving the young employee named Xiao Yang to serve tea and water for Ninfong. The first person Master Wang reached out to was Director Zhang. He has always wanted to find a high-quality equipment for his son, and it just so happens that the claw weapon is perfect, so they quickly exchanged. In the end, President Zhang agreed to buy the weapon for 50,000 spirit coins. After deducting the transaction fee, Ninfong would receive 46,000 spirit coins. When Master Wang announced this price, both Ninfong and Xiao Yang were stunned. He never thought he would earn so much. Outside, that beautiful but mean-spirited female employee is busy gossiping with her colleagues. Isn't she a fan of handsome guys? Why did you let that little rookie go just now? I only like handsome guys who are both rich and powerful. This cheap stuff isn't even worthy of a thick book for me, the girl replied arrogantly. The crowd was gossiping when they saw Ninfong coming out of the energy room with Master Wang. The news spread quickly. They quickly heard that Ninfong had just sold an item for 50,000 spirit coins and was now planning to go shopping for a few more things. 50,000 spirit coins is a huge amount for these staff, and the commission for this deal is definitely not small. That mean girl looks like she's been struck by lightning right now. If she had tried to treat Ninfong well earlier, she would already have the 10,000 Tian commission in her pocket. Before Ninfong left, the receptionist kindly offered to straighten him out a bit. Mr. Nin, next time you want to do business, just come directly to me. My name is Duong Hin, and the next day, Ninfong went out shopping in a very good mood. Last night, he tried it, and equipment combined with magic would not be affected by the system. so there's no need to worry about being exposed and getting your neck broken by Wang Duyet. That's why you came here right on time today." As soon as I saw Wang Duyet, a group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere, all showing off their presence. They included mages, shield-wielding warriors, a berserker, and a holy priest, all members of Wang Duyet's guild. Ninfong greets enthusiastically, but the wizard and shield warrior don't seem to like him very much. From their first meeting, they act as if Ninfong owes them 80,000 yuan, especially the pale-faced wizard, who doesn't even bother to look at Ninfong and immediately approaches Wang Duyet to start a conversation. "Duyet Ni, I remember you're about to reach the second-class change, right?" "Yes, what's going on?" Ninfong was stunned. "Miss Wang truly is amazing. Every 30 levels you can complete a class change. This guy says you're about to become a second transfer, meaning Wang Duyet is about to reach level 60. No wonder she's a 16-year-old genius girl who awakened 5 stars and still isn't impressive. He just wants to give you a gift." The mage pulls out a high-grade permanent attribute-boosting potion from his bag. Everyone was amazed. This item also has an orange quality, permanently increasing agility by 3 points. Compared to the 10-point agility attribute mark that Ninfong obtained, it's far inferior. However, this item is still enough to dazzle everyone. Seeing the amazed expressions of his teammates, the wizard continued to boast. "This thing is indeed very valuable, but it's a small matter, just 20 or 30,000 spirit coins. Duyet Ni and I both don't care about it. What's important is that this high-grade elixir is very hard to buy, even with money. My father asked many friends and finally managed to get this bottle of medicine. He intended to use it to win over a beauty, but Wang Duyet only accepted the gesture and refused the item outright. That white-faced wizard still wants to pressure her into accepting the gift. But Wang Duyet, the beautiful and temperamental girl, never shows fear. No need, she firmly refuses once more. "We have something else to do, we're leaving first." That wizard got so angry he yelled out, "Wang Duyet, do you really want to waste your time with this useless person?" "Zhao Jing, watch your words." This statement truly made Wang Duyet angry, but Zhao Jing's foul mouth still refused to shut up. He rated Ninfong 1 star, calling him useless and saying he could never achieve anything in his life. Ninfong listened for a while and felt a bit annoyed. Failing at flirting, now he's targeting you. What does he mean by that? Is this Trio Trin guy crazy? Or should we just use a forbidden spell to kill him now? The others saw that Trio Trin was getting more and more outrageous and wanted to pull him away. But this pale-faced guy truly didn't know how to behave, constantly belittling Ninfong, claiming that his whole body from top to bottom was not worth even a single high-grade medicinal pill of his. Ninfong finally couldn't hold back anymore. For someone who likes to bite recklessly like you, the only way to deal with them is to be more aggressive. Even a small bottle of medicine plus 3 pills, you still have the nerve to threaten people. Do you think you're the center of the universe? Zhao Chen was so angry he was about to explode. What does a poor devil like you have to say? Do you want to die? The shield soldier following Zhao Trin also chimed in. So confident. Do you have something even more powerful? Why not let us broaden our horizons a bit? Trio Trin chuckled to himself, eager to see Ninfong become the laughingstock. He said, "If you can really produce something better, I will kneel and apologize. Otherwise, if Ninfong is just bluffing, he will kneel and apologize to him." Ninfong waited for this moment, then waved and took out the permanent attribute increasing mark to give to Wang Duyet. This time, even Lady Wang was so shocked she opened her mouth in surprise. This is something she has never seen before. Of course, the others like Zhao Jing haven't either, so he thought Ninfong was just showing off. Is it a trick or not? Isn't it obvious just by trying? Wang Duyet was too afraid that this item was too valuable to use it, but Ninfong was very eager, and the others kept urging her to see the effect of this device. In the end, she decided to use it. The group of Trio Trin held their breath and watched. All we see is Wang Duyet smiling brightly, her attributes really improving. Trio Trin can't accept this situation. It's true that the winner is king and the loser argues back. He thinks that a poor ghost like Ninfong can't have this treasure. He must have stolen it. Bow your head and speak louder. I tune out, unable to hear clearly. Given Trio Trin's personality, there's no way he would accept kneeling before Ninfong. But Junzi Yiyun and Sima Nantrui, faced with the discriminatory looks of their teammates, Trio Trin had no choice but to kneel down and bow his head very low. Ninfong was also satisfied at this moment, unable to hide his triumphant smile. After settling this debt, he quickly pulled Wang Duyet away. Breathing the same air as someone like Zhao Chen is really uncomfortable. They've gone far away, but Wang Duyet still feels guilty, though their relationship isn't worth measuring by that attribute boost. Ninfong sincerely hopes that Wang Duyet can complete her second transformation quickly and get into the best university, not just stay by his side all the time. In fact, if she keeps staying close, he simply can't level up. Wang Duyet couldn't understand Ninfong's inner struggles and thought he was looking down on herself, considering herself unworthy of being by her side. Ninfong was speechless. This girl was really over the top, and she was even being overly sentimental herself. "Oh, right. I have this for you." Wang Duyet pulls out 2 items from her equipment bag. These are all skill books. Once Ninfong levels up to the corresponding level, he can learn them. Both are of purple quality, which is already expensive looking, but they can't compare to that attribute-enhancing mark. So DND Ninfong should just accept it so Wang Duyet won't think he's in debt. The two begin leveling up by entering the dungeon called Graveyard of Evil. Just as the name suggests, here is full of tombstones and zombies. Wang Duyet happily fights monsters with her own weapon, a bow and arrow set. Meanwhile, Ninfong is trying to prove his existence by cheering her on with all his might, feeling utterly helpless inside because the experience points in this dungeon are too low. But Ninfong couldn't tell Wang Duyet that he was already level 10. Wang Duyet didn't need him to do anything, just sit still and share the team experience. Ninfong also had no way out. After a while, Wang Duyet received a call from the pink-haired girl from the Holy Class Guild. "Duyet Nhi, we just received news that the Demon Lord Wu Yu is about to appear. This is a rare opportunity. Do you need it?" He demanded that Wang Duyet come immediately because the fallen demon Wu Yu is a tough boss that requires courage to defeat. And most importantly, it might drop rare mage items he needs. Wang Duyet hesitated a bit, but Ninfong was very understanding. "You go ahead. I'm fine. After all, we're both in this secret realm. Training a little later won't matter." "All right, then you go to the safe zone and wait for me." Ninfong nodded secretly, feeling overjoyed. After Wang Duyet left, the smile on his face gradually turned inhuman. When the wait was over, he was left all alone. The big boss they mentioned earlier, Ninfong, also wants to give it a try. Last night, he had already prepared and learned 2 new skills. Thanks to the mysterious gift system given at the start, I can use a new skill for free once a week. So, of course, the more charms, the better. Unfortunately, Ninfong's level is still quite low, with only 3 skill slots from the books Wang Duyet gifted after reaching level 15, and in this dangerous secret realm, several other squads are also fighting. They all share the same goal of defeating that big boss, which appears deep inside the tower in the secret realm. You have to fight your way through a distant section from the edge of the dungeon to reach it. While a small team was still debating how to advance, a dazzling blaze suddenly appeared before them, moving quickly and far ahead, revealing itself as the Tuxu Guild team. Wang Duyet and Zhao Chen are very famous. Throughout the entire kingdom, they are considered among the strongest newcomers. As expected, their reputation is well-deserved. It seems like others like us don't stand a chance. Wang Duyet's team moved forward in a straight line. I have to say, their coordination was very smooth. Triu Trin hadn't even gone halfway before he became overconfident, thinking this boss definitely belonged to him, and looked down on the other squads as trash. Wang Duyet didn't have time to argue with him, only focusing on completing her mission. Both the Holy Priestess and the Fierce Warrior felt that Wang Duyet had become quite stronger this time. As expected, the attribute boosting mark that Ninfong gave was a rare item. A sudden increase of 10 points in agility had a significant effect. At the same time, something unusual was happening deep inside the secret realm of that tower, and that anomaly was the appearance of Ninfong himself. He had just used a space magic talisman that allows him to teleport instantly, arriving without any effort or combat along the way. This skill can be maintained for an hour. As soon as he arrived, Ninfong immediately encountered the fallen demon Wu Yu, but he not only wasn't afraid, but also enthusiastically waved hello. The fallen demon Wu Yu was startled and panicked by the intrusion, unleashing a devastating attack capable of wiping out an entire 5-person squad. Do you dare to appear here alone without knowing your limits, adventurer? But unfortunately, this move missed because Ninfong used a forbidden space magic spell instead. He once again possessed a ghostly form and appeared behind the boss. Because I don't want to share the loot with others, the fallen demon sorcerer was once again panic-stricken. Ninfong smirked cunningly and used the new active skill he had just learned, Heavenly Firestorm. After using it, Ninfong summoned the fierce fire Vu from the sky, causing massive damage within a certain range. As this hailstorm descended, the entire tower was engulfed in smoke and flames, shaking violently. The zombie soldiers and ghostly guards didn't even have time to yawn, giving Ninfong a ton of experience points. Even more impressive, after defeating the fallen demon Wu Yu, he gained 50,000 experience points in one go. Ninfong instantly leveled up 20 levels from level 10 to 30, becoming a top-tier profession master. Besides experience points, the loot was also dazzling. Besides the 2 non-professional magic books, everything else Ninfong found useful, like this Wu Yu mark, which, after absorption, permanently reduces 3 stamina points, but permanently increases 15 spirit attribute points. When using the Wu Yu mark, the system sent a new notification to Ninfong saying that during the class transfer, he could activate the hidden profession of the spirit summoner or trigger the prerequisite hidden missions of the all-element magic profession. Ninfong felt like he had struck gold. Hidden professions are very rare. Maybe only 1 in 1,000 people have one, and they are innate that normal people cannot interfere with. Using these marks, you can activate hidden professions. This is truly a windfall from the heavens. Ninfong didn't hesitate for long and directly chose the all-system divine mage profession. Overcome with excitement, Ninfong's heavenly firestorm erupted even more fiercely, like a hailstorm, unintentionally causing a huge magical disturbance. Even the healing guild members still far away could sense it. Wang Duyet ordered everyone to retreat and stop attacking, but Zhao Chen was very greedy and didn't want to give up this boss. With the situation so dangerous, he still wanted to move forward. Are you stupid or trying to hurt people? Seeing that Wang Duyet was tense, Trio Trin no longer dared to object. Wang Duyet took out her phone, intending to tell Ninfong to retreat from the secret realm, but she realized her message had been sent some time ago. Sorry, I have something urgent to take care of. I'll go ahead. Ninfong headed alone to the transfer hall, which was as deserted as Badan Pagoda, with only a receptionist girl wearing glasses inside. Hello? Are you here to receive the transfer mission? Ninfong nodded, then began reading his basic information for the girl to log into the data. When she saw that Ninfong was only 18 and still at the lowest transfer level, the girl felt a bit disappointed. His talent seemed a bit lacking, but she didn't show any contempt and directly led Ninfong to the area of the first transformation mage. After guiding him through the proper procedure, she went outside and encountered Captain Chu, who had just returned from investigating the dangerous Movian cave, where heavy damage was found and the source of its destructive power remains unclear, but the threat level is estimated to be at least at the king level. In just 2 short days, you've already been threatened twice by king-level monsters, huh? The girl fell into silence. Exactly, because of that my superior sent me here to ask you to mobilize. After entering the transmission tower, Ninfong discovered that the transmission mission was divided into 2 branches, one involving a vengeful spirit sorcerer with an A-level difficulty, and the other involving the entire divine system with an S-level difficulty. But it was a prerequisite mission. From the start, you leaned more towards this hidden profession, so you didn't think twice, and chose the entire divine magic system. Ninfong's mission is to enter the mysterious Hui Duang Divine Palace. Within 3 days, he must obtain the Divine Mark artifact, and Ninfong confirmed he would enter the Hui Duang Divine Temple secret realm. But when he left a few days later, the person seeing him off wouldn't be the girl with glasses. Although he noticed, Ninfong didn't have time to think much, as the girl had already been taken away by Captain Chu. She is a member of a secret organization called Ko-An. It is said that all members of the organization possess rare hidden professions and can use dark powers to fight, specializing in carrying out special missions. The sister is carefully assessing the situation inside the dangerous tomb of the secret realm. The dark power here is too strong, so even though it has diminished a lot, it still heavily affects her. There are no clues left here, so they couldn't grasp the criminal's intentions. Captain Chu was very uneasy, because recently they had been receiving reports of unusual signs at several locations. This seems like a warning of some impending crisis. He wanted to ask that sister if these incidents were connected, but she only said she would report to her superiors to send more people to investigate. Sorry, has it been confirmed that the culprit is a monster? Or could it be, Captain Chu wanted to ask something, but kept hesitating and couldn't finish his sentence. You want to ask if the culprit could be a mutant like me, right? Sorry, I didn't mean any harm. The mysterious sister doesn't believe this was caused by humans because the level of threat here exceeds even that of a king. Controlling such a vast dark power would come at a cost that can't be borne by mere flesh and blood. In other words, there is a powerful monster hiding in the city that could bring disaster at any moment, right? The mysterious sister nodded, confirming Captain Chu's concern was correct. I fear it is hiding in the shadows and must be found quickly, but in reality, the monster they speak of is currently at its own home and is very cunning. Because you instantly reached level 30 and unlocked 4 new skill slots, Ninfong immediately took out the 2 skill books Wang Duyet gave him to learn. The first book is a magic shield. After confirming the skill, the system automatically merges it with the corrupted body to form a passive skill called Wasteful Guard. This skill will activate automatically when attacked. 100% of the damage will be absorbed by the corrupted flesh, The amount of damage absorbed will be equal to the damage caused by the corrupted flesh. And after the attack ends, the corrupted flesh will automatically recover. Ninfong chuckled softly, so the forbidden spell can also be combined with lower-level magic to produce such amazing effects. Now he has a new method of defense. Normal attacks no longer have any effect on me. The second skill book is Lok Nam Thuot. The system also automatically merges with the Waste Earth Body and the Heavenly Sky Fire Vortex. The passive skill gained is Mastery of the Earth Element, enhancing all Earth-based magic and increasing its effectiveness by 20%. After a busy period of resisting skill shields, Ninfong went to the trading area to buy some new skill books. As soon as he entered, he ran into that rude and arrogant female clerk again. This time she greeted Ninfong very warmly, but he only specified that he wanted to find Duong Hin. Duong Hin is with another customer, so I might as well take you there today. She tried to put on her most charming face, but Ninfong refused outright. Then there's no need, I can go by myself. That arrogant girl didn't think any man could refuse her, so she kept clinging to Ninfong, but after a few steps, she saw Duong Hin rushing out in a hurry. The girl wasn't busy entertaining guests, she was just eating a quick bite behind the scenes to stave off hunger. As soon as she heard Ninfong was here, she quickly came over. Duong Hin takes him to see Vuong Dai Su again. Ninfong offers 2 skill books he doesn't need, then they go shopping for more spell system skill books. After you left, Master Wang fell into silence. Last time it was an orange weapon, this time it was a purple skill book. Ninfong's background started to interest him. That night, Ninfong invited Duong Hin to dinner, but when it was time to pay, he realized she had already paid. You seem shy, but Duong Hin said she had a reason for doing so. Whatever the reason is, she doesn't want to say. After saying goodbye, Duong Hin took a taxi to City Hospital No. 2, claiming that her father was seriously ill and needed treatment in the hospital. Thanks to Ninfong, she won and just earned a lot of commission, which allowed her to cover her expenses for free. But today, her bad luck finally caught up with her. The taxi Duong Hin was in was attacked by not just 1, but 7 monsters, coming through a space door that appeared in the sky, and the driver barely had time to yawn. In a desperate situation, Duong Hin can only open the car door and rush out. What's going on? Why would a monster appear in the safe zone? I have no idea. A blood-clawed monster is slowly approaching me from behind. At the same time, a strange man with a very cunning smile appeared in the sky. When Duong Hin discovered the monster, she hurriedly shot a fireball, but it had no effect. This girl is actually a first-tier mage with a 1-star attribute. Since her attack couldn't harm the monster even a little, Yang Hin was left on the defensive. The monster lunged to attack her, and in the critical moment, a man appeared and decapitated it. Are you okay? Oh, it's Captain Chu again. He advises Duong Hin to run quickly to her uncle's hiding place. Everything around here has already been destroyed. The secret realm is gradually merging with the outside world, and the monsters appearing here are fundamentally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Captain Chu had never faced such a serious situation before. He still believed it was caused by the monster hiding in the city. While Captain Chu was lost in thought, he was almost ambushed again, but this time it was not a monster. It was a human. Are you a mutant? A mutant. I'm not that kind of trash. That man looks vicious, and his right arm is completely deformed. I am the spring dummy of dark power. What the hell is a spring dummy? Old Chu had never heard of him before, but now was not the time to care about titles. He only knew that this man definitely had no good intentions towards him. Captain Chu risked everything to fight back, but he didn't expect him to be stronger than he thought. His strength must be at least on par with the 3-stage warriors, or higher. The man placed a finger on the ground and chuckled, "This is my territory." From his fingertip, a powerful force surged forth. "You chickens like you can't possibly fight back against me." That bastard charged at Captain Chu with increased speed, the dark aura swirling around him coalescing into a spear that pierced straight into his chest. Blood splattered as old Chu was knocked back dozens of meters. The man looked up and laughed loudly, feeling immensely satisfied as he sensed the surge of power rising within him. But just as he was reveling in his arrogance, a voice suddenly echoed from his left chest saying, "Miserable human, stop deluding yourself. Your strength is granted by me. If it weren't for me, you would be just like your kind, a mere worm or ant." The man who was just a minute ago wildly attacking old Chu now kneels humbly on the ground. A strange face seemed to appear above his head. It kept urging him to turn all the people in the city into sacrifices, paving the way for a king like him to come into this world. Understood. Ninfong just stepped out of the public restroom, and the scene of destruction before him stunned him. Just a few minutes ago he was only peeing, but now there are dead bodies everywhere outside. As soon as it sensed movement, the monster turned and saw him, then charged to attack. But before it could reach Ninfong, the ground beneath its feet cracked open, forming a spear that pierced through its body. This is the effect of the magic Ninfong just learned, called Earth Attribute Nam Beach. Luckily, he just spent a lot of money to buy this weapon today. It comes with purple skills and also boosts your earth magic. Ninfong opened the restaurant door and stepped outside, only to find things even worse outside. You just stepped out and ran into that mutated maniac, who was frenziedly killing people, with bloodlust in his eyes as soon as he saw Ninfong. Ha ha ha, did I let some bugs like you slip through again? Damn it, what is this now? Before he could react, the man lunged forward, his right arm transforming into a massive weapon, aiming straight at Ninfong. He tried to crush you in his hand, but couldn't do it. The man found it very strange. Ninfong is clearly an ordinary human, yet he managed to block this attack. Moreover, he could sense from him a powerful aura of dark energy, even more formidable than his own. Damn it, why do I feel an ominous presence from him that surpasses even death? Ninfong also dared not underestimate him. This guy seemed quite formidable. If he unleashes a wide-area forbidden spell in the city, it would be disastrous, so to win, he must strike first. Ninfong fought back with all his might, finally overpowering his opponent. His giant steel arm was shattered, leaving only a thin, bony arm like a stick. The man immediately panicked like crazy, repeatedly calling out to the leader. But of course, in this situation, no one responded to him. The monsters are now fleeing as fast as they can because that portal is slowly closing. Just as they all slipped through, the tier in space completely sealed, leaving only the man struggling desperately. At this point, his power seems to have disappeared. The so-called mutants or psychic users are those who awaken to a hidden dark attribute during their awakening process. As long as I can use this dark power, my strength surpasses that of other professions at the same level. So once the power of darkness is gone, it's like suddenly losing all 4 limbs. That was the situation of the strange mutated man. After the space gate completely closed, he kept getting beaten up by Ninfong. Thanks to being able to use earth element control skills, he successfully sent the opponent packing. It was a bit exhausting, but the chaos outside must be even worse. As usual, Ninfong gathered all the loot and slipped away, making it hard for anyone to explain if he were to be caught. Over here, the mysterious sister that Captain Chu called her is also busy assessing the situation. Her real name is Tolam? The sudden retreat of the mysterious invasion and monsters left her puzzled. What exactly is the enemy's true intention? My superiors report that this attack caused significant damage to infrastructure, but overall, human lives were preserved. Only the small team in Nanchang suffered severe losses, and they are currently unreachable. After hearing this, Tulam's face darkened several shades. Nam City is under Captain Chu's jurisdiction. Could something really be happening? Let's go and check it out. When Tulam arrived at the Nam City area, he encountered a strange man. He is Doan, a member of the Van Guai Huyen Kan organization. This is an unofficial organization entirely made up of martial artists. They operate in secret. Today, Doan also came to examine the scene. The mutated man, Ninfong Ha, was a former traitor of Van Guai Huyen Kan who paved the way for the secret realm to invade reality and led monsters to attack his old camp, causing many casualties. Talam, hearing this, looked even more grim. Could it be that the invasion of the secret realm stopped because he died? Did you guys kill him? No, I just got here and I don't know who took him out. Duan observed the traitor's corpse for a long time. This bastard loved hiding in the secret realm space and was extremely cunning. Several times he found him but let him escape. Which divine being finally caused him such a painful death? Talam also had her own thoughts when she saw the standing corpse. Captain Chu, who had the strength of the 3rd transformation, was still beaten badly by that bastard. So this mysterious person can directly defeat enemies and prevent the secret realm from being invaded. Is there really such a powerful figure in this city? Duan didn't stay long, saying he needed to find something, and left. That night, at Ninfong's house, laughter echoed non-stop. The bastard dropped 2 sets of orange equipment for warriors, which is even better than fighting bosses. But he wasn't wearing them during the fight, probably because he's not high enough level. There's also this skull-shaped pendant, but there's no information about it at all, and its quality is top-notch. Ninfong carefully examined it for a while. There probably aren't any demons or monsters inside, right? I think young Ninfong shouldn't be a daredevil anymore, and should switch to fortune-telling instead. What it says is exactly what it is. The thing hidden inside that pendant is actually the owner of the voice controlling that bastard, not from another world as I thought, but hiding inside this pendant, able to observe everything outside from within. When Ninfong wondered if there was any demon or monster inside this pendant, That bastard was so scared his hair stood on end, he quickly cut off all contact with the outside world. If we get caught, we're done for. The next day, Talam visited Captain Chu at the city hospital. According to what he said, Du-An is the one who saved him from adversity. That mutated bastard immediately fled into a space crack after seeing him. Even Talam could tell from the first encounter that Du-An was just as powerful as he was. A strong person like that couldn't catch the enemy, yet let a mysterious figure handle him. On the scene, there are still some traces of dark energy, so they hypothesize that the mysterious person is also a psychic. Captain Chu silently hoped that the mysterious person was on their side. Just the thought made him feel safe. But if he was an enemy, it would surely be a disaster. While Chu To Lam's team was busy searching for clues about the mysterious figure, this legendary character was calmly continuing his mission to pass on his duties. Finally, the important day has arrived. As Ninfong entered the spiritual realm, he saw a gigantic city. Maybe this is the Hui Duong Divine Palace that the mission mentioned. He walks slowly through the secret realm, unaware that a pair of eyes is always watching him from behind. That person, Do-An. A few days ago at the trading area, Do-An went to see Vuong Daisu. He wants to buy a set of equipment for a 4-move warrior, and just that purpose was enough to make Du-An consider him a big client. That mean girl employee immediately tried to latch onto him so she wouldn't have to worry about her commission later. Master Vuong introduced himself with a familiar and easygoing smile. Just as the young man was about to sell a set of 4-stage warrior equipment, including armor and leg guards. Hearing this, Do-An wanted to meet the young man, but Master Vuong said he was busy today and couldn't come. Of course, that young man is Ninfong. And Du-An didn't come here by chance either. The 4-piece equipment of the warrior only includes armor and leg guards. All the information matches, so although he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, he still predicts that it is most likely a relic belonging to his master. Can you tell me more about that regular customer of yours? I can pay extra if I need to buy the information. Master Vuong looked confused at Do-An's request. Protecting client confidentiality is their duty. Moreover, when Ninfong said he wanted to sell his equipment, this guy came knocking on the door. The coincidence made him too afraid to act recklessly. He then came up with an excuse to cover up temporarily and asked Du-An to leave. I remember he said he needed to go to the neighboring city to handle some matters. Let me call him to confirm. I will report back to the young master afterward. After Du-An leaves, Master Vuong sits in the appraisal room, whispering to himself repeatedly. That mean-spirited woman then asked for more information, revealing that he had previously hired someone to investigate Ninfong's background. In the end, I found out that your profile is quite tragic. Your parents were both 2-star fake professionals who disappeared when you were very young, and you struggled alone until you turned 18 when you awakened. And now you're still just a 1-star fake professional. The female employee was very surprised and asked, So despite his formidable appearance, he's just trash? Her sharp intuition told her from the very first moment that Ninfong was hiding something. Right now, it seems that your background isn't the issue. But the real question is, where did you get those valuable items to sell with such a trashy background? A 1-star fake professional couldn't possibly possess items of such high value. This is also what troubles Master Vuong. He has also discovered that Ninfong and young lady Wong Duyet are childhood friends, but the Yuong group hasn't been able to help him much. Just now, seeing how displeased Do-An looked, Master Vuong was worried that the equipment Ninfong was about to sell was closely related to him. Wait a minute, that mean girl seems to have realized something. Ninfong's equipment isn't stolen, is it? Not necessarily stolen, but I doubt it has a clean origin either. It seems he's messed with the wrong person this time. Du-An is a 4-star profession, not the strongest yet, but still considered a top-tier existence in the area. The mean female employee, eager to watch the show, secretly thought this Ninfong fan was doomed with him. Returning to the present, Do-An was still carefully following Ninfong step by step. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a young man like you repel the invasion of the secret realm. In the past, even a powerhouse like Master Do-An had to fall to the boss of the secret realm, but Master Do-An's equipment might very well be in Ninfong's hands now. Du-An secretly thought that if he wasn't truly strong, someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes, so he dared not act recklessly. Ninfong heads to the Hui Duong Divine Palace and begins switching his equipment. Du-An holds his breath, observing, because a person's strength can be inferred from their gear. But the cheap, ragged outfit Ninfong wears afterward leaves him speechless. This outfit looks too ordinary, like a high school student's uniform. Maybe it's a disguise. No wonder, given his age, a beginner's outfit wouldn't attract attention and would make it easy to blend into the crowd. Ninfong's low level is real, but do an overthing. Qin thinks he's deliberately hiding his movements to lure the enemy away. He dares not follow too closely and can only mark him with his skill. What Duan uses is an active skill called Spirit Guidance. It can mark a target in a conscious state without alerting the opponent. But setting aside the shabby costume, Duan also wondered about something else. The monsters in the divine temple of Huiduang are not very high level, so the chances of good loot are not very big. So what is Ninfong doing here? Over on this side, Ninfong doesn't notice Duan's presence at all. He walks straight into the divine hall, and the monsters inside look as soft as ice cream. As soon as they see him appear, they rush to attack. But thanks to his passive skill, the Filth Shield, Ninfong doesn't lose a single hair. The process of creating this shield was so fast that Duan was stunned. Although the monsters in this secret realm aren't too strong, Ninfong's ultimate defensive skill is just too overpowered. After the first attack failed, the monsters started to avoid him. This only made Duan more convinced that he was not an ordinary person. But Fong headed straight to the largest statue in the temple. This is the final boss. Duan thought you wanted to solo it, but strangely, the statue didn't move as expected. Clearly, it was scared off by Ninfong's dark power before the fight even started. He also ignores this huge thing and directly goes around it. There is still a secret chamber behind the statue, where a giant armor hangs with 2 pairs of wings on its back. This is the 6-winged celestial. It's actually the boss the system mentioned, not the sluggish statue outside. As soon as it saw Ninfong, the eye sockets of the armor suddenly lit up, but the strange thing was it didn't attack him, only flying straight up to the ceiling. Why did that guy run away? Ninfong wondered. And Duan outside is even more puzzled. This is his first time discovering this secret chamber in the Huiduang Divine Palace. Clearly a rare, hidden boss. So how does Ninfong know about this? No wonder it's an S-rank mission. If it were a regular first-tier mission, who would bother? Ninfong eagerly followed Lu Duc Tiansu, but it seemed that this thing, like the statue outside, was also overwhelmed by his pressure. Lu Duc Tiansu was desperate and ready to give up, feeling that this battle was already lost before it even started. That young man's pressure is terrifying, but this is his secret realm. Where else could he run to? Seeing the opponent trying to escape, Ninfong immediately activated his new skill, Thunder Demon Trap, which summons a massive lightning storm capable of rivaling a heavenly tribulation. The moment the skill was unleashed, Lu Duc Tiansu couldn't escape and was struck by lightning, turning to smoke. His imposing aura was shattered by Ninfong's single use of Loi Matrui Kong, burning him to ashes like a bird in flight, and even a part of the Huiduang Divine Palace was unable to withstand that attack and was reduced to ruins. Duan collapsed to the ground. Oh my God, this destructive magic is the first time he's seen it. That scrawny young man's strength is also terrifying. Duan suspected that Ninfong's strength had already surpassed his master, perhaps even reaching the legendary rank of an 8th-tier powerhouse. Ninfong looked at the ruined divine palace before him and could only sigh with regret. If it were a normal mission, defeating the 6-medicine celestial would have earned quite a bit of experience points, but this was a first-tier mission, so the level couldn't increase until it was completed. This experience was wasted. The mark was in hand, and Ninfong took out the teleportation scroll to leave. But at this moment, Duan suddenly rushed out from the wreckage. "Boss, wait a moment, please." Ninfong was so scared he almost bit his tongue. Who is this dark-skinned guy? Where did he come from? Could it be that he saw everything just now when you used that dark forbidden spell? "Boss, please don't be angry, let me explain." Ninfong was confused. Why does this person keep calling me boss every time he opens his mouth? But before Duan could explain, the alarm siren went off. "Let's leave this place first, we'll talk about it later." Duan obediently agreed and then left the secret realm with Ninfong. The two found a quiet place to talk about their youthful days. Ninfong finally understood why Duan was following him. His master back then was considered one of the strongest in the area, but he also had to sacrifice himself to temporarily seal the invasion of the secret realm.
And that traitor has escaped. For years, he has been using sacrificial humans in an attempt to break the seal.
Duan kept chasing, but kept failing. Today, witnessing Ninfong firsthand, he went from cautious to worshipful. Ninfong sighed and looked at the opponent, who was a 4th-tier expert. If he hadn't voluntarily come out, he wouldn't have realized he was being followed. Duan had no idea that the person he admired had just completed a 1st-tier mission. Ninfong is extremely annoyed. After all, his level is still too low. With this situation being exposed is only a matter of time. This gloomy expression of yours from Duan's perspective looks even more dangerously intense, making him extremely tense. Is the boss suddenly silent because he wants to kill me to keep quiet? This thought just crossed my mind and made Do-an scared to death. He forced himself to stay calm, thanking Ninfong for avenging his master earlier, but now promising that if Ninfong ever needs anything in the future, he can call him at will. Coincidentally, Ninfong also wanted to build a good relationship with this person. After all, his level was high and he often went solo, so he seemed to be useful in the future. So he forced himself to put on the most intimidating and dangerous look he could muster. What happened today, I hope no one else finds out. Rest assured, I will keep it a secret. This statement comes from Do-an's true feelings. He sees that Ninfong possesses great dark power, but he doesn't harm innocent people, and moreover, he even retreated from all the secret realm invasions to save the city. A person so strong yet humble enough to hide himself made Do-an both admire and respect him. Since he had nowhere else to go, he decided to stay in Tandu City with his new idol, Ninfong. The misunderstanding between the two has been cleared up, and just as they were about to go home, Ninfong's phone rang. It was Kaivi calling to say she had some matters to discuss and was waiting for Ninfong to return. Ninfong felt puzzled. Why did Kaivi suddenly call him? What urgent matter could there be? Of course, there must be a reason she did this. The main reason is that Tulam went directly to the location. She has been monitoring Ninfong's movements.
Because he's just a new student who only awakened a few days ago and quickly advanced to the highest level, Tulam is suspicious while Kaivi firmly trusts her student.
Ninfong may not have high talent, but he has a good personality and studies hard. I don't believe he's a bad person. I'm not saying he's a bad person, Tulam clarified, but there are indeed some things that need to be clarified. A few days ago, Tulam reported the situation in Tandu City to her superiors, and also suspected that the consecutive appearances of destructive magic were caused by mutants. As soon as Tulam finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Finally, the oldest-looking man in the room spoke up. Tulam, you are a psychic. How could you ask that question? The reason he said that is because using dark power, as mentioned, would come at a very high cost. The stronger a power user is, the higher the price they must pay. From draining their life force, losing their sanity, or even turning into monsters. Even the smallest mistake can push a power user into an irredeemable situation. But these days, the threats have all reached the level of a king's danger. The old man believes that a psychic with strength equal to a king's is impossible. Hey, old friend, you're getting more and more off topic. How could you possibly imagine a king-level Esper exists? The man with Son Goku's hairstyle sitting next to her sneered. If you like a writer like that, you might as well become a writer yourself and stop pretending to be a psychic. Tulam couldn't believe her thoughts were being so strongly challenged. She still believed it was entirely possible, just that she hadn't found the evidence yet. Son Goku from Shopee kept mocking Tulam, saying she talks more nonsense than doing anything, and even boldly claimed that if a king-level Esper really existed, he would let Tulam kick his head around. The old man cleared his throat and signaled the man to be quiet. They agreed to send more people to investigate in Tandu City, and if necessary, that investigation team would take over all the work. Also, Tulam requested to send more people from her faction, but her superiors have not approved it yet. Tulam gritted her teeth in anger and asked, "Is it because they don't trust us?" The old man advised Tulam to be patient and wait a little longer, but with the city in chaos, how could she remain patient? Back in the present, Tulam was still sitting with Kaivi. Her subordinate just brought shocking news that the Huiduang Divine Palace within Longbak City had been attacked by dark forces, with no casualties reported so far. Kaivi's face changed upon hearing this, as Ninfong's registration was specifically for this location. Of course, Tulam also knew about this after all. Before Captain Chu called her away, she was the one who received Ninfong's transfer registration. Tulam chuckled lightly. It seems this situation is getting more and more interesting. The entire city of Longbak is now protected by a thick barrier, and Ninfong and Do-an are blending into the crowd. The people are all extremely anxious. And you hear Fangfan realize that everyone's worries are related to the Huiduang Divine Palace, but you don't realize that it's because of you that this situation has occurred. Ninfong is feeling anxious. The city of Longbak has already triggered the highest alert level. It seems now I can only wait for them to lift the alert before I can catch a ride home. But what no one expected was that a crack appeared in the sky over Longbak afterward. The old story repeated itself, and monsters began to emerge from that narrow space. They found the magic barrier amusing. Humans are indeed weak. Hiding in their shells is just normal. From the crack, the monsters grew larger and larger, with the leader appearing the most ferocious, sporting 2 large horns like those of a demon. It sneered. The barrier of Longbak was as thin as paper and couldn't stop them. Then the leader signaled, saying to give humanity a big surprise. All the monsters obeyed and rushed toward the city center. They all launched their attack at once, and holes gradually appeared in the barrier. only when those holes became too obvious did the civilians realize something was wrong.
What is that? They can't react in time?
The monsters have broken through the shield and launched a large-scale attack. Screams of terror echo as innocent civilians trample over each other in their frantic escape. The fake officials responsible for protecting the city are only now starting to panic. They don't understand how the monsters managed to break through that barrier. It was originally something extremely solid, but the pushing and shoving caused many people to accidentally get injured by the guards' spears. In that situation, Doan seriously stood in front of Ninfong and created a separate barrier for them using his martial energy technique. Duan believed this could be a sign of a secret realm intrusion, but at a higher and more dangerous level than before. Duan cautiously asked Ninfong for his opinion. Should we intervene? Oh.
Ninfong looked genuinely surprised and asked, "Do you have a solution?" Last time the secret realm was invaded, Ninfong defeated the traitor, unintentionally stopping this process.
But you have no idea how important what you're doing really is, so that question to Duan wasn't at all a foolish one. And Duan was very confused. Clearly the boss could handle this easily, so why ask me for a solution? Could this be a test to see what he's really thinking? The more Duan thought about it, the more he found this hypothesis convincing, so he started to loosen up his joints, planning to give a performance that wouldn't disappoint Ninfong. I understand now, boss, rest assured. Just leave everything to me. What do you mean you understand? What do you mean by handing it over to someone, but there are also many people here? Ninfong couldn't show his dark forbidden magic power. It's still best to let Duan take action.
All right, then you do it. Duan observed the situation ahead, with monsters attacking one after another on one side and frightened civilians fleeing on the other.
There are also a few professionals standing up to fight them, but their strength is truly insignificant. Especially when facing the horned leader, the gap becomes even more apparent. One after another, people were thrown aside by it, and not a single scratch was left on its body. The leader fought for a while, clearly showing signs of disappointment. What a disappointment. I thought there might be a few strong ones among humanity, he said, carrying his blood-stained sword and slowly stepping forward. Everywhere he goes, the scene is even more tragic than tragedy itself. Everyone frantically flees in despair. To it, humanity is no different from a bunch of trash right now, and its desire to slaughter humans grows even stronger. The leader raised his sword to kill a helpless female student, but at the moment his weapon was about to strike, it was blocked by a much smaller sword. Doan is on the ground now. That monster seems surprised that someone finally stopped its advance, while Doan on the opposite side shows a look of fierce resentment, clearly not on friendly terms with the opponent. Although the boss doesn't really need my protection, since I'm here I can't let him fight alone. Boss, leave it to me here. Ninfong really doesn't want to interrupt this cool display of Duan's dragon breath. Hey, can you stop calling him the boss? You're a bit shy now, huh? That ugly monster chuckled happily, full of interest. Ha ha ha. It seems not all of them are just illusions, huh? Danan didn't bother to reply, directly focusing his strength into the sword in his hand. A counterattack sent the monster flying backward. It coughed up a splash of blood, stunned by the strength of this small human. But before he could regain his stance, Doan closed in again, wielding two swords with a cold stare that pierced through flesh. Duan swung the two swords in his hands, creating dozens of cuts in just a split second. Of course, none of these horizontal and vertical slashes hit the monster. Even those watching from outside have to hold their breath as they follow his every move. What level of powerhouse is he? That ferocious monster doesn't stand a chance at all. Judging by his skills, he's definitely a high-level hidden profession. Duan stepped out of the battle, looking incredibly handsome and heroic. As the passerby said, he possesses a 5-star hidden profession of warrior, and his current level is already 137. Seeing this scene, Ninfeng's mind was screaming in madness. Oh my god, this person is really powerful. But in the end, I still had to hold back, he said calmly with an expressionless face. That's good. The monster leader has been defeated. The other profession users seized the opportunity to counterattack, like headless snakes, no longer a match for humans, and frantically fled back to the crack. Duan walked straight up to Ninfong. Boss, what else do you want me to do? No need, you did very well. Ninfong couldn't hold back his emotions anymore, directly giving a thumbs up and smiling so hard he couldn't even open his eyes. The scene just now from Duan was truly a feast for the eyes. The passers-by found it even more confusing to see how these two talked. Duan is a powerful expert, yet he was so respectful to a young man like Ninfong. Are they really curious about what kind of background this young man has? Hey, are you some young master from a wealthy family bringing bodyguards for training? That's way too ostentatious.
Moreover, Doan, after defeating the leader of the monsters, also gained some loot, but didn't keep it for himself, and directly handed it to Ninfong. The first were 2 orange items that left passersby dazzled after seeing them. Even if I can't use this myself, selling it casually would get me a few tens of thousands of spirit coins. Next is the agility skill book, called Destiny Pursuit. Ninfong was very pleased because this could be given to Wang Yue. Finally, there was a demonic bone shield, which looked a bit ugly but could fetch a decent price. 2 powerful experts, please hold on for a moment. At this time, several adventurers and the mayor of Longback City have arrived. They are very grateful that Ninfong and Doan stepped in to save the city from disaster. Mayor Tai Dongmin even bowed in gratitude, very polite, and said, "I don't know why Ninfong's expression always looks dangerous in others' eyes." Tai Dongmin believed that activating the city's highest level barrier had disturbed the great hero's movement, so he bowed again. Li Ni apologized to Ninfong and ordered his subordinates to fetch the flying scroll he had just purchased as compensation. Ninfong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. The Flying City Scroll is a valuable item, hard for him to acquire. Although it can only be used once, it's extremely convenient for short to medium distance trips. Tai Dongmin cautiously made another request, as the city has been in chaos these days, hoping to invite Ninfong and Doan to stay in Longbok for a few days since the city's defenses are a bit weak. "Sorry, I am not free at the moment, so I probably can't fulfill your request." Ninfong hesitated to refuse, though he didn't want to, but the transfer mission had a 3-day limit. If he didn't go back now, he would never be able to complete the transfer. However, Tai Dongmin saw his refusal as something more serious. "You think I'm free to relax?" Tai Dongmin kept sweating coldly and no longer dared to insist on keeping the hero here. His subordinate has already delivered the teleportation scroll, and Tai Dongmin also gave Ninfong a black card of power from the Vian Thun trading platform as an apology. Ninfong was surprised. This is only granted to a select few who succeed and have many privileges. No wonder this mayor was able to acquire the instant teleportation scroll. It seems his identity is not simple at all. How could I refuse such a generous offer? Ninfong chuckled and said, "Thank you. So if our Longback City faces danger in the future, can we seek help from the boss?" Opening his mouth would be a mistake. Ninfong had already accepted their black card, so how could he refuse? "No problem, as long as I'm free." Tai Dongmin was happier than winning the lottery. His subordinates and those fake city defenders were so excited they lost control. All of them started howling like a troop of monkeys. The boss agreed. Longback City is safe now. After finishing the task, Ninfong and Doan used flight magic to return home. At the transfer hall of Tandu City, the guild healers are anxiously waiting for Wang Duyet. Today, she also came to perform her second-class transfer mission. "Oh, look, Duyet Ni is out now." Wang Duyet steps out of the hall, followed by Chiu Trin. As soon as young lady Wang stepped out, she saw 2 figures dart past like birds, flying straight inside. She was stunned for a few seconds, as one of them seemed to be Ninfong. Hearing that, Chiu Trin couldn't help but laugh happily. Did she misunderstand? A flying scroll worth thousands of gold taels. How could a poor guy like Ninfong afford to buy it? Even if he managed to buy it, what's the point of a newly awakened guy like him going to the transfer hall? Wang Duyet kept hearing it and felt more and more annoyed. If it weren't for respecting Zhao Trin and the team, she would have beaten him up long ago. Wang Duyet turned her head and shot Zhao Trin a loving look in quotation marks. "If you dare to speak badly about Ninfong again, I'll make sure you regret it." Trio Trin didn't expect the beauty to react so fiercely, and his hatred for Ninfong grew even more. "I don't understand why someone like Wang the beauty keeps defending such an unpromising guy." "Hey, forget about those things. Have you two received the secondary mission yet?" The other 3 members of the team moved forward eagerly asking Han, while Zhao Cheng pretended to regret only getting an A-level mission instead of an S. His teammates sighed in relief, thinking that A-level was already good enough, and this was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing that, the pink-haired girl, the group's fake saint, became even more hopeful about Wang Duyet, but Wang Duyet's expression didn't look very good, making everyone start to worry. What's wrong with Duyet Ni's face? You're not pulling a mission of level C or below, are you? Zhao Chen secretly chuckled, surprised that the genius girl praised by others would have this day. If the mission level is too low, it will directly affect attribute growth and skill unlocking. Seeing that, he continued to puff out his chest proudly. "Duyet Ni, you don't need to worry, just work hard to catch up later. After all, I will help you." Triu Trin now looks like a proud peacock showing off to the female, but Wang Duyet only gives him a contemptuous look. "If even you don't bother with an A-level mission, why would I, with an S-level 1, be upset?" Wang Duyet finished speaking, and everyone was stunned. It turns out her unpleasant expression earlier wasn't because she got a low-level mission, but because she unlocked a hidden profession no one had discovered before. Zhao Cheng was the first to voice his opposition, claiming Wang Duyet was talking nonsense. When awakening, it was clear that the profession had already been predetermined. He had never heard that a hidden profession could also be triggered during the transfer. Wang Duyet recalled the scene during the broadcast earlier. Her original profession was an agile sharpshooter, but because she possessed a key item, the mark that increased agility, her profession could be upgraded to Shadow Arrow. Seeing the confirmation interface for the profession upgrade in front of her, Wang Duyet was also very surprised. That mark was given to her by Ninfong, and she never expected it to have such an amazing effect. Recalling Ninfong's confident expression at that time, Wang Duyet thought he had known everything all along, which made her appreciate this gift even more. But in reality, Ninfong knew nothing at all. Wang Duyet eagerly chooses to advance her career, and the job transfer mission accordingly changes. When she recounted this story, Trio Trin's attitude became even more unpleasant. What? Tiem Feng Yuan has never heard of it, or is there a problem with the transfer system? If he chooses wrong, his whole life will be wasted. Trio Trin pretends to care about the beauty, but deep down he's just jealous because she got lucky. Wang Duyet waved her hand dismissively and said, Trio Trin shouldn't get involved in my affairs, or it'll be like pouring cold water on him. Her two friends were so happy because she had drawn the S-rank mission. Oh my god, I also wish I had a childhood sweetheart like Ninfong. Zhao Chen was so angry his face turned red, but he was 10 times more jealous of Wang Duyet for that mark. Zhao Chen secretly decided he would send someone to find that mark no matter how much it cost or how dangerous it was. Meanwhile, Ninfong had completed the absorption of that divine mark. His stamina increased by 5 points, and his mental attribute also rose by 5 points. The mission is complete, and the system begins the promotion process. After the promotion, Ninfong also gains an additional passive skill called Automatic Operation. His ability to control dark energy has improved significantly. Before long, Ninfong was eager to face the next monster to test his skills. Throughout the process of your promotion, Duan remained standing still, with his arms crossed outside. Talam saw this. She found it very confusing that he was here, especially since he seemed to be guarding the door for Ninfong. Talam also investigated Doan, who is still young but has already achieved the 4th transformation, making him a formidable dragon and phoenix powerhouse nationwide. However, Talam heard the staff report that when the two of them entered earlier, Doan was very respectful to Ninfong. Your student is not simple at all. Talam has been in contact with Kai Vi via phone all this time. Miss Kai will have to rely on you next. Don't worry, I will confirm it again, but I believe he definitely won't be our enemy. At this moment, Ninfong and Doan have gone outside. As they were chatting happily, someone from behind called out your name loudly, and Ninfong turned around and was extremely alarmed when he saw Kai Vi. Because you remembered that Kai Vi called me earlier to tell me there was something very important. Boss, I will wait here. Duan knew his place and stepped aside, and the title of boss that he gave to Ninfong made Kai Vi very curious. Ninfong also flinched nervously, not knowing how to explain properly, so he had to come up with an excuse to cover. Don't mind him, he's just joking. Kai Vi doesn't have the energy to care about trivial matters and goes straight to the point. Did you finish the transfer, Ninfong? Ninfong's forehead was covered in cold sweat. How does Kai Vi know? Although you didn't expect to keep this secret forever, being discovered so soon is a bit too soon. But Kai Vi is one of the few people who has always cared about Ninfong. You think the teacher won't hurt me, so I told the truth honestly. This is too unbelievable. The more I explain, the more complicated it gets, so I don't want too many people to know. Kai Vi nodded, but there was still one more thing she wanted to confirm. Are you being corroded by the dark power? Why are you asking that? Ninfong felt like sweat was pouring down his head from worry. Could it be that others have also discovered that you possess the system? I know that recently there have been phenomena of mutations in the world, and the invasion of secret realms into reality is increasing nonstop. Many people affected by the dark power are gradually turning into Esper users. Ninfong breathes a sigh of relief. So this is what the teacher was worried about. He quickly confirmed that he was not a supernatural being, since this target is always under strict government surveillance. Ninfong also didn't want to get involved with them, but Kai Vi didn't believe his words. She handed over a small black stone, saying she hoped Ninfong would cooperate. According to Kai 7, as long as Ninfong channels his power into this crystal, the darkness within him will be revealed. Ninfong hesitated a bit, but refusing would only make things worse. He immediately touched the stone with a few fingers and began to channel his energy into it. But unexpectedly, before even a second passed, the stone exploded. Ninfong panicked and let out a cry. What kind of strange situation is this? Damn it, it actually broke. Kivai was also stunned. No one could have predicted this situation. I remember that. Before Talam gave her this crystal, she warned her carefully. It is extremely sensitive to dark energy, so it is often used by the government to detect and identify Esper abilities. When channeling power into it, this demon crystal will vibrate. The stronger the resonance, the higher the dark energy content. But at that moment, Talam didn't say anything. If the crystal explodes directly, what does that mean? Maybe even she didn't expect this situation. Sister Key, I know it's a bit strange that you just awakened and already transferred your position, but I've known you for a long time. At least you should trust me as a person, right? Kaivai fell into silence. Indeed, little Ninfong lost his parents and awakened 2 years later than others. His situation is very unfortunate, and maintaining such an optimistic spirit is no small feat. Kaivi has always trusted you, but she still bears responsibility. Today she still has to report this upstairs, and she hopes Ninfong will understand her for that. Ninfong let out a long sigh. He didn't know how the government would react, but if things got too tight, he might as well leave Tandu City altogether. The confirmation is now complete, so Kaivi pulls out a skill book. It's a gift she prepared earlier to congratulate Ninfong on successfully completing his first transfer. Ninfong took it, feeling deeply touched. Miss Kai, thank you for always taking care of me over the years. I also happen to have a gift for you. What Ninfong takes out is a holy radiant belt with orange quality. This item grants 20 spirit points, increases healing and recovery effects by 50%, and when worn, provides complete immunity to dark attribute attacks. The most important thing is the holy radiant effect. The wearer won't need to chant when using healing spells. Kaivai couldn't believe his eyes. The value of this item wasn't just in its orange rarity, but in its holy effect that can save countless lives in critical moments without the need for chance. Because he saw how precious this was, Kaivai didn't dare to accept it. As Ninfong kept pushing the belt into her hands, saying it was a trophy he received during a mission to transfer his rank, Kivai had no choice but to accept it. Then he said goodbye to his teacher and left immediately with Doan. Kiwi stood there for a long time, her mind filled with conflicting thoughts as Ninfong casually gave his equipment cam to someone else without a second thought. Is this boy really Shendang or just too kind-hearted? Kaivai returned to the adventurer's office and reported the shattered magic crystal to To Lam. But To Lam also just saw this for the first time, and Kivai was extremely worried. If the Esper Association truly sees Ninfong as a threat, then it's a serious danger. To Lam sighed and stood up. Forget it, let's stop here. What does stopping here mean? To Lam wants to give up the investigation. Kaivai's students may have already gone beyond their current understanding. To Lam believes that if Ninfong is truly a powerhouse, they should not dig too deep. If she cannot make the other person angry, Talam orders her subordinates to temporarily stop investigating Ninfong from now on. All information about him must be strictly sealed by Ninfong. Kivai completely agrees with this decision. After all, Ninfong is just a teenager with no notable background. Talam's temporary halt to the investigation is also a way to ease the focus on him, so she can breathe a little easier. But stopping the investigation into Ninfong doesn't mean Talam will sit still. She shifts her focus to the person beside him, Do-an. That night at Ninfong's house, he was lying flat on the sofa, sighing repeatedly in frustration. Kivai just sent him a message saying that the higher-ups had canceled the investigation into him. Originally, this was a good thing, but Dingfeng is so worried about leveling up in the future that he's withering away. Every time he promotes someone, it causes a huge disturbance in these secret realms. Right now, the government is watching you. If this keeps up, you'll be discovered sooner or later. Duan also worries for his boss. He ponders for a moment before making a suggestion. So wouldn't it be better to level up in the secret realms prepared by the government instead? That's why Duan suggested this, because recently, due to the strange phenomena happening in the world, quite a few new secret realms have appeared. Inside, some government officials are unwilling to spend effort and resources to deal with it, and some are even being exploited by evil forces. Ninfeng was very excited when he heard this. That's a good suggestion, isn't it? He immediately asked for more information about these new secret realms, and Doan replied that he only knew about 2 at the moment. If Ninfong needs it, he can go gather more information. All right, then I'll have to bother you. Ninfong is very satisfied. Since having Doan, many problems have been resolved more easily. Now, you should rest for a bit. Go to the trading area tomorrow to sell the spoils, and then take the opportunity to relax for a while. After all, you can use the Dark Curse. Leveling up now is as easy as eating candy. No need to worry about being left behind. After finishing the discussion, Do-an returns to the hotel. On the way back, he encounters a stranger who introduces himself as Zhang Ji, the newly appointed mayor of Tandu City. Trong Kai came to thank Do-an for saving someone during the previous dungeon invasion and casually asked if he planned to stay in Tandu City. Do-an honestly said that he indeed had that intention, and Trong Kai immediately looked delighted. That's wonderful. We warmly welcome someone of your strength. Then, Zhang Qi took out a card, claiming it was a special badge for high-ranking adventurers in the city, and they were willing to fulfill any of Do-an's requests as long as he agreed to stay and help the city. Do-an took the card and looked at it carefully, while Trong Qi started to feel tense, as he had heard that many other cities had also tried to lure Do-an, but he had always refused outright. Tandu is just a small place, and Trong Qi was worried he would be looked down upon, but unexpectedly, Do-an only expressed gratitude for his kindness and then tucked the card into his shirt. This clearly was a sign of acceptance. Trong Kai felt like he had achieved something great. With him staying, Tandu would be even safer. That night, Ninfong lay on the sofa playing video games for a long time. Just past midnight, when he was about to sleep, he noticed that his class chat group was still very lively. They are complaining about not reaching level 30 to change classes and the city dungeons being sealed. Ninfong just quietly listened. All my classmates are 16 years old and have awakened, and they need to be at least first tier to take the college entrance exam. I never thought that in just a few days I would surpass all of them from being trashed to the top. I was just minding my own business, but unexpectedly someone got bored and dragged Ninfong into the teasing. In this situation, only the low-level guys are the ones who don't know how to worry the most. Ninfong's still acting so relaxed playing games, right? Ninfong tries to blame his profile, but it's just a bunch of brainless fans obsessed with Uong Duyet. Playing a few games has nothing to do with him at all. In the end, it was teacher Kai Vai who stepped in to tidy up the mess in the group. That troublemaker also had to delete his message after seeing that. The conversation then took a different turn. They sent a clip to the chat group showing the invasion scene, monsters attacking. And then everyone started discussing excitedly, "I heard the whole city has fallen, there's no safe place left. There are also mutants losing control. Last time was the same, and I heard that an unidentified boss defeated the monster and stopped the invasion of the secret realm. Is there really someone as skilled as that hiding in our Tandu city? If I knew who it was, I would definitely make them my grandpa. If they find out that the mysterious boss is Ninfong, they'll probably have a heart attack and die right there." Ninfong also got caught up in their story and started to feel worried. A few days ago, Do-an and Kai Vai mentioned about Esper powers, and I didn't expect things to become this serious so quickly. I just discovered a new system that allowed me to live comfortably for a few days. I must not let these good days end. Those monsters, no matter how many come to Earth, Ninfong will kill them all. At this moment, the monster hiding inside the necklace that Ninfong is holding suddenly sneezed, and somehow it felt extremely uneasy. The next day, Ninfong went to the Vientiane trading office as planned. Duong Hin had already been waiting for him, and because of that she was mocked by that mean-spirited female employee whose name I still don't know. A woman's jealousy really is terrifying. That nasty girl mocked Duong Hin for being blind, clinging to Ninfong when she doesn't even know he's just a thief. And on top of that, he stole from the Four Circles martial artist. He's probably been crushed into pieces by now. She's talking nonsense. Mr. Nin is not that kind of person. Duong Hin shouted, "Vuong Master has already sent someone to investigate. That Nin guy is just a useless 18-year-old who just awakened. With parents who died early, he probably can't get high-level items at all." The more she spoke, the more vicious and spiteful she became, insisting that Ninfong was a thief. While her mouth was still busy wandering far away, the ground suddenly cracked open, forming a sharp spike that shot straight up. Just beside where she was standing, she almost got pierced, and then she turned around. She was so frightened, she sat down on the ground, tears welling up around her. "Sorry, your mouth is so dirty that I almost lost my temper." Duong Hin was stunned. That nasty girl immediately shouted for security when she saw Ninfong using offensive magic at the trading house. Duong Hin anxiously advised Ninfong to leave before the guards arrive. After all, the influence within the Vientiane trading house is not insignificant. If you cause a fuss here and get them to catch you, it will be really troublesome. Soon after, Master Wang approached with several security guards behind him. Ever since investigating Ninfong's background, he has turned hostile and lost his respectful and flattering attitude. "Ninfong, who gave you the nerve to act so arrogantly at our Vientiane trading house?" "Master Vuong, I hear you're investigating me behind my back and even accusing me of theft. Not only are you not ashamed, but you're also becoming more arrogant. Whether you are the thief or not, you know best yourself. You're not qualified to question me yet." As he finished speaking, the two large guards behind rushed forward. Ninfong was deeply disappointed with how the Vientiane trading house treated its customers, and, feeling lazy to fight, he simply showed the powerful black card given to him by Mayor long back before. The two guards rushing toward him had to quickly break right in front of him, and Master Wang's face immediately turned as pale as a sheet. Even if he's blind, he should recognize that supreme black card. How could it be like this? It's fake. It has to be fake. That nasty girl isn't any better. Ninfong watched their expressions with a satisfied smile. It seems the gift from Mayor Tai truly carries some weight. Master Vuong frantically questions Ninfong about where he got that card, but Ninfong just smugly pulls out the card and tucks it into his shirt. Didn't you already investigate me? If you're so capable, go find out for yourself then. Vuong Daisu immediately shut his mouth and took out his phone to make a call. The entire Vientiane trading office was temporarily sealed off. A while later, the Tai Duong Min market called Vuong Daisu directly with a rather unfriendly tone. The head office told me you're investigating my giving a black card to Mr. Nin. What's going on? Master Vuong was truly scared. He hurriedly explained that it was just a small misunderstanding. The father of Mayor Tai Dongmin was one of the founders of this trading house. He absolutely cannot offend Tai Dongming. Just a small misunderstanding. I had to put in so much effort to win over Mr. Nin. Just try offending him and see. He also didn't expect Master Vuong to actually offend Ninfong. You idiot, wait for me. I'll be there right away. The call was cut off, and Master Vuong also started crying. He couldn't understand what kind of relationship Ninfong had with that mayor that made him so furious. He came up with another way to escape, by calling Doan to report that he had found the equipment he needed. If a fourth-tier expert was present to defend him, then Mayor Tai would have to show him some respect. Outside, everything was in chaos, but Ninfong was still calmly sitting in the waiting area with Duong Hen. A moment later, Mayor Tai Hot Ho Hot Hai rushed over, with Doan looking just as frantic. Ninfong was a bit surprised. Why had both of them come here? Duong Hin was also surprised how come her client knew so many people. And Mayor Tai and Doan, as soon as they arrived, shot a deadly look at that nasty staff member. She was extremely frightened. Only a blind person wouldn't notice the murderous intent in that gaze. She turned to Master Vuong seeking help, but realized he looked even more miserable than herself. Vuong Daisu looked completely defeated, muttering to himself, "I'm doomed. I'm really doomed." Tai Dongmin originally wanted those two to kneel and sincerely apologize to Ninfong, but he refused outright, believing that people like them wouldn't change even if they apologized. Tai Dongmin immediately ordered them to pack up and leave without saying a word, causing Vuong Daisu and the young woman to turn pale with fear. Immediately after, he turned and started punching the female employee to vent his frustration. It's all because of that bastard woman who caused me to end up in such a miserable state. It's clearly both their faults, yet he beat her until her mouth bled. Tai Dongmin couldn't bear it anymore and ordered security to take both of them out, and the peaceful atmosphere returned. Mayor Tai also keenly noticed that Ninfong didn't seem to have a bad impression of the female employee named Duong Hin. It seems your impression of the Yuan-Chung exchange is not yet at rock bottom. Duong Hin has also endured quite a bit of hardship this time. If she works well in the future, the exchange will definitely not mistreat her. Duong Hin blushed with embarrassment and bowed her head, saying she would try her best, while Ninfong also felt a bit shy, only because of his own matter that Mayor Tai had to make such a long trip. No, your matter is also my matter. If it weren't for the two of you stepping in last time, I'm afraid Longback City would have been drowned in blood. By the way, earlier Tai Dongmin noticed that Ninfong was looking at the treasure list from the trading house and asked if he was interested in anything. Ninfong was actually trying to find something called Zhongwei D poison, but both Tai Dongming and Doan had never heard of it before. Seeing their confused expressions, Ninfong started to feel uneasy. He quickly lied that he had seen it online yesterday, but in reality he had to check back last night. Ninfong studied the skill book that the teacher gave him to try. It is called Spiritual Energy Extraction, used by mages to replenish their magic power in battle. When he learned the skill, the system automatically upgraded it based on the dark power. He finally gained a new passive skill called Fusion Seal. It says that Ninfong can absorb the residual dark energy's poison and transform it into his own attribute, which is why he came here today to try it out. But it seems that both Mayor Tai and Doan are also clueless about this. After everything was settled, Mayor Tai bid farewell to the two and left on a flying scroll. Ninfong felt a bit hungry and wanted to invite Doan somewhere to eat. He also invited Ninfong to his private house. I didn't expect Doan's private house to be a villa. It seems Mayor Tandu is quite good at flattering talented people. Ninfong was also amazed when he arrived here. Duan even kindly offered to give him this house if he wanted. But of course, Ninfong isn't the type to bully others. Looks like I need to work harder to earn some respect. After making a lot of money, you have to buy a mansion like this to be neighbors with Do-an. While the two of them are happily chatting, Do-an receives a call from the mayor, the one with the signature. He just received a report that the investigation team sent by the higher-ups is currently looking into some accidents happening in the city, so he wanted to ask Do-an about a few things. Do-an remained silent for a few seconds, his gaze fixed on Ninfong, which made him feel a little confused. The reason Do-an showed such an expression was because he was worried that the investigation by those people would affect the boss. Thinking that, he hung up and decided to first get Ninfong's opinion. Do-an recounted what Trong Kai just told him to Ninfong, making him curious as well. The investigation team? I'm not sure what kind of people they are, but we should still be cautious. And over here, Ma Truyen has another mysterious man showing up. In a strange place like Tandu City, what's so mysterious about a boss? The investigation team that Zhang Ji mentioned includes several psychics, among them Tolam and Ki-vi, and they are holding a meeting led by Tolam. Have any of you met that mysterious boss before? It seems he is also the mysterious man who just appeared earlier. In response to this question, Tolam simply replied that no one has met him yet. If no one has met him, then why are there rumors outside that the mysterious boss saved Tandu City? The man continued to press Tolam. The main reason is that this invasion of the secret realm suddenly appeared, and the psychic who helped fight it was also eliminated, but in the end, the invasion was still forcibly suppressed. So the man didn't have enough patience to hear Tolam finish her explanation. He believed that the danger level of the dimensional intrusion fluctuated, but without clear evidence, he couldn't rely on it. On the contrary, both of those mysterious incidents left behind evidence, proving they were attacks by king-level monsters. He wondered why the mysterious old figure didn't show up back then, and of course it was because Ninfong himself caused those two incidents, so how could he appear? Although Tolam had roughly figured it out, she couldn't speak. She fell silent for a few seconds, and Kai-vi was also very tense. To protect Ninfong, Tolam used her authority to alter all related information about him, so now all the pressure is on her, making Kai-vi feel extremely guilty. Zhang Ji also entered the room at the same time, announcing that he had called Du-an, but he only replied that he didn't have time today. That man kept sulking, and the most annoying thing is these uncontrolled freelance adventurers. They're just like stray dogs without a guild. Now he's the one with the most free time, yet he still acts busy. I don't really know who this man is, but it seems his foul mouth is unbeatable, offending everyone in just a few minutes. But he is also the one in charge of this investigation, so it's understandable that he is eager to find out everything. That night, even though it was late, the guards at the dangerous tomb still had to welcome an uninvited guest, this stern-faced man. They immediately recognized him as a member of the investigation team, so they dared not obstruct him from carrying out his duty. The man entered the secret realm. Although it was his first time here, seeing the severely damaged state of the secret realm, he couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of power must that demon creature have to be able to summon and destroy a secret realm like this? Moreover, remnants of the dark power still linger, pure and strong. He believes that even if the mysterious leader of those people appears, facing this monster would still be like a mere ant or a worm. Unaware that the creature he's investigating and the mysterious boss are actually one person, the man tilts his head back and lets out a strange, eerie laugh. Ha 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 ha, this is really an interesting place. He spread his hand, feeling the dark power swirling on each finger. Then he started laughing maniacally again. No wonder he's a threat from a king-level demon, as if surrounded by a powerful force. All will belong to me. All will belong. Ha ha, his identity is still unclear, but based on his behavior, he's definitely not a good person. Meanwhile, at Do-an's villa, Ninfong is still lying around playing video games. Suddenly, the system issued a warning that a Relic of the Apocalypse had been detected, and Ninfong's face immediately darkened significantly. He vaguely sensed that something was linking to him through its aura. He sat up straight, trying to focus and sense it carefully. The connection gradually became clearer. "Brother Eri, where are you going?" Du-an, noticing it's late and still wearing an extra coat, was very curious. "I'm going out for a bit. Help me finish the fight. Don't go AFK." Ninfong leaves the house, leaving Do-an still stunned with his phone in hand. Based on his intuition, it seems to be nearby the dangerous tomb secret realm, but shortly after, it appears to start moving. Outside the entrance to the dangerous tomb, the guards were panicking like crazy because the monster had already appeared, and when they saw this scene, they trembled like leaves because the man, the head of the investigation team, was now trapped inside the monster's body. His once majestic appearance was gone, and he could only keep shouting for help. "I can't move. Someone please save me." Ninfong grew more and more anxious, but on the way, his taxi was stopped by a group of adventurers. They announced that the area ahead was dangerous and forbidden, so Ninfong decided to walk directly. Anyway, that thing was temporarily stopped, and the man was still shouting for help. Judging by the current situation, it's clear he's not feeling well at all. Talam and Kai Vai's group also quickly arrived, and they were all frightened by the terrifying scene in front of them. What exactly is going on? The scene that followed was too tragic to watch. Talam was defeated by the monster, covered in wounds. Kai Vai hurriedly treated her wounds, luckily having a belt given by Ninfong. She could shorten the prayer time to aid recovery as quickly as possible, but the situation was extremely dire because even a powerful esper like Talam couldn't hold back that monster. Talam, after being treated by Kai Vai for a while, managed to sit up with difficulty. The monster had already fled towards the city. They have reported to the city mayor to call Doan for help, but it's uncertain if he can arrive in time. Talam just sighed when she heard Doan's name. His strength is not inferior to hers. Talam has been beaten so badly by it that I'm afraid only Doan alone cannot face it. Maybe the person behind him now is the only hope for the city. This monstrous apocalyptic creature wreaks havoc everywhere it goes. The team leader of the investigation unit was also stunned and lost control because of it. Going straight ahead, he finally came face to face with Ninfong. Looking at the ugly thing in front of me, I only have one question. Should I use another forbidden spell to take it down? The monster confirmed that the person in front of it was an enemy, and then went into a rage. Its bulky body moved incredibly fast, charging straight at Ninfong. Its claws tried to tear your body into pieces, but unfortunately, it couldn't hurt you at all. Instead, Ninfong's strength and aura were so powerful that even this monster trembled in fear. The system now also sends a new prompt. A Relic of the Apocalypse has been found. Do you want to absorb it? Are you just now notifying me? Does that mean I have to be close enough to touch it to absorb? Ninfong hesitated, not at all, immediately choosing yes, and the monster roared in pain before its body shattered into many pieces. From these fragments, Ninfong could see part of the monster's memories. The absorption process has begun, and once completed, all of your attributes will increase by 100 points. Ninfong's eyes seem to be glowing. Even the attributes of a 3-star profession from the start until reaching the triple transformation accumulation aren't like this, but besides the attributes, it seems like something else is also being absorbed. Ninfong felt his mind suddenly overload with strange images he had never seen before. Boss, what just happened here? Now, do, and hurriedly ran over, but everything was already settled. There was a monster earlier, but I already killed it. Ninfong pointed at the pile of wreckage behind him, replying softly like a feather, where among the ruins of the apocalyptic relics, the team leader of the investigation was unconscious. Duan watched intently for a long time. The call from Zhang Ji earlier about a monster invasion must have been this creature. It's understandable that Ninfong could have defeated it, but what puzzles Duan is that there's no trace of any powerful magic or yet dark energy around him. So what exactly did you do to destroy this huge creature? You arrived just in time. I'll leave this task to you. Ninfong pats Duan on the shoulder before disappearing completely, as he doesn't want to stay around and be seen by others. It's just that the way Ninfong leaves keeps making Duan gape again because he's too fast. Isn't the legendary master a wizard? His speed has already surpassed that of agile profession users. The more Duan observes, the more he finds Ninfong mysterious, constantly surprising him, and that investigation team leader was eventually imprisoned. Through the investigation, he confessed everything. According to him, during a dive into the secret realm, he discovered a demon that could control dark powers and turn them into his own. So he took the opportunity to investigate and entered the dangerous tomb to absorb the dark power, but unexpectedly was controlled by the creature and lost consciousness. This incident was also resolved thanks to Doan and the mysterious boss behind him. Zhang Ji is happier than Thaido University's son. That's great, that's great. There really is a mysterious boss protecting our city of Tandu. Talam and Kivi also feel a bit more at ease. They still can't dig up much information about Ninfong, but at least from the current situation, it seems he's not involved with those monsters at all. Zhang Ji was so excited he almost fumbled, then turned to ask Doan if he had ever met that mysterious boss before. He replied that he was actually lucky enough to have met him once. Hearing this, both Kivai and Tolam looked quite shocked. What did you say? Hearing that, Trong Ki was overjoyed and wanted Doan to recommend him. He promised that if the mysterious boss agreed to help Tandu City, they would do their best to fulfill any request. But Duan advised Mayor Trong to abandon that idea, because the boss is a humble person who doesn't seek fame or profit. Zhang Ji looked worried and disappointed. How many people would risk everything just to flatter someone as powerful as Ninfong? I really want to hold Ninfong's thigh. Duan saw how bad Zhang Ji's expression was and reluctantly offered a few words of comfort. The boss has family in Tondu, so he naturally pays attention to this city. You don't need to worry too much, but you should also know your place. Their family doesn't want to be disturbed. When hearing the words family, both Talam and Kivai fell silent. Especially Talam, who went from suspecting that Ninfong was the mysterious person to now wondering if that mysterious boss might be her senior. Ninfong was still relaxing at home, reflecting on what just happened, and finally understood what that so-called relic of the end times was. It is the remains of several Demon King secret realm overlords left behind after their defeat. And earlier, my mind kept replaying so many scenes. In fact, those are fragments of the memories of the Demon Kings when they were alive, absorbed together. Ninfong had no intention of becoming a Demon King. At first he thought these things were useless, but after thinking carefully he realized they might be helpful. Specifically, with these memories, he could conquer the secret realm more easily. Secret realms accumulating dark power will experience stage-like enhancements. If they cannot resist the invasion of time and space, the apocalypse will unfold. In the time and space where Ninfong is, the path to nurturing incomplete awakened individuals is limited, so very few experts reach the fourth transformation. In addition, the professions of these awakeners are almost never at their best state. If this continues, humanity will only have the option of selling salt collectively. Even if Ninfong has enough strength to protect himself, he doesn't want to live alone in that world full of monsters. Luckily, the time he lives in is not the only era invaded by mysterious realms. Some alternate timelines have successfully repelled the invaders. Ninfong thought to himself that if he could just accumulate a bit more of the apocalyptic material and pass on all his useful experiences, it could have a significant impact. But how to transmit it still requires careful consideration. After all, these matters are beyond humanity's current understanding, and mishandling could lead to unpredictable consequences. The phone rang, interrupting Ninfong's thoughts, as Miss Wong called to happily announce she had completed her S-rank transformation and achieved the title of U-Image, the Ice Spear. Thanks to Ninfong, Wang Duit wanted to invite him to a proper meal. After leaving the transfer ceremony, Wang Duit's teammates were already waiting to celebrate with fireworks. That little traitor has also completed his transfer, feeling very pleased as he enjoys everyone's praise. He even cleverly chose the best restaurant in the city, wanting to invite the beauty to celebrate. But of course, Miss Wang directly refused, saying she was busy with something. After just finishing such a tiring task, she needed to rest a bit too. Is it really that important? Can't it wait until later? Triu Trin still wants to hold on. Yes, it is a very important matter. Wang Duit simply replied and left, leaving Triu Trin behind with the other 3 teammates. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that Wang Duit had just successfully switched sides and quickly turned his back on them. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the fake holy girl quickly waved her hands to smooth things over and said, "Don't think badly of her. Duet Ni isn't that kind of person. Maybe she really has something important, but I didn't expect Triu Trin Quiet to not let this go." Seeing that he couldn't win the goddess's heart, he decided that if he couldn't have her, no one else could, and started to provoke the others. You must be exhausted trying to keep up with her, right? She has completed the S-rank class transformation and awakened a new hidden profession. The gap between her and everyone else is growing, and what Zhao Chen just said is not wrong. But he kept saying that with this situation, Wang Duit will inevitably leave the team sooner or later, which clearly made the remaining members unhappy. That evening, Wang Duit took Ninfong to a restaurant serving whole roasted lamb. Ninfong was so happy to see the delicious food that he couldn't stop smiling. "Tonight's meal is mainly to thank the mark you gave me. It really has helped me a lot." Wang Duit gratefully said so. "Are you saying that those marks activate a new hidden profession?" Ninfong tore off the piece of lamb, chewing thoughtfully, and asked again. Only now did he remember that, from the Demon King's memories, it was indeed possible to see the status of awakened individuals who hadn't reached the perfect state. So Wang Duit was able to unlock a super rare hidden profession. Could it be that those marks are one of the ways to level up? Wang Duit nodded and asked Ninfong about finding more of those marks, wanting to buy them to give back to him and the others. But Ninfong only happened to find the badge by luck. It's just that Wang Duit's trustworthy appearance makes him feel very touched. Well, I'll think of a way to find the insignia. The situation is dangerous now, but it's better to have more ability to protect yourself. Once I find the right insignia, I'll give it to you, and maybe you'll be able to activate your hidden profession. Wang Duit's serious expression made Ninfong feel a bit amused. He jokingly said, "It's a hassle to level up by myself. From now on, just have her protect me. No more joking around. I'm serious," Wang Duit shouted. But because she used too much force, a sudden sharp pain shot through her right shoulder. Ninfong stopped chewing and asked worriedly, "What's wrong, beautiful lady?" Wang Duit grit her teeth against the pain and held her shoulder. She was injured during a reckless mission, and although she had treated her wounds, this was An S-rank mission, and the boss's attack was severe, so she still needed to rest for a while. At this moment, Ninfong's phone rang again, and as he answered, an extremely aggressive voice came through the line. "Hello, are you Ninfong? Who are you?" Ninfong responded lazily, while on the other end, the person almost shouted into the phone rudely. He said Ninfong doesn't need to care about who he is, just tell him where he got the mark from. Ninfong lost all patience with this crazy guy, hung up directly, then recounted what just happened to Wang Duyet. The worried look is clearly visible on the pretty woman's face. She didn't tell anyone outside about the mark Ninfong gave her. So who is the one leaking information after all? Contrary to her concern, Ninfong doesn't seem to care much and continues to lower his head, biting into the nine-tail meat. But once again, the phone rang. Ninfong answered, and the voice on the other end became even more aggressive. "How dare you hang up on me? You refuse my drink and now want to be punished with alcohol?" Wang Yue is beside him. Ninfong doesn't want to argue with an outsider, so he continues to hang up and put the phone on silent. After finishing their meal, everyone went home, and that night when Ninfong returned, he was shocked as soon as he entered his room. "Your entire house has been ransacked. If this isn't a thief, then it must be a robber." Sure enough, a strange blonde-haired man appeared in the house. He didn't hide and even boldly spoke up first. "Hey, young Master Nin is back, right?" Ninfong immediately guessed that this bastard was the one who called to disturb earlier. So that's what he meant when he said the invitation was not accepted, and he wanted to punish him with alcohol. "Who sent you here?" Ninfong asked sternly. "To a newly awakened trash talk to me like that? Does your teacher not teach you to show respect to powerful opponents?" I don't know how strong this bastard is, but his attitude is way too arrogant. Suddenly, another person rushed from behind Ninfong to attack him, but how could his speed compare to the main character's aura? Ninfong simply tilted his body slightly to dodge his attack and then delivered a quick elbow strike, knocking the guy out on the spot. The blonde-haired guy was stunned when he saw this, realizing that Ninfong was much stronger than the intelligence he had received. Ninfong adjusted his coat and said arrogantly, "I return this to you. When facing a strong opponent, you must show absolute respect." The blonde-haired man clenched his teeth, trying to suppress his fear and confusion. The news he received clearly said that Ninfong was only a 1-star mage, and the bastard he just defeated was a 3-star assassin. It's too unbelievable that Ninfong defeated him without any weapons. Seeing the situation was unstable, the blonde man threw out a hidden weapon, then took the chance to dodge Ninfong and ran away in all directions. But just as he was about to leap over the balcony, his ankle was grabbed tightly. The blonde couldn't handle the situation and slammed his face against the balcony. Teeth and lips mixing. "Clean up all the mess you made." Ninfong orders, "The cabinet is broken too. You must compensate me." The blonde and his accomplices must strip everything off to make up for it. But that still won't be enough. Ninfong forced them to reveal who ordered them to cause chaos, and unsurprisingly, the answer was the young master. After learning about the mark Ninfong gave to Wang Duyet, he hired these two thugs to gather information. Ninfong was not surprised. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. If the opponent was so stubborn to strike first, then he wouldn't hold back anymore. Coincidentally, Ninfong has a forbidden spell he hasn't used yet. This eager guy is the perfect test subject. This sealing spell is an active skill that Ninfong has never tested before. It uses the user's mental power to control the target's mind, turning the target into a powerful clone for a short time. Before testing on that bastard Zhao Trio, Ninfong also casually tried it out on these two thugs first. Meanwhile, Zhao Trin and a close buddy of his were whispering about Ninfong. At tonight's celebration party, Wang Yue refused to come, so he was also too lazy to socialize with the remaining teammates. Through their conversation, he learned that these two bastards had even meddled in Wang Yue's transfer process before. That guy wants to let the boss into her mission to create a tense situation, so Triu Trin will step in as the hero to save the beauty and win her admiration. But unexpectedly, Wang Duyet turned out to be even more tough than expected. Although she was seriously injured, she still wiped out the boss, ruining his plan. The two thugs were chatting as they walked when suddenly a tall figure blocked their way. After a moment of panic, Zhao Chen realized this was the blonde-haired man he had sent to break into Ninfeng's house. He let out a sigh and said, "So why didn't you say anything about that guy and just appeared like a ghost? Have I got the information I wanted yet?" The blonde-haired man didn't answer, instead asking Trio Trin back, "Did you cause Duyet Ni's injury?" Both Trio Trin and his companion were a bit surprised by this question. Then he quickly composed himself, walked up and slapped the other person a few times with a look of contempt. "Do you have a death wish for meddling?" Xiaoji was oblivious. unaware that the anger in the other person's eyes had risen to the 5th level of fury. In an instant, he and his accomplice were seized by the blonde-haired man, actually Ninfong, who was gripping their necks with both hands. "Anyone who harms Duyet Ni does not deserve to live in this world," Ninfong said each word sharply. "However, you also don't want these two bastards to die so easily. Just now, Trio Trin himself said he wanted you to live worse than death. If that's the case, you want the other person to experience these 4 words firsthand." Ninfong's strength increases even more. Trio Trin and that bastard felt like their 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to be completely drained by Ninfong. About a minute later, their bodies officially turned to dust. This is definitely the shortest yet longest minute of our lives. After finishing, Ninfong also turned the blonde guy's body into dust. This is the best way to dispose of the body traces, but this time it's still quite dangerous because the place Ninfong is in is just an ordinary neighborhood. If high-level awakeners want to investigate, there's nothing you can do to stop them. Although with Ninfong's current strength, he's definitely not afraid of any of them, but he can't stay home 24/7 to keep watch against people like the yellow-haired guy. Originally, Ninfong wanted to rely on the remnants of the Demon King's memory to organize some important matters. Fortunately, he hadn't recorded them yet, or else intruders would have discovered them, which would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Ninfong stood up, stretched a few times, and decided to tidy up the house first before temporarily moving to Doan's place since he was a 4-stage powerhouse and also received special treatment from the city mayor. The high-end villa where Doan lives is surely much safer. Ninfong left that night, and after arriving, he told Doan what had just happened. As expected, as soon as he heard the news, he flew into a rage and dared to attack the boss himself. These guys really think they're invincible. "Boss, rest assured, I'll investigate quickly. There's definitely someone behind this. He is truly a passionate person." Ninfong lazily slumped onto the sofa, then kept shaking his head, saying, "This can wait because I actually have something else I want to ask you. Do you know any trustworthy alchemists?" Duan nodded and asked what Ninfong's request for that alchemist was. He thought for a moment and then stated his requirements. First, the skill level must be high and trustworthy. Second, it's best if your identity is free, and keep your relationships around you as simple as possible. "I know a pharmacologist with decent skills, but unfortunately he's already joined a big guild." "Oh, then he's not suitable." Ninfong Tianyu said that in the fragmented memories he absorbed, the Demon Lord had slaughtered several high-level alchemists. The medicine they produce is highly effective, clearly comparable to modern world standards, but exactly how remains unclear to Ninfong, who can only gather leftover formulas and find someone with expertise to study them. However, once a pharmacist joins a major guild, it really isn't suitable. With their lack of freedom, the risk of leaking secrets it is very high, and it would likely attract a swarm of troublemakers like Chu Trin. Later, if you have the chance, help me pay more attention to this, and I will also go find out more from others." Ninfong told Doan and then went to sleep. The next day, you inquired at Duyet's place, and surprisingly found out some useful information, including that she has a close acquaintance nearby. The saintly mage Tudin in Duyet's guild has a brother who is also a decent alchemist. He originally planned to join their group, but he and Xiao Cheng hated each other like cats and dogs, so they couldn't reach an agreement. If you're interested, I can introduce you to both of them. Ninfong sighed. Once again, it's Zhao Trin. Wang Duit really is unlucky to have a teammate with a name like his. Luckily, you helped her eliminate this potential disaster, or there might be even more trouble ahead. "So, what are you looking for an alchemist for?" Wang Duit asked curiously. "I found a few prescriptions at home and want to find someone to take a look." "Found it again at home." Wang Duit looked suspicious. The mark Ninfong mentioned last time was also found at home. I wonder if his house holds a treasure trove of Truong Mi Lan or something. Although Ninfong has been very suspicious lately, young lady Wang has never doubted her childhood friend, Thanmai. So she still enthusiastically recommended the alchemist to him. His name is Tun Gui, and from his appearance, he seems quite knowledgeable and steady, so he might be trustworthy. Ninfong handed him some medicines. Tun Gui examined them carefully, and regarding the ingredients, he found nothing unusual. However, Tun Gui has never seen this kind of medicine being made, and it seems quite complicated. "Do you understand the effects of this type of medicine?" "I heard that after taking it, the experience gained can increase by 100%. Ninfong thought for a moment and casually said something, but his nonchalant remark made Tun Gui lose his composure. Currently on the market, the highest level of experience-boosting potion can only reach 40%. Just that alone is already very expensive. If there was a drug that could increase experience up to 100%, it would allow even 1-star and 2-star professions to rapidly level up. I'm not sure either, but I can't just ask others casually, so I come here to seek your guidance."
Tuingui didn't dare delay and immediately went to his laboratory to study.
Meanwhile, Tu Din and Uong Duit were chatting casually with Ninfong. After a while, the three of them heard a loud noise coming from upstairs. Tu Din, worried, wanted to go upstairs to check, but as soon as he reached the second floor, he saw a slime rushing out from his brother's laboratory. This was the specimen that Tunui used for his experiment. It is fleeing in a panic, but before it can run far, it is struck directly by a bolt of lightning. The small body of the slime instantly shattered into 100 pieces. Ninfong, Wang Duyet, and Tu Din were all momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Tu Dang looked towards the lightning bolt and saw his brother laughing loudly with his mouth stretched wide to his ears. It's a success. It's a success. Truly 100%. Question marks suddenly appeared above Wang Duyet and Tu Din. Tu Ngui ignored the beautiful woman and the little sister, rushing straight to Ninfong, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him wildly. My little brother, Ninfong, I took a bit of the medicine mixed according to your formula and then tested with slime. My experience has truly increased by 100%. Ninfong didn't show much emotion on his face, but deep down he was actually very happy. If this medicine really works, then the other medicines he has collected might also be usable. Tungui was even happier than you, constantly using fireballs on the Sora Lam experiments. Tu Din thought his brother must be crazy. Tungui has always kept this laboratory under tight control, not even allowing her to step inside, yet now she's recklessly messing around with it. To explain her bizarre behavior, Tungui finally told the two girls about the successful experiment. Then he asked Ninfong about the upcoming Tu Din. If you're planning to do business, you could make an unimaginable amount of money. Now everywhere is dangerous. No one would refuse a boost to their strength. Ninfong thought, indeed, business can bring great profit, but it also comes with many troubles. This needs to be carefully considered. At this moment, the phone suddenly rings, a message from Teacher Kai Vai to the whole class. The school is planning to hold a level-up training session at the secret realm of a nearby city for all senior students, starting next week. Because the training groups are very large, they need to divide the time and areas among the classes. Right after Kai Vai's announcement, the whole class quickly turned into a chaotic market. The students also started talking excitedly about the experience-boosting pills. They originally wanted to buy some for self-defense, but found that the market was already sold out, and the item was extremely scarce. Ninfong looked at those messages and thought even more, then made a decision. The 100% experience boost potion. My family will let our people use it first and only sell it after some time. Boss, am I one of your people? Tu Ding eagerly looked towards Ninfong. Of course, there was already. Ninfong replied generously. With what the boss said, Duyet Ni and I will be your bodyguards from now on, and my brother, you can use him as you wish, no need to hold back. Tu Ding was so excited that he stammered, and Nui was at her wit's end with her greedy younger sister. Ninfong thought this was the best solution for the treasures he had obtained would definitely cause a stir if presented to the mayor, but their great benefit was also a double-edged sword. By then, there will be countless groups like the Trio Trin 1, impossible to control. To avoid causing a fuss, Ninfong wants to nurture his allies first and strengthen his power. At that point, if someone wanted to join, they would consider it further. Ninfong suddenly remembered that Wang Duyet's group still had another decent teammate, who also didn't side with the Trio Trin faction. He has the warrior profession, Chu Jiang Tu, and some of the experience points can also be allocated to him. Wang Duyet and Tu Ding's eyes immediately lit up. A few days ago, Chu Jiangtu was still worried he wouldn't be able to get into the same university as his teammate. Now, with Ninfong's 100% experience points, he probably doesn't need to worry anymore. Ninfong, of course, is not someone who likes to do charity work. Chu Jiangtu is quite capable, straightforward in character, and has a good relationship with Wang Duyet. This person could also help you a lot in the future. Ninfong's younger brother. Oh no, I should now call him Boss Nin. Do you have other types of medicine there? Tu Nguyen had been silent all along, but now he finally spoke up. Ninfong trusted Tu Ngui, so he didn't hesitate and directly handed him the remaining drafts of the formulas. But these are much more complicated than the experience-boosting drugs, with many herbs listed that even Tu Ngui has never heard of. Only 2 formulas are familiar to Tu Ngui, but with his current level, he still can't invent them. Ninfong wasn't surprised at all. After all, this is still foreign medicine, which is a bit too much for current awakeners. Having a few usable ones is already lucky. In that case, I have an idea. Once the experience potion is ready, let's call Chu Jiangshu and level up together. Wang Duit excitedly said, "That's great." Tu Din also fully supports it. Of course, young lady Wang also has no intention of letting Ninfong escape. He must go with her to level up. Tu Nui also calculated that with enough medicine for all of them, they should be able to produce enough by next Monday. Wang Duet immediately decided that the training plan would start from next Monday. Ninfong, once a great hero, now has no voice at all and is completely overshadowed by Wang Duyet. Starting from 2 weeks later, Ninfong arrived at the designated location arranged by Wang Duyet. While waiting for the others, a car drove by, carrying classmates from his class who, according to the school schedule, were heading to a training session in a nearby city. They saw Ninfong and started mocking him as usual. Isn't the useless Ninfong participating in today's training? What is he doing? Going to carry the bag for the class or something? Even if he comes, our class doesn't need him. With such a low rank, once inside the secret realm, no one knows who will have to protect whom. Forget about that useless guy. You might as well sleep a little more. The traffic light turns green, and the car carrying the students continues on. When Kai Vi led this bunch of spoiled brats to the place, the entrance to the secret realm was already crowded with people. Based on this situation, our class will probably have to wait another 2 hours. After all, it's just an unselected class. Getting in is already a privilege, so they have to wait a long time. The students, feeling bored, suddenly see Ninfong, whom they just mocked and laughed at. You go with Wang Duyet's team, excluding Zhao Trin and his brother, so just 5 people, including you and Tu Nui. The students immediately start criticizing. As expected, he came with Wang the goddess. It's really annoying. The boys in the class were so jealous, they were practically red in the eyes. But their anger didn't stop there, because right after that Ninfong and the other 4 were respectfully invited straight into the secret realm without having to wait in line like they did. Kiwi explains that Ninfong was allowed to go straight inside because he was with the Healer Guild, which is well known and small, so this is normal. The group of boys are still jealous and started teasing Ninfong after entering the best secret realm, but they got crushed by monsters right away. How am I inferior to that useless Ninfong? I also want to be led in by the guild healer and goddess Wang, one of them shouted. This statement drew the attention of some mysterious awakeners, who approached the students with fierce expressions and then began to question them. May I ask, is the Wang goddess you mentioned Wang Duyet? The 5th place on the national supernova ranking, Wang Duyet, right? The students didn't know who these people were or whether they meant well or ill towards the goddess, but seeing their aggressive and intimidating demeanor, they had no choice but to tell the truth. That's right. After confirming the information, they didn't even bother to thank and directly headed toward the entrance of the secret realm. A perceptive female student noticed that they, like Wang Duyet, were all new talents ranked on the national supernova list. The only girl in the group is Thuong Mok Thu, who is ranked 4th. The burly guy carrying the big sword is Li Kak, ranked 3rd, and the proud leader at the front with the highest rank in the group is Ko Van Chu, 2nd place. After going deep into the secret realm, Ninfong handed Chu Jiangshu a bottle of 100% experience boost potion. He seemed to have found gold and couldn't help but shout out loud, "Is this really a 100% experience boost?" Tu Din couldn't help but give him a hard knock on the head. Is this idiot afraid others won't hear or what? Chu Jiangthu chuckled foolishly, constantly apologizing for getting too excited. So, Chu Jiangshuo turned to ask Tu Yu, "This medicine must be very expensive, right?" Tu Nuai shook his head. The ingredients for this medicine are not expensive at all, and the manufacturing process is not too complicated, which is why it is so costly. If people could really increase their experience at an affordable price, no one would refuse, and Ninfong would become a valued guest in any guild. Chu Jiangthu pounded his chest vigorously as if he was willing to risk everything for Ninfong. Tu Din also didn't want to be outdone, constantly thanking and praising Ninfong until his nose almost burst. "Everyone is family, no need to be polite." Ninfong scratched his head awkwardly in response. Wang Duyet watched this scene from the side, feeling quite happy inside. Ninfong has never been fond of socializing, so his friends have always been few, especially after turning 16 and experiencing his first failure when classmates started mocking him, making him even more isolated. It's rare to see Ninfong so happy and relaxed. Wang Duyet hopes he can become more sociable from now on and quickly regain his spirits. But Han Huyen's arrival is enough. Wang Duyet cleared his throat a few times and then began to explain the strategy for breaking through this secret realm. This time, they lost the Thousand Step and his comrades, meaning they are missing a mage and a shield, so the battle must prioritize the safety of the team members even more. Wang Yue reminded Ninfong not to intervene to avoid attracting the monster's attention. After all, although she doesn't look down on him, in her eyes Ninfong is still a 1-star mage who is somewhat useless. Instead, she will be the one to attract the monster's attention. Chu Jiangshu will be in charge of defending, Du Ding will focus on healing and protecting the team members, and finally, they will use medicinal herbs to adapt to the situation in times of danger. Seeing how quickly she assigned the tasks, Ninfong felt very annoyed. If this keeps up, he wouldn't level up much at all. But since everyone has already intended to protect you, Ninfong couldn't bear not to cooperate with them. After all, he uses forbidden spells so he levels up faster than others. Being a day or two late isn't a big deal. You need to understand the true strength of these 4 teammates first. The task has been assigned, so Wang Yue should act quickly. She pulled the bowstring tight and shot a blinding yellow arrow that exploded upon impact, destroying 3 zombies in one go. The remaining zombies went berserk from the noise and charged at full speed. Seizing the moment, Tu Ding raised his staff and activated the Thunderbolt rally skill to boost Chu Jiangshu's strength. He usually looks a bit silly, but in battle he's quite capable. After being empowered, Chu Jiangshu raised the axe in his hand and struck the ground with great force. This powerful blow immediately sent several zombies to their doom. The other zombies, seeing the situation getting out of hand, started to hesitate. Tunhui also refused to fall behind his younger siblings. He charged forward and cast several fireballs. The 3 standing zombies, like statues, would soon meet the same fate as the slams in the laboratory. The significant increase in experience points makes Tunhui even more eager. If this continues, Ninfong's new medicines won't be far off. The 2 from the pavilion cheerfully clapped their hands together, and with this 100% increase in experience points, their level up will be doubled. Completing the 2nd transformation before the college entrance exam is also very feasible, so they can enter a key university together with Wang Duyet. While everyone was still celebrating, suddenly a cunning laugh came from the nearby cave. Everyone looked there cautiously, and Chu Jiangthu couldn't help but speak up first. Who was that? Thought it was some kind of monster. Turns out it's just a human. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but I really couldn't hold it in. Turns out it was Guo Yunchu and his 2 teammates. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, he loudly mocked Chu Jiangthu. Those who haven't even passed the 2nd transition yet want to get into a top university. Do they think it's that easy? Tu Ding and Chu Jiangthu immediately recognized that all of them were top newcomers on the national supernova ranking. They noticed us so quickly? It seems our reputation isn't too bad after all. Chu Jiangthu ignored their attitude, wondering why Ko Van Chu and his group were in Tandu City since they weren't from here or nearby. We are training, is there something you want? Seeing Ko Van Chu stride forward aggressively, Ninfong could only sigh in frustration. He still maintained his arrogant attitude, directly expressing his desire to invite Wang Duyet to join their team. Hearing this proposal, both Tu Din and Chu Jiangthu were stunned. Is this Ko Van Chu guy so shameless that he wants to seduce our teammates right in front of us? No need, I already have my own team. Living up to everyone's expectations, Miss Wang refused very straightforwardly. I know your team also has a level 14 supernova star mage named Zhao Chen, and if he agrees, he can also give it a try. I haven't made myself clear, I don't want to join another guild. Wang Duyet once again spoke clearly and firmly, refusing. But Ko Van Chu was not someone to give up easily. Seeing that Wang Duyet was stubborn, he remained patient and continued explaining. Recently, nationwide information has been updated. Due to frequent changes in the secret realm and the increasing difficulty of monsters, the 3 major universities have raised their evaluation standards. This year, they only recruit elite teams or individuals. This condition is very favorable, but the scarcity still remains. According to Ko Van Chu, if talented students like us and Wang Duyet form a team, it would be even easier to get selected. Don't forget that she is the one who must become a powerhouse, Ko Van Chu said seriously. After speaking, she glanced at Tu Din and Chu Jiangthu, her eyes clearly filled with contempt and discomfort. As for them, weakness was the greatest sin. Wang Duyet couldn't stand seeing her friends being looked down on by a stranger. She reached behind her and summoned her bow and arrow. Ko Van Chu found it even more amusing, never expecting this beauty to be so straightforward. But Wang Duyet's profession is a long-range archer, so even if she made a move here, it would be hard to beat him. Ko Van Chu may speak harshly, but what he said is not wrong at all. Tu Din saw the tense atmosphere and reached out to pull Wang Duyet back, saying, "Let's go, let's find another place to train." Duyet Nyi, don't mind these people. Wang Duyet isn't the stubborn type. If Tu Din said so, she no longer wanted to argue with Ko Van Chu's people. Wang Duyet turned her head and left first, and their team gradually followed. Only Ninfong, walking last, remained silent and lost in thought. That troublemaker Ko Van Chu seems really strong. I wonder if Oolong, the young lady who just awakened her new class, can defeat him. But as much as the tree wishes to be still, the wind refuses to stop. Ko Van Chu, unable to hold back, stepped forward to block Ninfong. It turns out he confused you with Chiu Trin. When Ninfong said it wasn't Li Kak, he sneered contemptuously, showing a very unpleasant attitude. Oh, then you're useless. Get lost. Seeing how unreasonable the other side was, he suddenly grabbed his own hair and started scolding. Ninfong felt a bit annoyed inside. His eyes were sharp like a knife, glaring fiercely at the opponent without any hesitation. He didn't want to fight, but Chu Jiangthu's straightforward nature couldn't tolerate his friends being insulted like that. He hurriedly stepped in front of Ninfong and sternly said to Lai Kak, "Hey, you guys stop being so overbearing. Just because you're the only one doesn't mean you can act tough." Li Kak didn't regard Chu Jiangthu as highly as Ninfong either. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck, delivering a powerful punch straight into Chu Jiangthu's stomach. From a modern medical perspective, receiving this punch could easily cause internal injuries such as a ruptured liver or spleen. Luckily, he was quick enough to block it, but before he could celebrate, Lai Kak threw another punch with his other hand, and this time Chu Jiangthu couldn't react in time and was hit. Yuang Duit saw this and panicked, turning around and shouting loudly, "Da Shu, are you okay?" She originally wanted to run to Chu Jiangshu, but was blocked by Guan Yuanchu. These people clearly can't win and just want to tear everything down. Get out of here. Miss Wang really got angry and spoke with a fierce aura. These two words, "get out," truly touched Ko Van Chu's pride. This guy is really double standard. I can look down on others, but when they tell me to get out and I feel insulted. Over here, Chu Jiangthu endures the pain and signals to Wang Duit that he's fine and not to provoke. But actually, he's really nervous. Daishu feels like he's already broken a few ribs. This person intentionally acts so cruel, but even though he's in a lot of pain, Chu Jiangthu still doesn't want the other to hurt Ninfong because, in his eyes, Ninfong is like a loyal teammate who sticks together. "Ninfong, step back a little." Chu Jiangthu shouted loudly. He decided today would be a fight to the death with Li Kak. Li Kak looked down from above, giving a dislike gesture to Chu Jiangshu. He sneered and cursed at him as useless again. Chu Jiangthu was truly provoked. You focus all your strength on your right hand, rushing forward to punch your opponent, but unexpectedly, their fist suddenly strikes out. Chu Jiangthu rushing forward won't be able to stop in time. With these two opposing forces combined, it's understandable that he could fracture his skull if he hit, and then he'd have to spend more money on reconstructive surgery. Tu Ding and Wang Duit quickly drew their weapons, but the one who saved the day at the last moment was not them. In the most critical moment, a hand reached out and gently blocked Lai Kak's punch, and the one who deflected his attack was none other than Ninfong. Ninfong easily blocking Li Kak's punch left both his team and Ko Van Chu's group stunned in shock. Back to the main character, Li Kak now cannot control his punch. Seeing his attack nullified by the person he just called useless 3 seconds ago, Li Kak truly doesn't understand what's happening. Damn it, I can't move, and the outfit this kid is wearing is a mage's clothes, so why does he have such terrifying strength? Lost in thought, Ninfong suddenly grabbed Lai Kak's wrist from his blocking stance and threw him like a chicken, sending him flying toward the nearby rock. He, covered in wounds and buried under a pile of dirt and rocks, is unconscious on the spot. Ninfong threw something at Li Kak with a mocking look, then called him a useless piece of trash. Ko Van Chu, seeing her teammate being beaten so badly, hurried over, and at this moment, Wang Duit also raised her weapon behind her. This girl is rarely malicious. She keeps shooting, but never hits anywhere except the opponent's butt. Ko Van Chu looks like he's got hemorrhoids from long ago. So much pain he can't control his expression anymore. From Ding stood behind Wang Yue and watched this scene with a chuckle, while Thuong Mok Thu saw his boss about to cry from the pain and also turned pale. Also, Ko Van Chu and Lai Kak are both top talents in the supernova rankings, yet one is a battle fanatic defeated by a mage with bare hands, while the other, a meat shield, was shot in the ass by a long-range archer. This scene is just too tragic. Thuong Mok Thu couldn't believe his eyes. "I just wanted to live a peaceful life, but you keep forcing me to fight. It's really troublesome," Ninfong lazily spoke, then turned to Tu Din, who was still laughing at Ko Van Chu and had forgotten to treat his teammates' wounds. "Little Din, hurry up and treat the great tree's wounds," Ninfong said, and only then did Tu Din remember his mission. Chu Jiangthu was immediately treated by her, and Ninfong asked for his opinion on how to deal with the 3 others. "I didn't expect the great tree to respond so respectfully with a hint of fear." "Oh, I don't know either. Everything depends on your command." Ninfong felt that the word "sir" was as heavy as Mount Tai. Their suddenly respectful attitude was understandable. This general only needs one move to defeat the top 3 supernovae, which is unusual for others not to be afraid. Regarding the handling of Lai Kak's group, Ninfong suddenly came up with a clever idea. "You tell Chu Jiangthu to strip him as compensation for your injuries." Chu Jiangthu has long regarded Ninfong as the boss. Ninfong only said one. He didn't dare to say two, and just responded with a yes. On the other side, Ko Van Chu, seeing himself about to be stripped, became panic-stricken. Hey, this is a robbery! How dare you do this? As soon as I finished speaking, a punch was thrown directly at the ground just inches from Ko Van Chu. Ninfong was of course the one who threw that punch, pulling back his fist and glaring at Ko Van Chu while threatening him. What did you say? Ko Van Chu was so frightened by that blow that he lost his soul and his spirit. Sometimes in life you have to be a little humble to survive longer. Of course, he still cares about his own life. So his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. They try to put on a painfully hypocritical and distressed face, but in fact, the equipment I wear isn't bad at all. If you find it to your liking, please take it. It's good to know you're reasonable. But Ninfong still wasn't going to let him go. He grabbed Ko Van Chu by the collar and continued to threaten, saying that he was someone who really disliked trouble. If you knew they were secretly revengeful behind your back, you definitely wouldn't forgive him. Ko Van Chu stammered, insisting he would never do that. Boss, it's our fault for not noticing Taishan earlier. We won't dare to make the same mistake again in the future. She took the initiative to hand over all her equipment to Ninfong. Seeing her understanding attitude, Ninfong also didn't hesitate to praise her. I didn't expect that Thuong Mok Thu would blush because of such a teasing remark. Perhaps she was also conquered by Ninfong's aura. Meanwhile, Ninfong paid no attention to her. After looting the opponent's gear, he happily returned to his team. Let's go train up front. After leaving Ko Van Chu's group, Wang Duyet finally spoke in admiration. Originally, she wanted to take Ninfong to level up and protect him like a mother hen, but she didn't expect him to be so formidable. Ninfong let out a sigh, too. I also don't want to hide it from everyone, but I know you've just awakened, and if I show off too much, it'll be troublesome. Seeing Ninfong say this, Wang Duyet also found it inappropriate to blame him any further. Anyway, Ninfong has always been like that, mysterious and a bit strange, so Wang Duyet was already used to it. After taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Wang Duyet placed her hand on Ninfong's shoulder. Wang Duyet said proudly, "No matter what, I feel happy and proud of you." Hearing this, Ninfong felt his spirits lift significantly. Chu Jiangthu and Tu Din also happily rushed over, eager to know what Ninfong's plans were for the future after learning his true strength, such as which university he would attend or which guild he would join. But Ninfong hadn't actually considered that step yet, as both the university and the guild are relatively strict in their management, and if he's not careful, his information could be exposed immediately. For him, it's even a place he doesn't necessarily have to participate in. The immediate priority is to accelerate into the secret realm and continue leveling up. After his strength was exposed, Ninfong felt a bit more at ease. Now, he no longer has to suffer hiding himself and can confidently take on the role of the main attacker. Although he still can't use forbidden spells in front of everyone, his attribute bonuses, passive skills, and the additional equipment with magic are enough. The five of them trained tirelessly for several days, and finally Ninfong returned home. Doan had been waiting eagerly all along. After several busy days, Ninfong's level only increased by 1. If it weren't for the level-up potion, this pace would definitely be even slower. But anyway, this pace isn't considered slow. Generally speaking, for top-ranked newcomers on the supernova chart like Yang Yue, it still takes about 2 years to reach level 20 and complete the second-class change. Other ordinary 1- or 2-star professions, instead of hoping to level up by killing small monsters every day, choose the college entrance exam path, which is even less troublesome. Forget it, don't think about it so much anymore. Ninfong lazily stretched himself. For the next few days, he wanted to relax at home. It's best to let himself be comfortable. If getting stronger also means having to stress like everyone else, then being stronger doesn't really matter. So in the following days, Ninfong either didn't play games with Doan or stayed home reading comics. Otherwise, I would invite Duen to a barbecue at my place, but with my luck, relaxing and having fun isn't easy. Today, while eating barbecue, Duong Hin called. She enthusiastically announced that there will be an upcoming auction with quite a few good items, and Master Dong, the new person in charge replacing old Mr. Wang, personally invited Ninfong to attend. These days you haven't made any plans, so you agreed to go there, but now Ninfong is a VIP guest, and Duong Hin and Master Duong personally come to your place to serve you. This treatment isn't bad. Ninfong can continue to be lazy at home. Not long after, Duong Tai and Duong Hin arrived at Doan's villa. Ninfong was quite polite to Master Duong. After all, he was older, but Duong Tai treated him with the utmost respect because Mayor Tai had specifically instructed him to serve this young man well before coming here. Even if the entire transaction revolves around Ninfong, there's no problem. Duong Tai doesn't know how big Ninfong's background is or why he's receiving such good treatment. But since Mayor Tai personally instructed him, he wouldn't dare go against it. Young Hin quickly brought the auction item list for Ninfong to review. Ninfong glanced over many items but still wasn't satisfied. While Duang.Tai was worried he might have upset the young man, Ninfong's expression suddenly changed. Duang.Tai peeked in to look and praised, "You're truly perceptive. You've chosen these again." The item Ninfong chose is the latest experience-boosting potion on the market, surprisingly capable of increasing experience by 100%. Ninfong remained silent for a long time. Only the trustworthy and gentle face of Tu Nui appeared in his mind. A few days ago, Ninfong couldn't hold back and questioned sternly, "Where did Duang.Tai get this?" Master Duang was so frightened by his sharp gaze that he could only honestly say, this experience-boosting potion was an item entrusted to them by the Thuong Nue Guild for auction. Ninfong lowered his head and began to think again. Is it possible that Tu Nui secretly sold the potion to them, or that they have already tampered with him? Did they say where this potion came from? Ninfong turned back to Duang.Tai and asked. Seeing Ninfong so serious, Duang.Tai also shared everything he knew. I heard that the Thuong Nue Guild recently discovered a new type of secret realm called the Trial of the Divine. An entry is very special. Only one person can enter at a time. It seems that the secret realm is divided into many levels, and after passing every 10 levels of the trial, you can receive a corresponding reward. This experience-boosting potion is one of the rewards the guild received for completing the trial. Du-an was skeptical, and this was the first time he heard about this kind of secret realm. Could it also be a mutated secret realm? However, according to the owner's request, whenever someone starts cultivating in the secret realm, they must first register a profile, and all that basic information can be checked on a specialized website. Hearing Du-an say that, Ninfong relaxed his guard a bit, hoping it wasn't an issue from Tu Nui. As for that divine trial secret realm, he's quite interested. It sounds like a very powerful place. I didn't expect that. Just as I thought of this, the system sent a new mission notification, which involves passing the divine trial and using its power. You have 60 days to complete this mission. Ninfong smirked with satisfaction. This is the first time the system has issued a mission to you. It seems that the so-called divine trial secret realm is really not to be underestimated. Thinking of that, Ninfong lost all interest in the auction and turned to Duang.Tai, saying, I won't participate in this auction anymore. Of course, no trouble at all. From now on, if Elder Nin has any requests, he can contact me at any time. Seeing Ninfong's good attitude, Duang.Tai finally felt a weight lift from his heart. This medicinal water infusion has been regarded as one of the most precious items at the auction. Many guilds are staring at it intently, and Ninfong, upon just seeing it, was already annoyed and asked so many questions, making him quite anxious. Du-an also didn't want to be idle. He wanted to investigate the secret realm himself. But Ninfong, eager to get some gossip, sent Duang.Tai and Duang-han back first. Then they returned to the room. Du-an sat down in front of the laptop screen, wanting to log into that specialized website, but he needed to register the corresponding permissions. Luckily, he had the special authorization granted by the mayor, so logging in was as easy as drinking porridge. Ninfong stepped closer to get a better look. The picture of the secret realm looked like a tower. Du-an read some information and found that the Thuong Nue Guild had registered exclusive rights. In other words, the government has authorized them to manage the secret realm themselves. Without the approval of the Thuong Nue Guild, other awakeners cannot enter. Ninfong sighed in frustration. Secret realms exclusive to major guilds are always like this. Now it's hard for him to enter, but the mission has already been issued, and if he doesn't complete it, it will be erased. It seems you still need to think of another way. That night, Ninfong sneaked alone to the gate of the Divine Trial secret realm. That gate is even more imposing than in the picture, with 2 guards outside. In recent days, the Thuong Nue Guild has posted a lot of information about the Divine Trial secret realm on their forum to attract powerful participants. On the contrary, it helps Ninfong gain a bit more understanding. If he uses a direct skill to charge in, they definitely won't notice. At this point, Ninfong used his space gate to easily slip past the 2 guards, smirking as he looked at them and stuck out his tongue, then leapt into the gate. But unexpectedly, it suddenly erupted in a massive explosion. Ninfong didn't anticipate this situation, and was knocked back by the shockwave of the explosion. The deafening blast echoed all the way to the Thuong Nue Guild headquarters. They quickly ordered someone to check the situation inside the secret realm, and Ninfong had already made it back home. But unfortunately, he was covered in injuries. His whole body was weak, and he had no strength left. What the hell just happened? Ninfong shouted in frustration. Just now, when he touched the entrance to the secret realm, a powerful energy like molten lava burst out inside. It completely shattered your protective barrier, but what exactly was that energy? Moreover, the simulation window reappeared, showing a message that Ninfong's immune system was undergoing scrutiny and taking 3% damage. Chutis. Every time this notification appears, the damage you take increases by 1%. Ninfeng becomes even more confused. Even the system is being damaged. What kind of creepy inspection skill is this? Hansu Vu, the leader of the Thuong Nue Guild, has also arrived at the scene. After their holy priest finished healing the 2 gate guards, he then recounted what happened earlier, but those 2 guards really didn't know anything. They only know that the door leading to the secret realms suddenly exploded, and then both of them fell into a coma. Hasu Vu's face was grim. Since the Thuong Nue Guild took over this secret realm, nothing like this had ever happened before, and he even suspected that a mutation had occurred inside. Chairman, maybe we should use that to check it out. The female mage suggested following Hua Suvu. I also don't know what that is, but when she said it, Ha Suvu agreed immediately. Then the female mage raised her staff, creating a complex magic circle. It turns out that the Divine Trial Secret Realm has a special magic array from birth that can record surroundings and scenes and can also review them through time rewind techniques. Nona said it was like a hidden camera, and the time magic array kept changing. But what Hasuvu and the female mage were waiting for was beyond all expectations. From the magic circle, a dark, sluggish figure with a human shape stepped out first. Then a tall man followed, loudly shouting, "The evil god dares to invade my territory!" The man carried the radiant light of the sun, his voice full of authority, seeming like a true god. Then this god gathered his power in his hand and unleashed a mighty attack toward the black shadow, but unfortunately the strike hit only the air. Hasuvu stared in shock. The magic circle vividly replayed the past so realistically that he also felt breathless before the source of power of the divine god. Shameless, that bastard ran away again. I must find out where he is quickly. I can't let him destroy the world anymore. What is this about destroying the world? What the hell is going on? This has gone beyond his own control. Hasuvu quickly discussed reporting this matter to the other leaders of the 7 great guilds. The host of this urgent meeting is guild leader Lu An-chan of the Uivu Guild. Lu An-chan believes that based on the recorded scene that Hasuvu brought, they have officially concluded that the divine exists. Although they are unsure of the divine's identity, the magic spells cast by that deity are enough to reach the level of legendary forbidden curses. Chairman Ha, I remember you reported that passing the trial could earn the recognition and favor of the divine, right? Nah. A man with silver hair and a determined look asked Hasuvu. He is President Huang Dan of the Qi Nguyen Guild. Such information is indeed in the secret realm, but we never expected the divine being to appear in the literal sense, Hasuvu replied lazily. The important issue is that even high-level forbidden magic can't destroy that evil god. This is definitely not good news. Another person spoke up. This time it was Du Lin Hua, the leader of the Storytelling Guild. Chairwoman Lak Nguyen Nin of the Vongthu Guild also agrees with Chairwoman Du. Based on the recent situation, if the demon god truly intends to destroy the world, I'm afraid they have no way to respond. So if through the trial they could receive the blessings of the divine light, would there be a way to deal with the demon god, like forbidden spells or something? Forbidden. This time, it's Chairman Vuongbak of the Tianjia Guild's turn to ask, maybe it really exists. We can give it a try. The last to speak was Chairman Truong Vm Suyen of the Xi Diem Guild. Everyone spoke in turn, and the meeting quickly became much more lively. Hasuvu was filled with many thoughts. He can see that these guys are all focused on the divine trial secret realm. Now it seems they want to compete for the chance, so I will take this opportunity to lift the seal. With that in mind, Hasuvu cleared his throat and said, "If you want to participate in the trial, I will not oppose it, but I need to remind everyone that the monsters in the divine trial secret realm are extremely powerful. With our current strength, there is basically no way to pass through it entirely." What Master Ha said, the other guild leaders all understood. The final grace of the divine light god. I'm afraid they are not yet worthy to touch. Liu Guangzhen stroked his long beard, looked across, and then uttered a name that had not appeared in the meeting until now. Old Feng, what are your thoughts on this situation? Do I have any thoughts? What idea could I possibly have? Aren't we all quite capable in our own ways? Hey, don't be angry. Isn't it because something major has happened that we had to bring you back? Liu Anzhen sensed the clear displeasure from Old Feng's words and tried to soothe him. But unexpectedly, this remark made him even angrier. In your eyes, besides guarding against fake mutants like us, is there anything more important? Old Man Feng spoke through gritted teeth. His face gradually revealed itself, but it was a blazing skull engulfed in flames. Old Man Feng was extremely furious, because just a few days ago, his disciple reported the abnormal events happening in Tandu City, These guild leaders not only ignored him, but even formed their own investigation team. In the end, the investigation yielded no results and even caused a natural disaster. If it weren't for that mysterious elder stepping in, this city might have been wiped out. Again, this old man, Feng, is actually Feng Ngak, the former leader of the Ghost Organization and To Lam's senior. Besides Lu Anchan, most of the young guild leaders here are meeting Feng Ngak for the first time. They have all heard the legends. He paid a heavy price for using dark forces, and eventually couldn't take it anymore, so he applied to withdraw. Unexpectedly, today, he appeared at this secret meeting. Lu Anchan, despite his arrogance, ignored Feng Ngak's anger. In this urgent situation, he still wanted to leverage the power of the Koan organization. Old Master Feng, can you have your disciple send the footage of the Thuong Nue Guild to the mysterious elder of Tandu City to take a look? If it's the strength of the mysterious elder, he might be able to learn something. Feng Ngak felt extremely amused. Only now did these profit-hungry people remember him and his disciple. Feng Ngak finally stopped his anger, and the fire burning in his head gradually subsided. Then his face returned to its normal expression. Feng Ngak had agreed to Lu Anchan's deal, but they had no idea that the mysterious elder they were seeking help from was actually the one who infiltrated the secret realm last night. The next morning, Ninfong was still lazily lying around the house. He had just received a new mission called No Problem, a minor incident. This time, it's a second transformation mission, completing the system restoration. The time limit is 60 days. The old mission isn't finished yet, but a new one has arrived. Ninfong felt very awkward. The situation last night was too frightening, but he still didn't understand where he had gone wrong to fix it. But just after coming downstairs, Ninfong discovered visitors, Feng Ngak and his disciple, To Lam. Ninfong already knew Tu Lam, but not the old man. Duan quickly stepped forward to introduce himself. This is the former person in charge of the photo studio, and also the current director of the Adventure Management Bureau, Mr. Feng Ngak, along with his disciple, who is also the person in charge of her image in this city, Lady To Lam. They came here to invite the mysterious elder to help. Ninfong was so amazed when he heard the name Peng Yi, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Is that you, Crimson Flame God? Ha ha ha, it's just a small reputation, not worth mentioning. Master Feng smiled kindly and responded modestly. But Ninfong knows exactly how much that small reputation of his in the past was due to Ho Feng Huanvu. This old master has made countless contributions, participated in the exploration of many large secret realms, and also shattered numerous evil adventurer organizations. He is known as the strongest mutant faker. In the organization, almost all members' identities are kept secret, but Elder Feng is an exception, because his existence and identity are a form of intimidation. When it comes to idols in the minds of young people, Feng Ngak has never fallen below the top 3. If someone can meet him and have a quick chat, that's enough to boast about for half a lifetime. You're Ninfong's classmate, right? You didn't even have time to prepare for your first meeting? I heard you're about to take the university entrance exam. Here, we have some gifts entrusted to us by the government to give to you. Wishing you success in your studies, even though you say you didn't prepare anything. But the mess that Feng Ngak brought includes 5 million spirit stones and 200 bottles of high-level medicinal water. The government is really generous. Ninfong never imagined in his dreams that waking up would bring such a large sum of money into his hands. Unable to contain his curiosity, he directly asked if they had any favor to ask. And Feng Ngak also isn't someone who beats around the bush. He asked To Lam to show Ninfong the recorded footage from the Thuong Nue Guild yesterday. You just finished watching and your mood is incredibly complicated. No way. You're just an ordinary high school student, a model teenager. How did you end up becoming a little demon god? Ninfong recalled the mission. No problem. That small incident made his anger flare up. It's nothing, that little mishap of yours, system. Things outside are probably in chaos now. Ninfong forced himself to stay calm. In this situation, panic would only reveal a weakness. No one yet knew he was the demon god, so he had to remain composed. I understand. I will send the video to the mysterious elder soon. If there is any new information, I will report it to you immediately. Then I'll trouble you. We'll go back and wait for good news. If Fam ever needs help in the future, just contact To Lam directly. Feng Ngao also responded politely. As he finished speaking, To Lam proactively handed him her business card. Ninfong had always felt that this older sister looked very familiar, but only now did he realize she was the one who greeted him on the day of his ordination ceremony. No wonder he was quickly sidelined. After greeting everyone, Feng Ngak and To Lam left Doan's residence, and on the way back he kept praising Ninfong, saying that the boy was quite good, humble and polite, with a mature mind. The government has even considered trying to recruit you and your team. Tulam hesitantly finally shared his long-held thoughts to seek his master's opinion. Do you think Ninfong and the mysterious senior could be the same person? Is that important? Fengnyak's response seemed very indifferent, which surprised Tulam. If Ninfong hopes we only see him as a student, then he is truly a student. So for everyone, it's a good deal. Giving 5 million spirit coins to a student, not caring about how others see it, and certainly not scrutinizing manners. But if that student later becomes a great mysterious master, then what standard should we use to treat him? No one can really say for sure. Fengnyang knows that the enemy is growing stronger, and ordinary people like us, as Hasuvu said, are not even qualified to receive the blessings of the divine light. Therefore, even a venerable elder like Fengnyang now can only rely on the mysterious elder god, hoping that person will become his strongest support. Turning back to Ninfong, since Fengnyang left, he seemed to fall into an endless state of contemplation. Last night, the system was severely damaged by that strange probing skill. Through the footage, I realized it was probably that divine god trying to track my whereabouts. He can break through your absolute defenses with a single move, proving that this divine god is on par with, or even surpasses, your forbidden spell level. This is the most dangerous enemy Ninfong faces in this world. The mission is fine. That small incident is now very important because only after succeeding can your system be restored. So it must be prioritized. After all, you need the system to avoid the search of the Min God. The remaining task is to not underestimate the divine trial secret realm. If Ninfong cannot master his opponent's power, he will one day be threatened by it himself. The more he thought, the more headache he had, so he turned to Doan beside him and asked, "Does Elder Feng have any more documents to provide?" "Yes, let me organize them for you right away." The documents that Fengnyang brought contain information about the structure and interior of the divine trial secret realm. Its design is very similar to a tower, divided into many levels, but since no one has completed the cultivation there yet, the exact number of floors remains unknown. The strength of the monster inside is very powerful, far beyond other known secret realms. According to the records, the highest level reached in this secret realm is level 42, established and maintained by Master Vuha until now. Ninfong furrowed his brows, still unsure about how the divine trial mechanism works. If he activates the forbidden spell and then gets detected by the demon lord, his identity as a traitorous god would be exposed. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. If this mission didn't specifically require him to go, then maybe he could entrust it to someone else. And the most suitable and trustworthy person was the one sitting across from him now. Duan also watched the video of Hasuvu going through 42 levels of the secret realm. Ninfong asked how confident he was that he could reach which level if he challenged it himself. After thinking for a moment, Duan honestly said, probably around level 35, just as I thought. Hasuvu is a powerhouse approaching the 5th transformation, even stronger than Doan, but Doan is a trusted confidant of Ninfong, so only by sending him to participate in that secret realm can Ninfong feel at ease. Thinking of this, Ninfong suddenly decided to have Doan attend a special training session he prepared himself so he could feel more assured. Then, Ninfong sent a message to Fengnyang saying that the mysterious senior wanted to send someone to the Thuangnue Guild to participate in the secret realm. At the same time, Doan also came to the photo studio to request to borrow the special training room, saying he wanted to conduct special training for a period of time. Fengnyang strokes his long beard and thoughtfully says, "I believe Doan hasn't reached the 5th transition yet, right?" Tuolam nods. Fengnyang chuckled suddenly after thinking for a moment. Tulam, still confused about what was happening, listened as Fengnyang began to tell a story. Yesterday, the leaders of the 7 great guilds all went to challenge the divine trial secret realm, and even the old demon Lu An-chan, the head of the 7 guild leaders, failed. Tulam was extremely shocked. Lu An-chan is now the strongest expert in the entire country. If even he couldn't succeed, then who else could? She started to feel uncertain about Duan's upcoming cultivation, but her master, on the other hand, was the opposite. Fengnyang, so excited that the fiery skull reappeared, truly couldn't wait to see the outcome of Doan's trial. I'm very curious how far the person personally guided by the great mysterious elder can go. After chatting and laughing for a while, Fengnyang finally realized his head was burning again. Master Xiaoqiu turned around and Tulam clearly saw the disappointment in her master's eyes. That flame was the heavy price Fengnyang had to pay, and it continued to burn away his life. For a long time, she'd kept thinking of ways to ease her master's pain, but it seemed there was no solution. In the end, they both agreed to let Duan use the special training room. Dian's participation in special training to prepare for the secret realm also attracted the attention of many other powerhouses. I heard that several people wanted to borrow this room, but they were all rejected by Elder Feng, the proud old man. The spectacular scene of countless 4th and 5th stage powerhouses gathering made the mayor extremely excited. Talam was on the side, guiding Do-an. Her sister's training room is very special. As long as you provide complete information, it can simulate various real combat scenarios and can only be used by those at the 4th transition or higher. Dong-an quickly handed her the detailed file. Over here, Ninfong is enthusiastically exploring the room, feeling very excited. This is the first time I've seen such amazing things. What does this count as? If you like, we can even include better things inside. Funo has always been very polite to you, so he responded that way. Tulam took the information file that Do-an brought and went to check. The information is extremely detailed and accurate, even clearly marking the weaknesses of the monsters. Even more impressive is that Liu Xingjin just checked around the 14th floor, and this information can also be found here. Of course, she doesn't know how Mr. Do-an has this data, nor does she dare to ask. And Ninfong naturally had no intention of revealing it, because this divine trial's secret realm, coincidentally, was the place where the Demon King had once infiltrated. He obtained a fragment of the Demon King's memory, and after rummaging through it for a while, he was able to compile those documents. Is there anyone in the world who understands the weaknesses of monsters better than the Demon King himself? Mr. Do-an, would you mind if we watch you train from nearby? Feng Yak was very curious and wanted to get in on the gossip, and Do-an was also very eager to improve. Facing such a renowned senior, he certainly wouldn't refuse that request. Of course I can, and I might as well ask Elder Master Feng for more guidance. Feng Nak waved his hand, indicating he was only here to learn, not to give advice. By the way, he still had one thing weighing on his mind, so he directly asked Do-an, "Has the boss ever said that the evil god would truly destroy the world?" As soon as these words were spoken, even Tulam, who was nearby, turned around in shock. This is truly a matter of great importance that directly concerns the fate of the world. So before Feng Nak wondered about it, Do-an also asked Ninfong a similar question a few days earlier, and after he did, Ninfong just froze stiff. He directly brought this issue to the demon god to ask, "You're quite good at finding people, huh?" After all, Dong-an is a close confidant of Ninfong. If he only answers no, that would be too superficial, but he can't explain much. How could he claim to be the demon god Co? Therefore, Ninfong only left a brief, ambiguous reply, saying that as long as I am here, it will be fine. Do-an conveyed this exact words to Feng Nak and Tolam. Feng Nak just smiled satisfied, then stroked his long beard. His casual tone carried an air of dominance. This is truly the demeanor of a senior master. Talam doesn't understand which powerful figure the mysterious senior is, yet he doesn't even bother to regard the divine as important to Dayan. Ninfong was secretly smiling to himself, praising his own cleverness. By answering this way, he not only eased their curiosity, but also kept his identity hidden. Mr. Do-an, the next divine trial secret realm will depend on you. Your special training room after uploading the data has officially transformed, becoming 90% similar to that secret realm. And true to his expectations, as soon as Do-an entered, he was overwhelmed by those terrifying monsters. After continuously facing such challenges, seeing Do-an exhausted and battered, Ninfong couldn't bear to see him like that. Originally, I wanted to let him rest a bit during the break, but I didn't expect this man to be so stubborn and leave. It's okay, I'll slow down a bit and try a few more times. Oh dear. Do-an was already exhausted and struggling to breathe, but he responded calmly, thinking to himself that this was a precious opportunity Ninfong had given him. So he definitely couldn't let him down. Talam looked at him with such resilience that she couldn't help but be amazed and admiring. The monsters Do-an was facing had long surpassed the limits of a 4th stage awakener. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't have passed this trial from the start, let alone be so stubborn. On the other hand, Feng Yi has even deeper thoughts than his student. He once heard Talam say that Ninfong only awakened at 18, 2 years later than his peers, but he only took a few days to complete his first transfer. If such a miracle could happen to Ninfong, then it could surely happen to his most trusted subordinate as well. Maybe the Elder can break through the current combat system to help Do-an unleash even greater strength. If that's the case, then we can truly dream of reaching the blessings of the God of Wisdom. Over here, Ninfong was also lost in endless contemplation, seeing Do. And struggle like that. He realized he had underestimated how complicated this was. At first, I thought that knowing the monster's weakness was enough to pass this trial, but now I realize I was too complacent. Human strength is limited, as are equipment and skills. Even if I know the monster's weakness, if I lack the strength and can't reach the enemy, then my knowledge is useless. If Do-an can't pass the trial, then ultimately I have to complete the mission myself. By then, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop the trouble from falling upon us. On the battlefield, in desperate situations, you can only use forbidden spells to save your life. Therefore, exposing his identity was almost unavoidable. Thinking of this, Ninfong turned to Feng Yi. Senior brother Feng, Lady To, I'm heading back now. The school starts again next week, so I need to prepare a bit. All right, if you need any help, just let us know. Ninfong left Duan there to continue training, then headed back, claiming he was preparing for the new semester, but in reality he wanted to take the chance to level up a bit before classes started, hoping to find some powerful skills or equipment to replace Do-on. Ninfong walks into a secluded alley. Now, the best way to leave without surveillance is to use the flying scroll. He had previously asked the transaction office in Vientiane to buy a batch, and now he can conveniently use it. After using the flying talisman, Ninfong arrived in front of a secret realm. According to Do-an, this is one of the 2 wild secret realms still unmanaged by the government. Leveling up here is the best choice, but there are signs of a previous battle at the entrance. However, Ninfong doesn't have time to think about that. Let's just charge in at first and adapt to the situation later. It seems that a massacre is indeed happening inside the wild ruins, with a group of strange mutated beings fiercely slaughtering other awakened ones. When Ninfong arrived earlier, they also faintly sensed the light of the flying scroll, but they were not afraid. Instead, they felt excited that someone was coming here to offer themselves as a sacrifice. The more of them there were, the more offerings for Lord Demon Heavenly. Thanks to them, Lord Demon Heaven has gathered enough energy. The white-haired masked man leading the group laughs triumphantly. Although I don't know who Lord Mathian is according to what they said, today is the day he descends. All the words spoken by these fake mutants have been recorded and transmitted through a listening device attached to a fake awakener they defeated. This information has been sent to his teammates outside the secret realm. Mathian's arrival means the secret realm invasion is reopening, and the entire team was shocked to hear it. The invasion will turn the nearest city into a demonized zone immediately, and the closest city, Shuanglong, is likely in danger. What should the captain do now? A fake awakener asked anxiously. The man called the captain was not in a better mood than him. The 4 squads sent ahead had all been completely wiped out by the fake mutants. Right now, even if they attack with all their might, there's no way to prevent the breach of the secret realm. The monsters inside are too powerful, and the magic shields protecting the city are no longer effective. They basically won't be able to hold out. Go back and inform the government immediately so they can evacuate the civilians as quickly as possible. The team leader gave the order, but this overly calm request made the other team members extremely worried. Team leader, what about you? Actually, when they asked this question, they already guessed the answer. Right now they are in a tough spot, without surveillance equipment. So they don't know the exact time when the secret realm intrusion occurred, and someone needs to stay behind to report the situation at any moment. The other team members didn't want to leave their captain here alone, but they no longer had time to waste. Under the relentless urging of the captain, the entire team was forced to leave. After they all leave, the man lifts his head, a hint of despair in his eyes. Why does it have to be today? He then took out his phone, dialed a number to call his daughter, and tried to sound as normal as possible to tell her that he might have to join a rehearsal soon, also reminding her to listen to her mother and be good, before ending the call decisively. The little girl quickly called back and asked why her dad hung up so suddenly. Do you still have one more thing to say? What does my little one want to tell me? Dad, happy birthday. The innocent voice of the child made the man unable to hold back his tears. His team members are now leaving in a car. The infiltration of the secret realm with the dark forces has begun. Their hearts were heavy, and no one was not worried about the team leader, who now could no longer hold back his tears and was crying. Clearly, he knows he can't go back today. Unlike the somber mood of the captain back then, the fake mutants are now very happy to witness the great power of the dark forces. Ha 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 ha. Lord Demon Heaven will surely give us even more care and attention. The boss leader tilted his head back and let out a loud laugh, while Ninfong continued to stroll through the secret realm completely unaware. You just learned a new active skill called Dark Demon Ghost. When activated, it can summon a freezing snowstorm that can freeze anything it touches. Thanks to this skill, Ninfong has defeated many monsters. The experience points from the monsters in this secret realm are also quite good. In just a moment, Ninfong had already reached level 37. Outside the secret realm, the sky was now covered by a thick layer of dark clouds. The sky is even gloomier than Dao's future, and the gate of the secret realm is now trembling violently before gradually opening. The mutated creatures quickly knelt down in panic, and their leader stepped forward to speak on behalf of the group. Welcoming Lord Mathian's arrival, footsteps slowly approaching. The fake mutant's eyes fell on a pair of old shoes, and when they looked up, they realized the person who just appeared was not the noble Mathian but Ninfong. Ninfong at this moment also doesn't understand anything. only knowing how to pick his nose, with a bunch of question marks appearing above his head. The two sides look at each other and the atmosphere seems to freeze. A few seconds later, Ninfong suddenly became panicked and broke the stunned silence, shouting, "What kind of hellish situation is this?" The boss on the other side also doesn't understand what's happening. He points at Ninfong and shouts, "Where is our Lord Mathian?" Ninfong doesn't know who they are referring to, but the truth is that our Lord Mathian, the demon of these mutants, was just sealed inside a block of ice by your dark Chiyomachu. Right now he could only weep silently, feeling extremely aggrieved. "I am so cold." The leader faces Ninfong, his mind filled with complex thoughts. Ninfong is unaware of them, which confirms he is not a transformation of Lord Mathian. But seeing how poorly dressed Ninfong is, clearly just a newcomer, how could he possibly have a treasure in this secret realm? Moreover, the flying scroll he used earlier is worth a fortune. The old boss began to piece together these events, and then concluded that Ninfong was an opportunist, trying to gain the favor of Lord Mathian, but was scared off by the dark forces, and fled the secret realm in a panic. Thinking of this, he rudely pointed at Ninfong and shouted again, "Kid, are you here to cling to Lord Mathian and ask for his help?" Ninfong still didn't understand what he was trying to say, and simply replied, "No." "Then what exactly are you here for?" "Does this have anything to do with you?" Ninfong replied sarcastically. "Your arrogant attitude has driven that big boss crazy. It's the first time he's met someone new with such a bold attitude." That guy then put on an arrogant tone and said, "Do you know who my father is to threaten me?" But Ninfong obviously didn't know, so he just pointed at himself, proudly introducing himself. "My name is Kovan, an A-level wanted criminal with over 200 lives on my head. A real lunatic, proud of being a fugitive as if I were a top student at Dothukwa University." Ninfong couldn't stand it and muttered, "This is so annoying." Kovan didn't expect this young man to be more arrogant than himself. Ninfong now had regained his previous nonchalant attitude, wiggling a finger at Kovan as if calling a dog. "If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. This is truly an irresistible challenge." Kovan's hot-blooded nature surged to his head, vowing to teach this reckless kid a lifelong lesson. The henchmen behind him started cheering for their boss, but their fierce desire to kill Ninfong was quickly snuffed out before it could fully show. Because the sky suddenly darkened inexplicably above their heads, they all looked up in horror and saw a gigantic black shadow with a sinister smile. All the fake mutants who were once eager to kill Ninfong are now trembling with sweat and constantly begging for mercy. But Ninfong is now in a bloodthirsty state. This is his latest forbidden spell. It just so happens that I can use these clueless fools as test subjects. This forbidden spell is called the Insult to their vision. When he uses it, Ninfong can trap the enemy in an illusion, allowing him to understand all their weaknesses and cast torturous spells. The opponent's weaknesses quickly appear before him, like their boss's name. He has a crack on his shoulder, the result of repeatedly misusing his skills, and all his other weaknesses are listed out. Ninfong can now read his enemies like an open book. Moreover, in the illusion you create, you can trap the enemy and repeatedly attack their weak points, like a demon playing with its prey. No wonder this skill is called the Insult to Vision. It's truly sinister. Although tormenting the opponent was quite inhumane, being able to identify their weaknesses was definitely not useless at all. So he made a reckless decision to go straight up the mountain to check the situation. Because if the secret realm invasion was real, escaping would be difficult no matter what. Whether he was above or below the mountain, it was just a matter of a few more steps. The man thought to himself and courageously stepped up the mountain step by step. The higher he went, the colder the air became. But when he reached the top of the mountain, the scene before him left him in shock. The notorious criminal Kovan, known as the Spear Tongue for Tan, and all his subordinates had been wiped out, with extremely brutal methods. And it was unclear which divine power had intervened. They sacrificed 4 teams of adventurers chasing after Guvan, but got no results, yet he just ended his life like that. Team leader, what exactly happened inside the secret realm? The team member on the other end of the phone eagerly asked. It seems that inside the secret realm, an ancient 1,000-year-old ice storm has frozen everything, and no monsters are left alive. The man, inspecting inside the secret realm with amazement, even shattered the boss of the realm himself because he saw it frozen and wanted to check if it was still alive. I didn't expect that just one strike was enough to take it down. No items dropped, no experience gained, so it's clear it was already dispatched by someone before. Now the boss and the dungeon have been wiped out. Kovan's team has also gone to get their lunchbox. The team member on the other end of the line just asked a question absent-mindedly. So, will he still attempt to infiltrate the secret realm today? His team leader on the other end of the line was at a loss for words in this situation. On this side, Ninfong has returned after clearing out that wild secret realm. Duan is still frantically locked inside the training room. Ninfong didn't expect this guy to risk his life like that, quickly pulling him back outside. No need to rush. Just rest for a few days first. I mainly wanted you to understand the secret realm, and next week, I will personally arrange a special training session for you. Dong'an doesn't mind hardships, and hearing Ninfong say that, he finally let go of the worry in his heart. Now I can finally relax a bit. Duan happily turned around to call for takeout to make up for the tough days he just went through. Ninfong also wanted to relax a bit. Just as he sat down to play a game, he received a new message from Feng Nak. Only then did he remember that the last time they had quarreled, Feng Nak surprisingly invited Ninfong to play games. At first, I thought his account was hacked, but it turns out he's the real Mr. Feng. Moreover, after a few rounds of gaming together, Ninfong realized that Feng Nak's gaming skills were even better than many young people nowadays. Feng Nak even proudly boasted that he had a grandchild the same age as Ninfong. The reason he plays games so well is because he used to stay up all night grinding with it. Ninfong sent a voice message saying that after the college entrance exam, he would invite him and Feng Nak to form a team of 3. Feng Nak also happily agreed right away, turned off his phone, and Ninfong felt extremely happy. Feng Nak is a genuine person with high ability, and his status and position in the government are also high. If you can build a good relationship with him, your future path will be much smoother. Feng Nak suddenly remembered something and sent a new voice message saying that 3 key universities are preparing to hold a super rookie training camp. They only select outstanding students to participate, and based on their performance, they will choose direct admission students, even providing abundant resources and training. Feng Nak still has 2 spots reserved for Ninfong. Ninfong fell silent for a few seconds. When I first gained the forbidden spell, I didn't think about going to university anymore. But given the current situation, in the future I might have to face a very strong enemy like Minthan. Right now, Ninfong has no combat experience at all, and relies only on his seals and instincts. If he truly faces Minthan, he will probably be overwhelmed. Yes. So I changed my mind and agreed with Feng Nak. I'll keep both spots for you. If you have a close friend, you can ask them to register together. Sure. Thank you. Elder Feng. Feng Na put away his phone, looked at the photo of his grandson when he was young, and muttered to himself, "You two look quite similar. Maybe you could even become good friends." Not long after, Ninfong returned to school. The classroom was filled with students huddled together, whispering as the college entrance exam approached. This year, even regular universities have raised their standards for evaluating abilities, and it's said that students who don't meet the criteria may have their graduation delayed or even be sent to fight in unofficial battles. Overall, those who awaken as 3-star are not much different from 1-star ones. Unless you're truly talented like Wang Duet to get into a top university, you're just an average person like everyone else. This made the 3-star awakened boys in the class extremely annoyed with Ninfong, the one they always called a 1-star trash. The class bell rings, and Kaivi enters with a new student, but surprisingly, that new student is Thuong Mok Thu. Her beautiful appearance made the boys swoon. Ninfong immediately recognized this female student as the one who was with Ko Van Chu and Lei Kak in the previous secret scene. Thuong Mok Thu, who ranked 4th on the national super rookie list. Why would she come all the way from a major city high school to a small place like ours? The students started to chatter like a market, but Thuong Mok Thu's subsequent request made the situation even more chaotic because she wanted Ki Vai to arrange for her to sit at the back of the class next to Ninfong. As soon Mok Thu sat down, Ninfong felt all the piercing gazes suddenly focus on him. The boys couldn't understand why. First Wang Duyet the goddess, now Thuong Mok Thu, all seemed to like a useless guy like Ninfong. Of course you wouldn't understand because I have the main character's aura. Ninfong also didn't bother to care about their gazes. He just felt that Thuong Mok Thu seemed a bit strange. The news of Thuong Mok Thu transferring to Ninfong's high school made her former principal, Mr. Truong, extremely angry, and he personally went to find Principal Thuong to settle the score. Thuong Mok Thu's transfer had a huge impact, not only taking away an outstanding student, but also bringing a special training spot with her. This year, the training camp opened with only 4 spots in the entire province, 2 of which are already taken by their school. And now Thuong Mok Thu's arrival means there is 1 more spot. Principal Fang outwardly appears polite, but secretly feels a satisfied smile inside. Just as the two are talking, there is a knocking at the door. The person who just arrived said someone wants to meet Principal Zhang because he couldn't be reached by phone. Who could it be? I was discussing important matters with Dean Truong, so I kept my phone on silent. The other person hesitated for a moment before saying that it was Senior Peng Yak, the veteran of the Monster Hunter Department. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of both principals immediately changed color, and they respectfully went out to welcome Fung Ngak. This unexpected turn of events made them shiver with fear. Who is Fung Ngak? The renowned elder, whose reputation is known throughout the world, is usually only seen on TV. Fung Ngak brought along a handsome and bright young man, introducing him as his nephew, Fung Di. He also didn't beat around the bush, directly announcing that Feng Rui wanted to transfer here to continue studying. This statement was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Not only Principal Fuang, but even Principal Truong was stunned in disbelief. Grandmaster Fung Ngak's grandson wants to transfer to this tiny high school to continue his studies. This is clearly a dragon visiting the To family. According to Principal Fuang's memory, Feng Di also ranked among the top young talents nationwide. He is ranked 12th in the Black Origin Dark Element Knight profession. I heard that initially, Feng Yue was worried that the dark power would devour him and cause him to lose control, so he didn't dare to show his full strength. If not, reaching the top 5 is entirely possible. But he doesn't understand why this young man chose to come to this little-known school. Principal Zhang clenched his teeth in anger, as everyone on the supernova list comes from the training camp. If Feng Yue comes here to study, then this school will have one more spot. Moreover, Fung Ngak also announced that the Adventurers Bureau has 2 spots for students to join the training camp, and he has personally designated students from the school. What is it based on? What is it based on? It's just a local high school in Lakhao province, yet there are 3 spots for the training camp. He doesn't understand what they see in this school. Principal Fuang now considers himself allied with Fung Ngak and immediately turns against Principal Truong, who was previously intimidating him. Now, he openly drives him away. After he left, Fung Ngak took his grandson into the principal's office to discuss in more detail. He said he wanted to give the 2 training spots to Ninfong to attend Class 2, 5-3. This made Principal Fuang very suspicious. Ninfong just awakened, and with only a 1-star profession, how could he possibly qualify to participate in the training camp? This is the arrangement of the Adventurers Management Bureau. You don't need to ask much. Although there are many questions, if Fung Ngak has said so, Principal Fuang also can't really object. The Guild Administration is the specialized agency responsible for overseeing adventurers. It operates independently from the 6 major guilds nationwide and holds immense authority. Combined with Fung Ngak's influence, anyone who gains the support of the Bureau of Risk Management would have limitless prospects. Principal Fuang kept wondering why an useless student like Ninfong could have such a powerful backing. But there's no need to understand. Whatever Fung Ngak said, he just has to go along with it. So besides Thuong Mok Thu, Feng Due also transferred directly to Ninfong's class. And Uong Duyet, Tu Din, and Chu Jiang Thu also all moved to different classes. Ninfong suddenly felt like he was a strange creature. Opening my eyes, I saw someone staring at me. Tu Din sat down beside me and kept smiling with his eyes crinkling. The reason is that the school had contacted the representative for the trip, but I heard he dropped out of the training camp, so the ticket was transferred to her. One of the 2 tickets that Fung Ngak gave is partly for Chu Jiangshu. Wang Duet is in the top 5, so she naturally has her own ticket. So, all the student representatives at the training camp this year are now surrounding Ninfong. Fung Dui also quickly integrated into Chu Jiangthu's group, not just blending in, but actually dissolving into it. Only Thuong Mok Thu couldn't hide her piercing gaze as she looked at Wang Duet. Realizing that Ninfong was attracting not just her, so she pushed herself even harder to win his favor. She even brought her youthful feelings and prepared a gift to meet Ninfong. The students were momentarily unable to process what was happening right in front of them. Why are all the top student groups gathering together and surrounding a loser like Ninfong? But Ninfong was already used to this nickname, so he didn't mind at all. Right now, the only thing you care about is Zhao Chen. According to Tu Din, he voluntarily gave up his spot to join the training camp. This is really strange. Hasn't anyone noticed that he's been missing all this time? In fact, Trio Trin's father has sent quite a few people to look for him recently, but of course, there's been no news at all. He even invited a powerful expert to assist with the investigation, and although he was very uneasy, there was nothing he could do but wait. That is why the reason for participating in the training camp was passed on to Tu Din. Old Master Zhao's face didn't look very good. He reminded his assistant not to bother him unless it was important, and then went straight to his son's room. On the wall hung many photos of Zhao Chen from childhood to adulthood, and he pressed hard against the wall, revealing a secret passage behind it. Back at school, Feng Yue was happily bonding with the group of Ninfong. He even generously offered a water element summoning magic skill book, claiming it was his recent loot, and told Ninfong to take it if he could use it. Moreover, Summoning magic is an extremely rare profession, so this skill book is also very hard to obtain and is incredibly valuable. Feng Due is so generous. He really is a true young master. Not only Feng Due, even Thuong Mok Thu has a gift for the occasion. What she offers is also a combat mage skill book. This is also a rare profession. This skill book is also rare, but for now, Ninfong can't learn either of these two. Because before returning to school, he went to the remaining wild dungeon to level up, and something unexpected happened to Ninfong. That dungeon required a team of 5 to challenge. Ninfong ran over alone, but it was all for nothing. His level didn't increase, and he couldn't unlock the new skill slots. But given the current situation, those 2 skill books are truly too tempting. At the same time, he also needed to build relationships with a few others to meet the future information gathering needs, so Ninfong agreed to accept their gifts and meet with them, of course with reciprocation. What he gave each person in return was 20 high-level experience potions. Usually Mu Thu would recognize this as the guild Thuong Nue's unique treasure, not knowing that Ninfong and Tu Ngui could also produce it. She also heard that only key internal members of Thuong Nue could receive priority for these experience water bottles. Feng Due's mood was just as complicated as Thuong Mok Thu's, because you know that this item is being auctioned at a sky-high price on the market, and even money can't buy it. Yet Ninfong casually spent 40 bottles at once. At that moment, neither of them planned it, but both shared the same thought. With such a big thigh, it must be held tightly. Seeing the lively scene here, Uong Duyet also joined in the fun. She mimicked the tone and demeanor of Thuong Mok Thu and said she also had a gift for the meeting, while Ninfong looked visibly annoyed. "Miss Wang, stop causing trouble and just tell me what's going on." Wang Dui smiled and pulled out a bottle of medicine, saying it's a new formula Tu Nui just developed, and asked her to deliver it to Ninfong. He looked at the glowing potion in front of him with some surprise and quickly returned to Doan's residence after receiving the bottle. Anyway, the school doesn't control the schedule of the students in the training camp, so if he wants to skip school, he can do so. Currently, Doan feels quite heavy-hearted because Ninfong said he would let him join the demon training after a week of rest, but more than a week has already passed and he hasn't brought it up. Just when Doan thought he had fallen out of favor, Ninfong eagerly took out that bottle and said it was for him to use. This is a tonic medicine painstakingly prepared by Tu Ngui, capable of healing internal injuries accumulated over a long period. Use this bottle first, then we will begin the demon training. Then Du-An uncorked the bottle and drank the entire potion in one gulp, as if he had been dying of thirst for days. After finishing the potion, Du-An suddenly felt his body become strangely invigorated, as if he had been bathed in warm water. Everywhere felt much more comfortable and light. Ninfong nodded. "This really is good medicine. You previously rushed into the secret realm and were hit by Min Than's forbidden spell, leaving some internal injuries when you returned. But after drinking a similar potion like Doan's, all wounds seemed to heal completely. All right, the healing is now complete." Ninfong then asked Doan to show his best state, preparing for the demon training session. Doan had been waiting for this day for a long time and was full of energy. But Ninfong couldn't help but remind him that this training would not be easy. "Whenever you feel unsure about the situation, you must follow my instructions closely." Du-An felt a bit tense, seeing the elder so serious. Immediately after, Ninfong attempted to use his visual insult skill on him again. There were originally 7 weak points on Doan, easy to hit, but now only 1 remained, located in his right lung, damaged from overusing supercharged energy skills. Actually, it's also in the process of healing, which makes Ninfong very satisfied. "Doan, first I will tell you about your weaknesses. Then I will focus on that for training." Du-An listened carefully with a very serious expression. Ninfong bluntly pointed out that the supercharged energy skill was not suitable for him because using it for a long time would cause serious damage to his lungs. The second issue is Du-An's incorrect combination of skills. His crescent moon and falling star strike techniques are both very powerful, but they don't flow well when used together. Du-An still stubbornly clings to this combo, and from now on, he must give it up. Besides those 2 mistakes, Ninfong also pointed out several other flaws in Doan's fighting style. This makes him even more admire you. The elder truly has profound knowledge, recognizing his own shortcomings at a glance. After pointing out all the necessary corrections, Ninfong immediately sent Doan into a new special training session. This time he was much more confident. The key to this demonic training is that Doan will be trapped in an illusion created by Ninfong using his visual insult skill, and within that illusion, he is the one in control, with Doan having no ability to take the initiative. The core of this training method is for Doan to suffer and gradually improve. Luckily, the previous White Rabbits helped Ninfong get used to using this skill, so now you can control your power to prevent it from harming Doan's consciousness. Although the pain is unavoidable,
The progress you've made is indeed impressive. As for Doan, he also knows that right now in this world, Ninfong is the only one who can make him stronger. So even though his whole body is battered and in pain, he still tries to get up, determined not to let the elder down. The two kept fighting like that. Doan kept falling down and getting up again to attack once more, and this process went on for a very long time. After noticing Doan's progress, Ninfong finally allowed him to return to her training room, where he continued to face monsters simulated from the trial secret realm of the god. After undergoing demon training with Ninfong, Doan's speed, senses, and fighting style all improved dramatically. He kept fighting like a relentless machine, overcoming one obstacle after another, until there were no more levels left because the monster data Ninfong brought was all he had. Both Talam and Feng Ngak were amazed by Doan's remarkable progress in such a short time. After Talam said he had cleared all the simulated secret realms, Doan collapsed exhausted onto the ground. Tears of happiness streamed down his face as he wiped them away. Crying and smiling, he asked, "Grandmaster, have I succeeded?" Feng Ngak still couldn't believe his eyes. Ninfong only took a month to transform a fourth-stage adventurer into this powerful energy form. Truly a miracle. After this, he was even more convinced that his Adventure Management Bureau needed to build a good relationship with that mysterious elder, and because of his excitement, Feng Ngak's skull started to burn again. Talam felt panic again, but for Feng Ngak, the pain from the flames burning him was nothing compared to the excitement he felt watching Doan fight just now. "Don't worry, as a mutant, I've already gained a lot just to live to this age," Feng Ngak calmly comforted Talam. After this statement, Talam suddenly realized that Elder Feng bringing his grandson Feng Due to Ninfong High School was not just about forming connections with talented people. He probably wanted to find a support for his grandson after he passed away. Thinking of this, Talam felt her heart shatter. She wanted to ask the mysterious elder to find a way to help Feng Ngak soothe the flames of darkness within him. But Feng Ngak didn't rush with this. Right now, he wanted to take Doan to break through the divine trial secret realm first. That was the most important thing at the moment. The next day, after resting to regain his strength, Doan followed Feng Ngak to the Thuangnue Guild, where the guild leader of the 7 great guilds had been waiting for them for a long time. Lu An Chan respectfully welcomed Doan on behalf of the 7 guild leaders as a distinguished guest. Doan solemnly observed each of them. These guild leaders are all 5th order or near 5th order powerhouses, so they are extremely arrogant. In the past, even his master couldn't get them to come out and greet him like this. But now, even a 4th-tier powerhouse like Doan has forced them to gather all their strength to welcome him. It seems that the divine presence truly has made these people restless. Now, facing the divine light, only Ninfong can probably remain so composed. Over here, Hasu Vu is feeling very dissatisfied. "I just broke through to the 5th stage. Why should I be the one to come here and welcome a little kid at the 4th stage? I secretly think that compared to the annoyance of Doan, Hasu Vu is even more annoyed with Feng Ngak. In his eyes, Feng Yi was just an old man pretending to be a god or devil all day, refusing to tell the 7 great guilds anything. And the other guild leaders were nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. Giving away the Thuangnue Guild's secret realm to others to curry favor really shows no shame. But even so, Hasu Vu has no say at all in this situation. Unable to do otherwise, he led everyone to the gate of the secret realm. But he didn't plan to go easy on Doan. "Mr. Du, I hear you just finished training, and everyone here would like to experience the aura of a powerhouse. We hope you can give us this opportunity and allow us to livestream through the secret realm's formation." It was clearly waiting for the right moment to see Doan embarrassed, but unexpectedly Doan agreed immediately, and even prepared a phone to record and stream the scene directly to Ninfong. The guild leaders were extremely tense when they learned that the mysterious elder on the other end of the line was the legendary figure, and they all wanted to see the face of the strongest mysterious person on the continent right now. But they also feared that provoking the elder might lead to a disastrous consequence. The mysterious elder is now at Doan's residence, leisurely eating chips and watching live. At first, his speed was quite fast. The team decisively moved forward with a fierce gaze, clearly surpassing the 4th transformation. And even Luan Chan had to admit that Doan's skills and speed might even exceed her own. Hasuvu now also lowered his condescending gaze as he looked at Doan. "This guy says he's at the 6th stage. I believe it." Dong-an fights harder and harder, first surpassing 30 floors of the secret realm, then 40, then 50 floors. Everyone watching live is very shocked. They never expected that a young powerhouse like Doan would even break the records of Liu Yingzhen and Hasuvu. At the final level, Doan also faced a monster similar to the one he fought in the simulation dungeon, and although it was a tough battle, he ultimately defeated it.
During the training, this was the final level because the monster data provided by Ninfong only went that far. But unexpectedly, when actually conquering the secret realm, it turned out to be the final level as well. After Duan defeats the target, a simulated window with a flashing message appears in front of him. Congratulations on passing the trial. Not only Duan, but everyone else was also stunned by this event. They didn't expect Duan to succeed so easily after just one strike. At this moment, Duan was so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't find words. His reward, as he had predicted, was a divine blessing, which in fact was a divine curse. Master Vu was both envious and jealous. The divine blessing is a reward for those who pass the secret realm first. This also means that from now on, he or anyone else who clears the secret realm won't be able to receive such a precious reward anymore. Only 2 words remained in his mind. Disgusting. This was clearly his secret realm, yet the first clearance reward went to a 4th-tier kid. Hasuvu grew more and more angry, grinding his teeth unconsciously, but everyone else was focused on Doan, so no one paid attention to him. Doan was surrounded by a series of virtual windows. The system is checking his talent, but after a thorough scan, it reports that his profession is not fully developed, so he cannot learn the divine spell. This is quite strange, causing not only Doan, but all the other guild leaders to feel confused. Only Ninfong had foreseen this. In the Demon King's memory, it was mentioned that the professions of adventurers in this era had not yet reached their optimal state. Duan was no exception, so unfortunately he couldn't learn the divine spell. While Ninfong was already disappointed, thinking this reward was wasted, the system automatically adjusted it to suit Doan, turning the divine spell into a mark of the gods. Before Duan's destiny is in the power system protected by the divine, the Holy Spirit of the 12 gods. Now the system offers Duan 3 different career paths, and his task is to choose one of the 3 to advance. The first career path is the martial spirit sword sovereign, who confidently uses aura to control and attack with the sword. When facing a strong enemy, they will always unleash a combat power that exceeds the usual. The second path is the ultimate martial saint, drawing external aid to boost strength, constantly seeking to discover the limits of one's combat ability, with every punch and kick wielding extraordinary power. The final path of martial arts is the warrior path, specializing in using various weapons to defeat opponents, and even observing and understanding the enemy's strength skills during battle. Duan's weapon is a short sword, so he chooses to become a mighty warrior spirit sword sovereign. Immediately, a mark appears before him. The divine imprint is actually condensed from divine power, containing the fundamental rules of strength in the universe. Faced with this, Duan was not afraid, only focused on absorbing it. As Duan absorbed the divine mark, others focused on a different point. The entire city sky suddenly lit up, sparkling as if coated in gold. The divine trial secret realm has been completed, raising the level of this world by 1. This announcement was transmitted through a giant simulation window that all the people in the world could see. Looking up at the sky, suddenly lighting up like that, along with those strange symbols, many people took out their phones to record the scene out of curiosity. Ninfong stands at his window looking down, savoring an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The divine trial of the secret realm system assigned to him has been completed. Now, Ninfong is able to wield its power. A short while later, Doan also stepped out of the secret realm. But now he holds a different position. The abilities of the chairpersons here can no longer compare to his. Luan Chan also realized that from now on, Doan's strength could no longer be measured by the 4 transformations, or even say that the limits of power across the entire world will now be overturned because of Duan's existence. Such a surpassing powerhouse, of course, everyone wants to cling to his leg. Therefore, the guild leaders started inviting Zhang Mu to join their guilds. But Doan initially only wanted to be a free adventurer and now only wants to follow Ninfong, so he never thought about joining a guild. He hurried straight home, and upon seeing Ninfong, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Big brother, Duan kept talking, but I couldn't finish my sentence for a long time because I was so moved. I really succeeded, and didn't let you down. Hoo. Ninfong gave a thumbs up and praised. You're so delicate inside for someone with a battle system interface. Your own efforts are also very important. I won't take all the credit myself. Then the 2 of them sat down and talked about the divine mark. Earlier, Ninfong, through the phone, couldn't see it clearly. He relied on his memory to redraw the mark, and it turned out to match the mark that Duan received. Do you also recognize this symbol? Doan asked in surprise. Yeah, I accidentally got one from a dungeon run before and gave it to Wang Yue. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Duan felt a bit sad because he had to risk his life to break through the secret realm to obtain that divine mark. But Ninfong casually gave it away to someone else, and Doan suddenly became serious. feeling that his efforts were never enough. But on this side, Ninfong is also very suspicious. Du-an said that the divine mark was formed by divine power condensing. Could it be that because you also have divine power, you were able to create a similar mark in an ordinary secret realm? Although Ninfong doesn't want to admit it, Tathan is indeed a god too. There is also something else you paid quite a bit of attention to, which is the 12 main gods mentioned when Do-an chose his career path. Could it be that Ninfong's strongest enemies now are not just one, but as many as 12? Du-an said that to find the divine mark bestowed by the gods, the 7 major guilds have started to act, searching for more trial dungeons. He affirmed that soon, not only the big guilds but all guilds will join this race. Ninfong remained silent as Do-an completed the trial. The system also marked the mission as accomplished. This means that as long as he can control those who have passed the trial, he can use its power. But the question is, what if the ones who passed the trial are his enemies? That divine mark may sound impressive, but in reality, it's a small matter. What worries Ninfong the most is that after passing the trial, people can learn the forbidden spell. Once these forbidden spells fall into the hands of enemies, they will pose a huge threat to you. Moreover, if your existence is exposed to the 12 divine lords because of this, Ninfong will face even greater trouble. The only way to solve this problem is to make everyone who passes the trial become your own people. But how exactly can I do that? Just hearing about it sounds difficult. Seeing Ninfong remain silent, Do-an hesitantly spoke up. Boss, actually there's one more thing. I don't know if I did the right thing. What is it? Du-an recounted the situation at that time. After he passed the trial, Ha-Su-Vu was the first to demand repayment. According to their contract, the Thuong-Nue Guild has the right to reclaim all the rewards Du-an received from the trial's secret realm. A powerhouse like Du-an naturally didn't crave those equipment pieces much, so after absorbing the divine mark, he quickly returned all the stolen items to Ha-Su-Vu. But clearly this Ha-guy's face doesn't look too friendly. No, you have to leave the divine mark for me, or there's no way you're leaving here. Although he didn't speak, it was as if those words were written all over his face. Ha-Su-Vu forced himself to hold back his anger and sighed. Du-an has already absorbed the divine mark and has no way to get it back. The other guild leaders are dazzled by the equipment, all of which are orange items, high-grade magic stones, and most importantly, they also have the method to craft the resurrection potion. This medicine can erase a designated skill and restore that skill slot to an empty state. Since leveling up is difficult, the skill slot is extremely valuable. In fact, one could say that a person's choice of skills will directly determine their future. With the Divong Duok Tui in hand, they can completely eliminate old skills and acquire new, more advanced ones during the level-up process. Master Ha-Vu tightly clenched the notes on how to make the potion, unable to hide his satisfied smile. This is the kind of divine medicine that can change the world. He believes that as long as he can monopolize the method of creating the resurrection potion, their mercantile guild can attract more powerful experts to join, and their strength will soon surpass the other guilds. The only issue now is how to ensure that the only person who has seen the formula, Mr. Do-an, remains silent and does not reveal it. Mr. Do-an, according to the contract, you must keep the Divong Duok Tui formula confidential and not disclose it to others. Ha-Su-Vu stepped forward to strike first, even willing to pay a fair price to keep Do-an silent. I need to clarify something. Du-an calmly replied, I saw this formula at the place of the great mysterious elder. Before, it's exactly the same. So even if I don't reveal it, the elder would still produce this potion. All the guild leaders were stunned by this information. Ha-Su-Vu was the first to regain his composure, having previously sent people to investigate. The reward for the first to pass the trial, Secret Realm, was something that appeared in the world for the first time and no prior records could be found. Therefore, he found it completely unreasonable for Do-an to claim that the mysterious elder possessed the formula for the eternal life potion. Mr. Do you have any evidence to support what you're saying? Du-an paused for a few seconds, and Ha-Su-Vu took it as him having nothing more to say. His confidence quickly refilled. Everything in this world belongs to him, and he will not let others take it away. It's just a pity that right after, Du-an spoke again, saying I don't have the right to prove anything for the Chief Elder, but if you want evidence, I can provide it. Actually, the Chief Elder also knows the high-level experience medicine formulas you all use, and he has been refining them for a long time. Du-an's words are as gentle as a feather, but they leave Master Vu frozen in place, repeatedly muttering, how is this possible? And the other guild leaders couldn't hide their shock when they heard him say this. Damn, the mysterious senior knows everything about the Secret Realm trial. If Du-an is so powerful, could it be that he also used that kind of medicine long ago? Truly blessed by the heavens. Seeing them in such chaos, Mr. Fung-Yak just stood aside, stroking his beard and smiling. No wonder Feng Dui once said that Ninfong casually took out 40 bottles of experience medicine during their first meeting to give to him and Thuong Mok Thu. Now, Feng Nak finally understood, because he had never paid attention to this matter at all. Now, he was even more convinced that sending his grandson to a different school was the right decision. Danan also didn't feel like joining their lively gathering, so he and Feng Nak left first. On the way back, Mr. Feng couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "Mr. Do, are there still other kinds of potions from the mysterious elder? Because my body is being corroded by dark power and is getting weaker." Feng Zhok isn't the type to beg others easily, but he truly wants to live a few more years beside Feng Yue, so he had to ask for help like this. Du An isn't sure either, only promising to ask on Feng Ngok's behalf when they return. That is exactly what is bothering him right now. To be honest, Ninfong doesn't really mind about Feng Nak at all. You still have that nourishing medicine there, but I don't know if it will really work for him. How about this? Find some time to give a few bottles of nourishing medicine to Senior Feng and tell him to try it out, and followed Ninfong's advice and quickly brought the medicine to Feng Ngak's workplace. But Tolam said he had gone to attend an important conference, and could only leave the medicine with Tu Lam. After work, she took it to Feng Ngak's house, but after ringing the doorbell many times, no one answered. Tolam thought Feng Dui wasn't home, so she sadly went back. But unexpectedly at this moment, Feng Dui was being consumed by dark power. "Isn't it true that you really want to save your grandfather? I can help you, as long as you agree to submit to me." Feng Dui was being wrapped by that evil power. That demonic voice kept echoing through the space, tearing apart your sanity. Feng Yue struggled to resist. "You're the nephew of Feng Ngak. How could you betray humanity to make a deal with the devil?" Seeing Feng Dui's weak resistance, that dark power becomes even more excited, and a sinister laugh echoes nonstop. "Ha ha ha! Weak creatures like humans always like to bind themselves with strange rules, so let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. I hope you can still say that when your grandfather passes away before your eyes." Although Feng Du could barely hold on this time and prevent that dark power from consuming him, it's undeniable that it struck his most vulnerable psychological point. The next morning, Feng Dui sat alone and lost in thought at the sports field. Ninfong happened to arrive, and with just a glance, he could tell that Feng Dui was not in a good mood. To lift his spirits, Ninfong suggested the simplest way among boys, playing a game together. But unexpectedly, Feng Dui refused. "Sorry, Grandpa doesn't let me play games at school, and Ninfong didn't push him either." "Fine, then when Senior Feng comes back, let's team up and play 3-on-3. Senior brother Feng's skills are no joke. They really opened my eyes back then. Mentioning Feng Ngak made Feng Dui feel even more discouraged because his grandfather only learned to play games to get closer to him. When Feng Dui was young, his parents sacrificed themselves during a mission, which deeply affected him, causing him to become withdrawn, uncommunicative, and to lock himself in his room every day. At that moment, Feng Ngak didn't know how to comfort his grandson. He only remembered that Feng Dui loved playing games, so he secretly learned to play some of the popular games himself to keep him company. When Feng Dui was at his most vulnerable, Feng Ngak always patiently stayed by his side to pull him out of the darkness, which made Feng Dui love him even more. Throughout the process of opening up, Ninfong listened seriously. From his expression, it was easy to understand what was making Feng Dui sad. Meanwhile, Feng Yue was attending an important conference. This meeting involved two adventurers named Bang Ha and Koong. The person named Bang Ha is a 4-star triple transition adventurer. 8 years ago, he was imprisoned for intentionally seriously injuring someone in a secret realm, then sentenced to 15 years in prison. However, while serving his sentence, he suddenly disappeared mysteriously from prison. This happened 6 years ago. The remaining person, Gu Ying, is also a 4-star triple transformation adventurer who was once a monitored mutant. 5 years ago, he also mysteriously disappeared from prison. A few days ago, these two were reported to have appeared at the old Ha Gang house in Hung Nguyen City, then used brutal methods to kill 2 adventurers and their families. As a result, no one survived. The 2 fallen adventurers were once members of the Ha Gang's pursuit team. His motive is clear: revenge. But one thing that puzzles people is that the 2 fallen adventurers were both 4th-stage warriors, so why did they lose to 2 3rd-stage criminals? Moreover, they watched helplessly as their family was slaughtered without resistance. Then, the council also presented footage from security cameras at one of the adventurers' houses, showing the battle scene. The only thing that surprises people is Ko-Ung's strength. Although he's reported as a 4-star 3rd tier, his movement and attack style suggest his true power has long surpassed the 5th tier. Feng Nak felt that when facing him directly, even he might not be his match, so the 2 adventurers could only stand still and endure. The 3-star suddenly surged into 5-star. In all these years of his disappearance, what exactly has he been through? Turns out, Ko-eung and Bang-ha are connected to the Zhao family. Trio Trin's father hired them to find his son's whereabouts. Although they haven't found him yet, during the battles, Bang-ha sensed an extremely powerful dark force. Bang-ha believes that usually those who use dark powers can only do so through the blessing of a demon king. Just like recently, the people who died in Tandu City were merely pawns of some demon king. And those with true power will be personally summoned by the demon king to be taught. In other words, they will lose contact with the outside world and cultivate within the secret realm for a long time. He himself and Gu Ying before also found themselves in a similar situation. Because of this, Bang-ha suspects that their son Zhao might be like them, being noticed by a certain demon king and granted the right to enter the secret realm for cultivation. I only know that Xiao Trin is performing some kind of ritual. Does what you're saying have anything to do with that ritual? That Trin guy asked, doubtfully. I'm not quite sure, but I checked the dark room where your son performed the ritual. That really is a spiritual transmission ritual. The arrangement is flawless. With that sacrificial ritual, Bang-ha believes that with Trio Trin's qualities, he could catch the attention of a certain demon king. Old Zhao finally relaxed a bit, though he had no idea that his son had long been taken care of by Ninfong. Then Bang-ha handed a business card to Father Zhao Chen, saying that after dinner that evening, they wanted him to send a card to the address on it. Are you looking for someone? Yes, we want to visit our future junior brother. The person they are targeting is Feng Yue. He was sitting listlessly in his room, gazing at the night sky, his mind filled with memories of losing his parents as a child, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Feng Yue didn't think much and went to open the door, only to see Bang-ha and Gu Ying. Since Feng Nok hadn't brought any news from the conference, Feng Yue had no idea who these two men in front of him were. Are you Feng Yat? Bang-ha spoke first. That's right, fine, let's go inside and talk. But at this moment, young Master Feng realized that something was wrong. Specifically, he could sense a very dangerous aura emanating from these two men. Who exactly are you guys? Feng Yue asked seriously. I'm visiting you on behalf of your master. From now on, you have to call us senior brothers. Who is your master? What the hell do you mean you have a master? You probably already met your master yesterday, right? Ha's words suddenly made Feng Due realize that they were connected to the dark power that wanted to devour him last night. Moreover, only now do I realize that behind them is that very power. Feng Dui immediately entered combat mode, but unfortunately, no matter how talented he is in his youth, his strength cannot compare to these two demons. Feng Yue was grabbed by Bang-ha with one hand and then pushed hard against the wall. How dare he attack his senior brother? He's truly an impolite kid. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and fought back, but unfortunately, the gap in strength between them was too great. He had never been beaten so badly in his life as he was in this moment. That's why Bang-ha came here today under his master's orders. That person said that Feng Due is still young and doesn't understand things, so he wanted him to come here to persuade you. In the end, before he could say 3 words, Bang-ha was so annoyed that he wanted to attack. His strength wasn't enough to kill Feng Di, but it was still enough to make him suffer and writhe in pain. According to the Ha Gang, it seems his master also values Feng Yat very much. Not only willing to grant him great power, but also eager to save Feng Ngak from the corruption of dark forces. Just one nod from Feng Yat, and he could become a powerful figure at the peak of fame. However, you can never trust what thugs say, and Feng Ngak was born into a wealthy, traditional family, so he's even less likely to be lured by dark forces. While Bang-ha was controlling Feng Ye, Gu Ying went inside to take a look. When they found that Feng Ngak was not at home, they seemed quite disappointed. Bang-ha said he still wanted to personally greet old man Feng, but Feng Dui understood very well what this so-called greeting really meant. You are not allowed to hurt my grandfather. Even though I am exhausted, hearing about him makes Feng Due keep struggling. Bang-ha releases his grip and immediately collapses to the ground. Feng Di's injuries are severe. Bang-ha looked down from above, as if observing an ant. I've heard that sacrificing loved ones can unleash even greater dark power. Feng Senior's life is now in my hands. I give you 3 days to think it over. They threaten that if Feng Du will agree to apprentice with them, they will let everything go. If he continues to refuse, they won't hesitate to send Feng Ngak away. This makes Feng Due feel extremely hopeless. Meanwhile, Ninfong was unaware and happily went to clear dungeons. This time, he was in a copy of the Wild Tribe dungeon to gain experience. Ninfong's combat power and fighting experience kept increasing, and he quickly defeated that boss. But after finishing the dungeon, he didn't feel any sense of achievement. These days I haven't been able to find a suitable place to level up, so I have to accumulate combat experience in these normal secret realms. As for the mission, it's no problem. The small mishap only has 43 days left to complete. If I can't succeed in reaching the second transformation, I'm basically done for. I'm really worried about whether I should take action against the recent new secret realms. While still lost in thought, Ninfong received a call from Doan, and from his tone it seemed hesitant, as if it was something difficult to say. Elder Feng, the senior, wants to apprentice under the mysterious Great Master who, after hearing the full story, Ninfong hurried to City No. 2 Hospital. Feng Due had now been carefully treated and was recovering well, but he still couldn't control his dark power, so he had to stay in the hospital for a few more days. While Feng Due and Ninfong were talking in the hospital room, Doan and Feng Nyak outside were also discussing some matters. At his age, bringing up the idea of becoming a disciple probably only made people feel amused. But indeed, the Ha faction and Ko-Ung are two extremely dangerous groups that seriously threaten social stability. Although the country values this issue greatly, there is still no reliable solution. Out of options, Feng Nyak brought along the hope that the mysterious elder would help, and what he didn't expect was that after asking Doan to speak, the elder agreed immediately. Before coming here, Ninfong also carefully instructed Doan to pass on to Feng Nyak that this was not about taking him as a disciple, but simply an opportunity to help him train specially. Even though he didn't reveal his identity publicly, how could Ninfong have the face to accept someone his senior, especially someone as renowned as Feng Nyak, as a disciple? Mr. Du, I wonder if the mysterious elder has any requests. Duan quickly listed Ninfong's basic requirements. A private training space, not too large but most importantly discreet for his own use, and also suitable for special training for Feng Nyak. This was no problem at all, he agreed immediately. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the hospital room. Hey, what are you two doing here? As expected, Bang Ha and Gu Ung shamelessly came all the way here, even bringing a basket of fruit to visit the sick. As soon as they saw Feng Yue, they pretended to be righteous and said it was too harsh of the senior brother to have attacked so fiercely that the junior had to be hospitalized. Senior brother has always been worried and felt the need to come check on him quickly, and also to atone for his mistake. Although he apologized outwardly, their expressions showed no remorse at all. Moreover, Bang Ha kept calling me senior brother, which made Feng Due very annoyed. How dare you appear here? Feng Nyak angrily burst in, instantly transforming into his skeletal form, signaling he was ready for a fight to settle the score with these two bastards. But to his surprise, the gang members showed no fear at all and even calmly questioned him back. Senior Feng, you really won't make a move against me here, will you? Seeing his expression, Feng Nyak hesitated and didn't dare to attack. To be honest, with his strength, even if you really fought, you might not win. Seeing the confusion in Mr. Feng's eyes, the thugs became even more arrogant. They packed up and left calmly, not forgetting to remind Feng Due that he had less than 2 days left to think. When they'd stepped out of the hospital room and saw Doan standing outside, Ko-Ung, still full of energy, spat a mouthful of saliva onto his shirt. If Doan hadn't always been calm and composed, this act might have led to a fight. Mr. Do sincerely apologizes. Feng Nyak bows his head deeply, earnestly confessing his guilt to Doan. He immediately waved his hand. After all, it wasn't his fault. Unlike everyone else's serious expressions, Ninfong looked very carefree, even wanting to scoop the basket of fruit that the two thugs just brought. That night, Bang Ha and Gu Ying returned to the Zhao family's house. They and Zhao Trin's father held a banquet, looking for beautiful women to entertain themselves. In the midst of his daze, Bang Ha suddenly remembered that the young lady of the Wang group, Wang Duyet, was quite beautiful, and he wanted to make her his plaything. Trio Trin's father enthusiastically agreed. Are you talking about Wang Duyet? Originally, Xiao Trin wanted to use her as a sacrifice. Now if you want, she can be yours. Bang Ha chuckled happily, tilting his head back and laughing loudly. Just as he was feeling proud, a piercing sound suddenly rang out. The main door of the Zhao family house has been shattered. The ones who just entered are Ninfong and Doan, both wearing masks to hide their identities. Doan motioned for the unrelated people to leave. Only Bang Ha and Ko-Ung needed to stay. Those two troublemakers saw these strangers, but instead of being afraid when their names were called out, they felt even more excited. Bang Ha looked at Ko-Ung, then leisurely took another sip of wine. Ko-Ung quickly understood his senior brother's intention and rushed towards Doan to launch an attack first. He thought this time would be as easy as before, but unexpectedly his full-force attack was easily blocked by Doan. Even after just one move, Doan had enough to confirm the opponent's true strength. This bastard has already surpassed the 5 transformations. If it weren't for Ninfong's special training and the divine mark he absorbed, he would have been killed in a single move. On the opposite side, Ko-ung looked confused as he saw Do-an block his attack. His mind immediately painted a bleak scenario where Do-an's block would give Ninfong, the mage, a chance to strike. But the scene did not unfold as he feared, because Ninfong then leisurely took a seat, peeled a corner of his snack, and focused on watching the show while eating. This carefree attitude of yours is the biggest insult to Ko-ung. Seeing his focus waver, Do-an delivered a powerful strike to remind him that I am his true opponent. Ko-ung lui lại vài mét, nhanh chóng trang bị vũ khí toàn thân rồi lao tới, mang theo con giận dữ và sức mạnh dạng số tấn công Do-en lần nữa. The punch that Ko-ung throws could shatter the bones of a healthy person completely. Luckily, Do-an's strength is not to be underestimated, and the fight is closely matched, extremely intense. Triu Trin's father and the other women could only tremble and hide to the side. Although Do-an said that unrelated people could leave seeing this scene, they didn't dare to move at all. Mr. Zhao from the Zhao family noticed Bang Ha's tense attitude. More precisely, he saw that he was very angry and had even drawn his weapon, yet Ninfong was just sitting aside focused on eating chips. It wasn't until Bang Ha's sword swung down that Ninfong drew his sword to block, their weapons clashing with a deafening sound and sparks flying. Bang Ha is also fully armed. With this look, he's even more formidable. On Ninfong's side, he holds a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, with no additional equipment. This dual-wielding isn't a reckless tactic by him. He originally possessed a passive skill called Dark Nature, which is a forbidden dark spell. Its effect is that when using both magic weapons and melee weapons simultaneously, all attributes can be increased by 100%. Ninfong's aura suddenly shifted. Even Bang Ha couldn't help but feel cautious. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful combat mage. Ninfong strikes first, forcing the opponent to retreat a few steps. Although his attack is quite fierce, Bang Ha feels they are not very powerful, as if the opponent is a rookie with no combat experience. On the other hand, he felt that Ninfong was deliberately acting clumsy like that. Surely there was some hidden scheme behind him, so Bang Ha had to be even more cautious. Eventually, dodging attacks all the time isn't the way to go. He kept avoiding Ninfong's moves and had to wait for the right moment to counterattack. The two sides once again closed in on each other. Ninfong's thin sword was not weak when facing Bang Ha's blade. While the opponent gritted his teeth and fought fiercely, he appeared incredibly calm on the other side. The two fought in close combat for a long time, with Bang Ha clearly at a disadvantage. He knew the opponent was hiding a secret, but he didn't expect Ninfong to become even stronger the more they fought. Hold on, I don't know who you are, but can we sit down and talk peacefully? We are both powerful cultivators. There's no need for us to fight to the death, no. Ninfong coldly replied, because my goal is for you to die and me to live. Bang Ha had already endured and begged for peace, but unexpectedly was met with a cold shower. His sudden burst of anger erupted immediately. Don't be boastful. In my master's eyes, you're just a tiny worm. Oh, your master is that demon king of the secret realm, isn't he? Ninfong pretended to be confident and asked back, and Bang Ha immediately nodded repeatedly. He boasted that his master possesses a power unmatched by anyone in the world, not just human adventurers, but even other demon kings within the secret realm have fallen countless times under his hand. Moreover, what this master most enjoys is turning the bones of powerful enemies into exquisite jewelry. Bang Ha added details to make Ninfong feel more terrified. Has your master ever defeated a demon king, and does he also enjoy collecting their bones? That's right. Bang Ha thought Ninfong was scared, so he chuckled in response. I didn't expect you to show such an eager look later on. Where is your master? At the same time, Fung Nak also brought Tolam and two others because they received reports about Bang Ha and Ko-ung's appearance. When they reached the building's foot, he used a probing technique to assess the situation in the top apartment. Fung Nak can clearly see that Bang Ha is fighting an unfamiliar person, and his appearance clearly shows he's not taking it lightly. Meanwhile, Ninfong seems very calm. Your attributes keep increasing over time. Fung Ngak didn't realize that was Ninfong. He only felt that this person was too powerful. His moves looked simple, but suppressed his opponent from start to finish. When Ninfong's attributes increased by 80%, he was completely swallowed by Bang Ha. A giant mouth with sharp teeth grew from his stomach, swallowing Ninfong's entire body. I can't believe I have to use this move. It's so troublesome. If you want to use this move, you have to be willing to pay the price. The situation changed in an instant, shocking Fung Ngak. On this side, Gu Ying is still busy confronting Do-an. Seeing Ninfong being swallowed, he taunted to make Doan lose his composure out of worry, but unfortunately this guy firmly trusts Ninfong, partly because of his abilities, which Doan is no longer unfamiliar with. On the contrary, it was Koung who lost focus and was immediately struck in the chest. Wanting to worry about the boss, I am not qualified, and you definitely do not respond. This is Koung's deafening scream. Over here, old man trio, after seeing Bang Ha swallow Ninfong, finally stood up from his hiding spot, feeling reassured. Master Bang, you're so powerful, those trash fish aren't your opponents at all. Old man Zhao Ji definitely didn't expect that just a bit of flattery would cost him his life. Bang Ha seemed to find a place to vent his anger, instantly cutting the other trio in half. You're the real trash fish, he scoffed dismissively. At this point, Bang Ha's body had completely transformed, and he no longer looked like a human at all. Bang Ha planned that since he had already transformed, he might as well swallow a few more adventurers to strengthen himself. As he finished speaking, he turned to look at Feng's scouting orb. Old man Feng saw Bang Ha's gaze turn towards him and knew immediately he had been discovered. Before he could transform, they had already become hard to defeat. Now he's in this state again. If he doesn't run fast, he'll only have the option to sell salt collectively. It's a pity that Bang Ha's plan to swallow Elder Feng is still far away, because just as he was about to attack, his stomach suddenly exploded. Ninfong majestically tore through his body and stepped out, looking unscathed while Bang Ha, whose body was shredded by him, now lay motionless on the ground. When Guang saw his boss like that, he couldn't focus on Doan anymore. As a result, he was also defeated by him in one move, and Guang was left with only a trace of life. But Ninfong wasn't going to let him go so easily, because he still had questions to ask this bastard. Not long after, a problem arose in the Blood Mist Valley secret realm, and someone had infiltrated the entrance. It's not too hard to guess. Ninfong interrogated Koung about the location of their master. This demon king may not know his true strength, but his aura isn't bad at all. When he sensed the alarm indicating an intrusion, he immediately guessed that the enemy had come to find him. The spiritual energy of the Bang Ha and Koung has shattered. Before dying, Koung activated his spiritual energy, so this demon king could faintly hear a few words. Ninfong's final question was about where their master was. Our master is in the secret realm of Duto Mountain, and he will avenge us. After Ninfong arrived, the Demon King immediately ordered his subordinates to retreat all at once because he knew that someone capable of defeating both Bang Ha and Koung was not an ordinary opponent. These little monsters are no match for him at all. After the gatekeeper retreated, the Demon King let out a sigh. Although his subordinates are loyal, in this situation he can only rely on his own strength. The skulls on his armor glowed simultaneously. Then, a new blood-red skull appeared right in the middle of his chest. The Demon King held this item, constantly stroking it like a treasure. In fact, many years ago he was just an ordinary Demon King, but luckily he accidentally obtained the poison of a high-level Demon King. It not only granted him overwhelming power, but also taught him how to manipulate people. With its help, he can defeat his old enemies and turn them into sacrifices. He doesn't know who is coming this time, but he feels that no matter who it is, it will just add to his collection of bones and remains. Over here, Ninfong is also feeling very confused, because the fog in this secret realm is so thick. I couldn't see the way ahead. Ninfong used the forbidden spell Thunder Demon Pillar to summon a massive storm of lightning, hoping to clear the path, but it only made everything more obscured. The important thing is that from the beginning until now, you haven't caught a single glimpse of a little monster, let alone any real combat training. Keep going a bit further, and the system will send a notification that the Trung VD dock has been detected. Ninfong immediately became happy. Indeed, the Zhongwei D poison exists here and seems to be unharmed. He carefully followed its aura and finally saw the Demon King, with the Zhongwei D poison inside the glowing skull in his hand. However, the Demon King, who was so full of energy earlier, now looks like a blackened statue. Even when Ninfong seized the skull in his hand, he couldn't resist. This guy was hit by Ninfong's lightning storm just now, and turned into a charred lump. I didn't expect the masters of the Ha and Koung demon sects to be so easily crushed by Ninfong. As for Ninfong, after absorbing the poison, all his attributes increased by 100 points. Now, even without using any skills, Ninfong can overpower most adventurers. Moreover, your level has jumped to 43, and now you can learn a new skill. Ninfong took out the water element summoning skill book. Honestly, I was a bit worried that this summoning spell might create a great demon king or something like that. Worrying too much won't solve anything. Ninfong immediately chose to learn the skill. As usual, his skill was automatically transformed into a dark curse. This water element summoning ability turns into a dark magic gate skill, opening a portal to darkness and continuously summoning dark creatures for 12 hours. Or Ninfong could also summon a high-level demon soldier with no time limit. Ninfong held his head and chuckled bitterly. I actually guessed right this time. This skill is just too obvious. You're trying to hide your identity and can't even open the dark gate. Summoning dark creatures is like revealing myself here. But that second ability, summoning high-level demon soldiers without time limit, doesn't seem too bad either. Ninfong thinks this is less obvious and wants to try it whenever he has the chance. Let's get back to the Ha Gang and Gu Yung. After they were gone, old Feng kept thanking Doan over and over, knowing that this battle was personally fought by him and the mysterious elder, and that ending those two thugs was a salvation for the country, leaving him forever grateful. Talam stood to the side, also feeling very happy, glad that everything went smoothly. In the past, officials and high-level adventurers were quite suspicious of the identity of the mysterious elder, but after Feng Yak risked his life to guarantee everything, they were willing to trust his judgment. After this battle, all doubts about the mysterious elder were put to rest. The most important thing is the threat from the rival faction, and Gu Yung has also been eliminated. After this battle, Ninfong's reputation soared. Regarding your search for a secluded training location, the officials did not dare delay. They surveyed the area and selected a few suitable sites. The place they are looking for is a carefully constructed training facility built by the nation, including a good environment and facilities, and ensuring privacy without any interference from outsiders. Although Feng Yak introduced each location in detail, Doan also dared not decide for Ninfong. The reason you want a specialized training space is to hide it from the outside world and not reveal the actual special training methods, so Doan can only bring back the documents about those training locations for Ninfong to choose himself. The next day, they visited a training facility that met the highest standards. Ninfong was immediately overwhelmed by its massive scale. According to Doan, this is the new exploration base built by the nation with the codename 1. It has never been used, but if Ninfong needs it, the country can hand it over directly to him. This entire place. Ninfong was amazed and confirmed once again. Yes, An firmly confirmed that this training base is a large building with 10 floors, including training areas, offices, entertainment zones, living spaces, and more with a capacity of up to 2,000 people. The infrastructure here is truly top-notch, all built and managed by an intelligent control system. If Ninfong wants, he can live here for a year or two without any problem. After touring the base, Ninfong was very satisfied. This place is perfect for him to retreat and cultivate his strength. As for how to use it, just seeing this high-quality infrastructure is enough to excite him. The tour concluded, and the two returned to meet Feng Yak. Old Feng had already guessed that the mysterious leader would be pleased with that base, since he and Doan are benefactors who saved Tiandu City twice, Longback City once, and eliminated threats from the Ha Gang and Ko Ung. So the government is especially interested in the two of them, and is even willing to fully support that great base. Ninfong and Doan don't have to pay a single cent, just sign the confirmation document. The boss doesn't like dealing with trivial matters, so I'll leave the management of the base to me and Brother Nin. Doan said, because they still need to hide Ninfong's identity, you reluctantly became Doan's senior brother like that. Feng Yi nodded, showing he was willing to do everything he could to support the mysterious boss, even helping to establish a guild if needed. Suddenly, Doan remembered that Ninfong had mentioned this before, but what he really needed was a way to gather information quickly without forming a guild. The mysterious boss isn't good at using the internet or anything similar, so how can we quickly update information with the help of Senior? That's easy. For national-level powerhouses like the boss, the government can set up a special information channel. It's just that it isn't highly secure, so all information can be shared simultaneously with the government, Feng Yak replied. In his words, Ninfong paid the most attention to that phrase about the national-level powerhouse. It seems that his status within the country has risen from the bottom of society to the very top. Again, compared to the hard work of you and Do in gathering intelligence, government channels are indeed more effective. Of course, Ninfong has no intention of relying solely on these pure information sources. You plan to develop some additional channels in the future. As for establishing a guild, Ninfong has indeed thought about it, but there are too many things to manage to make it happen. Anyway, you also have plenty of high-level resources, so maybe in the future you can build the base into a different model. After signing the confirmation, Doan and Ninfong left. On the way back, Doan also reminded Feng Yak that his training session was scheduled for next week. Just then, Feng Yak's phone rang. His subordinate called to report a series of mysterious disappearances similar to those of Bangha and Guang years ago, making them worry that such enemies might appear again in the future. Old Master Feng felt an icy chill in his heart after hearing that. Even with the secret training from the mysterious elder, this old body could not face all enemies. Feng Yak was deeply troubled,
wishing there was a way to quickly cultivate more powerful warriors like Do-an. That night, when Feng Nyak returned home, Feng Due was already waiting. "Are you going somewhere?" Feng Yue nodded enthusiastically. Because the training camp is about to start, Ninfong has specially arranged a special training session for 5 people. Cool, including Feng Yue, which will begin the day after tomorrow. Feng Nyak didn't expect the mysterious elder to be so generous as to train all these kids. In his excitement, he transformed into a fiery skull again. "Sir, you're on fire again?" Feng Di hurriedly said. Feng Nyak waved his hand, indicating not to worry about it. He had been taking the medicine Do-an brought over these days, and his body was clearly improving, but his dark power was still temporarily unmanageable. What Feng Nyak cares about more right now is who Ninfong invited to the special training. It's probably just a few close friends besides his nephew, all of whom have known Feng Sha for a long time. Feng Due's response made Feng Nyak even happier, proving that the mysterious senior also takes good care of the newcomers. Old Mr. Feng's worries earlier have eased a bit now. With the mysterious senior nurturing them, he believes these young people will soon achieve success to confront the dark forces. After finally releasing his inner tension, Feng Ngoak was even more excited than his nephew. All evening, he was busy preparing things for Feng Due to participate in the Da Huan, not forgetting to remind him to definitely listen to Ninfong. 2 days later, Feng Due was taken to base 05 by his grandfather first. Wang Duyet's group arrived later, and Tudin looked around nervously before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Ninfong didn't call Thuong Mao Thu over. They were overwhelmed by the scale of the base, which even outshined the main base of the 7 great guilds. Wang Duyet was very curious and wondered how Ninfong managed to acquire such an excellent base. Ninfong also had to make up a reason, claiming that the owner of this place was an elder in his family. Everyone else believed it, only Wang Duyet suspected that they had known each other since childhood. But she had never heard Ninfong mention anything about an elder in his family. Since awakening, Ninfong has become increasingly mysterious. But Wang Duyet believes that you wouldn't harm her, so she doesn't want to expose you. Once everyone was gathered, Ninfong introduced Do-an to them as the main instructor for this special training session. "Senior Dan, hello." Do-an is very gentle and cheerful with these kids, which makes the Wang Yue group even more curious. "Feng Due, do you know Senior Do-an? You look worried like you're about to meet your mother-in-law." "Don't you guys know him?" Feng Due asked back, and they all shook their heads at once. Feng Due quickly explained to them that Do-an was the first to pass the divine trial and was much stronger than Luan Chan. The kids were immediately frightened, surprised that the gentle older brother in front of them had such an extraordinary background. The atmosphere quickly grew serious as Do-an led them to the special training room, suddenly realizing that their resolve had greatly increased without him knowing he was the cause. Ninfong watched them quietly from above. This base was built very solidly. This training room is well camouflaged, so even if I cast a forbidden spell here, I'd be less worried about being detected. Bringing Wang Duyet's team here for special training was an idea Ninfong just came up with not long ago. He's too lazy to start a guild, but nurturing strong players is very feasible. As long as you master the resources and strength you have and choose trustworthy members, you can create a coalition that is better than an old guild in both quality and efficiency. Wang Duyet is considered one of the most promising seeds here, yet just after starting training, she was thoroughly beaten. Throughout the entire battle from the moment of awakening until now, Wang Duyet has never felt such terrifying suppression. Luckily, this is just special training. If this were an attack from a real battle, I'm afraid Wang Duyet's will would have already collapsed. Wang Duyet believes that Ninfong's rapid progress is precisely because he has overcome such brutal tests. As for Chu Jiangtu and Tu Din, neither of them are prodigies. They have never expected to surpass others' talent simply through hard work. But Ninfong has appeared and given them hope, so this special training session will have to push them to give their all, and Feng Due's willpower is even stronger. Young Master Feng does not want to rely on his grandfather's protection for his entire life. Moreover, he knows how difficult Feng Inak's situation is, so he wants to protect him even more. The other person is Tu Ngui. Although this brother is deep and unpredictable, and it's hard to tell what he's thinking, his determination is clearly evident. Their expressions made Ninfong very satisfied. It seems that the decision to bring them here for special training was completely wise. The 5 of them truly gave their all. Even Chu Jiangshou, who was in good health, felt like he had been tortured for hundreds of years. The door to the special training room opens, and Do-an enters with a serious expression. "Today's training session is over. Everyone rest well. Starting tomorrow, I will guide everyone through targeted training." That night, they gathered together to eat and rest. Wang Duyet feels that although this special training session has just begun, she has gained more than she did in the past few years combined.
It's true that relying solely on one's own insight makes it impossible to discover one's own weaknesses. Fang Yue was more reserved than everyone else because he felt that the dark power within him was acting strangely today. Although he had already used all his strength during the special training, there were no signs of losing control like before. Although everyone had their own feelings, Tudin's emotions were the strongest. While everyone was chatting happily, she suddenly collapsed onto the table, listening to Uwang Duyet say, "Recently the pressure on Tudin and Chu Jiangtu has been very high, because their school is sending several students to the super rookie training camp this time, so there's a lot of gossip online. Most people think that Tu Din and Chu Jiangtu are only average in strength and don't deserve to attend the training camp. Many even believe they got in through favoritism and will be taught a lesson once they arrive." Among all those comments, only one person dared to stand up and defend the Ninfong Association. They looked up information and it turned out to be Thuong Mok Thu. It seems this girl has truly been captivated by Ninfong's strength. To comfort Tu Din and boost everyone's morale, Ninfong promised to give them a gift in a few days, as long as they train hard. That night, Ninfong sat on his bed lost in thought for a long time. Previously, after absorbing the Demon King's memory, he was able to gather quite a bit of information. In fact, there are a total of 7 evil gods born from dark power, and they are the gods that all monsters in the secret realm believe in, but the owner of the memory he absorbed is different from those 7. This character is called the Evil God, once one of the 12 main gods, also known by another title as the All-Powerful Mage. He, along with the other 11 main gods, led their clans to destroy the 7 demon gods, causing all monsters in the world to no longer dare to invade the realm of light. Surprisingly, this all-powerful god of magic, freed from the threat of darkness, was haunted by the pursuit of dark power and ultimately fell into madness. Fortunately, the other 11 archangels quickly intervened and stopped him. The battle between the all-powerful mage and the remaining 11 was truly unequal, so in the end he couldn't win, and took the opportunity to escape, becoming a dark god from then on. This legend has been passed down for a long time in the luminous world, and everyone believes in it. However, there are completely different legends among the dark clans. According to the demon army, once the divine tribes were freed from the threat of darkness, they gradually lost their sense of danger and their faith in the gods waned until they no longer believed in the divine beings. This angered the gods greatly, so they created their own clans mainly to gain more power from faith. As a result, the gods increasingly encouraged their clans to attack each other, using them as tools for entertainment and sacrifice for offerings. Even the monsters hiding in the shadows have begun to reappear, thanks to the tacit approval of the gods. This is also the origin of the mysterious realm. In that situation, only the all-powerful mage, now turned evil god, remained calm. He didn't care about the number of followers worshipping him, so he didn't participate in this power game. Unexpectedly, one day the war spread to the territory of the evil god, and because his clan was small and unable to defend itself, almost the entire clan was wiped out. The evil god was furious, but he could only endure and beg the other gods to stop this pointless farce. Unfortunately, his plea was ignored, and instead he was mocked. The conflict between the two sides intensifies, and once again, a fierce battle erupts. The all-powerful mage never argues, but this time suddenly unleashes overwhelming fighting strength. 2 of the remaining gods were killed by him, 6 others were seriously injured. In the end, the all-powerful god was pushed back, but the other side also suffered heavy losses. No one knows where the evil god has gone. There are rumors that he entered an undefined space, neither the righteous nor the evil side, and has disappeared since then, causing the other gods to smear his reputation out of fear of revenge. On the other hand, they have always been trying to find his whereabouts to eliminate him completely. The information from the memories ends here. Ninfong only regrets not knowing the final fate of the all-powerful mage. After all, this is a legend whose truth is hard to distinguish, so he decided to put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to level up and complete the mission. Playing with your life has never been Ninfong's style. The next morning, he left the base early and arrived in front of a secret realm gate. The Adventurer Management Bureau's ability to gather information nationwide is indeed very convenient. There are many unregulated secret zones that can be found on this information network. Like the one Ninfong is about to enter, the monsters inside are very ferocious. Ninfong defeated a few and gained a considerable amount of experience points, which shows that the boss in the secret realm has a very high drop rate for good items. He swept around for a while and finally the boss appeared. Its name is Iron Armor Bull Demon, even more ferocious than the little monsters. Facing such a strong opponent, Ninfong becomes even more excited. His blood is boiling fiercely in his veins. That bull is fierce, but unfortunately its huge size makes it much slower than Ninfong. In this battle, he completely controlled the rhythm, but there was a very concerning issue. The boss's body was too tough, and his sword couldn't pierce it. On the contrary, Ninfong's weapon was also shattered into pieces. This is not surprising at all. In fact, because your level isn't high, the weapons you can use are no better than those of 4th or 5th tier adventurers, and after continuous intense battles, the sword Ninfong loved could no longer hold up. That boss smiled triumphantly when he saw your sword broken, and Ninfong cursed himself silently for being so stupid. What does it matter if I don't have weapons? I'm a player who specializes in forbidden spells. As expected, the power of the curse spell is still not to be underestimated. That crazy bull was defeated by Ninfong in the blink of an eye. With the experience points gained from it, he leveled up from 43 to 47. But Ninfong still felt unsatisfied because gaining 4 levels was still too little for him. And on top of that, the boss broke one of his swords. To salvage the situation, a skill book called Wind Ring Technique dropped from the bull demon armor. After Ninfong learns it, it will automatically transform into a forbidden spell called Sound Confinement Wind. Ninfong couldn't hide his disappointment. Of course, the more talismans he learned, the better, as they could help protect himself. But if you only rely on magic seals, that's not enough. If you don't have suitable weapons right now, you won't even be able to defeat a basic boss. What are you talking about fighting a god one-on-one? Before heading to the next secret realm to level up, Ninfong can only stop by a city to buy a few new weapons to use. The staff laid out several high-quality orange swords for Ninfong to choose from, but he didn't even bother to look and immediately dismissed them all. Her decisive attitude left the female staff member utterly amazed. Who is this? She thought to herself. He looks so young, not like he has a black card from the trading house, yet he bought 7 orange swords at once. She brought out all the high-attribute swords, but Ninfong wasn't even moved. His expression was calm, as if he was just looking at a pile of low-level equipment. But trouble soon followed, because at that moment another distinguished guest was arriving at the trading house. The young master of the Guo family, one of the prominent clans in this place. That person also has a supreme black card and wants to buy these high-level stealing swords, but they are all being sold to Ninfong. The female staff member surnamed Chow saw young Master Chow and turned pale, worried that if a conflict broke out, she would be the first to take responsibility. Kotio angrily kicks open the VIP room door, but immediately changes his expression completely upon seeing you, as if he just saw a ghost. Nin boss, Ninfong, who was sipping his tea, also looks up at Kotio with a gaze full of suspicion. Who are you? Kotio was furious inside. You might not remember, but he is the one who was on the same team as Li Kak and Thuong Mok Tu and had all his gear stolen by Ninfong last time. Yet outwardly, he dares not say a word. I am little Ko Von Chu. Isn't it too much of a coincidence for us to meet again this time after what happened last time? After that incident, Ko Van Chu no longer dared to act impulsively in front of Ninfong. He also sent people to investigate your background, but always encountered strange obstacles, as if someone was deliberately interfering. The information about Ninfong online is also all over the place. Some say you only awakened your profession at 18. Others say you're a divine being sent to pass down the world. Everyone exaggerates more than the last, so I can't believe any of it. But Ko Van Chu was sure that someone who could leave the Ko family helpless like Ninfong must have a background that was far from simple. Seeing him remain silent, Ninfong took the initiative to point to the pile of swords behind him. Is there a sword here that catches your eye? Ko Van Chu was surprised and quickly waved his hand to refuse. Ha ha ha, I'm just messing around, anything will do. Just pick whatever you need. He thought Ninfong was not a good person. Since he had already stolen all his equipment once, he could do it again, so better not buy it in the first place. What's going on with that woman with the surname Gao and the others at the scene? What's happening here? Isn't he the second-ranked young master on the national supernova list, usually looking down on everyone? Why is he so respectful to Ninfong? Ko Van Chu flattered Ninfong a few words, then found an excuse to leave first. Afterwards, he went to the bathroom and kept punching the sink in frustration. Never before had the young Master Ko been in such a humiliating situation. He wants to do something, otherwise he definitely won't be able to swallow this anger. But honestly, Ko Van Chu doesn't know what to do. He can't beat him. So he could only open the forum, log in with a fake account, and leave a comment under that trending topic. I always have a feeling that this Ninfong guy is not right. I suggest a thorough investigation. Soon, someone else replied to his comment, basically saying that Ninfong is not a bad person, and that if you don't understand him, don't talk nonsense. Ko Van Chu went crazy when he found out that the owner of this comment was Thuong Mok Tu, and he was even more furious that his former teammate now sided with the enemy. Meanwhile, after shopping to his heart's content, Ninfong, satisfied, heads home with a pile of new weapons, and tirelessly clears one secret realm after another. The experience points gradually increased, and finally, Ninfong reached level 60. Although using forbidden spells took a bit more time, he was still able to perform the second transformation in the end. Suddenly, Ninfong discovered a sacrificial altar inside the dungeon. These monsters once served different demon gods until all of them were wiped out by the 12 main gods. Now, the monsters are not only invading the human world, but also bringing the goal of resurrecting those 7 demon gods. Of course, among them there are quite a few with great strength and ambitions to become true demon gods themselves. The world has fallen into chaos, but those main gods have no intention of protecting humanity. Instead, they see demons like Ninfong as enemies. Therefore, the legend of the all-powerful law god among the monsters might actually be true. In the eyes of most gods, humans and other races are just toys for entertainment. Having a fate intertwined with dark curses and becoming a demon lord is both a blessing and a curse for Ninfong. But he is certain that in this era, both monsters and gods are not good things, and only strength matters. At this moment, Ninfong receives a message from Tungui, telling him to return to the training base for a mission. Ninfong calculated the timing and knew it was time for him to return and accept the second transfer mission. When he arrived here, Ninfong had specially prepared a private research room for Tungui and had developed a new potion called the Forgetting Drug. After drinking it, it would make the user forget a skill. This is part of the gift that Ninfong mentioned before. As he spoke, he spread his hand to reveal a pile of skill books, all of them orange quality. These are all skill books carefully chosen by Ninfong to suit each person's profession. Chu Jiangthu and the others immediately lit up with excitement when they saw them. Usually, they can only buy purple skill books on the market, but this is the first time they've seen orange skills. This feeling of excitement is hard to describe. Wang Yue held the skill book in her hand, feeling a bit unreal. Are these all items dropped from the secret realm? Yes, they are from quite high-level secret realms. Once you level up enough, you can go fight together. Feng Yue looked at the skill book with a look of disbelief. The drop rate of orange equipment in the dungeon is shockingly low, yet Ninfong still managed to get enough for each of them, and they are even skill books suited to their classes. It seems Ninfong's strength has already far surpassed theirs. Seeing their dazed expressions, Ninfong had to speak up. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and master your new skills. Everyone gradually headed back to the special training room. On the way, they met Doan and Feng Gak. Except for Feng Due and Ninfong, everyone else was meeting Elder Feng for the first time, so it was hard not to feel a bit overwhelmed. Even Wang Duet, who was always calm, was incredibly excited. Feng Nyak also silently assessed the kids in front of him from head to toe, thinking to himself, these must be Ninfong's friends, right? To have received guidance from a senior when they were young, their future is indeed limitless. The appearance of Feng Nak suddenly reminded Ninfong of something. It's already been a week, and today he came here for special training. Luckily, there are more than one training room in this base. Otherwise, how could Senior Feng and these kids train together? After the polite greeting, Feng Ngok acted like any other ordinary parent. The first thing he asked about was Feng Dui's recent performance. Ninfong knew he was eager to see his nephew's progress, so he took Feng Nak to the observation room, while Feng Dui's group stayed in the special training room to demonstrate the new skills they had just learned. All 4 of them possessed new techniques. Wang Duet has the invisible Feng Shui. Feng Due wields the Trung Trung Bich Lui. Chu Jiangthu possesses the giant sword, and Tu Din specializes in healing links. They've been training together for a week, so their coordination is now very perfect. Feng Yak stood high above, nodding in approval. With such skills at a young age, he's truly impressive. But it seems like they are still a bit unfamiliar with it, right? Duan explained that their awkward looks are because they have just learned the new orange skills. Feng Yak thought he must have misheard. Orange? That's right. Those are all loot from high-level secret realms, Duin confirmed once again. Feng Nyak was so excited that he started to get carried away again. You should know that the military has long planned strategies to attack high-level secret realms, but, unfortunately, none have succeeded so far. Everyone is speculating about the loot from those secret realms, and this is also the first time Feng Ngak has seen those orange skills. Feng Nyak asked Doan if he agreed to report this matter to the military, and Doan on behalf of Ninfong also agreed, since it wasn't a secret anyway and everyone would find out sooner or later. Feng Nyak's heart was so happy it was jumping in his chest, his eyes still fixed on the children in the special training room. Their level wasn't high yet, but skill can be improved over time. With the help of the great mysterious elder, he is confident that they will soon surpass his generation of old men. The future of the country is now in the hands of these clumsy children. While the Wang Duyet team was practicing their new skills, Ninfong had his own matter to attend to. When he arrived at the transfer hall, Talam couldn't hide her surprise. Other adventurers need 2 years of hard work to go from first transmission to second transmission. But for you, this process only took 2 months. Ninfong received the S-rank class transfer mission called Complete Elemental Law God. The mission requires him to enter the Ice Flower Plain secret realm and obtain the elemental emblem item. Then, Ninfong had to gather 20 transformation stones and 100 pure soul spirits within 7 days. Ninfong couldn't hide his astonishment. Why do you need as many as 20 transformation stones? Usually, the secondary transformation only requires finding one. Again, this isn't dropped by monsters, but mined from mineral veins, so the chance of hitting one is very low. To be safe, Ninfong wants to check with the trading post, and if he can buy it, that would be the best. So you have returned to the Vienthan trading post. The person in charge was both happy and worried upon hearing that Ninfong wanted to buy 20 stones. I'm really sorry, but recently there's been a sudden increase in class changes, and the demand for transformation stones has exceeded supply. Please give us 3 days, and we will definitely find enough for you. Ninfong quietly calculated that the Vienthan trading post definitely wouldn't dare to cheat him. 3 days isn't too long, so he could start by completing the emblem mission first. Additionally, to save time, Ninfong decided to buy the spirit fragments at the trading post to be quick. As he thought about this, Ninfong suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I still have some miscellaneous loot from the secret realm that hasn't been sorted yet. While we're at it, I could use everyone's help this time. No problem at all. Ninfong immediately took out a pile of equipment items from his storage. Yes, it's definitely a pile. Even the boss editing transactions would be dazzled. Does Ninfong really consider this a bunch of random loot? Just a quick glance shows there are more than 10 purple skill books for different professions, plus a bunch of orange equipment. In the current level-up frenzy, items this good are never left unsold. The boss is in a very good mood. It seems no one has better achievements than him this year. No wonder Mayor Tai keeps insisting on providing the best service for Ninfong. You really are a money-making machine. Ninfong turned back to the Iceflower Glacier secret realm in boredom. At this moment, another team is also on a mission here, and Ninfong's solo appearance makes the secret realm management team very suspicious. Because not long ago, the Adventurers Bureau issued a regulation that to enter the secret realm, one must be part of an official guild team with at least 5 members acting together. Otherwise, entry is not allowed. They could follow this rule, but Ninfong carried a card, specifically issued by the Bureau, allowing him to enter the secret realm freely. The team leader from the management squad, who was as stiff as stone just a second ago, immediately allowed Ninfong in after checking his card. The leader kept watching Ninfong's back, constantly wondering what his true background was. Since the issuance of that ticket coincided almost exactly with the announcement of the new regulation, it's like it was prepared especially for him. Surely it wasn't an unexpected inspection from the higher-ups, right? The casual staff member said something that made the captain panic, and he immediately ordered his team to lift their spirits. If Ninfong really is an envoy, then all the secret realm management procedures must be perfectly in order. Ninfong smoothly passes through the secret realm gate and lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Luckily, he warned Fung Nyak beforehand before obtaining this special pass. Just beyond the secret realm gate is a wooden bridge. Ninfong looked at it thoughtfully, then made a bold decision to jump down into the abyss beneath the bridge. With his rich combat skills and full of forbidden spells, he quickly descended to the lowest point of this gorge. From here, you can no longer see the bridge above. It seems quite high, and the first opponent Ninfong faces in this secret realm has also appeared. Seeing its strange appearance, he felt sure this was definitely the hidden boss in this secret realm. The excitement started to surge again. Ninfong excitedly said, "Let's go! Quick fight now!" Before he could even finish saying the word victory, the big boss interrupted him. "Lord God. Lord, have you arrived in person?" This unexpected situation left Ninfong stunned for a moment. I still haven't understood anything, but the big boss continued speaking with an extremely excited tone. Although the subordinates couldn't see, they could always sense that he was the Lord of Gods, and perhaps he no longer recognized me. My subordinate is a loyal member of your clan, the Grand Mage Han Am. This situation is increasingly beyond expectations. Ninfong had no idea what was going on, thinking that the other party might have misunderstood, but he didn't expect to be called the Lord of Gods by the hidden boss of the secret realm. It seems Ninfong truly has the aura of a dark deity. In this situation, if I keep denying it, I might end up at a disadvantage. So Ninfong decided to go along with it. "So, how did you end up like this?" "Sorry, Lord God, I can't explain it either. We were already attacked by other tribes with heavy casualties, and my subordinates were also killed by the enemy in battle." Han Yin's story drew us in, and Ninfong unconsciously got caught up in his tale. He was originally killed by his enemies, but at some point he appeared here again. Since waking up, strange whispers have kept echoing in Han Am's mind like a cruel form of mental torture. It stirred in him an uncontrollable desire to kill, until Ninfong fell here, when his reason was finally awakened again. Ninfong combined Han Am's story with the hazy memories he had absorbed, recalling that the Divine King clan had been ambushed by the clans of other gods. Could it be that the title of Lord God is actually referring to the all-powerful god of magic? Han Yin kept insisting that Ninfong was his master, so he became more and more emotional, even crying and sniffling after just a few words. "Lord God King, are you here to save your subordinates?" Ninfong had never been so confused. He wanted to deny it, but after saying just 2 words, Han Am showed a look of loss that made Ninfong feel extremely awkward. "Sorry, but I am not the great lord you think I am. I am just a student on a mission to eliminate you. Destroy me if you dare. So you came to help me end this suffering, right?" Ninfong was speechless, feeling that Han Am, even now as a demon in the dungeon, still had more humanity than some real people. However, he still insisted that you are his great lord, just missing some memories, or at least someone extremely close to his great lord. At this point, Han Yin raised his scepter and shouted loudly, "Great lord of all laws, all-powerful god of law, my respectful one, please act." Ninfong was surprised and said, "So you guessed right. Your current position is the all-powerful law god." Seeing Han Am like that, Ninfong naturally couldn't bring himself to strike. "I need an elemental symbol. Is there any way other than killing you?" Han Am shook his head. He didn't really know much about this, but he knew Ninfong cared for him, so he spoke to comfort him, saying that for him, death was just a form of liberation. Ninfong grew even more silent and asked Han Am if he had any other wishes he wanted fulfilled, but unexpectedly he just wanted to chat a little longer with his divine master. Ninfong naturally couldn't bear to refuse him, so he temporarily put away his weapons. "All right, then tell me about what happened that year." Han Yin began to recount slowly. In the past, the all-powerful magic god often transformed into human form and came to the mortal world to play with us. Han Am and the others knew his true identity as the Divine Lord, but they had to pretend not to know, which was very painful. It seems that this all-powerful magic god doesn't quite look like a true deity, but because of his capriciousness, Han Yin and the others willingly became his followers, with no pressure at all. After finishing the story from the past, Han Yin asked about Ninfong's current situation. "You also honestly replied that your current life is nothing special, just going to school, leveling up, and playing games when you have time. The days just pass by. The network here is down, otherwise you would have taught me how to play the game too." Han Yin stood up and stretched. Ninfong knew it was time for him to act, even though he really didn't want to, but the mission had to be completed. "Han Am, if there's a chance in the future, I will definitely play games with you. A final word, just like before, you came to this world to find us." That was their last farewell. Then, Ninfong defeated Han Am, giving him the freedom he desired. At the same time, a secret meeting was taking place in the city center between the 7 great guilds and Feng Nak. He has gained quite a few orange skills from the secret boss in high-level dungeons. Hearing this, the guild leaders immediately wanted to invite the mysterious boss to lead them in attacking the secret realm. Of course, Feng Yi had thought of that, but when he asked Doan the day before, he only got the answer that the Great Elder didn't really want to cooperate. As soon as he finished speaking, a few guild leaders showed clear displeasure. At this point, the mysterious elder should be standing with everyone else, acting purely based on personal preference, without any restraint. Does everyone really think that's not a problem? Guild leader Fang Dan spoke up to criticize. Feng Nak was extremely annoyed by his way of speaking. When Bang Ha and Guaiai appeared and threatened Feng Yue, all 7 of them here were indifferent and said they had no solution. That caused Feng Yak to be prepared to die, but in the end he was lucky to be helped by Ninfong and Doan, and at that time they thought their indifference was normal. Currently, when it comes to entering the dungeon, they openly blame Ninfong for being selfish and acting impulsively. Feng Yak slammed the table and stood up. "Indeed, when it involves interests, some people can't sit still, huh? I hope everyone here remembers that the elder owes no one anything. Lao Feng has always been known for his fairness and integrity, so since he said that, no one dares to say a word." Liu Anjin saw the situation was tense and quickly changed the subject. "Old Feng, I hear you're preparing to explore the high-level secret realm in a few days." "That's right, then keep me a spot on the team." Liu Anjin spoke up, and guild leader Du Linhua and Zhang Wenxuan also wanted to join in. The special training that Ninfong designed for him is truly devilish. Feng Gak's old bones had to rest quietly for 2 days before recovering, But through that special training, his progress was quite noticeable. Feng Yak now is completely different from the past, and Ninfong has just completed the transfer of authority, gaining a new passive skill called Peaceful Demon Barrier that makes him immune to all probing skills. After stepping out of the promotion hall, Ninfong's mood was very complicated. It turned out that most of the memories he absorbed from the ancestral curse were indeed accurate. The all-powerful divine spirit is not a demon god at all, but just someone slandered by the remaining god lord. Moreover, if Han Yin's words are true, then you and the all-powerful divine spirit are basically the same. Ninfong can only think of this as a P from the system, or some special connection between the system and that all-powerful god, and besides, Han Yin has long been selling salt, so why was he turned into a hidden boss in the secret realm? Could this be a clue for you or not? There are too many things that Ninfong still cannot explain. This time, when clearing the dungeon to promote, besides skills, Ninfong also gained a new piece of equipment. A necklace from Han Am. His soul is protected by divine power, and the reason it hasn't dissipated is thanks to this gem pendant. Not long after, the Supernova training camp was launched, divided into two smaller camps, the high school camp and the university camp. Almost all the most outstanding young adventurers in the country had gathered. Among them, there are a total of 180 people from the high school camp, including 32 who are on this Supernova ranking, along with 148 others from 4-star professions. The trainees had just gathered for a short time when they were already buzzing about the appearance of these top-tier figures. This time, not only the 3 major university presidents showed up, but also representatives from the 7 great guilds and the Adventurers Management Bureau. It's truly unprecedented. They also heard that outstanding trainees in this training camp would be directly signed by the elders, so everyone became even more enthusiastic because after signing the contract, they could enjoy the resources provided by them. But after graduation, they can directly serve under a senior, starting at least as squad leader. All the trainees want to greet the elders to make a good impression, but no one dares to. In the end, a proud male student did step out, but he was none other than the top-ranked super rookie, Hasu Hung, also the younger brother of the leader of the Thuangdue Guild, Hasu Vu. Moreover, the Thuangdu Guild is monopolizing the high-grade experience potions, making his strength even more profound and unpredictable compared to Piers' age. Soon after, another vehicle stopped in front of the training camp. The recruits started to buzz again because this was the car from Tandu City, and the people inside were the group dominating social media these days, which is why everyone was curious. The car door opens, and Ninfong steps out proudly, followed by Wang Duet, Feng Due, Thuang Moktu, Tu Din, and Chu Jiangtu. Wow, this school's aura is really strong. Yeah, it feels like a well-trained combat team. They're probably just pretending. The other trainees didn't hold back and openly criticized Ninfong's group. Principal Huang couldn't help but sweat. Even if he were blind, he could still feel the gaze of the other schools fixed intently on them. It's true that a big tree catches the wind. Looking at the gazes of those camp members, it seems they all see Ninfong's group as a common enemy. Ninfong at this moment also received countless notifications, probably dozens of them. All of them were scanning skills, but they were all blocked by his mysterious barrier. Fortunately, I just learned this passive skill after the transfer of authority. It seems that Ninfong is the one receiving the most attention in the group. On the opposite side, after scanning, Ninfong was also extremely surprised that he couldn't obtain any results. The level of that person was such that I couldn't detect him. Could his strength already be at the second transition level? He's also a high school student like us, right? If I remember correctly, this person wasn't on the list of super geniuses, but the other trainees of the same age aren't the only ones unable to detect Ningfeng. Even the leader of the 7 great guilds can't do it. Old man Fuangdan and Hasu Vu were greatly affected. He's just a high school kid. How could his level be higher than theirs? Hasu Vu believed that Ninfong, being close to the great mysterious elder, must have been given some artifacts by him to hide from everyone's scrutiny. Fuangdan quickly nodded in agreement with this view, because if he didn't agree now, it would be like admitting he was weaker than Ninfong. Hasu Hung, seeing Ninfong immediately draw all attention, felt annoyed and curious about just how strong he really was. Before coming here, Hasu Hung had watched countless videos of Doan's secret power trial of the divine, and had simulated them many times with other strong fighters in his guild. But Doan's strength exceeded their imagination. Hasu Hung basically cannot imitate, and Ninfong is someone very close to Doan. He believes that if his strength is indeed that powerful, they must have a special training method of their own. He guessed this part correctly, considering himself quite clever. But Hasu Vu and Hasu Hung always wanted to monopolize this training plan. This is something only a dream could achieve. Fang Dan couldn't find anything on Ninfong, so he immediately passed the ball to Lu An-chan. "Old Liu, aren't you going to investigate a bit?" But Lu An-chan is also considered a gentleman. He didn't join because he saw this as too rude. Old Master Feng stood next to Liu Yingzhen, actively waving to greet Ninfong's group, making the recruits even more dazzled. Wow, Senior Feng is greeting them. What kind of relationship does this Tandu group really have with Senior Feng? Once all the trainees have gathered, the check-in area begins operation, with group leaders bringing their members to register and receive their numbers. After completing the registration, all trainees gather in a hall to listen to the instructions. This is also the part that makes them most annoyed because every year is the same as the last. Principal Fuang ends up sitting right next to Principal Truong. As soon as he sat down, that Mr. Truong kept probing about Ninfong. But Principal Fuang remained completely silent. Since Thuong Mok Thu transferred from their school to Ninfong's, Truong has always sent people to spy on the news. But luckily, Principal Fuang is cautious and keeps a strict watch, so no information leaks out. Although Principal Fuang tried to stay low and avoid attracting attention, Principal Truong had no intention of letting him off. He deliberately spoke loudly to draw the attention of the other principals. Today, all the principals here want to see firsthand the teaching quality of Tandu High School No. 7. After all, it is the prestigious school that attracts the most rising stars. "Don't let us down." Principal Fuang lowered his head, trying to avoid the gunfire-like gazes directed at him. In fact, he also had his own concerns. What he knew was limited to the point when Wang Duyet was sent for special training. It's just a pity that the results of that special training weren't much better. But in truth, Principal Fuang wasn't too worried about Wang Duyet, Feng Dui, or Thuong Mok Thu, because after all, they are still the brightest stars at the top of the supernova chart. Instead, he only worried that Ningfeng, Tu Din, and Chu Jiang Thu wouldn't survive this tough challenge. After some back and forth, they finally moved on to the rules explanation. This year's supernova training camp adopts a free team formation model, with each team consisting of 5 members. In the end, each person's performance will be evaluated based on a combined assessment of individual points and team points. In addition, the top 10 members of the high school camp will join the university camp for joint training. But before the supernova training camp officially begins, they must first pass through a secret realm to get familiar with it. This secret realm allows adventurers of level 3 transfer and below to enter, and the organizers have specially selected a unique team to clear the instance first as a model for all trainees. The aura of this special team is no joke, as all 5 members are top-ranked supernova in the past year, the very best among the best. And of course, Master Ha also took a spot. The 5 of them approached the entrance to the secret realm. The platinum-haired guy in front spoke first. "Should we hold back a bit later? Showing all our strength might put too much pressure on the younger ones." "What are you talking about? This training camp has many big figures watching. It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to show off. Although everyone is just a temporary team, if anyone tries to block us, don't blame me for turning hostile." He really is a very ambitious guy. That platinum-haired guy is also too lazy to argue. None of the 5 team members said anything else and entered the secret realm together. Inside, the gloomy scene and thick demonic aura made people feel extremely uncomfortable. The blonde mage girl stepped forward, and their first opponent quickly appeared, a swarm of chubby, sharp-toothed, and spiny spider spirits. They immediately entered a frantic battle mode upon detecting the intruders. But this group of 5 is truly the cream of the crop and responds very calmly, though their attack speed is lightning fast, leaving the outsiders stunned. Ha Su-hung, though the youngest, is the one showing the most dominance. Seeing his demeanor was completely different from other high school students his age, Guo Yanshu also observed him very carefully. Although he didn't want to admit it, young Master Guo had to honestly say that although he was only 1 rank below Ha Su-hung, he had already been completely surpassed. Feng Nak and Liu Antren also couldn't take their eyes off these young talents. I heard that recently the 5 of them have been training together in one place. If they train well, they'll be able to explore higher-level secret realms together soon. In the dungeon, their monster clearing speed is even faster than how quickly your ex turned against you. They quickly struck the elite monsters, and their speed not only didn't slow down but kept increasing, almost without a moment's rest. After a long and exhausting journey, the final boss of the dungeon finally appeared. Master Ha Su-hung smiled confidently, leading the charge himself, and with the cooperation of the other 4, the final boss was quickly defeated. This time, their team set a new record by clearing the dungeon in just 48 minutes and 18 seconds, surpassing the old record held by the Jiangnan 5 Monsters team of 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 46 seconds. When the 5 of them left the dungeon, the red-haired girl among them approached Ninfong to greet him. "Hello, Ninfong. My name is Tai Vutran. Mayor Tai Dongmin is my uncle. I heard him mention you many times before, so I came to say hello today. Ninfong let out a sound of acknowledgement, then politely stopped to chat with her for a few words. The other trainees turned their curious gazes toward this side. They couldn't understand why a top student from the university camp was talking with a high school student, and after seeing Ninfong happily chatting with Tai Vutran, they became even more annoyed. It's Ninfong again. It seems like he's become the center of the universe in this training camp. As he introduces Wang Duyet to Tai Vutran, she responds very politely, without any haughty attitude like other top supernova stars. Even Tai Vutran's way of talking to him sounds a bit deferential. During training, if you need anything, just tell me directly, and I will have the trading department deliver it right away. She's too polite. Watching this scene from Din, he couldn't help but whisper into Wang Duyet's ear, Duyet Ni, you should keep a closer eye on Ninfong. All the beautiful women he knows come from powerful families and have strong abilities. Mayor Tai often mentioned Ninfong before, which made Tai Vutran very curious. Since I couldn't even assess your level today, I'm even more interested. During the training camp, Tai Vutran wanted to take the opportunity to get to know you better. At this moment, the short-haired armored man arrogantly approached, asking Tai Vutran and the others to find a place to rest, but she refused, saying she wanted to stay and observe the abilities of the other trainees, which immediately made him show disdain and annoyance. What's so interesting about watching the exam? The strongest people are already here, but not only Tai Vutran wants to stay, even Hasu Hung does too. This guy probably wants to stay and watch Ninfong compete. The armored guy just shrugged and left with the platinum-haired guy. At this moment, other teams are starting to enter the secret realm. Every 6 squads will compete at the same time. They will receive corresponding assessment missions, and at the end of the secret realm, the organizers will evaluate the completion of these missions to calculate the scores. Most of the students here are inexperienced in real combat, especially high school students, as the difficulty of these dungeons is too high. Seeing the situation of the students, the principals kept sweating profusely. If this continues, there might not even be a single team capable of passing the trial in the high school camp. The situation is really not looking good. Other teams are struggling greatly to get through the secret realm. They can't even see the boss's face. Just dealing with the small monsters is already difficult enough. This has caused the students' morale to drop even further. Some ordinary people performed very well, but now they've already retreated before fighting. In the end, they only waited for Ninfong's team to take the stage. Their task is to conquer the iron-spiked swamp. After entering, they began to seriously observe the situation to determine the correct course of action. A professional combat team never fights recklessly. Usually they are divided into 4 types based on the members' roles: assault, research, support, and protection. The assault team mainly possesses combat strength and is responsible for conquering the entire secret realm or leading the front against powerful enemies. The research team needs to investigate the secret realm and clarify the hidden knowledge it contains, which will serve as materials for human use. The protection team is responsible for guarding controlled secret realms or protecting non-combatants in case of emergencies. Finally, the support team helps enhance battlefield strength, improve continuous combat ability, and reduce casualties by implementing measures like emergency treatment, as Ninfong focused intently on the mission board in front of him. Each type of combat team has a total of 10 missions, each worth 10 points. Additionally, there is a single core mission to defeat the final boss through the secret realm to earn 50 points. Ninfong is the team leader, so everyone respects his decision. Wang Duyet let Ninfong choose the type of combat team he wanted by himself. Then let's go with the research type. Truly the top scholar in theory, huh? Ninfong chuckled. Actually, it's not because he's a top student, but mainly because there are still many things he hasn't deciphered. For example, gods, the Quan clan, world levels, Tu Din, Feng Dui, and Chu Jiangtu also had no objections. Wang Duyet glanced over the research system's mission board and discovered a difficult problem. That's easy, we'll just go fight the boss first, Ninfong nonchalantly replied. I have to say, so far no high school team has managed to clear the dungeon. Yet Ninfong said that fighting bosses and clearing secret realms was as easy as eating candy, making the vice principal outside shiver. But they said and did, and after finalizing the plan, Ninfong's team began sweeping through the dungeons like a storm. Their speed is no slower than Hasu Hung's temporary team, even several times faster, and all eyes from the camp and the elders are now focused on Ninfong's group. Tai Vutran now also understood why his uncle held such a high opinion of him. Lu An-chan quickly realized the difference between Ninfong's team and the other battle squads. All 5 of them are using orange skills. This skill alone has already surpassed other camp members, and with the combined strength of the 5 of them, they are no longer ordinary. The combination of skill timing, precise execution, and seamless teamwork created an unbeatable situation. Lu An-chan watched in awe, unable to blink. Clearly just 5 middle school kids, yet their team was more professional than veteran elders like him, especially Ninfong. At first glance, it seems he isn't using any advanced skills, but even a simple move from Ninfong can cause the enemy to lose all fighting spirit. Ninfong's strength is truly profound beyond measure. A few people wanted to speak up, but at this moment, Principal Huang no longer had the energy to care about anyone else. His entire focus was now on the 5 children from his school. Ninfong's team looked determined, acting decisively with flawless coordination, and the final boss quickly appeared before them to be defeated. No one told them to, but Wang Duit and Chu Jiangtu took the initiative to split into 2 groups for the first attack. Ninfong, Feng Due, and Tu Din stayed behind to support, hardly needing to lift a finger. After the boss fell, they quickly completed the remaining tasks and returned to the main hall to report the results. The leaderboard had undergone a significant change. Ninfong's team has surpassed Ha Su-hung's team, claiming the top spot with an astonishing time of 8 minutes and 14 seconds. As they proudly step out of the secret realm gate, all eyes fixed on them. The first to react is Thuong Mok Thu, who starts clapping loudly, followed by Ko Van Chu's group joining in. Although he previously disliked Ninfong after seeing him fight, even young Master Ko was probably convinced of his strength. The rest of the trainees then clapped along, creating a wave like welcoming a king home. The group of trainees then started to approach Thuong Mok Thu and Ko Van Chu to ask about Ninfong and his team. Thuong Mok Thu didn't need to say anything. With her sincere wish for Ninfong's success, of course she would speak well of them. But young Master Gu is the one who truly surprises everyone. The person who just a few days ago defamed Ninfong online is now threatening everyone. No one is allowed to insult him. Seeing the students' morale rise, the principals were also very pleased. It turns out this is the true power of a strong person. They looked peaked like they saw Liu Yingzhen and Feng Ai when they were young. Not long after, the trial for the high school camp ended. The top 10 is about to be announced. All the trainees believe that Ninfong's group has already taken up 5 of those spots. But strangely, they are not on the top 10 list. The top 4 are Han Su-hong, Guo Yun-chu, Li Kak, and Thuong Mok Thu. The contestants looked at each other in confusion, and finally, young Master Guo was the one to speak up. So Ninfong's group didn't make it into the top 10.
Oh, they didn't take it a spot for regular contestants. The organizers decided to give them the assistant instructor treatment.
It's truly astonishing, after another Ninfong's group, once criticized and insulted online, won everyone's admiration through a battle.
Now, they even have the chance to be promoted to assistant instructor and are being taken by the organizers to a modern high-rise building. This is a guest house specially for teachers with excellent facilities. From now until the end of the training camp, they won't have to stay in the students' dormitories anymore. As they just brought their suitcases into the new room, someone knocked on the door. And when the person in charge saw Elder Feng coming, he couldn't hide his surprise.
It's not just Feng Nak. Lu An-chan, the leader of the 7 great guilds, is also here, along with many other powerful figures. It seems these 5 kids truly have extraordinary backgrounds. The staff member stammers as he goes to get water for the distinguished guests. He was still in shock seeing all the top experts of the country gathered here. The room where Ninfong's group was had been spacious but was now packed with people. One by one, they began to introduce themselves, including the principals of the 3 key universities, Beiqing, Xilian, and Songwu. They obviously didn't come just for small talk. After the match of Ninfong's martial arts team, everyone wanted to seize them and take them for their own school. Ninfong suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Until now, all your external affairs have been handled by Duan. Now that you're at the training camp without him, you don't know how to handle this kind of situation. Feng Yak carefully noticed Ninfong was confused, so he spoke up to defend him. Let's not get too excited, 3 principals. It's making things difficult for them. Just let them finish the training camp first. We can talk about other things later. The kids have worked hard all day. The 3 principals spoke up at the same time, but deep down, they were still calculating how to win over the people, absolutely unwilling to let these precious gems be taken by the other 2 factions. With Feng Ngak stepping in to speak up, Ninfong felt much more at ease. The conversation in the room became much more lively, and everyone gradually left only when the room was still bustling with noise late into the night. The next morning, Ninfong woke up quite early. As soon as he entered the living room, he was startled by Chu Jiangthu and Feng Due's zombie-like appearance. It turns out that even before dawn, Da Shu kept receiving calls from family members asking which university he wanted to attend, and I heard that the principals of those 3 major universities had already contacted them. Even Feng Di slept in the same room with Dai Shu. Her phone kept her awake all night. The girl's room wasn't much better. Wang Duit is still on the phone even now, but Tu Ding's mood is very excited. I heard her father was very happy, and even threw a 3-day celebration. Chu Jiangshuo's parents also experienced for the first time what it's like to be the parents of a legendary child. Their friends and relatives kept coming over to visit. Although I'm happy for them, hearing the enemies constantly mention my parents makes Ninfong feel a bit upset. At this moment, he received a call from teacher Kai Vi. Luckily, her constant concern made Ninfong feel a touch of family warmth. Kai Vi called first to ask if you were adjusting well at the training camp. The second thing is that the 3 key universities contacted her to ask which school Ninfong wanted to attend. Ninfong has always known that besides his deceased parents, only teacher Kai Vi understands him best, so he also wanted to hear her opinion. After hours of phone calls, the trainees entered the second day of the training camp. As mentioned, today the top 10 students from the high school will train with the university camp. But having 5 high school students jump to assistant instructor level is truly unprecedented. Even stranger, among them are Ninfong, Tu Din, and Chu Jiangtu, who are not listed among the super rising stars. Today, they will officially begin their first special training phase, exploring the secret realm. The instructor had to remind the trainees that the uncharted dungeons they would explore could contain many hidden dangers, so they must follow the instructions carefully and act within their abilities. Before exploring the secret realm, 10 students from the high school camp will be divided into teams, each joining a university camp team. Only Chang Muthu is assigned to Ninfong's combat team. Anyway, her performance recently hasn't been bad, and the Wang Duet group isn't petty enough to exclude her from joining. They entered an unnamed secret realm. Inside the secret realm, there are countless strange monsters. Ninfong carefully records their characteristics. Meanwhile, the combat missions were handled by the other members. He hardly had to lift a finger. Although she witnessed Ninfong clearing the challenge with her own eyes, Thuong Mok Thu still felt a bit overwhelmed when she was with them. Their dungeon clearing speed was lightning fast, and they quickly reached the deepest part of the secret realm. The whole team kept fighting forward, gaining experience points rapidly. Thuong Mok Thu wasn't a fool. She could easily see that compared to their first meeting, the Wang Duet group had truly changed. Their strength had increased significantly. She was even more eager to prove herself in the hope of being recognized by them, and also gaining the same training privileges. During his free time, Ninfong talked to everyone about choosing a university. This morning, Ki-Vi gave him detailed advice. The research team at Western Lan University is quite strong but has strict management. Kai-Vi thinks Ninfong will find it hard to adapt. On the other hand, the research team at Beijing University is quite free and might suit you better. Ninfong also intends to follow this advice. Wow, no wonder she's her favorite student. She even thinks of this for you. Wu Yue patted his shoulder, then suddenly, Su Ting looked serious and held out his phone in front of them. Everyone, check the news in the class group. Something bad has really happened. In Tandu City, a high-level secret realm suddenly encountered an unexpected situation, with mutated monsters escalating rapidly. There are about 100 people inside who haven't been able to escape, unfortunately including Kai Vi. Currently, the magic energy at the entrance is fluctuating wildly, making it impossible for anyone outside to enter and rescue them. The students of Tandu No. 7 High School are panicking like crazy, constantly begging the rescue team captain to save their teacher. But since the secret realm has mutated out of control and even the rescue team can't handle it, they can only report to higher authorities and wait for major guilds to come and help. But you guys have to do something too? The students are scared, but they can't bear to leave Kai Vi trapped in there. You just said that support roles are not enough, so Kai Vi followed you to rescue. Now you're here to keep our teacher trapped inside. That team leader was hit right in the sore spot and immediately got angry. Although he was truly the reason why Kai Vi had to enter the secret realm despite having no official duty, given the current situation, he couldn't go in, let alone dare to go in. He thinks that escaping is his luck, while Kai Vi's failure is her misfortune. The students, seeing how quickly the captain turned hostile, were left speechless. Zhang Lachu Nana, what's going on? A familiar voice rings out. The students felt like they had found a lifeline because that voice belonged to Ninfong. You were at the training camp but appeared here because of Teacher Ji's safety. Seeing Ninfong return, the students hurriedly explained the situation. At first, the school organized a secret realm for students to train and level up, but suddenly an anomaly occurred, trapping many inside. Kai Vi struggled to open a path for her students to escape. Then the security team said they didn't have enough people and needed to call in more volunteers to help. So once again, Kai Vi had to rush inside, but this time she couldn't get out. Seeing the students crying and blaming her, the team leader angrily shouted out loud, "Hey, don't say that your teachers were killed by me. I told you she did it voluntarily."
He gritted his teeth, looking extremely fierce, but unfortunately he couldn't keep up that appearance for long because right after, Ninfong grabbed his head with one hand and slammed it down onto the ground. The security team saw their captain being attacked and hurriedly raised their weapons, but before they could strike, he was seized by a large hand. Don't cause trouble. With that imposing look that scares people, if it's not Chu Jiangthu, then who else could it be?
It turns out Ninfong didn't come back alone but was also accompanied by the combat team. The team leader was unconscious, dragged indifferently across the ground by him. His subordinates were too scared to resist. As Ninfong took a few steps forward, he bumped into someone quite familiar. They had met at the training camp. He is Lu Bing, the deputy guild leader of the Era Guild, probably here as part of the military support. The members of the security team looked at Lu Bing and were overjoyed. That's great. Luke Bin is here, finally someone who can teach these brats to stop showing off. I didn't expect Luke Bin not only wouldn't help them, but would also not discipline Ninfong. He even helped you drag that team leader's leg straight toward the dungeon gate, surprising everyone else in the security team. What's wrong with this guy? Luke Bin asks. He just crawled out of the secret realm. We need him to lead the way. When the two of them reached the dungeon gate, they were stopped. But they couldn't hold back Lu Bing, who is one of the top powerhouses in the country and the vice president of one of the 7 largest guilds. How could these ordinary guards stop Lu Bing? But one thing that puzzled them greatly was what Ninfong's background was and why Luke Bin seemed so respectful despite looking so young. The entrance to the dense fog maze is guarded. Ninfong's group and Lu Bing enter inside. Their physical and attack attributes immediately decrease. The female mage accompanying Lu Bing quickly realizes this is a field effect, which is a continuous positive or negative state affecting targets within a fixed range that usually cannot be removed. And in this case, it is a negative state, and their attributes will decrease every second. Luke Bin knew this secret realm beforehand. At that time, it had no field effect, which seems to have appeared after the mutation, and among them, only Ninfong appeared the most composed. Luke Bin guesses that he is not affected by the field effect. In fact, his basic attributes are too high, so even if he is affected, it wouldn't be too serious. However, Ninfong knows how long the others can hold on, so they must fight quickly and win fast to save Kiwi and the others trapped in the secret realm. Seeing the captain lying flat on the ground, Luke Bing signaled to his subordinates, "Hurry up and wake him up to ask where we should go next." That team leader was forced to wake up by the girl's magic. His words were extremely frantic, saying that those people are very far from the exit and the path is filled with fierce monsters. You cannot pass through. I don't want to climb onto the cabinet to watch the naked chickens. Please let me out. Ninfong obviously has no intention of forgiving him. You give him 2 options. Lead you to Kiwi or be left behind here. Meanwhile, deep inside the cave, those trapped are facing extremely ferocious monsters. Moreover, most of them are badly injured, and only Kiwi knows how to heal here. She has been tirelessly treating everyone all this time. Although her face was already pale, she still didn't stop. Some people felt very grateful to see Kiwi putting in so much effort, but others thought she was just wasting her time, because these people are all 3-star adventurers. Even if they are fully healed, they still can't fight against those monsters. A lot of time has passed since they got trapped. The trapped people are still waiting for rescue, and everyone is extremely anxious. Suddenly, the rock wall in front of them was knocked down. Unfortunately, no one has come to save them yet, and the culprit breaking through that rock wall is a monster. As soon as they see it, the faces of those hiding inside, including Kiwi, turn pale. They are no match for this enormous creature. In a moment of life and death, the adventurer Kiwi just healed rushed forward to sacrifice himself. His chest was pierced by the sharp teeth of the monster, creating a tragic scene. His daughter, who was standing beside him and had just been grateful to Kiwi for saving her father, now fell into despair. Kiwi didn't dare to linger here any longer and immediately pulled the girl by the hand to run deeper into the alley because a whole pack of monsters was following the creature, and if they delayed, they would be torn apart by them. It was just because of the size difference that even if they ran at full speed, they would find it hard to escape the claws of the monsters. Just as Kiwi and the girl were about to be caught, a solid ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking their path and the monster. As expected, Ninfong arrived just in time, followed by the eager Wang Duyet. Compared to the special training sessions, facing a real genuine monster is truly much more exciting. From Din and the female mage accompanying Luke Bin quickly tend to the injured. Kiwi is safe now, and Ninfong has rescued her father's body from the monster's mouth. The daughter clings to her father's corpse, crying uncontrollably. A heartbreaking scene. The immediate danger has been temporarily resolved, but the female mage counts again. Excluding those who have died, there are only about 20 people here. The others don't know where they are anymore. Lu Bing opened her mouth to reply when suddenly she felt the ground shake violently. The water curtain of the cave split into large streams, and from those cracks, giant tentacles appeared.
Chu Jiang tried to strike with his sword, but these strange tentacles could actually heal themselves in just a few seconds, and the Duong family was also blocked by them.
The eyeless, featureless tentacles seemed to have a sort of intelligence. While everyone was still confused, it suddenly attacked Kai Vi. Before it could reach Teacher Kai, Ninfong cut it off. He shouted loudly, "Follow me!" Ninfong ran ahead, fighting his way through to clear the path. Lu Bing suddenly realized that unlike Chu Jiangshu earlier, the tentacles cut off by Ninfong had completely lost their ability to regenerate. "You have carved a bloody path," and the others hurriedly followed, finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
They rushed toward it like madmen, constantly thanking heaven and Buddha for allowing them to escape alive.
But as they stepped through the door, they were frozen in place once again, because this light was not hope, but despair. The place they rushed into was not the exit, but the lair of a monster, a creature with the shape of an octopus. No wonder it had so many tentacles. This monster was enormous. Even a powerhouse like Lu Bing was stunned to see this mistake for the first time. Wang Duyet was also a bit flustered, but Dinfong signaled everyone to stay calm and charged forward. You guessed that this monster is the cause of the anomaly in the secret realm.
Destroying it directly is the quickest way to end this. Ninfong charged forward, getting hit once by the monster's tentacle.
Although he was unharmed, the sword in his hand shattered, causing everyone to worry greatly.
Fortunately, he had purchased 7 high-grade longswords last time, so he could just take out another one to use.
Ninfong said nothing and cut off the tentacle that just struck us. The monster roared in pain and immediately went berserk. It kept attacking its opponent, but Ding Feng was no pushover either. Overall, defeating it wasn't as easy as drinking porridge, but it was still something he could do. After a fierce struggle, the white beast was finally defeated, and the mysterious cave incident came to an end, allowing the rescue team to proceed with their mission. It is truly unfortunate that many people lost their lives in this event. Luke Bin also grew more respectful of the young Ninfong because of this. If he hadn't stepped in, the secret realm wouldn't have been controlled so quickly, and the casualties would have been even worse. Ninfong only responded to him briefly because he noticed that Kai Vi's face didn't look very well. Kai Vi is Ninfong's mentor, and he felt very lucky that he was able to save her in time this time. But Ninfong also knew that Kai Vi had suffered a great blow, both mentally and physically, during this bizarre event, so he took out an item to give to her. It is a consumable item with an orange quality called Wound Healing. It permanently increases physical and mental attributes by 5 points. At the same time, all healing effects are permanently increased by 50%. Such a valuable item is something that both Kai Vi and Luke Bin are seeing for the first time. Luke Bin stared intently at the item, then asked skeptically, "Could this be the legendary divine mark?" "Yes, the monster that just exploded dropped this," Ninfong replied casually, his attitude making Luke Bin even more alarmed. It must be said that, apart from Ninfong and his close associates, everyone else believed that Doan was the first to receive the divine mark after successfully conquering the divine trial maze.
Everyone knows how precious that thing is. Moreover, no one has been able to claim another divine blessing mark after Doan.
But after obtaining it, Ninfong showed no sign of surprise or joy, and even casually gave it to Kai Vi as if buying vegetables at the market. Kai Vi kept waving her hands, knowing this item was too precious for a 3-star adventurer like herself to accept, but since Ninfong kept pushing it into her hand, she had no choice but to take it. While Kai Vi was absorbing the mark, Ninfong suddenly had an idea. It seems he should arrange a special training session for Kai Vi, similar to Old Feng's, to ensure she can protect herself. Only then can I be at ease. But the Supernova training camp lasts 2 months and doesn't allow trainees to take breaks. Ninfong was worried that something might happen during these 2 months, so he turned to Luke Bin for advice. "Master Luke, could I possibly take a short lunch break this weekend?"
No problem. If you want to rest a few more days is fine. Facing such a national talent, Lu Bing naturally wouldn't be too strict.
He happily agreed, and Ninfong was also very pleased because of it. People used to say that Lu Bing was the kind of person with a kind face, but a scheming mind, not easy to approach. It seems that after today, he's not a bad person either. The remaining work here is basically just handled by the rescue team. Luke Bin was about to lead Ninfong back to the training camp when they were surrounded by a group of reporters who anxiously asked who among them was the hero who defeated the monster. Luke Bin immediately pointed behind him. "It's this young man right here." Ninfong instantly fell into a panic.
The thing I fear most in my life is socializing and communicating, especially with troublesome people like these reporters. Lu Bing is indeed an honest person. But that honesty has brought a lot of trouble for me. Facing dozens of reporters, dozens of microphones, cameras, and countless questions, Ninfong felt his mind spin and his breath grow short, almost fainting. He had never felt such fear even when facing the strongest monsters. It seems like Brother Fong is quite tense. Feng Yue wondered from the side. This is the first time she's seen Ninfong look so confused. He's not good at talking, especially in special situations like interviews like this. When he was young, even during school interviews, he would back off. Young Yue explained, but she didn't intend to step in and save Ninfong. She felt that his future prospects were bright and that he would soon have to get used to the feeling of being a celebrity. It took a long time for Ninfong to finish with the reporters and return to the rest area at the training camp. Even lying on the bed, he was still shaken by the interview. It wasn't until he remembered something important that Ninfong snapped back to himself. Just now, after defeating the Abyssal Octopus, he received a new active skill book called Soul Guard. This skill has a long cooldown, but can summon a guardian spirit that blocks a critical hit, making it extremely valuable. After Ninfong learns the skill, it automatically transforms into a dark curse as usual. It transforms into a passive skill called Immortal Calamity. Every time Ninfong accumulates 100,000 points of faith, he can be resurrected. His current faith points are 4,243, and every time his world level increases by 1, he immediately gains 1,000,000 faith points. Ninfong suddenly remembered the 12 previous gods. Isn't this so-called faith what those gods have always longed for from their own races? As for the world level, you've already understood Swang Swang. But how to collect these faith points is completely unclear to Ninfong. It seems he still needs to explore and research further, because having the ability to resurrect is very important to him. While Ninfong stayed at the training camp, not long after, another incident occurred in Tandu City. This time, it wasn't a mysterious realm, but the appearance of an adventurer named Dien Nok, like the Ice Valley Falcon. This guy disappeared mysteriously a year ago. Not long ago, he suddenly reappeared. Today that bastard is swaggering around town. Due to a conflict with others, he suddenly went berserk, attacking passers-by like a mad dog. 10 innocent pedestrians have been beaten to the brink of death, their lives hanging in the balance, and 8 members of the security team are in similar condition. Based on initial judgment, this person's strength has surpassed the 5 transformations. Since ordinary adventurers couldn't handle him, Feng Ai eventually had to step in. Truly, old age brings no peace at all. Den Ngok's eyes lit up when he saw old man Feng. Oh, wow, isn't that Senior Feng? Back in the day when I was in school, you were my idol. This time, I might have to personally go into battle to make Elder Feng step forward. It's truly an honor for me. Just then, Feng Nak received a call and hurriedly answered, which made Dien Nok extremely angry, feeling that Lao Feng didn't take him seriously. Old Master, is there something you need? All right, I'll finish my work quickly and come to the base to find you. The Demon Lord's disciple sneered. You think you're better than everyone else and dare to ignore me. He shouted loudly and unleashed his power at him. Do you really think you're the strongest? A giant blue hand with sharp claws fiercely strikes towards Feng Yi. In front of that attack, he calmly raises his hand to turn off his phone. Then he channeled his internal energy and unleashed the fierce flame snake vortex, striking fiercely at the other guy. His power pierced through that terrifying hand of his. The Demon Lord's disciple looked at the terrifying scene in front of him and couldn't help but turn pale, shouting loudly, "What?" He secretly calculated, this person's strength is not inferior to Gu Ying, but now that I have undergone special training from the Elder, I am no longer the same. I can't keep Master Do waiting any longer, so let's finish this quickly. That guy, with a grim face and eyes full of unwillingness, then gathered his internal energy, his whole body enveloped in a dark green aura, but Director Feng was not willing to back down either. He channels his inner strength, his body enveloped in a blazing red flame, as the two quickly unleash their power towards each other in a terrifying display. The two outsiders couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Wow! Director Feng is so powerful this time, clearly surpassing the 5 levels." On the other side, he shouted angrily, "I don't believe I am a disciple of Lord Demon King, so how could I lose to an old man like you?" As soon as he finished his words, a huge force was already waiting to swallow him. That guy was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. A huge explosion quickly erupted where he stood, and it's obvious he's finished. After dealing with it, Feng Nak coldly stepped past him, saying, "I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave." The other person stood to the side, staring blankly in astonishment at him. Yes. In the living room of the base, Feng Ai and Do An are sitting and discussing.
and the atmosphere around them seems very tense. He asked the elder if he was ready to reveal all the formulas for high-level medicines to the country. Duan quickly replied, "Yes, the original words of the elder are, I want to disclose all high-level medicines to the country. If possible, it's best to hand this matter over to the Adventure Management Bureau for coordination. Our world is currently out of balance, with the danger level of the secret realms continuously rising, but the strength of the adventurers cannot keep up. At the same time, as adventurers seek to increase their power, they must face even more dangerous secret realms. It's like a deadly cycle. Such an important high-level potion can completely transform the existing power system, and is currently a key strategic resource." The senior definitely conducted a strict investigation before agreeing to entrust this matter to the Management Bureau. After pondering, he spoke, sincerely thanking the elders for their trust. "This is a confirmation for our Guild of Adventurers. I wonder if the elder has any other request regarding this matter." Duan pondered. The elder only said one sentence to me. It seemed he had no other requests. He was surprised, only mentioning contribution, not benefits. That is the true structure of a great person. In the eyes of the elder, helping more people become stronger is the most important thing of all. Du-A remembered his friend and happily replied, "Yes, that is also what I respect most about the elder. Every trivial matter in the eyes of the elder can become a great act that saves many people." Feng Nuo frowned and said, "The elder may be virtuous, but we cannot take advantage of that and remain at ease. I will report this matter later and develop an appropriate plan so that the efforts of the elder are not wasted." The sky quickly turned dark at the guild. "Zhang Yue," a loud voice shouted, "What did you say?" The other person looked panicked and stammered. "We found high-level experience and oblivion potions being sold on the black market. Although their packaging differs from ours, the design is the same." The other person wondered, so where did this medicine come from? He Vu's face darkened and said, "If anyone else in the world besides me knows how to refine high-grade medicinal water, it's only the mysterious elder. Could the medicinal water have come from him and ended up on the black market?" As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered his subordinates, "Send someone to investigate immediately." That guy was surprised, checking out the mysterious elder. Master Hua Vu angrily shouted, of course he was checking the black market. He quickly obeyed the order. Yes, switched to Ninfong's perspective. At the teacher's apartment, he and Wang Duyet were walking down the hallway when she mischievously asked, "Do you want to see your interview clip?" Ninfong forced a smile and waved his hand repeatedly. No. She smiled warmly and encouraged you. "Actually, it's a good thing. Many viewers are cheering for you." Everyone in the comments is praising Ningfeng, which seems to be a good sign. He quietly thinks that recently his faith has been increasing rapidly, probably because of these interview clips, and he might need to learn how to handle interviews better in the future. You and Wang Duit walk together on the street when suddenly someone on the side sees you. The two boys happily wave. Jiangning Market. Ninfong also happily replied, "Good morning." Wang Duit thought that since Ninfong had shown his strength, far beyond normal perception, no one else would speak strangely anymore. Now, even the senior students of the Four Greats would sincerely call him Assistant Instructor Nin. Wherever they went, people would greet them everywhere. At Jiangning Market, they would say hello to Assistant Instructor Nin. He looks so charismatic now. The naive boy from before is gone. The loud noise still echoes behind him. Is that Ninfong? So impressive. If I had half of his strength, that would be great. The scene shifts to Tandu City, Captain Chu watching his phone in surprise. This time Tandu City is also famous, thanks to you, Ninfong. Suddenly, Mayor Zhang looked at his phone, then held his head and sighed. Captain Chu asked, "Mayor Zhang, why are you sighing?" At the same time, Talam turned around and left. "I'm going out to take a call." "You Ninfong, you definitely have to go to university, right?" "He's leaving like that. I worry the great mystic will also go. Recently, Mr. Doan has contacted me about returning the villa arranged for him since he rarely stays in our Tandu City these days." The mayor anxiously continued, "If we don't have strong protectors, I'm afraid Tandu City will revert to its original state. 2 times of mysterious realm mutations, and 1 invasion. Just thinking about it keeps me from sleeping well." Captain Chu's gaze suddenly fell on Talam, who was lost in thought. Surprised, he quickly asked loudly, "Captain To, what's wrong?" Talam looked dazed, recalling that her master had called earlier to say that the mysterious elder was willing to conduct special training for her. Am I dreaming? The mayor quickly seized the opportunity. "Captain To, I'll be counting on you from now on." Captain Chu also teased him. "Tonight's dinner, I invite Captain To to protect me from now on." Talam blushes shyly. "What's wrong with you two?" Cut back to a secret underground bunker. A sudden voice shouts loudly, "Old Feng, is what you said true?" Feng looked serious and surprised.
Yes, the mysterious elder is willing to reveal the entire high-grade formula to the government. I plan to request permission from above to open a potion workshop in the name of the state and cooperate with the elder. Everyone fell silent, contemplating the situation, as only the elite guild holds the formula, which puts immense pressure on us if the state takes over high-level drug production. Regardless of price or quantity, it guarantees stability, making it very good news for everyone.
Master Hasuvu pondered, but didn't reveal his thoughts to everyone before speaking. I naturally support the Grand Elder's decision to openly share the formula unconditionally, but is it possible that the Elder's motives are not as noble as I think? Liu Yingzhen asked again,
So what you mean is, he said that this high-level medicine we found on an underground market has the same effect as what our guild produces, just with different packaging? I counted everything. Our guild's medicine wasn't lost, and as for the medicine entrusted to the auction house, the quantity was small, and even with tracking spells, we didn't detect any transfer to the black market.
So where did this batch of medicine come from? I'm sure everyone remembers that during the Secret Realm trial, Du-An said that the formula for this high-level medicine was already known to the mysterious elder. One of them also spoke up, saying that the black market has a huge underground trading network that operates outside the reach of the law, where many shady deals are conducted. If we remain unaware, this high-grade medicine has already fallen into the hands of dangerous elements, which is very frightening. Whether or not this was the intention of the mysterious elder, in reality, it is essentially aiding the enemy.
Feng Yak spoke up and even brought up this matter. I will immediately send people to investigate. But in fact, he is secretly planning, waiting for Tu Lam to complete her special training so she can leave, and he still needs to inform the elder.
The old man continued, I have long said that a strong man who acts solely based on their own interests and refuses any restrictions is utterly reckless. No matter how Director Feng handles this, our Kai Nuyen Guild will send people to cooperate with the Thuangnye Guild to investigate.
If we find out then that these high-level medicines are indeed connected to the mysterious elder, I hope Director Feng handles it properly and doesn't use any of those self-righteous words again. Old Master Feng replied, Rest assured, if this matter is indeed related to the mysterious elder, I will definitely take responsibility. The scene shifts to a secret location where the sky is extremely dark and gloomy. From Din said, My manager is very strict about the medicine. All entries and exits are recorded, and nothing unusual or secret is found. Feng Din also reported, All the medicine in my house is managed by me and him, and the two of us must regularly cross-check. I count the medicine every day, once in the morning and once at night. I used to think little of these medicines, but now I see they are so important. Luckily, that's how I can track their movement. Ninfong said, If it didn't come from our place, the Thuangnye Guild would deny it, so how did the drug appear on the black market? Could it be that besides me and Thuangnye technology, others know the formula of the drug? At the black market, the atmosphere is extremely gloomy, and all the vendors wear masks that hide their identities. A cunning-looking man is watching someone.
A sudden voice rang out, surprisingly revealing that even the 7 great guilds send investigators for a single potion. The masked leader replied, Don't worry, people in this low-level world are unaware of our existence. I already checked in front of them beforehand. He exclaimed happily, Oh, another customer coming to buy medicine.
The purple-haired girl grimaced, This demon is really hard to find. The man leading the way stepped forward and said, Sir, these two are here to buy high-grade medicine.
She quickly spoke up, saying, We are not here to buy medicine. We are looking for someone. A week ago, a young swordsman in white came looking for Yubhe, but he hasn't returned to this day.
Do you know where he is? The man behind the man in the cloak steps forward with an evil look.
Sir, they are here to cause trouble. As he finished speaking, the man in the cloak looked up, and terrifying tentacles emerged from within.
It turns out he is not a human, but a monster. The tentacles quickly wrapped around the two people, and he tightened his grip more and more aggressively. The two of them had no chance to react upon arrival and had to accept the attack. Suddenly, 2 tentacles with sharp needles pierced into their necks. Both of them felt their sense of inferiority beginning to fade. A pain struck them, and soon they could no longer struggle. They both took their last breath shortly after.
My subordinate saw this scene and was so frightened he broke out in a sweat, stammering, Master, I'm sorry, they tricked me into buying medicine outside.
That person spoke. It's okay. I chose this place specifically to deal with situations like this, so the disappearances at the black market won't attract too much attention. Then he quickly dropped the 2 corpses and ordered them to be taken away. The subordinate quickly obeyed. Yes. In the secret room, the corpses were thrown into a carefully concealed pit covered with a bizarre purple slime. A voice commands that this is enough for now. Everyone can rest for a while until the next soldier wakes up before starting the new plan. At that moment, we will become the new owners of this world. I can't leave for too long." After saying that, the purple light quickly flew out of the abandoned building. He walks toward a very grand house, which seems to be some mysterious entity. The purple light quickly merges into a man reading a book. His face suddenly changed expression, a wicked smile spreading across it, looking extremely terrifying. A few days later, Ninfong was on the phone. Still no clues found. Duan reports that a few people who were involved in black market dealings were advertised through high-level medicine. But then the advertisers disappeared. Maybe they overheard something and are hiding for now.
I see. It's okay, just let me know if you find out anything.
Duan hung up and thought to himself if he couldn't even handle this small matter, he wouldn't have the face to follow the boss anymore. Just as he was pondering, his phone suddenly rang.
Captain To, have you found anything on your side? Talam's team is also investigating in the black market and will report back. So far, nothing has been discovered. The scene shifts to the abandoned villa area, where the atmosphere is extremely gloomy.
Inside, strangely, the corpses in the pit suddenly disappeared without a trace. The dead suddenly came back to life, all with fierce purple eyes. The office team is sitting together, preparing to eat and looking very happy. Captain Chu observes quietly, noting that Assistant Professor Nin is very down-to-earth and approachable, without any arrogance or coldness of a young expert. After this period of interaction, everyone became quite familiar, so the room also had its own plans. This place is filled with the most talented young people in the country, and as they elevate the world's level and gain the power of faith, they should be able to receive quite a bit of help from them. A girl quickly asked, "Assistant Instructor Nin, have you considered joining any guilds? Someone as outstanding as you must have received many invitations." He cheerfully said, "I have no intention of joining a guild for now." Another person also spoke up. "So are you planning to establish your own guild, or is the tactician team actually your guild's team?" Ninfong said the tactician guild is Duyet Ni's guild, we just use the existing name. Everyone has their own thoughts. The healer guild seems to be just a small local guild with no fame nationwide, but with such a talented group, the future of Tiandu will surely be bright. Assistant Instructor Nin calls Assistant Wang by the nickname Duyet Ni. Does this relationship need many words? The young boy happily asked, "Wang Helper, I want to join the healer guild. Are there any requirements?" She was momentarily at a loss. "Huh?" Another student also spoke up, and the others followed. "This year I am about to graduate from university, and I also want to join the Summoner Guild." From Din happily looked at everyone's impressive backgrounds, suddenly feeling like he had become part of the 6 great guilds. Hearing this, everyone smiled happily, and the tense atmosphere quickly disappeared. Ninfong thought to himself that he originally wanted to find some promising recruits at the training camp, but the results turned out even better than expected, especially without that Trio Trin rat. Duyet Ni's guild is entirely under her control and can serve as his reserve force. As for Trio Trin's disappearance, it's also his bad luck. First, his father colluded with Ban Ha and Koung. Then, during the investigation by the government, they discovered an evil magic array inside Trio Trin's house and his servant. The government has now issued a wanted notice for the two of them, and Duyet Ni has also removed their names from the guild, saving me a lot of trouble. Suddenly, your phone rings, interrupting your thoughts. Ninfong opened his phone and saw the images Doan sent him, finally discovering the strange pits. The message was quickly forwarded to Elder Talam, who found this place in a building at the black market. There are also drug crafting devices and several high-level experience potions in bottles similar to the ones the Thuong Nue Guild found. We suspect the drugs were somehow leaked from here. Ninfong looked at the image and was momentarily stunned. This is a cut to the abandoned house. Talam checks the residual dark energy, wondering if it's some kind of unique mutant variation. As she finishes speaking, Doan enters. "No, this is a type of monster we have never seen before. Parasite demon." "You explain." "Usually, spirits cannot leave their living realm for long, but parasitic spirits are different. They need to parasitize to reproduce on other creatures and completely control their thoughts and actions. Without a special method, it is very difficult to distinguish between normal life forms and parasitized ones. The parasitic demon at this stage is extremely weak and needs to hide. These holes in the ground called parasitic nests are used to incubate the demon parasites." Hearing you say that, Talam couldn't help but get goosebumps and asked, "So now Duan knows what she wants to say?" "That's right. The demon parasites here must have successfully incubated." Sensing the situation is serious, Talam grits her teeth, which means there is a group of unknown number of demon parasites infiltrating humanity. Donan focused on thinking. But that wasn't the most important thing. That night at the Thuong Nue Guild, Ha Su-vu was frustrated. So many days had passed, yet they still hadn't uncovered anything. Suddenly, the door opens, and a man with a fierce expression walks in. Seeing him, Master Vu asks, "Old King, is something the matter?"
As soon as Vu finished speaking, he revealed a sinister smile. The tentacles quickly shot out, heading straight for them. Like those in the black market, Su Vu and Fuang Dan were quickly bound by those tentacles. As soon as Su Vu looked, he realized he was not Vu Yi Lao Huang. What was he? But before he could react further, a dart of poison quickly pierced Su Vu's neck. His eyes instantly turned vacant, his entire body tensed with visible veins, looking extremely terrifying. After finishing, he quickly releases them, and both kneel down as if awaiting orders. The guy, having achieved his goal, then laughs happily. He looked at the two people, originally thinking it was only Master Vu Ha, but unexpectedly it was also the leader of the Keen Nguyen Guild, truly a pleasant surprise. 2 5 transformation experts are enough to greatly increase my strength, as they breed twin clans for me, which is the greatest honor for your lowly creatures. The elder explained some parasitic demons are not strong, but they have a special talent called clan affinity. As their numbers grow, their overall strength increases, and individual power becomes stronger. At the same time, the king in charge of the dark parasitic swallows could achieve greater increases than ordinary individuals. Talam quickly realized that their initial hiding in the black market was secretly gathering strength. Duan quickly added, "Yes, human medicine doesn't work on them, probably just bait to attract hosts." Hearing this, she felt a bit worried. "So, how are we going to deal with the demon parasites?" he asked, and the elder replied that once their power reaches a certain level, they can be detected using tools or charms that sense abnormal dark energy. To eliminate the demon parasite, you need the divine limb relics. Tuo Lam was surprised. "What are the divine limb relics?" Duan explained, "It's basically an item bestowed by the gods or blessed by them." Hearing this, she quickly understood and said, "I will tell my master right away, and we should find a way quickly." He silently calculated in his mind that although he didn't know where to find the divine limb creature, if the elder mentioned it, the guild could find it. But neither of them knew that even Ninfong himself had no idea what the divine limb creature actually was. You think in the Demon King's memory there is indeed something related to demon parasitism. So I can roughly understand that demon parasitism coexists with the host. When severely injured, the demon parasite will transfer high damage to the host's body to share the harm. Their slow movement speed is also an advantage for their survival. Only the divine four-limbed creature can counter this trait and achieve precise division. But I think about it carefully, as if nothing in this world matches the secret nature of the parasitic demon. If we let them develop, it will pose a great danger. How can we eliminate them? While thinking, suddenly your phone rings. It's Duan calling. You quickly answer. Is something wrong with Doan? His voice on the other end sounds panicked. The elder of the Shangyue Guild appears with a fierce dark power rippling, just as you described. On this side, Doan started to panic. Everyone in the guild, including guild leader Hasu Vu, lost contact. Additionally, some strange-looking adventurers are gathering around the Thuangdu Guild. Hearing this, Ninfong immediately stood up and said, "Don't let anyone get close or they'll be in danger. I'll go check it out myself." That evening at the Nindue Guild, the old fake emperor stood proudly from above, finally no longer needing to hide in the shadows. Many people below him had been manipulated and parasitized, waiting for his command. Fang Dan and Master Vu Dongthan reported, "Vuong, all the clan members have gathered. He is satisfied." "Very good." Suddenly, someone approached from behind, surprising him, and he turned around to see clearly. It was Ninfong, standing alone amidst a crowd of monsters disguised as humans, yet he showed no sign of fear. Ninfong's face was full of murderous intent as he looked at them. The young man in the video, what is he here for? He quickly thought to himself upon seeing the scene in front of him that many people were under control and that the curse spell with lethal power would turn them into human shields for the parasitic demons. He wondered if the weapon he was using could be considered a divine limb. The old emperor said, "Little devil, why are you here alone? Is it because the others are too afraid to come, so they sent you to be the hero? You are the king here, aren't you?" He secretly felt pleased, knowing he could call me a king. "Are you here to serve me?" "Unfortunately, I won't let the lowly humans in the mortal realm follow me. But your strength is very powerful. There must be a stronger warrior within your body." Without saying another word, Ninfong charged forward directly at him, quickly cutting off the long tentacle-like appendages. The fake old man was panic-stricken and furious as he shouted, "I admit you're strong, but that won't kill me. The distance between you and me is like that between a mortal and a god." He looked at him and thought, indeed, normal weapon attacks are ineffective. I confidently concluded that this guy basically has no divine limbs or organs. He's just wielding an ordinary weapon. So what? You feel like you can't win, so you want to summon your master to appear? Didn't he tell you? A high-level existence forcibly enters the lower world, and its strength will be severely weakened unless the demon god personally intervenes. Otherwise, Fighting in the lower world makes me invincible. It just so happens that for parasitic demons, the summoning curse is also a forbidden spell, so it shouldn't weaken too much. I just don't know what kind of person will appear, hopefully not too showy. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes appeared from the darkness, their face seemingly concealed. From the lightning, something jumped out that looked like a pig, but had an arrow-shaped tail. More precisely, it resembled a real capybara with a strange appearance that left both you and the old king stunned. The palace guards couldn't believe their eyes and silently thought, this is a high-level demon lord. That creature gradually approaches you. Its tiny legs and its appearance surprise everyone. The funny thing is, when it tried to stand up straight, its short height caused it to fall flat on the ground, and the old fake king couldn't help but laugh out loud. What kind of toy is this? I can't sense even a trace of dark energy from it. You're really going to rely on it? The old king hadn't even had time to react before collapsing to the ground. And not only him, but all his subordinates under control also lost their will and fell down. The old king wondered, what's going on? Suddenly, I just want to relax and do nothing. Then the demon king opens his mouth and gently bites into the air. From the shadows, the dark figures begin to emerge. Just like that, the demon king keeps biting repeatedly, then moves into the middle stage. Ninfong stood to the side, watching as he directly devoured the parasitic demon hiding in the shadows, which seemed even easier than handling divine four-limbed creatures. The old king was stunned, unable to believe it. He thought it was only a demon king at most, but this was a terrifying summon that was completely suppressed. Ninfong approached this monster. The world is so lowly, you are the strongest, right? Only then did he start to feel fear. No, I'm just bragging. Please don't think it's true. Take out your phone. It just happens to help me record a video for research. His true form appears on the screen. Sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. You ask, first tell me, how did you sneak into our world? The monster begins to explain. Previously, this person and his team entered my secret realm, so I took the opportunity to parasitize him while he was distracted, and together we came to your world. You asked again, so what are you in the secret realm? An hidden boss? He quickly replied, yes. Just as you said, that is correct. He began to recount. I was quite weak at first, so I could only hide in the black market, because even when someone disappeared, it wouldn't attract attention. Just before that time, my strength increased enough to skip the incubation stage and directly control humans through the embryo infusion, which is why I dared to attack the Thuongdue Guild. As he finished speaking, the Demon King stepped forward, opening its mouth wide, and the monster shouted in panic, "Don't eat me!" And of course, these images have been recorded and sent to the guild. Yingzhen said, because of the lack of necessary safety measures, we cannot detain and preserve the parasitic demons, so we can only leave it to Ninfong to handle. Although reluctant to admit it, as a low-level world, whenever monsters keep appearing before us, we really find it hard to take even half a step forward. VM Shuyen said, if it weren't for Ninfong's classmates, the Thuongdue Guild would have completely fallen apart. Vuong Bak interrupted. No, the 7 great guilds and even the world will perish, and we can't do anything. Feng Nak reassured. Everyone shouldn't be too pessimistic. After all, the mysterious elder and Ninfong are still on our side. If the high-grade medicine has been thoroughly investigated and is unrelated to the mysterious elder, then the cooperation between the two sides is confirmed. At this point, everything is clear, Monsieur, and everyone quickly raised their hands to vote. I agree. I have no objection. I agree. Fengyak reported that the National Professional Association established a company to produce and sell various high-grade medicinal waters, with 80% of the profits shared with the elder. Ninfong thought he could get 80% without having to worry about anything. This is very sincere, he continued, and said that the country will honor Tiu Fong's recent heroic deeds, with the ceremony to be held at the closing ceremony of the training camp. Moreover, many reporters are waiting for us, hoping to interview Little Feng. Ninfong was overjoyed, seeing this as a chance to accumulate faith power, and of course, he couldn't miss it. Please help me arrange that, Senior Feng. Don't mention it. After talking with Feng Yak, he turned to instruct Doan. I still need to go back for training. Take care of this one. It seems to only eat demon creatures. Donan nodded respectfully. I will take it to the secret realm to find food. He thought to himself, this powerful elder can easily handle parasitic demons. I suppose his strength is even above mine. It seems I need to try harder. Ninfong gently stroked it, thinking that this guy's skill appears to be a domain effect that completely strips enemies of their will to fight. Normally, it wouldn't have any effect and I wouldn't need to hide it. This kid always likes to smell the Hanam residue on the necklace. Could it be related to Hanam? As he finished thinking, he told it, if you are always not in a hurry, then your name can be Man-Man. The scene shifts to the trainer's cabin at the training camp where Ninfong is present. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Where's the hero?"
Where's the hero? Ninfong suddenly thought to himself. Kids.
The girl happily stepped forward and asked, "Are you the great hero Ninfong?" He looked confused and asked back, "What hero?" At the same time, 3 young men entered. "Professor Ta, it's been a while." He turned around and saw Zhao Yue. It really had been a long time since they last met. Suddenly, recognizing an old acquaintance, Jiang Shu also froze in surprise. Professor Xiao Yue quickly introduced, "This is Ta Nian, a distinguished professor at Beijing University, honorary advisor of the Thout Great Guild, and a former classmate of my father. Nowadays, many theories and techniques related to the secret realm are based on her research, Cheng Guo."
Ninfong was stunned for a moment after the introduction and said, "That's impressive." The girl continued, "If we're talking about impressive, it's really Nin who is truly impressive, saving so many people."
Earlier, I was conducting research inside the secret realm and couldn't return in time. I just arrived at the training camp last night and heard about classmate Nin Vin Quang, so I wanted to see what our hero really looks like. I modestly scratched my head and said, "You're too kind, I just remembered." The training camp introduced Professor Ta as the head of our research team. I thought he would be a serious old man, but I didn't expect Professor Ta to be so enthusiastic. Professor Ta happily took your hand and said, "Let's have breakfast together since everyone hasn't eaten yet." Then she happily introduced, "This is all made from monster ingredients into delicious dishes. Try some." Everyone cheerfully praised, "This is so good, and the flavor is not bad either." From Ding focused on eating to the point of speaking incoherently. Tang Yin stepped forward and said to Ninfong, "Today Mr. Lai didn't come to call us. You remember, yes, he usually wakes up very early." Teacher Li thought Professor Ta, who was super busy with work, just got back and made us work all night. But she kept not calling Ninfong, and they even said something to let the hero rest. He felt dissatisfied, believing the disparity between people was too great. Professor Ta happily stepped forward and said, "Nin, I watched the competition video. Your on-site skills among peers are practically perfect." Professor Ta happily said, "Professor Wang, you might not know that Ninfong is our top student in this class with the best theoretical achievements so far." Professor Ta smiled happily. No wonder she told Ninfong, "It's been a long time since I saw a genius with a solid theoretical foundation who also knows how to fight." This time, I brought back some special items from the secret realm. You can take a look too. Ninfong, surprised, asked, "What's so special about it?" After a while, everyone quickly stood in front of Teacher Li's office. Professor Ta happily asked, "Is this your first time visiting the training camp's research room? Because it's a temporary space and a bit messy." Seeing her, Teacher Li was panic-stricken. "Professor Ta," she looked at Teacher Li, "you go do your work, I will take them on a tour." Mr. Li secretly wondered why the assistant teachers seemed more like higher-ups inspecting the place. Suddenly surrounded by a crowd, Mr. Li broke out in sweat as the necklace around Ninfong's neck suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Ninfong wondered silently as the Han Yin necklace suddenly emitted a faint energy fluctuation. Was it affected by something? Professor Ta turned to ask him, "What do you think these things are?" You guessed that the processed part nearby looks like something artificial, such as a wall or a fragment of a sculpture. She is satisfied and agrees. Professor Ta began recounting that, based on previous findings, the entire secret realm only contained the civilization or ecology of the monsters themselves. But in this secret realm, we seem to have discovered a lost civilization. Hearing this, Ninfong wondered. The civilization has been lost. Professor Ta continued, "These items were found in the canyon of the secret realm. Because the monsters are very strong, we didn't go too deep, so we only brought back these items, but I suspect there might be a city hidden in the canyon." Yes, yeah. Ninfong silently wondered if Professor Ta had discovered that the world Han Am once lived in was not a coincidence. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Professor Ta, can I see the details?" She couldn't stop her either. Ninfong carefully observed, sensing the energy fluctuations from the shard's crystal, as if Han Yin's pendant was absorbing the essence within. Could these two things really be connected? She wondered. "So, what do you think? Any thoughts?" Ninfong said. "It's still unclear. I guess I have to go to the secret realm myself to check it out." Professor Ta is quick and agile. "No problem, I will arrange it." At the secret realm, Professor Ta quickly introduces everyone. "This is my research team, and after entering the secret realm, we will coordinate fully with you." Everyone moved forward happily. "Jiangnin Market, it's a pleasure to meet you. If there is anything you need, just tell us." "May I ask, after the exploration is over, can we take a group photo with you?" Xiao Yue secretly felt happy when she saw this scene. These people are all outstanding scholars. Any university would be lucky to have them as professors. It's rare to see them admire someone like that, but Fong did it.
Muthu feels sad and wonders if her participation in such an important project is really okay. Wang Duyet comforts her, saying we are a team and must act together. On this side, the professor looks very excited and shouts loudly to start. Everyone quickly moved quite a distance away. At this moment, Ninfong and Professor Ta are sitting and studying the map in their hands. Suddenly, a strange black aura rushes straight toward them. A monster with sharp teeth suddenly emerges from the ground, opening its mouth wide. Professor Ta is stunned with his mouth agape, while Ninfong remains calm as if nothing has happened.
At the same time, a fierce axe swung down heavily at the monster. Ninfong cheerfully reassured everyone. "Don't worry, keep going."
Professor Ta's group was stunned, mouths agape. Oh my god, such a huge monster. Can it be dealt with in one move? These young men are really trustworthy. After killing the monster, Tang Yin quickly reported to Professor Ta that there was a large hole in the remains of the monster below, and it seemed to contain something inside. Everyone went down together. Professor Ta observed that the traces indeed seemed to be left by some ancient civilization.
Could it be that the inhabitants possessed by the monster have been wiped out? If our world is taken over by monsters, could it also become part of the secret realm?
Ninfong stood aside, lost in thought.
Professor Ta's guess must be correct.
I remember the trial secret realm of the Thuong Yue Guild was also a world with civilization. As I was thinking, the necklace on my neck suddenly reacted. It started to glow, catching Ninfong's attention, and he then moved closer to observe his surroundings. Something glowing is also emitting light on the rock. You quietly calculate that it must be this kind of shard of spirit stone. As I get closer to the Han Yin pendant, a steel fluctuation arises. I wonder if I can find more deep inside the ruins. One of her researchers stepped forward to report. Professor Ta ahead detected a strong fluctuation of dark power. Professor Ta was surprised to see the dark power emanating from the top of that tall platform.
Ninfong immediately recognized that this feeling was very similar to the summoning formation of evil spirits,
but with a greater pressure than what he had encountered before. Inside, a monster was staring intently at them. Beneath it, a horde of fierce demons waiting eagerly.
The leader of the monsters angrily gave the order, and its minions quickly charged at everyone with terrifying speed.
Tang Yin felt that the situation was getting out of control.
"Xiao Yue, there are too many monsters and they move extremely fast. You have to be careful. But don't worry, you'll be fine. After all, with Brother Feng behind us, this will be a test for us."
With that, Tang Yin shouted and charged forward. "Don't even think about breaking through our defenses."
Seeing his soldiers being weaker than the monsters, he was still furious and glared at Ninfeng and the others.
Professor Ta's group discussed among themselves. These monsters are endless. Do you want to go help?
If we go outside, we will become burdensome girls. Professor Ta is worried. The kids must be under a lot of pressure.
Wang Duit curiously said, "I want to see if I can kill the boss up there."
He smiled happily and said, "It's okay, you can go together. Just leave this place to me."
In the blink of an eye, the monsters had been taken care of, their bodies scattered across the ground. Professor Ta's people stared in disbelief. What? Can Assistant Nin handle blocking each wave of monsters on her own? On this side, Ninfong thought, let Duyet Ni personally lead the battle, just like Muthu, Teacher Kai, and Sister Lam have all received their special training. Now they are all equally strong. Even without me and Songmuk's team, they wouldn't collapse suddenly. At this moment, he stood there firm, but it seemed the monsters were trembling and dared not move forward. Everyone looked on in amazement. It seemed the monsters were afraid of Assistant Nin. Could it be that young people these days are also strong? Maybe I should consider retiring early.
Turning to Wang Duyet, she shouted, "Boss is here, focus on healing and boosting your strength."
Understood. That boss quickly launched a long-range attack with a fierce spear move. Then its figure gradually faded into the dust.
If you are an ordinary person, it would definitely be hard to pinpoint the exact spot to attack, but what it didn't expect was suddenly a fierce yellow light rushing toward it, as if carrying a sharp dagger piercing straight at the monster. The scene shifts back to the desert where a few minutes ago, Tang Yin had cut the monster's body into pieces, lying on the ground. Is there anyone else in this secret place? They actually found the entrance. Is someone else coming here too? The group shouted, "Move quickly! We must seize it before they find us."
The strangers continued. The life response was detected at the front exit. It could be the enemy. Be ready to fight. But unlike what they expected, the door quickly faded away. Someone among them said, "Oh no, the secret realm has been destroyed and they are starting to purge us." But still, as soon as he finished speaking, only streaks of light remained on the ground, and the people were gone. Wang Yue felt something and asked Ninfong, "Do you hear anything? It's like someone is talking, right?" But Ninfong didn't hear you. I didn't pay attention. You are busy thinking, just now Han Am's pendant was absorbing energy from the crystal,
and all your thoughts were focused on it. Professor Ta stepped forward. I think I also heard it right from the direction we just came from, but there are guards outside guarding the secret realm. No one else is allowed in. Xiao Yue asked for Ningfeng's opinion, or if he wanted to go check it out. He's also curious. Let's go together. Professor Ta led the way to check the situation, carefully observing the ground. Then she reached out her hand, using some kind of magic, and suddenly many footprints appeared on the ground. Professor Ta concluded that these were not our footprints. There truly was an intruder. But why did the footprints disappear when they got close to the exit? One of them stepped forward. I asked the guard team responsible, and they didn't detect any intruders. The professor continued observing and thinking, so where did the intruder go, and how did they leave? Everyone split up to observe the surroundings and record what they saw inside the secret realm. Professor Ta was still investigating the footprints that first appeared nearby. The enemy must have entered through the secret entrance or other traditional methods as well. Those monster corpses are surely the work of the intruders. Lu Anchan quickly arrived and spoke, acting very efficiently without leaving any traces of struggle, proving the intruder was very strong and the fallen loot was not taken. As if to confirm this, Fung Nak then spoke up. Tok Tong, he explained, is a method of conquering a secret realm, meaning to pass through quickly, using the most effective combat to eliminate monsters, only taking the most valuable loot and abandoning everything else. This requires a high level of strength and team coordination. Professor Ta wondered, could it be an explorer from another world? She continued, even though it's just my guess, it's not impossible. We have discovered relics from other worlds within this secret realm, so there could be many worlds similar to ours or even at higher levels than ours. Could they communicate with each other? Ninfong agrees that Professor Ta's point is correct. At least he has seen different worlds in the Demon King's memories, just not considered that these worlds might also travel between each other. Professor Ta's calculations suggest that if the other side is friendly, or only makes brief contact, it would be easier to communicate. If the other side has malicious intent, it means that in addition to our enemy monsters, there are also more threats. Moreover, their disappearance is very strange. We don't know what their intentions are, or if they'll appear again, and Vuongbok sighs worriedly, as troubles keep piling up. Feng Nyak and Anchan exchanged glances silently, before Anchan spoke. Wang Duet, we want to ask your opinion on something. Is the Xiaomaster Guild interested in replacing the Thuong Nue Guild and becoming part of the 7 Great Guilds? This request left her momentarily stunned. Confusion appeared on Wang Duet's face. An Qian continued. I am not afraid of the ridicule from the young people for the recent incident with the demon parasite. Both the Shuang Nue Guild and the Era Guild are facing major problems. President Huang Chu of the Era Guild has voluntarily resigned and a new person in charge has not yet been appointed. Meanwhile, the Thuong Nue Guild has seen a large number of members leave and is applying for a downgrade. Don't worry about it. We have already discussed this issue once. All the presidents welcome you to join. Vuongbok nodded and said, That's right. She hesitated, turning her head to look at Ninfong, hoping he would come to her rescue. But in response, he only offered a gentle, encouraging smile before finally speaking up, saying, Make your decision based on your own ideas. No matter what, I will support you. Vuongbok thought that Ninfong's promise could definitely help Duyet secure a solid position in the 7 Great Societies. Given their relationship, being a high school student or part of a small gang is no issue at all. Wang Duyet hesitated and said, I am willing to accept the challenge. If I do anything wrong, please give me some advice. All 3 elders smiled happily. That's great. Ta Nin spoke up. I was a bit puzzled. Why did I suddenly become part of the 7 Great Guilds after going out and entering a secret realm? His gaze accidentally fell on the word palace, making her feel embarrassed and flustered in her words. Meanwhile, Ninfong was pleased, thinking that if Due Nai could join the 7 Great Guilds, it would be a big step forward in his plan to strengthen his power. Thinking about it, I feel quite satisfied. Suddenly, a warm voice sounded in Ningfeng's ear. Lord God, Lord. You look surprised as you look around at everyone. No one else reacted. Am I the only one able to hear it? Ninfong glanced out of the necklace he was wearing. Probably Han Am's voice. The scene shifts outside the desert, and a voice echoes. Everyone should try to speed up the work and never act alone. No one knows if the intruder will appear again, so everyone must stay alert. If you detect any unusual situation, immediately inform Professor Ta or Assistant Lecturer Nin. Everyone will be alarmed when they hear the announcement. That Assistant Lecturer Nin is the hero who was interviewed not long ago, right? The other person replied. That's right. Having such a strong expert guarding us makes us feel much more at ease. Everyone was surprised. Assistant Nin looks so young. Who would have guessed that he's actually a top-tier powerhouse? Lin Sung and Professor Ta are standing to one side inside the tent, talking. His mind keeps racing, and the pendant has stopped lowering the crystal inside for no apparent reason. Luckily, the appearance of the spirit stone hasn't changed at all, or this would definitely attract attention.
And about that voice earlier, did I hear it wrong?
Ninfong was deep in thought when another voice suddenly spoke. Lord God of War?
You wonder silently to yourself, is that Han Am?
That voice was in response.
Lord God of War, it's your subordinate. It's wonderful to speak with you once more.
Now, the subordinate's heart is filled with excitement. At this point, Han Am happily laughs out loud.
Ninfong said, Han Am, stay calm, don't get too excited first. What exactly is going on?
Han Am said, I also don't understand. It seems to have suddenly regained consciousness. I wonder if the pendant you left before and the absorption of energy from this crystal are related. They talked for a while, and finally he understood. So, that's how it is. This is the world core, Han Yin said. The world of the mind is the core of a universe formed by the unification of cosmic laws. If a world faces disaster, as long as its core remains unharmed, it can gradually repair itself. Once the world core is destroyed, that world will be completely obliterated. The universal laws contained within the core are essentially the source of the gods' power. In the past, the gods also used the world core to revive their favorite clans. But then Han Am suddenly stopped, about to speak, but then remained silent. In the end, Han Am stammered and sincerely apologized. It seems my memory is missing a part. Ninfong smiled and said, there's no rush, take your time to recall. But Han Am felt guilty, thinking I am useless and have disappointed the Lord God. I am just a worthless trash. On the surface, you act as if nothing is wrong, but inside I keep thinking about Han Am's butt, which really worries me a lot. Could it be that this resurrection method has serious side effects? Professor Ta, everyone is reporting the situation. The excavation at the site is basically complete, and aside from some abandoned structures, nothing of greater value has been found. Anchan suggests that since unidentified intruders could appear in this secret realm, it's better not to stay here. Wang Bei agrees, saying let's evacuate everyone as soon as possible and then close this secret realm. Chairman Wang, what did you think? She's still not used to this way of addressing the senior, so she hesitated. You? He said. Now that you are one of the 7 great guilds, closing the secret realm is a decision that requires approval from at least 3 guild leaders. Wang Duet hesitated. Yes, I also agree with Chairman Liu's opinion. Then everyone worked together. Feng Ai quickly responded politely. The secret realm has been successfully sealed. Truly hard work for everyone. The next morning, at the teacher's dormitory training camp, Ninfong was happily taking a shower, when suddenly, Han Yin's voice startled him. Lord God of War, I have remembered now. His hand involuntarily turned the switch the wrong way. Ninfong immediately shouted, It's too cold! Han Am hurriedly said, I truly apologize, Your Excellency. My crime deserves 1,000 deaths. Ninfong, while drying himself, replied, It's okay. By the way, what did you just remember? Han Yin suddenly remembered and said, that's right. It's about that, please, Your Majesty. Execute my subordinate immediately. I'm speechless with my subordinate. It was just a splash of cold water. I said it's okay. Han Am interrupted. No, it's not about that, but about the resurrection of my subordinates. Han Am recounted that in the past, the gods also used the world of the mind to revive their kin. But because the world of the mind also contained dark energy, the gods would face extremely strong backlash when connected to their kin, and they could even become evil gods. In the end, the gods had to personally execute their own resurrecting kin. Hearing this, Han Yin's eyes welled with tears. My subordinate is not afraid of death, but I cannot let the Lord Deity be implicated. Hearing this, his face became cunning. A demon god? I have always been like this. But I was afraid that if I told the truth, Han Am would be even more devastated. Han Am watched as he pondered and grew worried. Lord God of War, are you feeling uncomfortable right now? Or do you think something's wrong? Ninfong asked seriously, but it seems there isn't. Suddenly, he remembered that his passive skill was derived from darkness, so he wouldn't suffer backlash from dark energy. Using forbidden spells wouldn't cost him anything. Could it be? Ninfong asked Han Yin. Is your resurrection only affecting me? Does it affect you personally? Han Am hesitated. I no longer understand either. You smile gently. If you have already been resurrected, just keep living. If there is any impact, we will face it together. Han Yin was moved to tears. The words spoken here are exactly the same as back then, but the subordinate truly cannot be involved. Suddenly, Ninfong's expression changed, and he spoke in a low voice. Han Am, there's something I've been thinking about, and I think I should tell you. Then he recounted everything he had kept inside. Han Am shouted in surprise, Are you the dark god?
Facing Hanam's unexpected reaction, Ninfong calmly explained, "According to legend, that's roughly how it is. Those gods call me a demon god, and all the magic I possess automatically turns into dark curses."
Hanam is furious. "No, you are not the demon god. Those are the true dark gods."
Because of their personal desires, my subordinates and the clan members died in a meaningless battle. No one cares about our lives, only you are fighting to restore justice for us. If they are your enemies, I will stand firmly by your side. Even if my bones are broken and my flesh is torn, I will never refuse. I am happy. Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to protect everyone from getting hurt. And with that, Han Yin's tears fell like rain. The Lord God once again has a companion by his side. My subordinate is very happy. Ninfong was confused. Don't cry. He tiredly lay down on the bed but kept thinking, honestly, I still remain very unclear. For example, what exactly is the concept of world rank? Han Yin explained it simply. The world level is the degree of recognition from the gods for a world. Many worlds exist in the universe, but not all are favored by the gods. Only when a world produces intelligent life does the gods pay attention. But it's just attention. Like occasionally spotting a cute little bug. Unless it passes the trial of the gods, this world cannot be favored by the gods and gain strength and a powerful civilization. Simply put, the more trials it passes, the more the gods favor it and the higher the world rank. Hanam kept rambling, claiming that the strongest warriors in this world are only around level 150, with the best skills and equipment being orange. This shows that the level of this world is very low, almost not favored by the gods. Ninfong closed his eyes and replied, "So far, is that all?" Hanam sincerely said, "Isn't it because you're here? Their future will only get better and better." "That's right. I have a suggestion regarding your equipment. The gear in this world is quite outdated and can't meet your needs. Therefore, you need to quickly upgrade it to divine weapon level equipment." As soon as these words were spoken, Ninfong suddenly sat up. "You ask again. A divine weapon?" Hanam continues. "Divine weapons are usually crafted or forged by our clan. Then you can transfer divine power to upgrade them endlessly." Ninfong remembered that Hanam's pendant seemed to have characters that could be upgraded. Hanam replied, "That's right. This pendant was once the core of a divine weapon. As long as you activate the divine power within, it will officially become a divine weapon." Ninfong looked bewildered and asked, "How do I do it?" Hanam began to guide him, placing his hand on the pendant and drawing symbols representing divine power through his mind. Ninfong quickly followed suit, a bright glow rapidly emanating and shining intensely around his neck. On the surface of the gem, mysterious blue patterns appeared swiftly. Ninfong was stunned with surprise. Truly useful. Hanam said, "Of course, you are the great Lord of Gods, and the talismans transformed from the source of the world can only be activated and used by true deities. Moreover, even the representatives personally chosen by the gods are not allowed." Hanam suddenly felt relieved, as if the Lord of Gods was always worried about his status, and this time he could finally rest assured. The system suddenly displayed a notification that left Ninfong extremely surprised. He thought to himself, 1,200 mental points, and now all my attributes combined are only about that much. And not only that, but I also gained various other powerful attributes. Hanam still wasn't satisfied, but since the quality was only orange, I will wait until my subordinate finds suitable materials before upgrading it for you. As for the other parts of the outfit, you need to find other tribes to complete them. Ninfong felt interested in talking with you, realizing that the things he didn't know were growing more and more. Hanam was delighted. Answering his questions is an honor for his subordinate. It quickly became morning, and Hanam happily looked at him. "Good morning, Lord God." Ninfong looked over and said, "You're in good shape, huh?" Han Yin sincerely replied, "As long as I follow the Lord of Gods, I am full of hope." Ninfong quietly thought to himself that he had casually talked with Han Yin for a long time yesterday. But unfortunately, his previous world was different from his current one. So many experiences couldn't be applied. Being his assistant wouldn't be a problem. In an unknown secret realm, the surrounding atmosphere is extremely gloomy as a fierce monster erupts from the ground, attacking violently forward. Hanam's figure quickly appeared, the ice on his body shooting out towards the monster. It went berserk, charging viciously at Hanam. The surrounding rocks and dirt splattered everywhere, leaving Professor Ta's two students wide-eyed and stunned. Ninfong smiled satisfied, his spirit boosted to 1,200, truly invigorating. Teacher Luke stood aside in admiration. "Assistant Nin, you're terrifying." Earlier they were planning to fight the boss, but now they just kill him with a single strike.
As teacher said this, Professor Ta nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. Professor Ta, please don't follow my example. Ninfong stepped forward and asked, are there any other secret realms today? But unfortunately, there aren't any more. The teacher has finished speaking. Our progress was already faster than the other groups, and today, even more so than usual. Because of this, the committee is having a headache. Hearing this, Ninfong was a bit confused and asked back, what do you mean? Teacher Luke explains. You know, everyone who can join the training camp is someone who works hard and pushes themselves. Because we finished early, our team members voluntarily go to the training camp's secret realm to train themselves further. Right now, our team members are stronger and more powerful than others. Students from other teams have formed alliances to request a rotation starting next month. Professor Ta wondered why the other teachers had no objections. Teacher Luke sighed and said that if it weren't for the organizing committee holding them back, the other teachers would be eager to join our team. Some teachers' names were found mixed in students' joint application forms. Professor Ta smiled proudly. Well done, everyone. No one can steal our assistant instructor Nin. Lord Han Am suddenly stammered, Your Majesty, your magic? Ninfong asked curiously. Is there a problem? Han Am looked a bit confused as he said this. No, there's no problem. My subordinate just thinks that your spellcasting techniques are very exquisite, and it seems you can effectively utilize various conditions at the right moments to control the magic within the necessary range. Ninfong smiled and said, If you want, you can listen to a few lessons over the next 2 evenings. The class quickly began, with Ninfong sitting and listening thoughtfully as the teacher above lectured on strategic calculation. Han Am was a bit confused and said, Lord God of War, this is Ninfong explaining. It's very interesting, isn't it? This is my favorite subject, mathematical strategy, covering not only practical examples, but also arithmetic, physics, biology, and topography. Maybe because the level of the world is too low and people have no better options, they can only try every way to make the best use of their resources. How to use the most daring magic to deal the highest damage. How can I expand limited skills into more ways to use them? How can I seize fleeting opportunities in a nearly hopeless battle? Not everyone needs to master these theories, but the training system we received is based on them, and it has truly produced many outstanding explorers. Han Yinxia is determined that to be recognized by the Lord God, she must have extraordinary knowledge, and her subordinates will also study diligently. The bell quickly rings and the teacher announces, That's all for today. The school day ends and it quickly gets dark. He and Wang Duet walk together along the deserted road when suddenly someone appears, and he also looks surprised. The young man stepped forward, his expression somewhat puzzled, and assistant instructor Nin. Seeing this person, both you and Wang Duet were surprised. A classmate? Ninfong wondered silently. Is he here to find me? Usually at the training camp, Master Ha didn't really talk to me much, and I didn't pay attention to him. So why do I feel like he's a bit nervous all of a sudden? He bows and says, I came here to thank you. Luckily you helped out and saved my brother and the Thuong Nue Guild. You are our great benefactor. Ninfong chuckled bitterly and said it was just a coincidence and not worth thanking him for. Su Hung thought to himself that in the past, due to his relationship with his brother, Min kept his distance from assistant lecturer Nin and was also annoyed by his close friends. Looking back now, I realize I was the stupidest person. If I had built a good relationship with assistant lecturer Nin earlier, the Thuong Nue Guild definitely wouldn't have ended up like this. Ninfong looked a bit confused. Is there something else? We're not close. There's really nothing to talk about. Master Hung quickly presented a sincere gift and said, To show my respect, I prepared a small token. It's nothing much. Both you and Han Am were surprised and exclaimed together, It's another fragment of the world core. I remember Han Am once said, Normally, after the world is destroyed, fragments of the world of the mind might drift outside. As long as you find those fragments, the entrance to that world can be reopened. At that moment, you seemed enlightened. So that's how it was. Professor Tai also unintentionally used this method to open the secret realm. But back then, the principle was still unclear. So those intruders who vanished were also cut off by Han Yin. That's correct. The core world is a crucial rebirth of the higher world. So they will specifically search for fragments of the core world. However, Lord God led the secret realm's power, so those intruders were rejected by the laws of the universe and returned to their original world. Master Hung interrupted his thoughts, explaining that this was a trophy his older brother obtained from the secret realm and had never used casually. Hearing Professor Ta say, You just conquered a secret realm like that, so I think this item is more suitable for you. Ninfong also did not refuse, directly accepting it and expressing his gratitude for the gift. I like it very much. The scene shifts to another secret realm, and a voice echoes, This is where the fragment signal indicates. Professor Ta was surprised, saying, Assistant Nin was able to understand how to use it so quickly. If I discover anything new, I will contact you as soon as possible. Ninfong smiled with satisfaction and thought, This is exactly what I wanted to hear. Hanem says, My subordinate's current state is still unstable and needs to absorb more of the world's core. As long as the Lord of Gods is unaffected by the dark power, I won't worry anymore. I tell myself, quickly help Han Am recover his strength. Then I can also contribute more. Everyone quickly moved deeper inside, and as soon as they saw, they all gasped. Ninfong said loudly, This is a secret realm. Wang Dui also added, This place is too beautiful. Han Am was also surprised. What's going on? You don't seem like you've encountered a situation like this before either. Han Am also truly saw it for the first time. Professor Ta led the way and asked everyone to go inside and take a look. In front of them stands an extremely sturdy fortress. Ninfeng guesses this is the city where humans reside. From Din is also stunned, saying, I don't think I'm mistaken. That's an ordinary human. Wang Dui wondered, Are we crossing into another place? Hanem speculated. Not necessarily. A fragment of the world's heart only leads to the corresponding world, even if it's an illusion. This is too real. Everyone was about to move forward when a soldier suddenly blocked the way aggressively. Stop! Where are you guys from? Ninfong's people looked a bit guilty. He scratched his face awkwardly. It's us! The guard shouted loudly again. You're adventurers from another world, right? Ninfong wondered. How could you tell? He said it was easy to guess, by looking at your outfits and your nervous manner. Are you curious if adventurers from other worlds come often? The guard also replied. Sometimes there are, but not many little devils like you. Just from hearing it, you know who they are talking about. Professor Ta is angry. I'm not a little demon, he continued. You can take a walk inside the city, but it's best not to cause trouble, or I can't guarantee you'll make it back alive. Before they left, the guard still reminded them to watch out for the children and not let her run wild. Professor Ta shouted fiercely, I told you I am not a child. While walking, Ninfong observed and said, This world also has adventurers. No wonder they are not surprised by the appearance of adventurers. They quickly entered inside. Everyone carved a statue, looking at what was written on it. The statue depicted the brave Alita, the celestial heroine, protector of the imperial god realm. Ninfong wondered, Strange indeed. I've never seen this kind of script before, but I can read Han Am's thoughts. This is the heart of the world establishing a connection, and it also proves that we haven't traveled to another place. Professor Ta also stepped forward to observe, pointing at the chaotic inscriptions and saying, This is where the hero's legend is engraved. In the year 1537 of the Dio calendar, the demonic empire's fierce and surging might arrived, plunging the world into darkness and fear, with apocalyptic despair covering everything. Only the brave Alita opened the gloomy sky, causing the demons beneath her spear to scatter, and the light of righteousness returned to the land. The cheerful songs echo beyond the clouds. Her heroic deeds are carved into a great monument for future generations. Her glorious fame has never faded through the ages. Wang Duyet stood beside her, wondering if this world had indeed been attacked by monsters, but thanks to this brave warrior fighting fiercely alone, defeating the invading monsters, the world was restored to peace. Professor Ta said, I think the inscription probably means this. Tu Din sighed. Amazing. One person can defeat an army of monsters. Is the hero of another world always so powerful? From afar, a tree emits a strange glow. Xiao Yue cautiously told everyone to wait. Tan Yin saw him and wondered why he was approaching. I was just now recounting how, while everyone was focused on the statue, you observed the surroundings. There was a glowing red inscription on it, and the symbol of that inscription meant run fast. Ninfeng asked for clarification, saying he saw the words run fast and then they disappeared, and Xiao Yue confirmed yes, right under that tree. Suddenly, Ninfeng felt strange. Looking at the passers-by, no, it was as if their eyes were glaring at him fiercely. It seems they realized you suspected something, and the statue quickly disappeared. The townspeople immediately transformed into fierce red-eyed monsters. Ninfeng didn't expect it was all just an illusion. Han Yin was surprised. How could the Vong Lin do that? I didn't sense any aura of the vengeful spirit at all. Soon after, the monsters quickly charged towards everyone. Ninfeng's hand had already summoned his weapon, gripping his sword tightly and slashing fiercely at them. Tan Yin also used all her strength to swing her axe at a monster attacking him, but unfortunately, the axe in his hand was shattered by the monster's power. He shouted in surprise, "Oh no, my shield!" Tan Yin was momentarily panicked and thought to herself, "Orange skill. Block it. This is not an enemy she can handle." The fierce monster raised its dagger, glaring at Tang Yin, ready to strike. At this moment, he could only stand still with his eyes closed, waiting for death. But suddenly, the monster was frozen. Han Am appeared just in time to rescue Tang Yin. His aura looks incredibly imposing. Ninfong stands before many fierce monsters, all ready to attack him. Han Am was a bit panicked and said, "Lord God of War, these ghostly adventurers seem to come from a higher-level world. Your humanity may not be a match for them." You start to become more cautious. "So what should we do?"
Han Am suggests that I can use the remaining energy to briefly manifest and help eliminate these enemies.
Ninfong smiled slightly, satisfied. "All right, I'll trouble you." Seeing Han Am, Wang Yue, and Jia Nian so surprised, they stammered, "This is Ninfong's introduction." "No need to be afraid, this is my summoned helper from another world." Han Am cheerfully waves, "Nice to meet you all." Then, very quickly, Han Yin stood in front of the monsters. His aura was incredibly fierce. Han Yin raised his weapon and shouted, "Hurry up! Help everyone stay calm a bit!" Thousands of ice arrows shot out, piercing the monsters' bodies, making them scream in fear. Wang Yue and Tang Yin remained calm, their magic truly powerful, surpassing even the orange-level skills. Suddenly, a fierce arm reaches out and crushes Han Am's ice arrows. From the chaos, a somewhat muscular woman stepped forward, her eyes blazing with anger as she stared fiercely at Ninfeng's group. Professor Ta immediately recognized her. She seemed to be the statue from earlier. She loudly declared, "Stranger mage, you seem to be the strongest among these people, but in front of my sword wind, your strength is not worth a penny." Han Yin also refused to admit defeat. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not the strongest, but to deal with you, I alone am enough." The woman shouted, "Who gave you the courage to fight a lone mage warrior? Gods?" "Yes, that's right, that's right." She got even angrier hearing your confident reply, another foolish believer in false gods. "Do you really think those so-called gods would look at you even a little more?" Ninfeng's gaze was still fixed on him, a gentle smile on his face. The woman shouted, "Fool, how dare you get distracted and look elsewhere?" Ninfeng's gaze seemed to empower Han Am even more. He continued to exert his cold aura with relentless effort. That woman was a bit panicked, her speed slowed down. Is that the effect of some water system? She clenched her fist tightly, then shouted fiercely towards Han Am, but that was all, and Alita revealed her weakness. Han Yin quickly realized that her weapon was the source of her power. Standing tall, he focused his strength and shouted, "Han Bing Xieline, ice storm burst, fierce cold tide." And she was furious and incredulous. "No way, I clearly have the divine war spirit. How could the gap be so big? Damn it, I will kill you." Suddenly, gentle, icy streams flowed from her body into her internal organs. Before she could react, Han Yin snapped his fingers. Immediately after, the woman's entire body exploded into pieces so quickly that not even a corpse was left, only a weapon falling to the ground. Professor Ta was stunned in horror, feeling suffocated just by looking at it. Han Yin approached to examine it. This weapon is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, the woman couldn't control it. He reached out, and a pink light emitted from the weapon, as if he was trying to control it. "Are you trying something? What about this?" Her soul has not yet vanished. The woman laughs smugly. "This foolish mage doesn't understand how terrifying the gods truly are. The gods will still absorb your power to help me revive. As long as the gods exist, I will never die." Ninfong stepped forward anxiously to observe his subordinate's expression and spoke. Han Am reassured him, "The Lord of the Gods, I am fine. It's just that the weapon suddenly absorbed my energy, so I couldn't maintain my physical form." Ninfong grimaced and said, "I'll go check it out." Han Am was worried, saying, "Be careful, sir," and holding the weapon in his hand as the energy was truly being drawn into it. She was smug, truly a bunch of fools, fighting to offer me their energy. This way I won't need to absorb any more spirits. Ninfong looked at the woman calmly and asked, "What are you so happy about?" She was so shocked her mouth dropped open. "Did you see me?" Ninfong calmly, "So what?" Alita angrily thought. "No, it started just now. The body hasn't absorbed anything, and it keeps trembling, as if it's very scared." Ninfong also had thoughts. When he touched this weapon, the system immediately alerted him that the remaining part had been detected and was beginning to absorb it. He smirked, not expecting this weapon to be a poison-centered artifact, but since the situation was still unclear, he decided not to absorb it for now. Thinking quickly, he frowned and looked at her, saying, "What exactly is going on?" The professor nearby anxiously called out, "Assistant Professor Nin, how is the situation?" Wang Yu observed that the spirits around her were still, and she began recounting. "But you can see this was once a beautiful land, though monsters often invaded. We always protected the country without harm. Recalling the days when everyone fought monsters together. She even praised them happily. Well done, everyone. Suddenly, one of them stood blankly, staring at something. The woman approached curiously. Tap Long, what's wrong with you? The man named Tap Long turned around. Does no one see it? In front of me is a box with a god paying attention to you written on it. Everyone was surprised and stammered, I didn't see anything. The woman guessed. Could it be that Tap Long was recognized by the gods? Tap Long stood dazed, staring at the box for a long time, unsure of what he was thinking. He began to wave his hand, perhaps following the instructions of the box. A quick notification appears. The gods are very pleased with your performance. You have received the approval of the gods. You can choose your gift from them. I don't know what he chose, but everyone only saw Tap Long gradually ascending to the middle stage. Before leaving, Tap Long loudly said to those below, Goodbye, everyone. He looked at his friends, tears suddenly falling. I will stay with the gods, forever watching over everyone. Someone standing nearby stepped forward to comfort her. Alita, don't be too sad. Tap Long has come to the gods because he is noticed by them, so he will surely care more about our country. Especially if we keep it trying, we might also catch the attention of the gods. Encouraged, Alita smiled brightly and replied, Yeah, you're right. After some time, their country was still invaded by monsters, and even more people lost their lives. They rampaged and killed many people, with the entire country engulfed in flames. Alita's group was all severely wounded, but they still tried to stop the monsters from advancing further. She was so helpless that tears welled up. Why? Why? The monsters attack more fiercely than ever, but the gods do not appear, nor do the dragons. Are we going to die? She quickly regained her composure, her eyes becoming sharper. No. We still have one last hope. She opened the secret basement door, revealing the weapons she was currently using. Hearing this, Ninfong could already guess the story behind it. So you used this dark weapon to repel the monsters, but also cursed the entire nation. Alita said, Yes, that's right. After defeating the monster, I used the dark power to restore the country to its former state. But unexpectedly, the dark power gradually eroded my consciousness, turning the nation into a terrifying forbidden zone. And now occasionally otherworldly adventurers come here to explore, all of whom I turn into vengeful spirits. He firmly grasped the weapon in his hand, contemplating that the dark power finally has a price to pay. Suddenly, he heard approaching footsteps getting closer and closer. You curiously turn around and see a pink light shining, revealing the shadow of a man slowly approaching. He is none other than Tap Long. Hello, that glove is mine. Can you give it back to me? Alita looked surprised when the person appeared. Tap Long. How could it be Tap Long? But how could Ninfong be treated like a possession for someone else? You smile happily and say, Sorry, this is my spoils of war. Tap Long, annoyed but still trying to stay calm, thought there might be some misunderstanding here since I kept that weapon for special ritual purposes, so hearing this, Alita looks alarmed. What does it mean to refine weapons? He finally couldn't hold his patience anymore. Tap Fong's face suddenly darkened as he said, Are you having a problem with your ears? I told you, that weapon is mine, or are you also planning to become a material for my weapon refinement? Han Am immediately recognized this as the pure, primordial divine power of the sacred spiritual system. Alita knelt at Ninfeng's feet, begging, Please forgive my disrespect, great master. I want to know the truth. Can you help me? He asked her with a smile. Why don't you ask him yourself? That statement of yours left Alita stunned. She couldn't believe her ears. Tap Fong looked annoyed as he glanced at him, wondering why that guy was laughing. Alita asked again. What do you mean? Ninfong explained, I have a skill that can temporarily grant you a body. But in the end, you will completely vanish, and nothing will remain. Alita spoke loudly with a determined voice. I am not afraid. Please entrust me with the body. I will bear everything. Ninfong, hearing her, did not say much and directly gave the order, raising his head, and Alita quickly obeyed. Yes. He frowns. An active skill, Soul Capture Yin, bans the Dark Lord, uses his mental power to control the target's mind, which can briefly become a powerful clone. Soon after, Alita had fully regained her previous human form. Tap Long was so surprised when he saw Conan that he couldn't believe his eyes. What? Alita looked at her body and couldn't help but marvel. The dark aura is very strong. Ninfong stepped forward and said, I won't control your mind, so you can control this body yourself. Alita gratefully said, Thank you for your kindness. Tap. Long's face turned pale as he stammered. You are Alita, so why did you suddenly appear? Alita's eyes are fierce. Tap Long, I don't understand what you're saying. You should honestly explain again. Alita, are you possessed by a demon? What did that guy do to you? Before he had a chance to speak again, Alita jumped directly at him, fiercely glaring and throwing a punch straight at Tap Long, catching him off guard. He shouted in panic. She was crazy, but before he could speak, the attack was already coming down hard. Whether or not the gods paid attention, Taplong was no match for Alita and was beaten to the point of spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing him struggle like that, she still had no intention of letting him go. Another attack was launched, causing Taplong to fall flat on the ground. Alita lost patience. Tapolong, tell me, why didn't you appear when the monsters invaded? Why are you appearing today? And what is this thing called sacrifice training? He hurriedly explained at this moment. Alita, I didn't abandon you all. You have to trust me. I was participating in another trial that was very important to me by the time I noticed this place. It was too late. He recounts that you don't know how much hardship I endured after leaving this world. Even though I am the strongest being in this universe, under the gods, demons are still the weakest existence. You will understand that pressure, that helplessness. Don't beat around the bush, just be straightforward. You've always been paying attention to the divine soldier, haven't you? He stammered nervously. I only have a magic seal left on the divine artifact. When the seal disappears, I will be able to sense it. Alita, please don't blame me. I only hope to become stronger through the divine mark. If not, one day I will be abandoned by the gods. When I left the mark, you all died. Everyone is dead now, he thought maliciously. Damn it! If I couldn't feel the divine power growing weaker each day, I would rely on you, the revered gods, whose followers are threatened by evil. Please, for my loyalty and dedication, do not abandon me. I beg you to punish and destroy these things. As he was lost in thought, Alita suddenly punched fiercely, surprising Ninfong's followers with her decisive action. After finishing, she kneels before Ninfong and says, Great hero, thank you for this precious opportunity. At last, my people and I can escape this endless dream. I ask, where is the heart of this world? And also, my companions must have many questions. During the remaining time, I hope you can help them find answers, so I will quickly follow the order. Yes, Alita regretfully recalled I once thought it was an honor for Taplong to be chosen by the Divine Bright, but in the end, we were still forgotten. Only then did I realize that as I spoke, her body gradually disappeared, just like those memories. Before leaving, Alita said, Anyway, Tapfong is part of this world. Let him be with us forever to find peace. Wang Duyet watched Alita's fading figure, a hint of sadness in his heart. Ninfong asked, Duyet Ni, what's wrong? She said, I am thinking that even with the blessing of the gods, Alita's world still cannot escape the fate of destruction. Will we ever reach such a day? Ninfong smiled. Don't worry, I'm still waiting for you to take me to enjoy some good food. Hearing him say that, Alita also felt comforted and was happy. That guy. Professor Ta, can we finish eating first and then go back? She quickly agreed. Of course you can. I'll look around to see if there's any local specialty here. They gradually disappeared, returning to the vast grassland in a silent, deserted state. Suddenly, a purple streak appeared in the sky, the light spreading out as a foot slowly descended, revealing Taplong with hollow, shining eyes. But it seems this is just an imposter in the form of Tapfong. He regrets being a step too late. The familiar aura is gone, but in this body's memory, the figure of the opponent still remains. He remembered Ninfong's image and wondered to himself, am I the all-powerful divine mage? Anyway, in this world, he couldn't escape. Just a quick investigation. The scene shifts to Feng Yi, where he and everyone else hold a tense meeting. According to Professor Ta's report, gods can select some lucky individuals they favor in different worlds, bestow blessings, and even allow them to ascend to higher-level worlds. But this kind of blessing is only meant to make more people trust them. In the eyes of those gods, the lucky ones are just tools and pawns, Yuening said, so even with the favor of the gods, there is still a risk of destruction. Ultimately, everything depends on oneself. In this secret realm, the strength of the enemy has far surpassed ours. Linhua said, everything relies on you, Ninfong, to defeat the enemy. But in the near future, the increasingly powerful enemies that we cannot fight may become more numerous. Her face was sad. Although you, Ninfong, always stand with us, if we, these people, are like parasites and place all our hopes on a child, I feel very guilty. At this point, everyone in the room suddenly fell silent. Wang Yue said, may I say a few words? Recently, Ninfong summoned a powerful being from another world. Everyone must know that this being has studied combat, mathematics, and has compared our strength to that of monsters. In the end, a conclusion was reached. If based on normal assumptions, our world should have been destroyed 30 years ago. This statement of hers causes everyone present here to panic. Yue Nin proactively asks, Chairman Wang, what does this mean? She recounted that over 80 years ago, the mysterious realm suddenly merged with reality, and humanity suffered unprecedented losses. In that situation, the first adventurers appeared. Still, humanity remains at a complete disadvantage when facing the monsters. It is thanks to the next generation, including those present here with countless sacrifices and efforts, that humanity has been able to fight against the powerful monsters and survive to this day. The powerful being from another world said that the monsters we face have long surpassed the level this world can endure, yet we have not perished and continue to fight. This is a miracle. I believe that if given the chance, we can keep this miracle alive.
This world has been protected by our predecessors for 80 years, and now it's our turn to protect everyone together. All the elders here fell silent and looked at Wang Duyet in astonishment after hearing her words.
She was a bit confused, forced a smile, and asked, Did I say something wrong? Immediately, everyone started clapping in unison. They were very pleased with these words. Lin Hua smiled brightly and said, Chairman Liu, inviting Chairman Wang here was truly the right decision.
It seems I have regained my fighting spirit from when I was young.
Wang Ba analyzed. It means that monsters are becoming harder to deal with because they have long exceeded our limits. VM Shu Yen said happily, suddenly feeling a bit proud. Chancellor Wang's opinion is certainly shared by everyone. So the next topic is how we should respond when encountering the gods in the future. Anyway, this incident has taught us that gods are not necessarily our hope. The one occupying Taplong's body is searching everywhere for Ninfong, and he wonders, is the omnipotent divine spirit always hiding in places like this? An inferior world won't attract much attention, and gods can't descend directly. He's truly cunning. He closes his eyes and thinks, I can sense that this world holds my trial secret realm, just the place I need to hide, so I'll choose that place. At Thuong Nue Guild, Su Hung looked around sadly. His brother worked hard to build the guild, but it was destroyed in just one night, so he must strive to become stronger and help Thuong Nue Guild regain its glory. Suddenly, something strange appeared right in front of him, surprising Su Hung. From within that, Taplong quickly appeared. He was surprised, yet there was someone here. Who are you? How did you get in here? Taplong grinned cunningly. Don't be afraid. I am the master of this secret realm and the one you often mention, Thin Min. Upon hearing the words Thin Min, Su Hung secretly sweat and stared intently at the opponent. He thought to himself that he remembered this secret realm and that only one person should enter. I have seen the form of this god in the statues, and he can also summon power within the secret realm. After speaking, he quickly knelt down. Lord Shenmin, may I ask if you heard my prayer, and that's why you appeared, Lam? Taplong chuckled sinisterly. Praying is what the weak do. You should prove that your strength and faith are worthy of my blessing. Yang Hong was quickly won over. Lord Shenmin, please rest assured, I will do my best. Taplong has his own thoughts. That all-powerful magic god is extremely cunning. Before uncovering his identity, he shouldn't act rashly. After all, the power of the clone isn't equal to the original body, so he truly needs a few allies. He was pleased to see Master Hung submit so quickly. Very well. Your first task is to help me find this person. Seeing Ninfong's image appear, Su Hung was surprised and opened his mouth in shock. Seeing Su Hung's reaction like that, Taplong quickly noticed the flaw. He secretly rejoiced. I didn't expect you to know him. That really saves me a lot of trouble. But Su Hung said, I'm sorry, I don't know him and can't provide you with much information. The godly figure Taplong now spoke. It's okay. From now on, you will be responsible for monitoring him and report anything unusual immediately. Remember well, do not leave any traces. The true identity of this person could be the demon god who has destroyed countless worlds. Hearing this, Su Hung was again stunned. What? Could it have been then? Shenming thought. Realizing that the secret realm of trial had been infiltrated, he immediately began searching in the divine realm, but was interrupted by a strange power, which must have been the omnipotent law god interfering and hiding his whereabouts. Then he remembered, yes, who are the ones who completed the challenge here? Su Hung hesitated. They are the friends of that evil god. An's image quickly appears, and he begins to manipulate. It's a pity that glory should have belonged to you, but it was stolen by the minions of the evil god. But it's okay. I can help you get it back. Then offer me your loyalty. Su Hung, as if hypnotized, quickly issued the order, but what he didn't expect was that he would go meet Ninfong privately right afterward. He found it interesting. Even such a thing could happen. Su Hung nodded seriously. Yes, Mr. Nin. That person claims to be the incarnation of the true origin sacred spirit sent here to secretly investigate him. I think the incarnation can only exist for a very short period.
The gods often use their followers as avatars because they share a deep connection, preventing rejection and allowing them to exist for a long time. You forgot, thinking all gods are like me, casually finding someone to be an avatar.
Ninfong asked with concern. Aren't you afraid he will find out?
Shu Heng said, I've tried a few times and that guy doesn't seem to be all-powerful unless he's deliberately disguising himself, so I still want to remind you to be more careful. I think about it, new believers like Shu Heng have very weak faith. They haven't been in contact for long, so while they can't be said to trust completely, it's not easy to be discovered.
Ninfong smiled warmly and thanked him for sharing this important information. Su Heng felt a bit embarrassed by his reaction.
You are a great benefactor to us. What I have done is nothing.
Su Heng seems much smarter than his brother.
You guessed that even in front of the gods,
Assistant Nin remains calm, which indeed shows his extraordinary status.
Honestly, my brother had investigated Assistant Nin quite thoroughly before, and I find it hard to believe that someone like him could be a malevolent spirit. He calmly thought to himself, since I confirmed my identity, my mood has become more stable. If those gods are targeting me specifically, then I will see it through to the end.
Back in his room, Ninfong discussed with Han Am. Su Heng can stay temporarily beside the true origin Holy Spirit, but if he stays too long, he will eventually face danger. He must resolve the true origin Holy Spirit quickly.
Han Yin said, Lord God, actually in this world we have many advantages when dealing with other gods. I wonder why you say that.
Han Yin explained, high-level beings entering lower-level worlds will have their own strength limited. This is determined by the universal law, which even gods cannot violate. They want to increase their influence in this world, so they need to expand their own faith. But you are different from them.
You are inherently able to maximize your strength within this world as long as their faith does not grow strong enough to threaten you.
However, the trial training secret realm is protected by divine power, and in the past, the attacks you endured there truly transcended space and time, directly causing conflicts with the divine realm where the primordial sacred spirit exists. If this time the primordial sacred spirit keeps hiding inside, we won't be able to do anything to him. It's best to come up with a way to lure him out of the trial secret realm. Han Am is calculating, so we'll plan accordingly.
I'll report all the information I know immediately.
You think, according to Han Am, this world seems to be your home. I have mastered dozens of forbidden spells, so
fighting at this level isn't a big problem, but there's just one skill the enemy has that worries me.
An active skill where the pressure of a powerful individual releases a strong mental force, temporarily disabling targets of lower rank.
The greater the level difference, the longer the target remains incapacitated.
Based on the description, this is a control skill that relies on hierarchy suppression to be effective.
My strength is quite low, so if the enemy catches a gap, I probably won't have time to use a forbidden spell.
To be more certain, I need to learn spells that can defend against mental attacks.
But such spells are very rare, and finding them will be quite troublesome.
As soon as he finished his thoughts, he sat up abruptly. Han Yin, I want to go back to the base.
Are you sure that place won't be exposed?
He replied confidently. Of course, it was there from the start. The scene shifts to the place Ninfeng mentioned, where everyone quickly arrives just as Man is stretching in the sun. Han Yin pats its head. This little creature is truly a monster from the dark world. Its real name is Chaos Abyss Beast. It can generate a powerful chaotic field around itself to block all detection effects. Du An was amazed, sounding truly terrifying. The Hanam quickly replied, Yes, it is a high-level demon general whose strength surpasses most bosses in secret realms and can easily destroy a world. Hearing this, Duan's face twisted in surprise as he opened his mouth wide and shouted, What?
But Han Am calmly reassured him, Don't worry, since being subdued by the Lord God, this little creature's mood has been very stable, and even its aura of dark energy is no longer noticeable.
In our tribe, we used to have many hot springs, so it liked me helping it bathe. We were very close, and you can be like that too in the future. Duan was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion and asked, Can I do that too? Although he already sensed that this little creature was very powerful, he didn't expect it to be this strong.
And this powerful expert named Han Yin is clearly not an easy opponent. Ninfeng remembered and happily said to Duan, That's right, this is the spoils I just obtained from the secret realm. It will definitely be useful for you.
These are the two pieces of equipment,
the Shadow Wind Fury Armor and the Unyielding Soul Spirit. These are two items that not everyone can possess, if they wish.
Duan happily said, Thank you for your guidance. I will definitely strive to become stronger and be the ultimate weapon in your hands. If that god intends to oppose you, I am ready to risk my life to protect you.
Ninfong thought. Luckily, Arista's secret realm served as a lesson before. and everyone's attitude towards the gods had changed. Just like Duan, when I talk about the sacred spirit descending to the mortal world, he doesn't flinch at all, so it won't be as easy for the gods to slander me as before. Thinking of this, he felt a bit happy. The security measures of the dedicated communication line in the base are the best. I will go check if I can find any magic spells for mental defense or related information. Returning to the secret training realm, this voice belongs to Tap Long from this world. I think I have an impression now, Shenming said. The humans here are very weak. During the previous monster invasion, they could hardly resist, and the gods were disappointed, so they no longer cared about this place. Surprisingly, after a great catastrophe, the humans here managed to survive. Ta Fong reports that after this period of observation, he has confirmed that no gods, including the omnipotent magic god, have aided humans, meaning that humans in this world possess some trait that enables them to resist monsters.
That's interesting.
Maybe the omnipotent divine spirit also saw the potential here and intended to develop this place into their domain. He clenched his fist fiercely and said, "How could I let you have your way?" At the same time, Su Heng also returned, Hushin, trembling all over as if he was injured. Shenming asked, "What's wrong?" S. Heng replied, "Sorry, I'm still stuck on level 15 and can't get past it no matter what."
Than Min's eyes lit up. "Have you died 100 times on the 15th floor?" Su Heng stammered nervously. "Sorry."
Suddenly, a surge of power shot straight at him, catching Su Heng a bit off guard. "This is the 100 Suns unyielding," Shenming said. "Don't be afraid, I won't blame you. Actually, this is my challenge for you. Its effect is that when the wearer's health drops below 15%, they become immune to all negative effects from injuries or illnesses for 10 seconds, while also increasing damage and defense by 30%. Shenming offers another tempting bait. Those who catch the attention of the gods can receive challenge missions assigned by them. Completing these missions grants permanent achievements and can enhance oneself.
Some unique achievements can even bring about a complete transformation. This is just the beginning. I can grant you things beyond your imagination.
These words left Master Heng stunned, unsure whether he was afraid or excited. In the spiritual abyss of the mystical realm, according to the documents he found, there are 2 or 3 places within the domestic secret realms where magic against mental attacks has been discovered.
This is one of them. If you swipe multiple times, you'll definitely have a chance to get it. The little monsters, upset, say. The Great King, the lone fighting mage, is attacking again. The Great King shouted, "What? You're underestimating the demons too much.
Damn it, if I don't do something, that guy will really think I'm easy to bully."
As soon as I finished speaking, Ninfong quickly charged toward this side.
The Great King angrily shouted, "Come here," and in just a moment, they were all knocked back. The king was frightened.
"Elder, please forgive me this once.
Your face looks very gloomy. Are you trying a new kind of mental attack?" The Monster King hurriedly replied, No, don't act rashly. Let me finish speaking. Your spirit is so strong that my low-level Demon Lord attack has no effect at all. Others need a team to fight me for at least 2 hours, but you always come alone just to target and kill me. I'm sorry, I only meant to drop a skill book." The king was so upset he started crying. "Dropping loot isn't something I can control. What if I fall into depression? How can I guarantee the drop rate?" I was stunned, asking myself if I was making a boss attack that was crushing my spirit. The scene shifts back to Ninfong's house, where he feels upset. This gloomy situation is truly unacceptable. In the end, he only received a mage skill book. This is an active skill, a magic power rebound within a certain range, and allies will receive support from the aura of magic power. Each use has a 35% chance to restore a certain percentage of mana, and now is the time to improve quickly. Anyway, I should learn it first. An active skill, Divine Authority Revelation, Dark Forbidden Master, designated followers receiving blessings from the gods, surpassing personal limits, and significantly increasing strength. With this skill, you can not only see all my followers, but also choose how to bless them and preview the effects of the blessing. Immediately afterward, Han Yin's image appears in front of you like a fierce warrior channeling divine power. Dark energy radiated out, causing Han Yin's appearance to change rapidly, becoming more ferocious. Ninfeng was shocked when he saw this image, and Han Yin definitely did not want to become like this. Thinking that, he reached out to select the Blessing Covenant of the Shadowed Guardian. On the screen, there was an item that surprised Ninfong, which was the Trial of Achievement. Han Yin explains, "Awakening Holy Energy. These things are temporarily useless. The Trial Achievement is a power that every god possesses, used to activate the hidden potential within the target's body. You once said that personal achievements are part of the universal rules. The role of gods here is like that of guides. Therefore, gods often bestow achievements on those they pay attention to, even if they are not their followers.
He quickly realized that the achievement would not directly transfer my divine power to you. The system displayed detailed statistics about magical luck. Ninfong read through it, and then Han Yin immediately asked, "Do you have any plans? You just said that when I previewed the achievement, I saw something in Chung Muthu's information." Han Yin was stunned and stammered upon hearing this. "Sir, can you see the achievements of other professions?" the boy wondered. "Yes, where's the mistake?" "Oh," Hanam said. "Usually gods can only see achievements related to their own path." Ninfong smiled. Could it be because of the connection to the system? Hanam speculated that it was indeed possible, since you are still unclear about the true nature of the system. The scene shifts to the Red Moon Demon Tomb, where the atmosphere is extremely gloomy. Mach Tu was surprised when the system displayed a message about magical luck, and she couldn't hold back her excitement as she shouted, "Oh my God." Ninfong cheerfully said, "I will explain this later. Right now, we need to prepare to quickly defeat the boss." Hearing this, she didn't ask further. Over here, the monsters hurriedly reported to their leader. "King, those crazy explorers are attacking again." King, crying and lying on the ground, surrendering to fate, "Destroy them quickly, I'm exhausted." After a fierce battle, Ninfong finally showed a satisfied expression, and it was finally revealed. The glowing book is the spiritual guardian he has been searching for all this time. The scene shifts to the classroom where the professor is standing at the podium giving a lecture. This is the secret realm we explored last week, and also the first time we encountered the legend of the divine. Suddenly, she quietly considers that the Five Great Guilds' opinion is not to take a clear stance on the gods right now, and that she should only objectively report the findings from this secret realm exploration to everyone. With Alita's experience, I believe everyone will think more about the gods. Next, we need to make them understand that humanity has defeated incredibly powerful enemies on its own. This is our miracle and our glory. Han Yin is utterly amazed. It can make followers rely not only on the divine, but also believe in their own strength. Such generous actions can only be done by the Lord God himself. Hasu Hung is also sitting at the bottom of the lecture hall, but for some reason his face looks a bit grim. Gio Jai Lao quickly approaches Professor Ta happily. "All right, everyone take a 15-minute break." After everyone goes out, Su Hung immediately runs after them. "Assistant Nin, there's something I want to ask you privately." After the two of us walk into a quiet corridor, Su Hung directly gets to the point. "Do you know about the trial achievement?" Unlike Su Hung's panicked attitude, Ninfong calmly replied, "I know." Su Hung's face paled. Indeed, Assistant Instructor Nin knew about it, so those around him probably achieved the feat long ago. Suddenly, his achievement panel appeared above his head, leaving Su Hung confused. Ninfong quickly asked, "That's an unusual achievement, right?" Although everyone has a chance to attain it, the purple rarity is still quite impressive. He thought that Ninja Assistant Lecturer spoke very casually, not caring at all about the achievement bestowed upon me by the true Yuan Holy Spirit. Perhaps in his eyes this was nothing worth considering as a blessing. How much benefit the followers of Assistant Instructor Nin have gained is truly enviable. Master Hungko regained his composure and said, "I was actually a bit worried. This might be a way to control me, so I wanted to ask you to confirm." Ninfong reassured him, "It's okay, this has no side effects, just wear it." Han Yin was cautious, seeming a bit shaken, initially planning to test him, but in the end, he was subdued by him. Ninfong calmly said, "I am not surprised by what is normal for humans. On the contrary, I have never trusted him. The only things he can find are the ones I don't mind others knowing about. If he's still willing to help me, then I consider it a win." At the Thuong Yue Guild, images of Ninfong keep appearing, as if he had a camera on him. Then Min calculates. Strange. Too strange. Through these two encounters, I can sense that the omnipotent mage's strength is no longer what it used to be. After all, he was severely wounded in a battle years ago, and if he wasn't deliberately seeking us out, I would have difficulty even detecting his distinctive aura of magical energy. However, the all-powerful magic god suddenly attacked my secret realm challenge, revealing his true movements and leaving me puzzled. Ninfong's actions are increasingly confusing me. Master Hung said Ninfong has strong strength, but he does not use any skills beyond our perception. Many times, they are even just ordinary attacks. The improvements he brings to those around him are nothing more than petty tricks in your eyes. Sorry for being blunt, but after experiencing your divine might, I truly can't imagine how Ninfong could compare to you. What I can't understand even more is why he would insist on participating in our training camp and doing so many attention-grabbing things if he wanted to hide his identity. Isn't he afraid you'll discover him? Hearing this, Shen Ming thought for a moment and then said, "I have an idea.
Maybe this person only received 1 or 2 divine treasures from the omnipotent god of magic. Then everything can be explained. He asked himself a question and answered it. Why does he have such strong strength but only use normal attacks?
Because the divine weapon can greatly enhance his basic attributes, which is more than enough in this low-level world.
Why didn't he let anyone get close when dealing with the parasitic demon?
Because eliminating the parasitic demon requires using divine gifts. He doesn't want others to know what kind of divine weapon it is.
Why did he participate in the training?
Because after leaving the divine weapon, Ninfong was truly not that strong.
He had to rely on training to gain more benefits. Hashu Hong once said that there is a mysterious elder behind Ninfong, who, even if not an all-powerful law deity, cannot be separated from one. This one is hiding in the shadows, using Ninfong as a front, as the scene shifts to Ninfong's room with sunlight streaming through the window where he and Han Yin are standing and admiring the view outside. Han Yin asked, "Do you think the Saint Spirit will fall into the trap?" He said, "Someone lucky enough to get divine weapon must be wearing a perfect disguise. Although many of my actions are unintentional, as long as I guide a little, I can make others feel I have seen through the secret inside." In unclear situations, the Chun and Wen sacred spirit may not act impulsively. However, if he relies on his analysis to reach a reasonable conclusion, it might break the deadlock. If we want to lure him out, it might be worth a try. Then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Brother Fong, let's go have dinner." Ninfong happily smiles and says, "Coming right up." The scene shifts to the dining hall, where Ninfong is serving his meal. Then he and Su Hung pass by each other silently, exchanging a glance without words. Su Hung walks past him, a soft voice whispering, "The fish has bitten." Hung remembered the divine being said, "You once said that sometimes Ninfong acts alone, right?" Hearing Hung recount this, Ninfong deduced, "So he plans to strike while I am acting alone?" Su Hung's face now looks serious, and then begins the battle between the two gods in a dense forest, where the surroundings are extremely deserted. Ninfong says, "To make it easier to strike, I specifically chose a secluded secret realm. That Chongwin sacred spirit, he probably couldn't find that place, right?" Hanam guessed that he might be hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. "I've done my best to arrange everything. Hopefully nothing will go wrong." It's like a fishing bait now, just waiting for the big fish to bite. Then Min is thinking that although he has made deductions based on the information gathered, he still cannot rule out the possibility that Ninfong is an all-powerful mage, relying only on a clone, which is still a bit risky. If he wants to act, he needs to make some additional arrangements. Thinking this through, the celestial god secretly calculated that if the weakness of the all-powerful divine spirit is revealed, then shifting the scene to Wang Duyet's group, who are walking together and seem tense because of something in front of them, then Min figures that if he isn't sure of winning, he won't confront Ninfong directly. So since Ninfong isn't here today, he'll just follow his friends. The all-powerful mage values his pawns too much, even risking confrontation with us for their sake. But his biggest flaw is his incredibly foolish mercy. These people are all Ninfong's closest friends. I have to capture them and use them as pawns. Even if Ninfong is an all-powerful magic god, I still have a chance to fight him. By the time Ninfong reacts, it will be too late. As soon as he finished thinking, he immediately took off and charged straight at Wang Duyet's group, with Tio Due leading, so the divine beings targeted him. A fierce arm reached out, but for some reason he couldn't attack or even touch Xiao Yue. It seems that this also surprised Tang Yen and Teo Due. Min is a bit confused right now, looking around nervously. What is this place in the Dark World? The system announces that the active skill void pathway is forbidden for Dark Lords to tear through space into the Dark World, quickly crossing to the target location, lasting for 1 hour. Suddenly, a deep voice sounds from behind Thang. "As a god of light, you only know how to attack innocent people. Luckily, I was prepared because I knew about your despicable actions in advance." As I expected, Night God Mint roared angrily, "You are Ninfong. No, you are the all-powerful law god." At this moment, Ninfong's face was as dark as a demon from hell, glaring fiercely at Shen Ming with an overwhelming aura that was utterly intimidating. "Remembering when you asked Han Yin beside you before, Han Yin, do you think the true origin sacred spirit would attack the people around me?" Hanam quickly understood. "So you mean like what they did to us back then?" Hanam said, "I can't be sure, but those gods did indeed do it once." System notification. The active divine affinity skill activates, allowing designated dark disciple to receive blessings from the divine, break through personal limits, and increase strength. Ninfong carefully considers that this divine affinity blessing has a hidden obsession. It can help detect early warnings and provide protection when followers are in danger.
because since I am the one being protected, I can also sense the danger beforehand. I plan to confront the Duyet Ni Guild and then test the effectiveness of this blessing target. If it works, I won't have to worry about them falling into danger. Returning to the present, Shenming thought, damn it, now is not the time for idle thoughts. Even if I lose this incarnation, I must assess his true strength. Ninfong's eyes had already turned dark as he shouted angrily, "You are not worthy to be called gods!" He was stunned, still trying to regain his composure when a beam of light suddenly surged forward and fiercely devoured him. Ninfong observed the situation and asked Hanam, "This guy must be doomed, right? I'm fighting in the dark world for the first time, and I held nothing back to prevent any mishaps." Hanam said, "Take a direct hit from a forbidden spell, even a god would surely not withstand it. Of course, you are even more exceptional." Hanam recalled that when Lord God had accidentally entered the Secret Realm challenge last time, he was hit directly by the sealing spell of the True Origin Holy Spirit without any defenses, yet he only needed to take medicine to recover, and now he feels that Lord God has become unimaginably powerful. Ninfong was surprised that the Holy Spirit's true essence, using Taplong's body, directly invaded our world, hoping this time to contain him so I could have more time to grow stronger. Transition to the Divine Realms Tavern, where the true essence of the Holy Spirit holds dominion. In the palace of Thon Min, it seems he has regained his body. As he was knocked back and couldn't withstand it, he shouted out, and then collapsed. The subordinate, seeing his master like that, stepped forward worriedly to support him. Lord Divine, but his pride had been shattered by Ninfong. The God of Light snapped at his subordinates. "Get out, all of you! Get out! They are afraid of the order." Shenming couldn't believe it. How is that possible? The omnipotent mage can also control the power of darkness, yet earlier there was no trace of any dark energy from his body. That's not right. Even the 7 great demon gods couldn't wield dark power to such an extent. He speculates, could it be that the all-powerful magic god has obtained what we've been searching for? We must quickly contact the other gods. We have to do that. But then he remembered, wait a minute. I can't let you see my current form. If some bastard takes the opportunity to infiltrate, he thought, feeling useless, he angrily punched the ground and shouted, "Damn it, damn it." At the Thuong Nue Guild, a man steps out of the car. That person is none other than Ha-Su Vu. He let out a sigh of relief. After being isolated in the hospital for so many days, he can finally go back. "Xiaoheng, while I was away, no one gave you trouble, right?" Su-Hung replied, "Still fine." Although many people retreated, everyone remained quite restrained. Vusu advised them to let them go if they wanted. After all, we still have the Secret Realm trial to focus on. Try a little harder, and we can still rebuild our future. Su-Hung hesitated. Should I tell my brother about the Chan Guin sacred spirit? He must really want me to be protected by the divine light and become his most trusted fighting force. Su Vu entered, suddenly surprised. What happened with the trial training secret realm? Ninfong quickly received a call from Master Hung. What? The trial secret realm has closed. He's worried about his brother. His brother just returned and has already suffered such a huge shock. Han Om explained that the Trial Cultivation Secret Realm is an expansion of the Divine Realm and a major base for gods to spread their faith to other worlds. Voluntarily abandoning the Trial Cultivation Secret Realm probably has only one reason. After fighting with him, the Chan Nguyen Holy Spirit completely severed ties with this world, meaning he has admitted his defeat. So your confrontation with the true Origin Saint is over. Ninfong interrupted. I can consider myself the winner now. Su Hung's face turned pale with sweat, but he was also relieved. Luckily, I didn't do anything to betray Master Nin, so he will remember to reward me. On the other end, Ninfong continued, you really helped a lot this time. Feel free to come to me if you need anything in the future. Su Hung was so excited he almost jumped up. And Su Vu is looking gloomy, in a beautiful secret realm with a peaceful surrounding, free of any disturbances. Ninfong observes everyone thoughtfully. Although they have temporarily escaped the disturbance of the Holy Spirit of true origin, they still need a clear plan for what's coming next. Anyway, besides the Chan and Wen Holy Spirit, other gods will eventually pay attention to this place. Then he said loudly, I want to start by saying thank you all for trusting me. The familiar figure standing behind Mu Thu happily thinks, you know, I don't think you'll believe me if I tell you. This younger brother has been chosen by the gods, and only Master Hung knows how happy and proud he is. The scene shifts to Ninfong's classroom, where the atmosphere is extremely quiet. Everyone is lost in their own thoughts. Wung Duiet silently recalled the events, and sure enough, all the inexplicable things from the past were caused by Ninfong. That mysterious elder is actually Ninfong. Feng Nak thinks to himself that he has never harmed an innocent person. On the contrary, many people have survived thanks to his help.
Compared to unpredictable powerful gods who act arbitrarily, Ninfong is the one truly deserving of respect and reliance.
He looked at everyone's expressions with a satisfied smile. It seemed he had gained everyone's approval. Not only that, but the reactions of some people even exceeded his expectations. Looking at Hasu Hung's expression, he looked at Ninfong as if he were looking at an idol. He smiled helplessly. Your friend Ha has always had that expression from the beginning. His eyes are filled with such intense enthusiasm that they almost overflow. Ninfong continued, I believe no one wants to see the world they live in become a place where demons gather and gods can trample at will. Therefore, the current priority is to quickly strengthen our power and protect this land ourselves, because our world is very weak, still quite backward in many aspects, so we can only find ways to improve through other worlds. Although I had previously found some potion recipes from other worlds, it's still a long way to go, Wang Duyet said. Medicine, faded memories, achievements, advanced skills. Are there any other ways besides these? Ninfong thought that a few days ago he had absorbed Alita's divine realm demon weapon and gained new memories. Among those memories he found some useful items. Suddenly, Xiao Yue interrupted Ninfong's thoughts about enhancement and sub-equipment. Ninfong replied, yes, both methods are used to improve equipment. Enhancement can increase the basic attributes of equipment, while demonic attachments can provide special additional attributes and effects for the equipment. Feng Nak thought, our gear always just drops whatever, lacking the ability to choose flexibly. Some special professions find it very difficult to find suitable equipment. If they can change their gear and adapt their tactics, more powerful combat methods will surely be developed. Ninfong continued, the current problem is that both enhancement and auxiliary magic require certain special materials like mountain copper, hidden silver, and spirit gold. Hearing this, Shu Hong and Xiao Yue exchanged glances, both thinking that they had never heard of these materials before. You said, the main issue is here for us. These materials are all very unfamiliar and can only be found in secret realms within a short time, I suppose. Suddenly, Feng Nak stood up and interrupted. Sorry, I need to take this call. Yue continued, are these materials metallic minerals? I don't know what they look like. As for Feng Nak, he doesn't know the content of that phone call, but his face looks quite serious. Then he replies, all right, I'll go immediately. Feng Niak then turned back to report. Xiaofeng, there's a strange individual causing trouble in western Jiang City. I need to handle it. The boy responded, all right, go ahead. The scene shifts to West Jiang City, where tall buildings are being fiercely attacked, smoke and flames billowing up. A stranger appears, laughing loudly and arrogantly, and there's not even someone capable of fighting him. The young man, upon seeing Feng Yak, hurriedly reported, Captain Feng, a few years ago, this guy also disappeared mysteriously, and recently he suddenly reappeared. Our attacks have no effect on him at all. As he finished speaking, he stepped forward. I'll go try. At the same time, a shadowy figure emerged from the smoke. Feng Yak immediately activated his internal energy and launched a deadly attack at him, but it seemed to have no effect on the opponent. His eyes blazing red, he stared fiercely at Feng Nak, and for the first time, Feng Nak saw him so surprised that he shouted loudly. What? He said mockingly, with a triumphant smile. It seems that your senior Feng's magic no longer works on me. I told you it's useless. Stop wasting your energy. That guy smugly explained, my armor has been reinforced with Banyan. Do you know what Banyan is? That is a special type of metal with excellent resistance to magic. Feng Nak exclaimed in panic, you mean Banyan? Then the old man ran off in all directions. He wondered why this old man suddenly ran away. Feng Nak quickly took out his phone and said, Xiaofeng, I think I found a clue related to Bi Yen. After a while, everyone outside was worried, and Captain Chu quickly contacted the inside, not knowing what was happening there. No wonder I saw those magic spell trails falling earlier and had to call in so many reinforcements. How powerful is that mutant really? Inside here, that guy's eyes and nose are swollen, and he grits his teeth in anger. Who exactly are you? You can hit me, but why did you also strip my clothes? Does this place have secret gold? Feng Nak rummaged through and replied, I can't tell at all. Even if you steal my items, it will be useless because all the enhanced equipment is linked to the user's soul, and no one else can wear them. Ninfong's face darkened as he stepped forward and directly asked where he got the secret mineral from. He recounted, I was noticed by a great demon king and taken to a secret realm under his control to train for several years. There I mined some minerals and extracted special ores that can be used to enhance equipment. Quickly tell me the location. He looked at Ninfong's group with fear, like they were demon kings. Switching to a certain secret realm, the system displays a message. This secret realm requires a team of 30 to challenge. Enough players are present. Do you want to open it? Ooh. Ninfong was surprised to find it was a large secret realm for 30 people. Feng Yi explained,
This type of secret realm is very difficult. Both the number and strength of enemies should not be underestimated, so it's better for everyone to act together. He remembered that, according to the crazy warrior's words, the monsters in the secret realm were mainly beast people, divided into 5 tribes. The chief of them lived in the largest tribe, and only by defeating the chief could he take over the entire secret realm. Then he quickly entered the door to the secret realm and told everyone, "Let's go." The scene shifts back to Xijiang City. The police car is speeding down the road with the crazy warrior inside, who has been captured. Suddenly, he grins mischievously from within the vehicle. "Why is this police officer so annoyed? What are you smiling at?" He replied casually. "Nothing, just thinking about a few amusing things." The cop shouted, "I warn you, don't mess around like that." That evil guy wondered what expressions those people would have once they entered the secret realm. Although they managed to enter, when they leave the secret realm, the inside is extremely gloomy, with a fiery red color covering the entire space, and many bizarre monsters roaring fiercely. Ninfeng's group quickly arrived here, and one of them guessed that this seems to be a corner of the arena. The bloodthirsty arena system announces that strong fighters must face a locked beast at the end. From Din's confusion, he asks, "What does this mean? Are they forcing us to slaughter each other?" Wang Duyet quickly breaks the barrier, imprisoning them. Seeing this, Feng Ai also stepped forward to channel his internal energy to help her, but everyone quickly realized that the light shield couldn't be broken. The leader monster laughed loudly. "Are those bugs trying to escape? Save your strength to deal with your accomplices." The henchman shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" In the distance, red eyes and strange figures are staring intently at Ninfong's group. One of them sat there aggressively and silently without saying a word the whole time. Feng Ngak immediately recognized that those 5 people were the leaders of the beastmen. The system displayed a message. No allies here, only enemies counting down in the fight. Suddenly, Ninfong unexpectedly stepped forward, channeling his internal energy as a blue light flashed. The leader shouted in panic, not expecting the light screen to reveal the situation before he could realize it. As Ninfong smirked maliciously, "Everyone can go outside now." At the Beastman tribe, no one knows how Ninfong did it, but now he is touring their residence. The leader introduces, "This is where we strengthen our equipment." In the warehouse nearby, there are items like bronze ore, secret gold, and refined gold, as you mentioned. The monster saw strangers and became curious, and the leader shouted loudly, "Don't tremble when working, or I'll lose face in front of the boss." The subordinate stammered, "Yes." Ninfong observed and realized that the equipment was like this. The beast leader said, "This is their traditional technique." The chieftain sighed helplessly. "I wonder if he is satisfied with the result." His subordinate thought, "The leader is the strongest warrior of the tribe, yet he bows like this. Who are these humans after all?" He recalled the recent battle and silently sighed in relief. This human wizard rushing at him truly made him scared to death. At that moment, he thought that if he hesitated just a little longer, he would have been destroyed. Fortunately, my decisiveness kept me alive. You think our world doesn't have this technique because of the level and race differences, so even if we learn it, we can't master it. Qibang directly discussed cooperation with these beastmen. The leader, knowing that he intended to have them supply weapons, happily said, "This is our honor. From now on, just leave it to us." Ninfeng was stunned and scratched his head, yet he agreed immediately without even negotiating the price. Normally, when opening a secret realm, you have to defeat the boss first and then open the passage through the seal. But since the leader has proactively agreed to cooperate, I can't just kill him with a single strike. However, demons are still demons, and I can't trust them too much. Ooh. The beast leader said that they could sign a blood seal contract, which is the highest agreement of our tribe. Using magical power to enforce it, violators will face extremely disastrous consequences. This deal is too profitable. Ninfong quickly raised his hand to sign the contract with the beast, their hands touching as they agreed that from now on they would be business partners and must never betray each other. Suddenly, the beast man looked a bit panicked. What's going on? Ninfong was also surprised. How did this skill activate on its own? Active skill. Divine authority. Revelation. Dark, forbidden spell. Designated followers will receive blessings from the deity, surpassing their limits, significantly increasing their power. The beastman is also reading the system notification and has shown loyalty to God. Ming, and received a blessing. Contract. The sacrificial offering requested by God. Ming is to enhance equipment. He was so surprised he stammered, You are one of the 7 demon gods," then immediately bowed his head in submission, not knowing which demon god had descended, begging for forgiveness for his disrespect.
Ninfong was stunned. Just signing a casual contract. Why did I suddenly become a demon god? Wait a minute. Demon god seems to be how those undead call the 7 evil gods. The beastman thought. I see. We used to follow the tradition of offering our lives in chaos and destruction to the gods, but we never received any response. Who would have thought that now the demon god demands sacrifices to strengthen equipment? If we want to become stronger, we must offer proper sacrifices to the demon god to continuously gain the power of darkness. I never expected to receive a blessing from the gods. My HGA can become the leader of the beast tribe, surely thanks to the silent protection of the gods. Thinking of this, the leader was deeply grateful and continued to kneel before Ninfong as if he were a saint. The boy was puzzled, wondering why he kept bowing like that. Are you trying to ask for a red envelope? Luckily, this is another space, so no one outside can see. You step forward to threaten him. Stay out of my affairs and don't go spreading rumors outside. Hapga bowing respectfully, the subordinate commander. The two quickly completed the ceremony afterward. Hapga says it will take some time to upgrade the equipment. Since everyone is here for the first time, let's hold a welcoming party. The subordinates wondered among themselves. Do you feel like the great leader suddenly became interested? Could it be that these humans drove him crazy? The scene shifts to the evening at the Beastfolk village, where everyone is gathered around a campfire. From Din happily sits and watches the pork leg roasting over the glowing fire. Feng Yak also eagerly drank barley smoothie with a based man, secretly thinking, I never thought humans could live peacefully with monsters like this. Is this a miracle brought by the gods? Suheng and Hapga are no different. Ninfong helplessly thought that their expressions looked very similar. Hapga also has his own thoughts. At first I found it strange, these people are clearly weak, so why do they have the right to be beside such powerful ones? Now I understand that the gods must have a deep and grand plan. I will spare no effort to become the most loyal servant of the gods. After the feast ended, the weapon-crafting clan member quickly came to report. Sir, the first set of equipment has been completed. Does the system prompt to accept the soul binding? Note that after binding, the item will become the exclusive property of the user and cannot be changed. Wang Duit was amazed that after the enhancement, all attributes increased tenfold compared to before. This level of upgrade is something most people couldn't achieve in a lifetime of cultivation. Gasping in horror, he seemed to sense something and excitedly shouted, The power I feel is unlike anything before. The gods have sensed the offering I have presented. Suddenly, Ninfong also felt a change within his body. A voice from deep inside his mind echoed. Who summoned me and revealed your plan? Before I could finish speaking, that voice shouted fiercely. A deep voice echoed, startling Ninfong. Who was it that awakened me? His face grew sharper. Who is talking inside my mind? That voice kept whispering in Ninfeng's ear, revealing your intentions, and before it could finish speaking, it suddenly shouted loudly. Ninfeng was annoyed and overwhelmed, but he still didn't understand what was happening. You focus your inner strength on your head. Who is really calling ghosts and spirits in your mind? The thing in your mind shouts loudly, Why have I become like this? Where is this place? The thing suddenly popped up. Ninfeng watched its movements and temporarily called it a red flame. It asked him, Little demon, who are you? Ninfeng was puzzled by this question. I also want to ask you that. What are you supposed to be? The red flame shouted loudly. You're so bold to insult the gods. I am the great Tatan of one of the 7 demon gods, and my power is beyond what you can imagine. Ninfeng thinks to himself. Tatan seems to have heard Hanam mentioned before. He cunningly persuades. Judging by your expression, is this your first time meeting Then Min? Don't be afraid. It is normal for lowly humans like you to see little. As long as you are willing to believe in me, I can grant you the protection of the gods. Ninfong quickly remembered that when the 12 Lord gods and the 7 demon gods fought, he was the one who was defeated by him. Tatan shouted loudly, What exactly are you? Tell me clearly. Ninfong was annoyed. This guy was really noisy. Was there no way to make him shut up for a while? Suddenly, the system reappeared, as if there was another notification. You suddenly realize that the appearance of the system is actually a quest, and Tan still keeps rambling. Hey, you just tell me, look me in the eye, kid. Ninfong started to feel annoyed, glaring coldly and saying, Leave me alone. Tatan suddenly felt incredibly small and became frightened. Sorry, your mission this time is to break the reincarnation cocoon within 20 days, and the punishment for failure is to erase the host. After reading the mission, Ninfong pondered deeply about the divine way of unification. The scene shifts to the divine realm, where the Mindui Peak monument stands in complete silence. A subordinate bows respectfully and softly speaks. Lord God, the Saint Spirit's true essence is annoyed. Didn't I tell you not to bother me?
The subordinate stammered, "But this matter is very important, and you might need to know. Lord Vong Hon Kui Tuk and Vin Hu Tun Tin, the two great lords, have come to visit, and it seems they have found a way to merge their divine paths. Soul of the void, why do you look so pale?" The beautiful girl standing beside her is Vin Hu Than Nin. Than Lin Chan Nguyen didn't want to explain, so he dismissed it. "There's just a little trouble to handle."
I heard your research has made progress.
Vin Hu Than Nin said nothing, only silently raised her hand, and a red aura enveloped her. This made the Holy Spirit True Origin extremely excited. He could tell at a glance that this was the aura of a demon god. Vin Hu explained, "This power comes from one of the 7 demon gods of the divine realm. Although I have only merged less than 10% of its divine essence, I can feel my understanding of the universal laws has improved, and I might even be able to control some of its dark power." Kui Tuk added, "Our observation shows that this fusion is currently stable. Fully absorbing another divine essence will take time, but at least it proves we are on the right path." Chan Nguyen fears that it is indeed him, and even the all-powerful divine spirit has realized this. He seized the demon god's divine position, but he doesn't know how he managed to merge with it. This frustrates him. It seems we're falling behind once again. This guy is always unknowingly one step ahead of us. If he cannot become my ally, then I have no choice but to use any means to eliminate him. The scene shifts to the girl with an eye-catching figure gently pouring tea from the cup. Then she gently spoke, "Mr. Nin, please have some tea." He casually picked up the cup and took a sip.
All right, you are deeply immersed in your inner monologue. I am Ninfong, who just reached level 90 a day ago and was about to complete the triple transformation quest, but unexpectedly encountered an unforeseen situation. The system appeared, requiring full mastery of the divine law system, the triple transformation mission, the pre-quest, and the Tung Lam secret realm reward. I received the quest item symbol naturally, collected 50 transformation stones, 150 pure moon Kamlo, and 150 new Nehe spiritual herbs all within 15 days with an S-level difficulty, and the scene shifted back into the Tung Lam secret realm.
"What?"
The young man spoke. "Classmate, I understand how you feel, but as you can see, a few days ago the entrance to the secret realm suddenly disappeared, and I was also surprised and asked Han Yin, what is going on?"
"Master God, it seems this is a sign of the demon tide. After some secret realms accumulate enough energy, they will temporarily enter a dormant state to strengthen themselves. After the strengthening is complete, and the entrance to the secret realm is expanded several times, a wave of monsters will invade again. This situation is called a demon tide. Usually, the longer the secret realm remains in hibernation, the more intense the invasion of demonic creatures when it appears. If not handled properly, it could cause serious damage. You asked me if 15 days is enough, but Hanam feels guilty.
Sorry, I'm not sure either. You've fallen into deep thought again.
The story about the divine path, even Han Yin doesn't understand it. If the system has assigned this mission level, they probably won't let me off easily.
That's right. I should still inform them about the demon tide and try to prepare early.
You seem carefree on the outside, but inside Ninfong's mind is filled with countless thoughts.
The girl sighed. This young man is really impressive. The team leader reported the news he ordered to the higher-ups, who value it greatly, not only inviting him to take over the Supreme Command, but also specially sending people to assist.
Who would have thought he's sitting here drinking tea while the 3 guild leaders voluntarily go out to fight and coordinate response plans? The young man stepped forward, and Chairman Du wanted to evacuate everyone, which might take quite some time and manpower.
She said, "Nevertheless, it must be done because Little Fong specifically instructed that if the response is inadequate, it could cause serious damage."
The young man saw how much Lin Hua valued Ninfong, so he didn't dare to underestimate him, and hurriedly stammered, "I understand. I will do it immediately." Before he could finish speaking, a loud noise drew everyone's attention to that direction, and a dark portal suddenly opened in the sky, leaving the villagers in shock.
But that's not all. Thousands of monsters also emerged from this year. Their red eyes looking incredibly terrifying.
In the Taehuang Tunglam secret realm, an atmosphere of death and destruction is engulfing the place. A frightened monster speaks up.
"Are you worried about the rupture opening as planned?" The leader replied casually. "What are you concerned about?"
"Didn't I tell you? I can sense the summoning call of Lord Tatan."
"I dare to assure you that Lord Tatan is not far from us. To gain his favor, we must offer the sacrifice immediately." Turning back to the city, everyone was shouting and running away from the monsters. Emergency situation. Emergency situations. Everyone quickly get away from here to the safe zone. The fierce monsters laughed loudly, saying, "Those sacrifices are already terrified and about to run away, so why not go all out?" The two monsters agreed. Let's fight each other and see who kills more sacrifices.
Of course we can. We'll be the ones to lead the charge.
One of them shouted excitedly, "Look carefully! The first drop of blood is mine!" And the other also roared loudly.
But suddenly, hundreds of ice arrows shot toward the leading monster. While the other one was so frightened it broke out in a cold sweat and looked around in confusion. Why are we there? Ninfong quickly arrived to assist and calmly told Han Yin that it didn't seem very advantageous. Han Yin explained,
"Actually, it might not be a bad thing if Mao can be controlled successfully. Then we will gain valuable experience and rewards."
Hearing this, Ninfong was even more motivated. Rich rewards, I like it. During the battle, a young man thought, we are all elite from the 7 great guilds. Although we possess the strongest combat power among human adventurers, in front of monsters we still seem like weak little lambs risking our lives to face powerful enemies, watching our comrades fall one by one, never to rise again. We once thought that such a devastating war would be our endless fate until we met Ninfong's people, who fought with such bravery, making the monsters seem like mere entertainment.
At the same time, Yan Xuan excitedly charged forward and said, "I haven't had such an exhilarating battle in a long time. I feel like I've become a different person now." Ninfong was considering the limited capacity for producing high-grade potions and enhancement gear, so he prioritized deploying the top combatants of the 7 great guilds, and it seems that was indeed the right decision.
Moreover, a large-scale battlefield like this is perfect for doing one thing. Then he turned to look at the monster that had just charged ahead. It is flying through the air suddenly. A sharp yellow beam of light shoots straight at it, causing the monster to panic.
"Are you all joking around? That dragon clearly blocked the view, yet it still hit the target."
Wang Duyet smiled with satisfaction. After that attack, her skills were boosted again. Ninfong is pleased. A large-scale battlefield like this is perfect for his clan to earn fame.
Everyone is fighting passionately. Not just Wang Duyet, but Tu Due and Tan Yin are also making great contributions and gaining a lot of experience.
Tu Ding also performed well, securing the supply route for her teammates, allowing them to continuously eliminate enemies within a certain time frame. The effects include increased morale, a 15% boost in skill casting speed, a 15% extension in duration, and a 15% increase in effectiveness. The monster stared blankly, unable to believe its eyes. No way. No way. Clearly, Date told us we are heroes favored by Lord Tatan, but why are our attacks being blocked by the enemy? As he was thinking, his comrades kept dying. Suddenly, a voice rang out.
"What is blocking your way? Brave warriors." The monster recognizes the magic communication of Date.
Everyone was confused by this sound. What is that voice saying? A person replied, "I don't understand the language of monsters either." Ninfong was surprised. That's strange. I didn't expect I could understand it again. That voice echoes once more. Lord Tatan is waiting for your sacrifice. Let the enemies taste the fear of death. Hearing this, you wonder who. Then Ninfong transmitted through the voice. Tatan, are these people yours? Tatan hurriedly denied.
"It's not me. I don't have it. Don't listen to what they're saying." And then he shouted loudly, "Are you all so eager to die?"
Stop everything for me. The two monsters at the base are overjoyed because suddenly they can hear some kind of sound. Titai is so happy that he stammers. I have received a response from the divine. Then he seemed encouraged and said, Heroes, let us listen to the enlightenment from the divine. The leading general also tried to listen here. I heard it, although it was faint at first, but it became clearer. The divine spirit was saying, and then Tatan's voice followed. "You bastards, you're rushing headlong into death. Don't drag me into it. I couldn't care less if you die or not." All the monsters clearly hear everything, and they don't understand what's happening. The one next to the Grand Priest looks panicked, saying, "Are we being abandoned by Lord Tatan?" Tai was confused. What should he do now? He angrily shouted, "What do I do?" Are you the great Tai? He suddenly thought. Maybe we should close the secret realm now. The strategist beside him shouted, "Everything is, because that bastard opened the secret realm early. Now the energy is severely depleted and cannot be closed." The scene shifts to Ninfong, and the system announces the successful defeat of the Demon Dynasty, beginning the reward calculation. Everyone was excited, earning so much experience that I leveled up 4 times and obtained a high attribute magic stone, and someone was so happy they were rambling. Ninfong received the hidden reward, which was the Sacred Spirit Stone, but the item itself was still unclear. Lord God of War, what is this key? Ninfong asked in surprise. Have you never seen one before? He asked sadly. Sorry, my subordinates really haven't seen this kind of key before. The sacred relic of the ancestral temple.
Just by its name, you can tell it's an item only deities can use. Ninfong thought, if that's the case, then forget it. I should focus on completing my 3-stage mission first. At the Tu Huang Tung Lam secret realm, a figure stands alone at the door. The familiar yet solitary and heroic back is Ninfong, who quickly rushed to their lair. The monster trembles. It seems there is only one enemy. Maybe they still have a chance. Wait a moment. When he's not paying attention, I will use magic to confuse him. You take the chance and try to shoot him with an arrow. Now at the altar, Teti keeps wondering why Lord Ta abandoned us. What did we do wrong? But he didn't give up. Touching the divine altar still allowed him to hear the whispers of the gods. I want to hear it again, if I can still receive guidance from Lord Tatan, even if it's the worst news. They press their ears and try to listen for any remaining hope.
And Tatan's voice rang out. My lord, those two are hiding behind my altar, ready to attack you. Ninfong then appeared swiftly like a demon behind them, and even as they died, they couldn't believe what they were hearing.
Tetai shouted in despair, why? After defeating him, you received another item. This is a natural badge, a consumable item of orange quality, permanently increases agility by 5, and permanently increases spirit by 5. I quickly appear behind the altar. He explained that the dark force can approach the altar to absorb it, which will help increase his power. Tan cleverly thought that absorbing the dark force from my altar might also be beneficial for him. If you want to escape this situation, you can't afford to miss any opportunity. You quickly reach out, gathering a large amount of power from your body and strike directly at the altar. Soon only rubble remained around me. I still don't understand why you did that, crying out in regret. Why? Ninfong glared at him with a frustrated and stern expression. It's too noisy, I quickly apologized in fear.
You think about it? I don't understand the rules of operation of these demon god altars. It's better to destroy them for safety. After all, with the support system, I don't really need this dark power.
The scene shifts to Zhen Yuan, who is focused. One of the 7 demon gods, the Furious One, is in my hands, and I will use the method of Eternal Divine to quickly merge with it. The formation begins to activate, but it seems he can't control it. Chan Nguyen grits his teeth in anger. Damn it! Lost control again. Vin Hu stands beside and explains, these chaotic dark forces come from the sacrifice of demonic creatures to the demon god. The demon god's fragment will crazily absorb these dark forces and constantly try to break free from the seal. Because the difficulty of merging divine paths is very high, it usually results in losing control. He forced himself to shout, calm down, I don't want to waste time with you. No matter how difficult it is, if the omnipotent law god can do it, I will definitely be able to do it too. The guest room has completed the S-rank mission transfer 100%. The mission to break the cocoon and rebirth has been 100% completed. The fusion of the divine path with a 20-day time limit will complete itself automatically. Knowledge of the universe has increased. Ninfong wonders. So, has it merged then? It doesn't seem to feel anything. The system now informs you that you can temporarily open portals to other worlds through your followers. Opening and maintaining the gate will consume the dark energy generated by your followers' sacrifices. Ninfong wondered for a moment, not understanding what the gate to other worlds was. The scene shifts to a desolate land where there seems to be no sign of life. Ninfong just arrived here, and with a wave of his hand, a purple crack appeared. The beast man praised in admiration, as expected of the great demon god, able to tear space with a single gesture. On this side, Ninfong also has his own thoughts. This skill is very important. If those gods can enter my world, then I must also have the ability to enter the worlds they control. I wonder what the other world is like. Should I try to go there and see? The beast hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Do you need me to go with you, my lord? Ninfong declined. No need, I just want to look around. But since this exit is inside your secret realm, I need you to guard this place and prevent outsiders from entering. If we encounter a strong enemy that's hard to handle, I will appear in time. The beast said, I will do my best to guard it, my lord. After giving his instructions, he directly entered inside. Ninfong was stunned as soon as he entered. This is truly a wonderful place. The scenery here is completely different from Lam Tin. Suddenly he remembered, yes, I should use that first. The active skill notification bar or the dark, cursed mark of illusion. Ordinary people's eyes cannot see through your illusions. You can freely toy with them. You think this skill book was once a different trophy awarded by the Demon Dynasty and just happened to be useful, so you start exploring around. First, find a place with a wide view and decide where to go. After a few steps, Ninfeng was surprised. Look, there's a huge city over there. Beneath it are the subjects of this kingdom. They look extremely strange. Ninfeng blended in. These people are really huge, but luckily they haven't noticed us, and I can understand what they're saying.
Perhaps because my understanding of the universe has been enhanced.
Suddenly, something caught Han Yin's attention. He quickly said to Ninfong, "Lord God, look over there." Han Am explains, that is a divine temple where followers of the Eternal Star reside. Ninfong recalls, "Isn't the Eternal Star the deity associated with support roles?" Han Am said, "Yes, your memory is very good. I am a bit curious about the temple, but to avoid stirring up trouble, I better not go near it." Suddenly, the group of blue-skinned people gathered together, looking very angry. Han Am asked curiously, "My Lord God, what are they saying?" Ninfong guessed that only one team had come out of the secret realm with a very rare staff. He pondered. It seemed that very few others had such a staff that they were so envious they were about to explode. Lord Han Am continued, "If I'm not mistaken, that staff looks very much like the one you had years ago." The majestic image of Ninfong from before quickly appeared in Han Am's mind. "You are surprised?" Han Am explained, "This kind of unique divine weapon style can only be created by one person in your clan. Vongka, the Song of the Dead, Sesita, but it seems Ninfong still doesn't quite understand." Immediately after, he revealed his true form. The group of blue ones was surprised by the appearance of this stranger. Ninfong stepped forward and asked, "What is the origin of the magic staff that the sorcerer is holding?" One of them laughed and said, "Do you really not know that is the most valuable hidden reward in this secret realm? Tathan's staff, also known as Sesita's shame." Hearing this, your expression became a bit complicated, and you stammered, "Sita, it seems you temporarily forgot." The blue-colored name replied, "Oh, that's the final boss of this secret realm. I heard she was once an underling of an evil god, then subdued and imprisoned here by this deity." Han Yin said, "Lord God, I believe that is indeed Sesita. What should I do? Should I save her?" Ninfong suddenly fell into deep thought, unsure of what he was contemplating. Then he asked the other person, "So I also want a dark magic staff, so may I ask how I can obtain it?" But it seems that your words made him panic. Are you a beginner? "You want to enter that secret realm, there's only one way. Get 1,000 boilam and we'll take you in." Ninfong wondered and thought, "What is 1,000 boilam? Is it currency here? Where should I go to find it?" Then he took out the pouch he usually carried with him. The system notification sounds indicating that the active skill or dark forbidden illusion is in effect. Ordinary light cannot penetrate your illusion. You can manipulate them freely, as if playing with your palm, he thought to himself. This skill or illusion can even continuously consume mana to create new illusions while active. Since the description says ordinary eyes can't see through the illusions, I guess there's no way to be exposed, right? The two clan members saw the item the young man was holding, and their eyes lit up at 1,000 boilam. Little brother is truly very generous. Immediately afterward, he quickly kept his promise and led the way. "Let's go. Come in with us." They quickly entered inside. This is the secret realm of the demon girl and the demon region. The clan member said, "The path inside is very complicated, and it's easy to get lost on your first visit. If you accidentally go the wrong way and need our help, you'll have to pay extra." He cleverly thought that later he could pretend to leave you behind and then come back to save you, so he could make more money. Seeing no one responds to him, this clan member turns around. "I'm talking to you, but they are all confused. Where is everyone? They were still behind just now." Then they all started to panic. "I just lost my purse. Did any of you see it?" "Lord God of War, I am not mistaken. This is Sesita's territory, originally called the Dead Souls City, but it was renamed by those people to the Demoness of the Underworld. I know every path here very well, and I definitely won't be mistaken. If the secret realm remains unchanged, Sesita should be here." Before Han Yin could finish speaking, the two of them were already standing in front of a grand library. Han Am tells him that this is Sesita's library, the place she frequents most. As he finishes speaking, a pair of legs step out from the air, revealing a beautiful girl with an aura of darkness who appears very calm. Han Am was overjoyed when he saw Conan, and Ninfong was unguarded. But suddenly, the ground beneath their feet erupted, and they were attacked. Han Am looked confused. "What is this?" Han Am shouted coldly, "Sesita, how dare you disrespect the Lord God? Are you crazy?" She then yelled loudly, "You green-skinned bastards, don't even think about insulting me if it weren't for the seal. I would make you wish you were dead." Han Am looked at her expression and wondered, why Sia? Suddenly, Han Am remembered her words and realized something was off. "Wait a minute, you green-skinned bastard." He quickly guessed and asked Ninfong if it was caused by magic. At that moment, he used magic to vanish and asked Han Am, "Does this work?" Sesita's furious stare suddenly returned to normal. She was so surprised, she stammered and shouted, "Lord God of War, I really can't believe it." Ninfong looked grim.
It was indeed caused by the forbidden spell.
Sita was delighted, but it really was him. Then Hanam quickly stepped forward, happily interrupting her, along with me. Suddenly, Sisita changed her attitude, grinding her teeth in anger, including at you and that damn green-skinned bastard. Then she gathered her internal energy again, as if she wanted to devour Hanam alive. She kept glaring at Hanam and cursing that damn green-skinned bastard of your family. Ninfong saw her reaction and wondered why.
Honey Yin, what's going on? Could it be that Sisita's illusion still hasn't been lifted?
He explained, "It's nothing, Lord God. Maybe you've forgotten. The green bastard was originally a nickname that Han Taedot gave me." Seeing that Ninfong had no memory at all, she was stunned and asked, "Lord God of War, what's wrong with you?" Hanam recounted that for some reason it seemed the Lord of Gods had lost all his previous memories. Hanam continued, "Sisita, you were still alive when I died, so I think your information might help the Lord of Gods. And enough playing with me now." Sisita knelt down. "Lord Han Taedot wants to return under your protection, but my subordinates are sealed here by Vin Tuch Tinthan and cannot leave." She bitterly recounts how Vin Tuch Tinthan deliberately suppressed her power, turning her subordinates into monsters in the secret realm, killed again and again, then resurrected repeatedly, enduring torment both physically and mentally. At this point, Sisita was overwhelmed with pain and resentment. "Lord God, I beg you to save me." Ninfong calculated, "Well, her situation is different from yours, and it's unclear if the previous method will work." Han-Am encouraged her from the side, saying there's no need to worry. As long as it's your decision, your subordinates will accept it. Then Hangam quickly explained to her, Sisita, that the Divine Lord needed to kill her first, before using another method to save her. She would be revived this way, but we're not sure if this method will work for her. Just like Han-Am, she completely trusts her master. "It's okay. I trust the great God of the gods. Since this place is affected by other deities, you shouldn't delay too long. It's best to leave here as soon as possible."
As soon as he finished his thoughts, Ninfong drew his weapon and decisively stabbed her.
Ninfong's face also darkened a bit. Soon, Sisita's body began to change. Both stand within a circle of magic power, with intricate patterns glowing with intense light. Outside, a fierce wind rages as the blue-skinned crowd panics. One of them, panic-stricken, forcibly teleported away. What's going on?
They shouted to each other, "The seal inside the secret realm has been activated. Summon the Guardians and go in to see what has happened. Whoever leaves the game must capture him alive to face the judgment of the goddess."
The entire city of that tribe was quickly covered by a circle of power, with strange invisible chains. Inside, Sisita was panicking. "This is bad. The magic array has been activated. You must go now. Don't worry about me." Ninfong thought to himself that Sisita hadn't summoned any artifacts, which probably meant he couldn't save her. And at this moment, the blue-skinned soldiers were also arriving in droves. When they saw you, they immediately said to each other, "That guy is trapped in the goddess's seal. Darn doesn't know his limits. He's definitely going to die." Sisita is now extremely sad, feeling endless regret. "I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. I'm sorry." Suddenly, her eyes changed from sorrowful to astonished as Ninfong stood before her, his entire body emanating a terrifying evil aura.
"I have one last way, but I can't guarantee success. If I fail, you might disappear forever along with this secret realm."
Sisita replied bravely, "Lord God, please do not worry. If I cannot continue serving the Lord God, I choose to perish." As she finished speaking, Ninfong also used his internal energy to unleash the skill Yin Food Wind. The system displayed a notification. Active skill. Dark Storm of Darkness. Forbidden Spell. A fierce storm containing dark energy that destroys all light. Those blue-skinned guys have been watching all along. This windstorm battle made them panic. A storm rose up, and from the sky, a magic circle suddenly appeared. This is the Death Summoning Staff, an orange-quality weapon that can be upgraded with plus 12 Spirit Attribute, plus 15% magic damage, and plus 15% casting range. The magic is accompanied by the Dry Soul Curse, the Devil Realm Sand Trap, and Taedot's soul is protected by divine power, so it does not disappear, but remains within this staff. Ninfong's heart was filled with a smile as he held the staff. "Sisita, it looks like we succeeded." The scene shifts back to the desolate place, where the Beastman still waits for him. Suddenly, a crack in time appears, then widens. Ninfong, with a fierce expression, emerges from within and steps forward, saying, "Master, you're back." He then instructs, "No need to watch this place anymore. I will close the exit. You go do your own thing." He quickly checked the perimeter. Got it. You look at the entrance and think, maintaining this entrance will cost quite a bit. The dark energy gained from the sacrifice is almost depleted. Unfortunately, items from higher worlds can't enter lower worlds, or we could have taken some powerful equipment from there. But Han Yin is smiling happily now. Luckily, the divine weapon can ignore this rule. Sasita has finally returned with us. Ninfong quickly raised the magic staff into the air and then tested its new power. The system announced that Sasita's soul was protected by divine power, so it did not disappear, but remained within this magic staff. You calculated that my rune can directly upgrade the primordial divine weapon into a divine weapon. As for Sasita's rebirth, we need to find the world core. The world core mostly appears in higher level worlds, and later we may have to go to a higher level world like this. Time to find clues. Transitioning to the divine palace, Vin continues to divine the stars, where the primordial spirit resides. The blue-skinned clan members quickly arrived to report, trembling as they knelt outside the main hall. Vin Hu, upon hearing the report, was extremely angry. What exactly happened? One of them tremblingly reported, "Lady Goddess, please forgive our negligence. Someone of unknown origin has infiltrated the secret realm you sealed. The divine sense detects a very strong dark aura, even breaking the divine seal. Is she wondering if a demon has infiltrated?" As he speaks, he trembles even more. "Please, Goddess, forgive me. My subordinate does not know the origin of the intruder." Vin Hu raged and shouted loudly, "You fool! Isn't it true that the secret realm has a formation recording the images? Why haven't you sent anyone to investigate yet?" As he spoke, his voice kept stammering, as if he was about to be killed, but the secret realm has also disappeared. The scene shifts to Ninfong's secret base, where everything around remains very peaceful. He is walking around his room, feeling content. Standing in front of a room, Ninfong is satisfied. This room is okay. The space inside is also spacious, so he decides to stay here. Immediately after, he took out the key and opened the door of this room. The system prompted, "Do you want to recreate the spirit summoning abyss here? Is there such a way?" The holy reconstruction key that Ma Triu obtained last time turns out to have this effect. It might be possible to destroy the secret realm and make it reborn. As Ninfong said this, he gestured to select yes, but in doing so, he attracted the attention of another divine being to save C to E. It would be great if there was a way to defeat each of them. The scene shifts to the Haohan Tin Kung divine realm, the domain controlled by the Vin Tuk divine star. What is going on? What is really going on? Such powerful dark energy can actually break the seal I set up? Could it be that some demon god has been resurrected? She quickly steadied herself and let out a sigh. It's been a long time since I felt this level of extreme unease. I remember during the last great battle with the all-powerful divine spirit, this very name suddenly reminded Vin Hu of the divine spirit's fierce fight against Sia's seal. Thinking of this, she was panic-stricken. Could it be that he shifted the scene to the Emperor's cold star realm, where the divine aura resides? After hearing Vin Hu recount it, he wondered, is she worried about the return of the omnipotent divine spirit? She was confused. I don't know if the seal can calm her down. The omnipotent divine spirit has been gone for so long. No one is sure if it is still alive. The seal, just by looking at it, can tell that the eternal divine star is extremely anxious and might lose control and bite her hand. It seems that the battle against the all-powerful divine spirit has left her with haunting shadows that are hard to forget. Then he tried to calm Vin Hu down. The all-powerful divine spirit is just a lucky stray dog who escaped death, hiding for so long. What can it do even if it returns? That day, the believers ran away in chaos. Even if they gather again, can one person stand against all the gods united? Moreover, as you said, breaking the seal was due to the dark forbidden spell, so we definitely can't summon the evil god and truly become the evil god. At this point, Vin Hu calmed down a bit and said, "That's true. I was too sensitive." He continued, "Let's investigate this ourselves first. Losing only one divine hall and a secret realm, there's no need to be too tense." Vin Hu changed the subject. "How is the primordial sacred spirit doing?" Quituk replied, "Still in seclusion. Merging divine identities isn't easy. The transition from the spirit-devouring land to this place is opening up." Hanam was delighted. It truly was a divine relic. Once Sisida is revived and sees that her world remains intact, she will definitely be overjoyed. All the books in the library are Sisida's collection of many years. It's wonderful to have such a treasure trove of knowledge and valuable experience. In her eyes, they are more important than life itself. Suddenly, Ninfong called out his name. Han Am. Han Am moves quickly. "Lord God, is there anything you need me to command?" Ninfong asked calmly. "I promise I will also restore your world." Suddenly, he said that, and Han Am's tears quickly fell from being moved. In the end, he couldn't hold back and cried out loud. "Thank you for your grace." Great God of the gods, please forgive my disrespect. I truly miss my homeland. I silently thought, I completely understand Han Yin's feelings. It seems that in the future, besides collecting the world's core, I also need to pay attention to the importance of the true secret. Actually, this trip brought many significant gains, not only related to Sela but also other things. As he thought about this, he remembered his achievement badge. Ninfong told Han Yin, "Clearing a secret realm helped me jump from level 90 to 120 instantly, and I'm about to reach the 4th transformation." Han Yin replied, "In high-level worlds, experience points are truly valuable. Indeed, this is a quick way to level up." Ninfong suddenly felt tired. Making such a big scene would surely attract the attention of other gods. And they might target me, so even when I go out to level up later, I need to be more cautious. Let's go to the class transfer hall and accept the mission first. A notification appears stating that the Divine System task is a 4-stage transfer mission with the following requirements. To enter the spiritual realm of the Mind Dream Abyss, to receive the Mind Seal artifact. Collect 150 transformation stones, 150 evil core crystals, and 150 calming spirit pearls within 20 days. S-rank difficulty. Ninfong pondered, recalling that the spiritual trial abyss might be that one. Crying bitterly, constantly threatening me with depression, Ninfong breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily this time the target isn't it, but the hidden boss in the secret realm. You quickly enter to the secret realm of the spiritual abyss, and as soon as Ninfong saw the scene inside, he was stunned. The huge green monster is glaring at you, and it's even smiling with a wicked grin. It even sticks out its tongue and makes a slicing gesture to tease you. Ninfong was stunned. Am I seeing things? Is it trying to provoke me? Going back to the past at the secret realm, the mysterious abyss. As soon as they saw you arrive, the subordinates hurried in to report. "The king, the lone fighting mage, is attacking again. This boss is so bored. Why does this scene feel so familiar?" It screamed in terror, "I can't fight him at all!" A deep voice echoed. "What are you afraid of? Isn't there still me?" "That monster looks very terrifying," the blue-skinned one remembers. "That's right. We have the hidden boss just summoned, much stronger than me. The move I use is called the Great Mind Technique. No matter how high their mental attribute is, once they are hit by this attack, their mental attribute will continuously decrease. As long as you can draw his attention, I will strike unexpectedly and make sure he can't dodge. When his mental attribute drops, I will definitely torment him severely." Hearing this, the blue-skinned boss's eyes lit up with excitement. "Kid, you're finished." The Great Illusion Technique brings him back to reality, so now the green boss is teasing you to distract you. The aggressive green boss suddenly charges forward, using the Great Illusion Technique to attack you. Ninfong was hit by its attack but remained still without reacting. The green-skinned boss saw this and cheered loudly, successfully hitting its target. "But it seems like you weren't affected at all by that attack." Ninfong's face remains extremely calm. He silently thought that this was the magic I received last time, capable of resisting mental attacks. Originally prepared to counter the Holy Spirit's primal essence, but ended up not needing to use it. This is in passive skill, vicious retaliation, immune to all mental attacks, and will reflect back 100-fold to the attacker. Not only is it immune to attacks, but it also strikes back at double the force. That hidden beast was so overwhelmed by the counterattack that its fangs were broken in half. Seeing it like that, the green-skinned creature was panic-stricken, opening its mouth in shock. What? Ninfong's expression darkened as he stared fiercely at the green-skinned creature. At this moment, it was so frightened that sweat was pouring down and it dared not say another word. Its inner mind keeps screaming. "The hidden boss isn't here, you're bullying me. The hidden boss is here, and you're still bullying me. Isn't that hidden boss coming for nothing?" Thinking of this, all the frustration turned into tears of sadness. But Ninfong didn't care and stepped forward. Just a light wave of his hand was enough to make it go away. After defeating this boss, Ninfong received a reward, a mental symbol item with a permanent spirit attribute, orange quality, +20. Think about it. As everyone gradually improves their strength, the rules for item drops have become clearer. We need to deal with a hidden boss with considerable power to have a 1% chance of a drop. Although it's a bit difficult, at least everyone doesn't have to rely entirely on me. We can gradually get on track like this. Then he picked up his phone to ask the trading department if they could help gather enough transformation stones. The staff on the other end chuckled bitterly and apologized, saying that they didn't have enough transmutation stones in stock and were rushing to prepare the items for him. "Look at this," Ninfong frowned. The transformed stones are originally a rare commodity, and recently Tam Chuyen also bought a batch. In this urgent situation, it's understandable that I couldn't gather all 100 pieces.
Anyway, there's still plenty of time, so I shouldn't rush. I'll go to the training camp first to see how things are.
It quickly cuts to the Super Spirit new training camp. As soon as he arrives, he's surprised. Why is the training camp suddenly so lively? Everyone shouted upon seeing Ninfong. "It's Elder Ning! Elder Ning is back!" He immediately remembered that the top-tier elite clone had fought against the Demon Tide last time. But then he asked, "Were you all there at the same time when Teacher Lu went over and the government just decided to extend the training period?" Because everything is changing so rapidly now, all knowledge is new. Instead of spreading resources everywhere, it's better to focus and invest in training a truly capable team. Hearing this, everyone cheered, saying, "Nin Senior, from now on we will often have the chance to meet you, and we hope you will guide us more." Then, many questions from everyone were directed at him, and Ninfong also took a little time to stand and explain. A fanboy said, "The group next to Assistant Nin is already the strongest in the country." The person next to him retorted, "What are you talking about? It's Assistant Nin who actually has the strongest combat power." Suddenly, a figure rushed toward Ninfong, pushing everyone aside. Everyone was abuzz. Isn't that Sister Tat Vutron? Why does she look so panicked? But Vutron didn't bother to explain and went straight to the point with you. "Elder Nin, something has happened." Vutron stammered, "Can I trouble you for a moment, Lord Nin?" "There are a few things." Facing her panic, Ninfong simply responded calmly, "What's going on?" Vutron quickly recounted that the transaction desk just called to say the metamorphic stones prepared for him had been stolen. "You're very curious, but do you know who dared to steal from the Vientiane Than trading office?" The scene shifts to the Vientiane Than trading office branch, where the man happily finally gathers 100 transformation stones. He quickly sends them to the training camp at the fastest speed, delivering them directly into Elder Nine's hands. His subordinates have remained expressionless all this time and quickly obeyed. Yes, after giving his instructions, the man quickly sealed the box. Suddenly, a dark aura burst out from inside the box. They grew larger and tightly wrapped around the bank director's neck, squeezing him in panic. The staff rushed forward, shouting loudly, "General Director!" as strange, unidentified monsters emerged from the ground, entangling his body. Using some unknown tactic, the man quickly fell down. Then they quickly shifted their focus to the bank director, one of them aggressively squeezing his neck. The director trembles with difficulty breathing. What? What kind of monster is this? A strange man appears. "I hear that recently the branches in Vientiane have been stockpiling fossilized stones." So it was true after all. The bank director, struggling to breathe, still forced his eyes open to look at the culprit. So it turns out he is Trinjia Thin. The director remembered him as the wealthy heir of the main branch of the trading house. Trinjia Thin and Vutron were high school friends and also the top students of their class. Later, because of intentionally causing injuries, he was disqualified from taking the university entrance exam. I heard that he went abroad in anger and hasn't returned for a long time, so that monster tightened its grip even more. Jia Thin sneered, "Hey, don't let him die. I still need to ask him more." He stepped forward and asked, "What do you all want to do with the fossilized relics?" The bank manager shouted in panic, "Don't come any closer. That is a very important customer placing an order." Jia Thin was surprised and said, "Oh, the customer is very important? What a coincidence. The main transaction office also wants to have such customers." After taking the item, he left immediately. "I have already taken what I needed." If this customer came to tell him to find me at the main trading bureau, the director would be terrified and say you can't. But he didn't care at all and disappeared with his companions. The director, clutching his neck, desperately begged, "Don't go, stop for me." Returning to reality, Ninfong thought. The main trading bureau is also a large trading house, comparable in scale to the Vientiane trading house. Could this be a commercial rivalry between them? Vutron was confused and said, "Actually, this matter shouldn't bother you, but the people we sent to negotiate were driven away by Trinjia Thin. Trinjia Thin has become much stronger than before, and the monster he summoned is even more powerful than the bosses in the secret realms." So she hadn't finished speaking when Ninfong's phone suddenly rang. He politely told Vutron, "Wait a moment, I'll take this call." She quickly agreed. "Yes, the person calling is Doan." He got straight to the point. "Elder, Mayor Tai just contacted me earlier and mentioned something." Ninfong immediately guessed, "It's about the mineral transformation, right?" Tai Vutron also mentioned it to me earlier. Duan continued, "Since I happen to have some items from near the main trading hall, you don't need to make another trip." Ninfong thought it was reasonable. "So it's fine. Everyone please stay safe," Hanam said. "That kind of thing is no big deal. There's really no need for you to intervene directly. Duan has improved a lot recently, so it's reasonable to entrust him, especially since he needs to be gradually nurtured." At this point, Doan, with the help of his network, is gradually becoming more outstanding. In the meeting room, the middle-aged man nervously asked,
Jiathin, is it really okay for you to steal from Vienthan Trading Office? That guy is arrogant. Don't worry, the eldest uncle isn't from Vienthan. He's always been dominating our market anyway. I was just giving them a little lesson, by the way. He's worried about his nephew.
Jiathin has been spoiled since he was a child, acting recklessly and causing trouble everywhere, relying on his strength.
I didn't expect this kid to cause such a big problem just after returning from abroad.
But he still gently advised his nephew, saying, I am just worried that recently the 7 great societies have been cooperating with Vienthong.
If Vienthong goes to find the 7 great societies, ask them to step in and help.
Jiathin stubbornly spoke up, saying that the 7 great guilds are just a bunch of clowns. Old brother, you know there are gods and divine beings in this world, right? He secretly sweat and replied, I've heard of these things. Just recently I discovered the images. Jiathin proudly introduced, Master, I am a devoted follower of the divine. He looked over and thought to himself, is Jiathin's master the strange person he brought back from abroad? That guy looks more like a heretic than a god, clearly not someone good. My master comes from a higher world, a realm favored by the divine. The deity he worships cannot be named directly, often referred to as the spirit of destiny. So the one called the divine spirit once fought against Ninfong. He continued, this time traveling around the world to spread the faith and gain more followers for the divine spirit. Any nation that agrees to worship the great Lord will receive the protection of my master. But those who refuse to worship him will be erased from this world by my master. Hearing his grandson boast like that, he was taken aback. Even from a higher world, this arrogance is too much.
Jiathin continued, you haven't seen my master's true strength with your own eyes, so you probably don't have a clear idea of it. As they were talking, suddenly the elder's phone rang.
Jiathin quickly reached for the phone. As soon as he heard the voice on the other end, he got straight to the point.
How is it? The young master reports, a guest has arrived claiming to come for the transmutation stone.
Jiathin ordered him to come in, and then looked at his eldest uncle, asking, where did we leave off? His hand pressed the disconnect button, and the old man sweat as he replied to his mischievous grandson.
Speaking of your master's strength, Jiathin continued, yes, simply put, if the highest ability you dare to risk obtaining in this world is level 300, which is the 10th transformation, then your master's level must be at least 1,000 or higher. This distance cannot be made up for by the number of people alone. He shouted wildly, I will summon Lord God to descend soon and bless and protect this world. By then, you will also become the first believer to receive the blessing of the gods in this world. Hearing that, he felt somewhat reassured. Then there's nothing for you to worry about anymore. Even the 6 major guilds in the eyes of Lord God are probably no more than insects. At that moment, a fierce hand forcefully pushed the door open, startling Jiathin and his uncle. Jiathin turned around and shouted loudly at the person, Who are you? Du-A looked at him with a disdainful glance and directly got to the point, answering briefly. I'm here to pick up the metamorphic stone, Jiathin said with a sly smile. I've been in this country too long. All these kids now act so arrogantly. Immediately after, he stood up and threatened you with his presence. I told you to wait outside. Didn't you hear me just now? But Do-An is even more hot-tempered than Ninfong. Besides their boss, he has never been afraid of anyone. Jiathin was quickly lifted up by him, and his body couldn't help but tremble. His face cold and expressionless. He didn't say much, but directly asked again, Where has the transformation gone? Jiathin was unconvinced. No way. He had always received training from his master, and his equipment and skills were the best. How could he not clearly see his opponent's movements? Then Du-An shifted his gaze toward Jiathin's master. He stood still, smiling sinisterly, surrounded by shapeless monsters. Manhwa was lying on your shoulder, bored, and now she was lazily snoring. The sinister apostle smiled slyly. Not bad agility. Are you a follower of the true origin Holy Spirit? Du-A looked at him with an unchanged expression and simply replied briefly, I am not. The apostle still didn't let it go and continued, You say you're not. Then prove you know about the existence of the Holy Spirit of true origin. It seems you've achieved some miracle that has boosted your strength. But I really don't like your answer because your tone shows no respect for the divine, which is an act of arrogance and blasphemy. Jiathin, trembling with fear, shouted inwardly, Master, we're doomed. I can't make a sound at all. He continued, Even if our beliefs differ, I will let the divine teach you a lesson. My guardian will show you what it means that there is always a higher mountain. But suddenly a strange sound quickly rang out, making the apostle feel curious. He spun around to figure out what that sound really was. So it turns out it was the salty one. Now that it's awake, it immediately ran over to him. No one saw what it did, but a sound indicating it was full rang out. The apostle was panicked. When did this thing arrive? Where are my shadow guards? In just a moment, all of his shadow guards were completely eaten, not a single one left. Gia thị lực này mới hoảng hốt, các anh vệ của sư Phú Diệu là do các ma vật cấp cao biến hóa thành thực lực cực kỳ mạnh mẽ. Do là quái thú gì thế?
But somehow it managed to devour all the shadow guards. Duan guesses that Man seems to really like that taste. The little beast gently touched the apostle's hand and spoke on its behalf. If you still have it, you can summon a few more. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He said this was a low-level world, so what kind of terrorist place did I just rush into? He then gathered his internal energy and quietly thought that he could only take a risk and look for an opportunity to escape. Man gently touched his hand, and that aura quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared.
This shocked the apostle, who jumped back suddenly, but Man wouldn't let him escape that easily and rushed forward to punch him in the face.
It looks like this attack has no strength at all, but it made his face swell and his teeth break. Soon after, the apostle knelt down crying.
Please, have mercy on me, I am just a humble adventurer.
During the exploration of the secret realm, we encountered a chaotic time flow, which is why we were pulled here. Duan remembered that chaotic time flow was something he had heard Senior Han Yin mention, making it a rare situation that could allow beings from higher worlds to enter lower worlds. You ask curiously, so I heard you want to summon a godly spirit. What's going on? He explained, I plan to use the world's heart to hold a ritual, hoping to attract the attention of the divine.
If I am recognized, I will become the representative of the gods in this world and receive even greater blessings.
Don-In and Man exchanged deadly gazes, understanding each other's intentions without words. You have the heart of the world. Hand it over so we can transfer to the divine realm.
Vin-Hu said, Congratulations on your success. Quituk also praised, as expected of the primordial spirit Saint Spirit, with 10% harmony of the divine path, you truly cannot be stopped.
Chen Nguyen thought to himself that after harmonizing the divine path, his internal injuries had eased significantly, and his dark power's chaos was finally subdued. Suddenly, he looked at his two fellow cultivators, making both of them curious. Chen Nguyen speaks. I have something you should know. After hearing the story, Vin-Hu became even more worried. The all-powerful law deity, him, Quituk said. Could it be that it was really him who saved his loved ones last time? Chan Nguyen wondered. What are you talking about? Quituk recounted. It was not long ago when you were in seclusion, something happened. Vin-Hu looked more tense. The all-powerful law god didn't look like this before. He never initiated conflicts willingly. At this point, both of them thought of the same thing in unison. Could it be that he truly became a demon god? Quituk looked grim and said, I have a possible way to deal with him. Chan Nguyen was extremely excited.
What is your way of dealing with the all-powerful law deity?
Vin-Hu couldn't wait any longer to hear Quituk's plan. She was too eager. Quituk looked at his two fellow cultivators who were so worried and fell silent for a moment before speaking. For now, we can only guess that we still cannot determine anything. I need to try a little first, and then I will tell you. Chan Nguyen pondered. This sinister guy was definitely secretly doing something shady. Even though he said it was just a guess, he had already tested it secretly.
Quituk also has his own thoughts. This hot-headed guy will surely rush to deal with the omnipotent divine. Until he's sure, I can't let him act recklessly.
Vin-Hu interjected. But where is that all-powerful divine being? Just let it be then. But Quituk was full of confidence.
Don't worry. No matter how powerful the omnipotent god is, Zhonghui is only one person. The faith of low-level worlds is very limited, not enough to resist other gods, and without the care of a god, that place called the Blue Star will never become a higher world. Yes, this is also part of the cosmic rules to prevent a single god from dominating the world and causing an imbalance through unchecked power. So the hiding place of the all-powerful divine magic god will also become the cage that he himself destroys. The scene shifts back to Jia Thin's classroom, where Ninfong is happily stroking Man, secretly wondering, who is this young man? Is the demonic secret even stronger than my master's? Yet it behaves so obediently in front of him. Ninfong asked Doan, has the background of that one-eyed villain been confirmed? He quickly replied, I confirm. Doan recounted that about a month ago, he appeared in a secret realm in Ledouille. Ninfong realizes that Ledouille is a small country in Eastern Europe, right? Duan responds, yes, the government of Ledouille has honored that one-eyed man as a national-level powerhouse and has established a guild of adventurers in his name, forcing other countries to join. But when he tried to contact our country, he was rejected by the government. So maybe this so-called one-eyed freak came here to show off to us. Duan asked, is there something wrong, sir? Hanam said, although that evil-eyed guy always claims to be a follower of the Soul Gathering, the ritual he just mentioned to summon the deity is actually the all-powerful god of magic. Hearing this, Ninfong was momentarily speechless and angrily shouted, "Hey kid, are you still not going to tell the truth? Who exactly are you summoning?"
That one-eyed freak was so scared, he broke out in a sweat and shouted loudly, claiming to be the great spirit of the void. Ninfong was curious, and he immediately bowed repeatedly.
I was wrong. The god I summoned is an evil god called the all-powerful god of magic." He trembled so much he almost doubled over, saying, "Sorry, I quickly realized I was wrong." The one-eyed man excitedly asked, "Cease. Great all-powerful god, are you also a follower of the great all-powerful god?"
As expected of the omnipotent law god, even low-level worlds know of the divine name. Sorry, why would the world worship the omnipotent law god be this low-level world? Jiati was stunned. Why did the master suddenly? Ninfong spoke in a deep voice. Tell me clearly and quickly. He quickly obeyed. Yes. Woman-eyed, trembled, and said, I am called Kontap Ba, and joined an anonymous organization in our world that does not recognize gods but worships the all-powerful law deity. But in our world, this is absolutely forbidden. That's why we all claim to be followers of that deity when we go out. You keep asking who the leader of that organization is, but I don't know. No one has ever seen their true face. Hanam whispered, The organizer might have once been your follower, but it could also be a trap or a scheme by others with ulterior motives. Ninfong was determined. When I have gathered enough strength from the sacrifice, I will go and see for myself the next time we open the portal to another world. The one-eyed demon roared excitedly. I never expected to meet a fellow clansman here. Praise the mighty divine sorcerer. Your greatness, your grace is everywhere. Hanam smiled blankly. I kind of like this guy. Ninfong and Duan could only helplessly face such a fanatic. Ninfong felt it was true that this person provided some useful information and the other two parts of the world were almost collected. You're happy that you can finally awaken Sesida. The scene shifts to the death altar, where Sesida joyfully embraces you tightly. Lord God, at last I can see you. Throughout these long years, I have thought of you every single second. Me? Why me? Sesida angrily said, the person I least want to see is you. Get out of my secret realm immediately. Ninfong chuckled happily. It seems the relationship between the two is very good. She angrily shouted, No way. This expression just makes you look confused. Sesida aggressively accused, Maybe you forgot. This guy always messes up the books I carefully organized, never returns them to the right place after reading, and usually borrows books without returning them, so I've banned him from entering the library. Hanam cheerfully led the way. This reminds me. How can the Lord stand here? Let's go to the library to talk. I will lead the way. A figure quickly rushed past Ninfong and shouted loudly, You bastard, don't decide for me. The three quickly sat in her library, the atmosphere extremely quiet. Suddenly, Hanam teased Sita, saying, You can't call this entertaining guests. There's not even a cup of water. She said seriously, In the library, no food allowed. Sorry for the disrespect, but even the Lord of Gods is not permitted here. Ninfong smiled brightly. Hanam stopped teasing Sasita too. He scratched his head and laughed it off. Lord God, I want to understand the current situation, Ninfong replied briefly. Good. Then he summarized the situation so she could understand it clearly. Every action of Ninfong was watched by her. Casita looked at her master with great interest and said, Only relying on this world to oppose the other gods would be extremely difficult. Without the intervention of other gods, the adventurers in this world would not be able to push their limits or become a support for you. He has also seen that evil-eyed scoundrel who has subdued an entire continent with his own strength. The gap between different world levels cannot be bridged by numbers. And for higher-level worlds, as long as you intervene, you will definitely attract the attention of other gods. Ninfeng speculated. So does that mean when others can't enter, we will also find it difficult to get out? She spoke up, saying yes, but more importantly, this could lead to a problem. If other gods secretly send people to infiltrate and sabotage, we might not detect it in time. You're calculating that those gods might be willing to sacrifice their followers and send in a suicide squad. Like when I saved Sisita before, and if they intervene, it could cause a lot of trouble. Especially since those gods see their followers as pawns and might actually do it. Han-Am said, The Lord God previously had a hypothesis. Ninfong asked curiously, Tell me more. Han-Am said, I previously noticed that the remarkable achievements bestowed by the Lord God also involved the domains of other gods, specifically related to the Swift System's Tat-An commander and the support system's Kin-Guyet Chi-Jia. Sesida was surprised that the Shadow Commander and the Moonlight Philosopher were killed by the Lord of Gods during the divine battle. Ninfong interrupted. What do you mean? Seeing that Brother Tran Tru Han Am continued, he said, "That's right, it seems the Lord of Gods also considered that possibility." Sisita pouted in frustration. "What exactly are you two talking about?" "Think about my feelings and thoughts." Hanam recalled that it was only recently that I realized this kind of ability. Could the divine rank of Commander Tadan and the true believer Qi Nguyen have already merged with the divine rank of Lord God? If this hypothesis is correct, some things can be explained clearly. For example, when the great Lord of the Gods was struck by a powerful curse, he was able to recover quickly as if uninjured. For example, the Divine Shield Lord could grant special achievements to those two gods, but not to others. His eyes lit up. This could mean that there are not just one, but 3 gods here. That's not right. The 4 gods plus the evil god and the demon god. Ninfong speculates that, in other words, if they eliminate the other gods, they might be able to merge their divine paths. Hanam said, "This is just a subordinate's guess. It still needs further verification should I test it out." They turned back to the 3 gods, and for some reason, they suddenly had a shared bad feeling. Their hearts simultaneously screamed in alarm.
What just happened? I only felt a terrifying threat a moment ago. Remembering the past, a fierce battle of heaven and earth took place, of course one against many. At that time, Zhan Nguyen shouted loudly, "All-powerful law god, we didn't have to go this far, so why do you insist on being so stubborn?"
In response to his fury, the all-powerful divine spirit simply stood, silently without saying a word.
Vin Hu spoke up. "You don't like fighting. We've forced you so far, but what you're doing now clearly opposes the gods.
The evil god threatens you to stop your actions immediately and not be stubborn, or we will use the identities of the 11 main gods before you to become evil gods."
The omnipotent divine spirit roared angrily. "Is this your answer, evil gods?"
"Then from now on,
I am the evil god." So that's what the source of the evil god they always talk about really is.
return to reality." Seda said, "If Hanam's guess is correct, perhaps you can become the last god of light." Then the overseer of the entire universe said, "So it must be to restore normal order."
Han Yin guessed, "The system on your body might be the existence of some cosmic rule, which is why it had to remind you through the mission at the critical point for you."
Ninfong, with a serious face, mentioned the cosmic rules. I suddenly remembered that before completing the 4 transformation mission, I gained a new power. Do you recall that at that time, the system informed me that you could open the divine realm? To put it simply, the divine realm is a domain reserved for gods, where all order is under their control. For the gods, it is the source of power and a defensive barrier. Sisita was delighted to finally see the divine realm of the great deity lord. She eagerly recalled that it was a magnificent place called the Endless Sea of Consciousness, with blue beaches, golden sands, and towering spires representing divine authority as the followers of the god. We once had the honor of witnessing a part of its scenery. Ninfong was curious about what they were saying.
Listening to you, I have a bit of anticipation. I think since I gained this power, the method to open the divine realm has also merged into my mind. As long as I concentrate my consciousness, I can take my turn.
All 3 were so shocked they gaped and shouted.
The divine realm, a beautiful landscape they imagined in their minds, now appeared as a desolate place.
Ninfong was utterly disappointed and said, "What kind of hellish place is this?" Torn apart, this place has no trace of the divine realm at all. His mind kept screaming inside him. Where are the vast ocean and the sandy beaches?
Why? Could it be because my rank isn't high enough? Does this place even have dogs?
Suddenly, a voice from within Ninfong's body echoed, "It seems I can sense the divine realm." Ninfong suddenly remembered and then spoke.
"Tatan, look at this place. The air is filled with vitality, and this is truly my divine realm. But he is sad. Unfortunately, no divine power has flowed in for a long time, leaving it completely abandoned."
"Why did you come to this place?"
"You're thinking strangely. Clearly I opened the divine realm, and entering it is Tatan's divine realm. It really is like that, and I don't know why I lost my memory. Now I have to discover everything step by step."
"Let's just walk around here for now. That Ngoshin temple is in ruins, truly looks abandoned for a long time. When I got closer, there seemed to be a vague resonance. I don't know if it was because of me or because I merged with a part of the Tathan Kash. The mountains and clouds around blocked the view, making it hard to see the distant scene clearly. Suddenly, Ninfong saw something that startled him. It wasn't just him. Han Yin and Sisita also saw it. "Do you see that? It looks like there's something in the clouds." "Great deity. What you see before them is a beautiful place, just as I imagined. This is the great tower representing your divine authority, but what surprises me even more is why your tower appears here." Ninfong quickly moved ahead to check it out, then reached out his hand to touch the scene.
But the system immediately issued a warning that the Divine Realm's structure rules are incomplete and cannot be activated. He fell into silent thought, as the Divine Realm represents the rules controlled by the Divine Ming. The structure rules are incomplete. Does that mean I still haven't fully mastered the related rules? At that moment, Han Yin loudly said, "Lord God, there's a new discovery." Everyone quickly looked over, revealing not just your tower, but 2 more parallel towers beside it. In the misty bone screen, those 2 towering structures gradually became clearly visible. Sasita was amazed. "There are 2 other tall towers hidden here that I saw in some paintings. It seems they are the remnants of the commanding figure, and the wise dreamer of the high towers. Maybe the green bastard was right after all. This is called wisdom. You calculated and even suggested an incomplete structural rule. It seems only Tatan's divine realm can be activated first." Ninfong quickly entered alone, surrounded by darkness. This was Tatan's former residence, but it had been abandoned for a long time, without anyone taking care of it. Ninfong reached out and touched the old stone walls, and a flash of blue light quickly appeared. "And so, the old ruined darkness building quickly recovered thanks to your power." From the top of the tower, a fierce energy burst outward. The system immediately displays a notification. You have gained the Secret Realm Enhancement ability, allowing you to use dark power to strengthen the Secret Realm. After all the intruders are killed, their lives will increase your divine power. Ninfong wondered, is this the power of the evil god? I can strengthen my divine power by killing others. No wonder the Secret Realm is so aggressively invading other worlds. Anyway, this is my first time experiencing divine power, so I need to take some time to study it carefully. So the scene shifts to the Mindoan Tuk divine realm controlled by Vong Hon Kui Tus, who is thinking that the appearance of the all-powerful divine god once again is truly surprising. But since he was originally missing, revealing his whereabouts is at least better than continuing to hide in the shadows. Suddenly he looked up at the sky where your tower was reigning. Vong Hon Kui took thought, since the all-powerful law spirit left, I was able to contact and comprehend the rules that originally belonged to him. This greatly increased my strength, and also allowed me to realize for the first time that the rules of the bright god can be moved. It's just a pity that I'm not the only one aware of this, which has led to suspicion and mistrust among the gods. They fear that gods of the same faction will steal their rules. 10 gods have split into many different alliances, and uniting everyone to fight the all-powerful divine is probably impossible. Luckily, I have gained a new source of power, the divine fusion, allowing the dark god's strength to become the key to breaking the deadlock. At the same time, a system notification appeared. You have gained the power to enhance the secret realm, allowing you to use dark energy to strengthen it. After all the intruders are killed, their life force will increase your divine power. The evil dark force's plan has nearly destroyed the all-powerful magic god's realm, leaving it hidden in a lower world. You think there are limits to the rules of the universe, and we can only be helpless against you. Then let's see what happens. At this point, his eyes flashed with a fierce glint. The scene shifts to Ninfong's base, where he yawns wearily, exhausted. The power of the divine light truly isn't something that can be understood in a short time. At that moment, Duan happily approached, waving to greet him. Old Master, Ninfong asked as soon as he saw him, have the matters at the trading office been fully resolved? Donan quickly finished everything. Ningfeng was exhausted. That arrogant Kappa was really too overbearing. It seemed he truly considered himself a devotee of the demon god. From now on, you need to pay attention to him and not let him cause more trouble for us. Du-En scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, that capo guy doesn't seem to be what I initially imagined. Remembering how crazy he was, I never expected he would even become a devotee of the Lord God of Boxing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Man lazily asked, why do you seem like a different person? Capo scratched his head and smiled. Sorry, my arrogance before was just an act. When I first arrived in this world, many people wanted to use me, so I had to make them feel respect to avoid trouble. Ondu thought to himself that he had asked Senior Feng to investigate this person's situation. It seemed that after arriving in this world, he truly hadn't done anything against morality or harmed others, but with this attitude, wouldn't it ruin the image of the mighty law deity? He calmly said, rest assured, they all think I am a follower of the Vong Than Kui Tuk. I will wait for the right moment to speak again. Having been influenced by the all-powerful divine, I will abandon my evil path and turn over a new leaf, and I will definitely not cause any more trouble for the great deity. Duan was pleased. Oh, you do have some brains after all. Ninfong sighed. So the one-eyed capo isn't as stupid as he looks. If that's the case, we can keep observing to see if he's trustworthy. As for our true identity, there's no need to reveal it to him for now. Duan continued. Capo and the Zhengwei Trading House have prepared a special apology banquet. We hope you can spare some time to join us.
They even invited the Vientiane Trading Bureau to join. Ninfong felt intrigued. Then I'll go take a look since I also want to rest. The scene shifts to a grand villa where the atmosphere appears very solemn. Capo is standing alone, talking to a group of people he doesn't know, when a voice starts to whisper.
How is it over there? Why is there such a large crowd?
The other person replied, saying that 2 major trading floors are hosting distinguished guests, but they don't know who those guests are. Suddenly, at that moment, a luxury car quickly stopped in front of the main hall. Ninfong lounges lazily on the car, sitting still as it takes a long ride from the hotel entrance. No wonder it's a display of luxury from a high-end hotel.
As soon as he saw the bridge approaching, Capo happily shouted, "Nin Mister is here!" The 2 receptionists frowned at each other and said, "Is this the guest of the 2 major trading floors?"
He looks so young, she stammered. So you are the great hero who defeated the hidden boss and saved so many people. I saw your video too,
because my family was trapped in the secret realm at that time. The girl also looked surprised and ran over. What? So you are the great hero after all. I have also watched your video.
Could you please give us your signature?
Capo turned to scold Jia Thin. You bastard, everyone dares to provoke him. You almost got me killed.
Then he respectfully bowed and cheerfully said, Mr. Nun, please. At the banquet table, everyone was eating, drinking, and chatting happily.
The most sumptuous dishes are laid out. The hotel waitress girl is playing happily with Man, but she prefers to eat ice cream.
So adorable. Jia Thin stood up, raised his glass, and spoke.
Everyone, this time it's all my fault. Capo gritted his teeth in sweat, saying I, as a teacher, didn't educate him properly, and I also bear some responsibility.
Vuitron secretly marveled. Trin Jia Tin's forgiveness surprised him. For the first time in history, he still basked in the glory of Instructor Nin. Jia Thin's eldest uncle also spoke up, saying, Mr. Nin, to show our sincerity, the main transaction office is willing to give you 25% of the shares and 3 converted quarries. Please accept. That director is not inferior either. To show our sincerity, the Vientiane Trading Company is ready to give you 25% of the shares and 3 transformed quarry mines, hoping you will accept. The 2 girls stood straight with admiration, holding a quarter of the shares from the 2 major trading companies. Even if they do nothing later, they will have enough to live on for many generations. The director secretly thought, you guys basically don't understand. Since attaching ourselves to Mr. Nin, our Vientiane Trading Company has never lacked high-quality goods, revenue has skyrocketed multiple times, and 25% of the shares is basically nothing. The most important thing is that the elder agrees to take us out to play. Ninfong considers that shares are a minor issue. Opening new mines is the most crucial. I just finished the 4th transformation, and in the future, the need for transformation stones will definitely increase, so having our own mine means we won't need to buy them anymore. Capo interrupted and said, There's one more thing I want to ask for Mr. Nin's opinion on. Capo secretly thought that yesterday he told the main trading hall to gather information on Ninfong, and only then discovered that this young man was not simple at all. Duan was respectful to him, and perhaps Ninfong was the representative of the all-powerful god of law in this world, especially since that terrifying beast was his pet. He panicked internally and shouted, Oh no, that monster is looking at me again. Ninfong stepped forward and asked, What do you want to tell me? Capo smiled brightly and said, Here's the thing. Actually, I am on Livia's side and have been calling on neighboring countries to fight against the invasion of monsters. Unfortunately, there are very few strong adventurers and they really don't have much combat power. Ninfong remembered. Oh, I heard Duan mention that Capo established an organization similar to a support agency backed by many countries. These countries entrust difficult secret realms to Capo to handle, including some with rich rewards. Capo's 2 worlds' hearts were gained through that method. Capo smiled flatteringly and said, If possible, we hope to cooperate with you and together protect Lam Tin's safety. He thought, I heard that Capo's status in Eastern Europe is very high, and his reputation continues to spread outward. If I can leverage his influence to gain more support, that would be good. Thinking of this, he felt happy. All right, I agree with you. Capo politely, thank you very much. Having a master like you is our honor. You quietly calculate that if the battlefield expands in the future, the country will also need more experts to hold the fort. It's time to start training the demons with the new group. Ninfong said, Capo, tell me about what you experienced when you arrived here. He sighed deeply. I was originally exploring a mysterious realm, but didn't care about being caught in the chaotic time and space. I've heard that chaotic time and space are extremely rare, occurring once every 100 years, and I don't even know how I ended up encountering it. Now that I think about it, it's terrifying how unstable time and space are in the chaotic timeline. Surviving inside without injury is truly divine protection. Transitioning to somewhere in Lam Tin, the surrounding plants are lush and the air is fresh. The villagers looked in surprise and pointed toward the strange thing appearing there. What is that? At Ninfong's base, Everyone has gathered here, and he thinks that during this time of contact, the leaders of the 7 great guilds have all been very cooperative, along with Professor Ta, and right now they are the ones who can develop. Zhen's eyes clenched tightly as he thought this special training had greatly boosted Old Feng's strength, and he knew he had to take it seriously. Everyone quickly began the training, and the shadows rapidly spread. That thing quickly charged to attack Xiaoyue and Yan Xuan. Ling Hua broke out in a sweat. Old Liu, is this all we can do? Just passive defense. This demonic training is too evil. If I didn't trust Xiaofeng, I would think the demon god has descended. With clenched teeth, we are many. Let's try to coordinate our attack based on the team model. Now, let's use the guard formation. Everyone quickly gathered together into a team ready to fight. Cunningly, Ninfong calculated that you might be disappointed. Hoidwitney has tried this method before, but it was useless. However, after studying the power in the divine realm and re-examining this fighting style, I understand it much better. As expected from experienced adventurers, their coordination is even more seamless. Everyone united in using the Earth Shield and the painful transformation technique. Suddenly, Professor Ta was momentarily stunned, as if she had remembered something. Meanwhile, Xiaoyue and Bright Pearl also looked at Professor Ta and Ling Hua with surprise. The system quickly announced that the area preventing enhancements, the scholar profession, and the priest profession are all present at the same time. When forming the guard formation, the defense effectiveness increases by 20%. Professor Ta looked at the golden light shining down on her, momentarily stunned. What is this? The same thing happened on Teacher Lu and Yue Ning's side, an unscathed area with 2 assassins present at the same time. When forming the guard formation, evasion increases by 8% and armor by 15%. Han Yin and Sasita are surprised. You can activate area effects based on your team composition. There's even this kind of thing. The excited glow. The formation of the combat team indeed has an effect, doesn't it, everyone? We need to take this seriously, and as a result of persistent effort over a long period, we have to endure even harsher torment. Han Yin stepped forward curiously. Lord God, was that your divine mark just now? I smile and say that after observing how everyone works together, some ideas in my mind are becoming clearer. It seems that those fields were activated at the time of the tavern. The system then notified that your understanding of the cosmic rules had increased. Ninfong fell into deep thought. So this is how one can comprehend the cosmic rules? The next day, your base was the place that absorbed the most light and had the freshest air. When Fang Yi saw his friend's face, he quickly held back his laughter, his face twisting. In the end, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, his eyes full of annoyance, and his appearance was truly miserable. Old man, don't you dare laugh just yet. He trembles and can't stand steadily, speaking. Hurry up and help me over. Old man, you're not just here to laugh at me, are you? Feng Nok still laughed loudly. I'm not that free. Xiaofeng is the one who called everyone here. I heard everyone discovered something very important. A sly, cunning smile. Are we that powerful? Before I could finish speaking, a wave of pain hit me. Hey, old man, slow down a bit. Are you deliberately torturing me? He stands still, observing the surveillance screens, with scenes from many places appearing. Feng Nak spoke up. How far along is Professor Ta now? Professor Ta replied that they had arranged several teams to conduct experiments and discovered that different combat fields have varying effects. Currently, activating a team field mainly depends on professions with agility, magic, and support systems. The number of activated fields is not related to level but to the team's tacit understanding. Feng Nak replied, so basically as long as they are trained, even low-level adventurers will have a chance when fighting stronger enemies. Professor Ta smiled and replied, yes, that's right, Ninfong thought, but since the beginning, the things I can comprehend have been decreasing more and more. Have I already reached some kind of limit? Ninfong looked at him in surprise. Oh, he continued. The Capo's poison eye has sent a commission. Ninfong wondered, isn't Capo supposed to send all the missions for me to choose from? Duan replied, because this one is extremely special. Ninfong looked at the strange phenomenon photo sent to him on his phone, surprised and wide-eyed. What is this? A new secret realm? Duan hurriedly explained. Capo said that is a temporal vortex. Han Yin said, Capo has been here for a month through the temporal flux, and in such a short time, another new temporal flux has appeared. Ninfong silently observes the photo believed to be the temporal flux. He was terrified. Something was crawling out. Oh my God, what is that? The scene shifts back to Capo's bedroom, where he moved to facilitate the exchange. He says, the place where the temporal disorder occurred is in Winkin's gang. I have completed all the procedures. We can directly use the space drive to get there, Ninfong said firmly to Capo. Let's go? Capo looked confused. Capo stammered. Is it just you going alone? You wonder what's going on. Capo hurriedly said, I have no other intention. But with the chaos of time flow, the space-time chaos is really dangerous, and hard to imagine something has escaped. He sweat as he looked on, at least bring that super strong pet along. Ninfong calculated that if there are still unknown dangers, I'm afraid others won't be able to help either. You don't need to bring many people. Just a few of us will be enough. They stopped at a place called Wind State, and as soon as they arrived, someone appeared to greet them. It is a pair of long Japanese sword-wielding women's legs introduced by Capo as Lilith, who is also my disciple. Her father is the leader of this place, and she involuntarily trembles with tears streaming down her face, her fists clenched tightly. This surprised Capo greatly, and he asked Lilith what had happened. What? While Lilith was still crying her heart out, where did a hand suddenly place itself on her shoulder? The newcomer introduced himself, saying, I am Andre, Lilith's father. I apologize for you seeing Lilith in this state. I will explain everything clearly to everyone. Please follow me. Andrew led everyone to the edge of the building, speaking as they walked, saying that from here they could see the location of the temporal chaos vortex below, where a giant spherical shield completely blocked out the sun. The reason I entrusted you is because that temporal chaos stream has exceeded our understanding. It swallowed a small town in a short time and created a space similar to a secret realm. The initial residents had all turned into powerful and terrifying monsters. The authorities once sent a combat team to exterminate them, but despite sacrificing many people, we still couldn't destroy the secret realm. The combat team founded by Lilith herself was also completely wiped out in the process. Only Lilith managed to barely escape with all her strength. We have to thank Mr. Capo for training Lilith. Without him, I fear she would have been overwhelmed. Now she has stabilized her emotions, and she bowed her head to apologize, as those team members are my best friends. So just now I couldn't completely control my emotions. Jia Thin was a bit surprised to see that. Lilith has always been strong-willed. This is the first time I've seen her so truly sad. Capo couldn't hide his curiosity. Are those monsters in the secret realm really that strong? She recounted in a low voice that it was a secret realm with a time limit, with 2 paths that must both be completed to win. These paths mirror each other in reflection, but are disconnected. So finishing one means you can't reach the other in time, ultimately leading to failure. Every time this happens, the notification board turns blood red and displays a message. Time's up. Conquest failed. Capo stroked his chin and guessed that the safest option was for both teams to fight at the same time, each taking a different path. Lilith said that if that's the case, the demands on the strength of the adventurers would be very high. Currently, we can't even assemble a single combat team, let alone 2. Understanding the situation, Ninfong made a suggestion. I think Capo can lead one team, and the rest of the team will be assigned to me. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Are you going alone? Ninfong hesitated before replying, thinking that if Lilith could still escape, with Capo's strength, even in danger he could at least retreat safely. With his current appearance, Jagu, Lilith was somewhat suspicious. My master really did say he would invite a strong expert to help, but he looks just like an ordinary person from Lam Tin, and he seems even younger than me. No matter how I think about it, relying on just one person is too risky. Capo anxiously exclaimed, What are you doing, Nin? But Ninfong only hinted, Don't worry about me, just focus on completing your own path. Once everything was ready, they began to enter the giant spherical barrier. Ninfong announced the time limit was 2 hours, so we had to be precise to the second. I will go on the left, everyone else on the right. Lilith hesitantly asked her master, Is Nin really okay? But Capo said he didn't know either. Honestly, I've never seen Ninfong fight, but Ninfong's pet has eaten all my guards. She was stunned when she heard this. In Lilith's heart, her master's bodyguard was incredibly powerful, capable of crushing any expert in the world. How terrifying must the monster be to have eaten all of her bodyguards? Who exactly are they? Who can consider that monster a pet and wonder if Nain chose to act alone because he's hiding a secret? As the deeper they go into this dark and damp place, the more obstacles Capo's team faces, starting with those large brown and reddish monsters that seem ready to swallow anyone they encounter, their eyes scanning targets with deadly intent, and without a word, they rush forward to fight Capo's group in a solo battle. He immediately used the soul-devouring war whip to fight back, releasing the spirits of 2 giant snakes from Capo's hand, instantly destroying the 2 monsters. Jiathai was truly amazed and praised, not surprising for a master, while Capo wondered, Is this the monster after human transformation? It's indeed more formidable than ordinary monsters in the secret realm. However, I can still handle it as long as Master Nin's strength is higher than mine. Ninfong has also defeated the first monster. Surprisingly, its massive body gradually dissolved like water and then vanished without a trace.
There are 1 minute, 51 seconds, and 43 milliseconds remaining. Because of the disruptive soul disturbance, Capo was able to defeat many monsters along the way, but not long after he faced a strong countermeasure. The monster, after consuming the chaotic soul thread, didn't tremble at all, causing Capo to be shocked. This doesn't seem right, since earlier the same skills dealt decreasing damage to these monsters, and now they are completely ineffective. Could there be some connection among these monsters that allows them to evolve through constant fighting? Just then, a loud scream rang out. "Master, the monsters are coming this way." In the urgent situation, he could only use the death-breaking spell to fight back. A faint purple aura struck with a single move, sending the monster flying out of the chicken coop. Capo muttered to himself. But to deal with the monsters, he had to use his skills. If this kept up, we were no different from helping the monsters grow stronger. All communication methods here are useless. I can't get in touch with Mr. Nin. I don't know if Mr. Nin's side can hold out. Ninfong is also fighting monsters, but he only needs a few slashes to split them in two. The monster let out a few painful cries after being defeated, then lay still on the ground before disappearing completely. The Game Master, watching their every move, judged that this guy's attack power was too high, and the monster's evolution speed was simply impossible to keep up with. I have no way to stop his evolution. Luckily, another path is still under my control. There are 1 minute, 26 seconds, and 31 milliseconds remaining. The rapid evolution of the monsters makes it increasingly difficult for Capo to deal with them. "Master, are you okay?" he replied. "Just a bit tired, I can still hold on." Suddenly, his pupils contracted, clearly pierced by something just moments ago. Lilith seemed to become a different person, killing her master and asking what would happen if things continued like this. Capo breaks free and clutches his blood-soaked chest as Gia-Thin, frightened by Lilith's sitting action, screams out. "Lilith, what are you doing?" she said with a sinister smile. "I'm sorry. The helper you summoned is too strong, so I have to let you all die here." Capo suspects that the person in front of him is not actually Lilith. But since she denies it, he insists, "I am Lilith, only I have found a way to become stronger, and you all happen to become my sacrifices." In the critical situation, Gia-Thin uses his power to support Capo. "Master, let me stop her. You go quickly." Two shadows rush toward Lilith, but she remains unfazed, easily handling these two with just a few basic moves. At that moment, she finally realized that when she said only she could escape from the beginning, it was just a lie to deceive her. "This is a trap she set up. She never intended for us to escape here." While Lilith was still reveling in her arrogance, your panicked expression now looks just like mine at that moment. "Unfortunately, I am smarter than you. It turns out that when I entered that secret realm, after witnessing my comrades being slaughtered one by a much more ferocious demon than the one we just faced." Frightened by the pressure of the monster, Lilith raised her hand high, constantly begging, "Please wait. Wait a moment. I now understand your great power. Please spare my tiny life." Can you hear me? If you want to conquer this world, I am willing to become your most loyal servant. My teammates saw what was happening and shouted loudly, "Lilith, what are you saying?" Glock and everyone sacrificed themselves to give us a chance to escape. But before she could finish speaking, Lilith struck her down. Her voice, cold as ice, commanded, "Shut up." This scared the hell out of the others as a light shone down from above, accompanied by a voice saying, "You are too weak to be loyal to me. I might as well treat you as sacrifices." After saying that, the mysterious figure ordered the Rosea to tightly restrain everyone present, ignoring their teammates being subdued, and Lilith responded to the leader with a loving expression. "Of course, you can see us all as sacrifices, but if you grant me strength, I promise to offer you even more sacrifices, just like now." The light in the sky suddenly went silent for a long time before praising. "Indeed, a cowardly and disgusting race, but strangely, I feel quite intrigued." Lai didn't understand and was told, "I want to see how well you can offer me sacrifices." Knowing the leader was giving her a chance, Lilith happily replied, "Thank you very much for your grace. I will definitely not disappoint you." "Back to reality," she said to Capo and Gia-Thin. "I don't have time to waste on you. Obediently become my sacrifice." At this moment, they were in a disadvantaged position, forced to endure, when suddenly the system announced that the left route had been completed. This made them unable to hide their joy, and they exclaimed, "Sir Nin, we did it!" But Lilith said it was all in vain. These two routes do not exist in the same time and space, so even if he completes one, he cannot complete the other. Unexpectedly, the system then announced that the right route had been completed. Lilith froze in shock, then finally shouted out loud, how could he have done that?
Moving to Ninfong, who had just sent the monster to its doom, he marveled.
Just like Lilith said, these two paths are truly symmetrical, like mirror images. So you can just use the void path to pass through and reach the destination without having to go back along the previous route. Hey, it seems like we're about to be transported somewhere else.
A strange, mysterious realm with shimmering pink light welcomes you. Lilith, still puzzled and alone, wonders how she could have completed both paths. While the three of them were still confused about what was happening on Ninfong's side, suddenly, a strange vortex swept in, making the surroundings where they stood become hazy and blurry. Jia Thin looked around, wondering where this place was, but even Lilith, who had been here twice, had no idea.
Both routes have been conquered, and we will be moved to the owner's independent space. But this is also my first time here. Earlier, due to her failed cultivation, the owner thought she wasn't qualified to enter. Just then, she discovered something strange. From the cliff where she stands, a stone with a spiral symbol appears, likely summoned by Lilith, the creature she calls her master. Witnessing this, Jia Thin stammers, "Master, is that the final boss of the secret realm? With such terrifying pressure, it must be a demon lord-level monster." Kappa thought to himself, "That demon lord is the strongest existence under the demon god. We will all die here." Only Lilith happily laughed to herself and thought, so this is what the master looks like. Just observing from afar already inspires admiration. It seems the young boy named Ning has already been eliminated. She quickly pointed at the two targets and introduced Sweet. "Master, I am Lilith, your humble servant. They are all sacrifices I have brought to you, hoping you will be pleased." That huge rock just spoke. "What are you talking about?" Doubt flickered in my mind. Why does the voice of my master sound different from before? At that moment, a shadowy figure with an unclear appearance appeared on top of the stone. When the light swept over, they finally realized it was Ninfong. He now looked like a living saint, Chaolan ordered. "Lilith, explain to me." Everyone started stammering. "This is Mr. Nin. She's frightened by this scene. Why is that young man named Nin stepping on the master? Why does the master show no reaction at all? I'm so scared." I originally thought this guy only had relatively high attack power, but who would have guessed that after reaching the end of the road, he realized his normal attacks were too slow, so he directly used a forbidden spell to wipe out the guards I personally sent out. Then he used another forbidden spell to bypass the space-time barrier and appeared on a different street. The guards there hadn't even reacted before they were taken out by the spell, casually casting 3 more spells. Only the great demon lord of old could do that. What is his true background? Grabbing the last straw to save himself, Jia Thin shouted loudly, "Lilith, your plan has almost failed. Tell me why you betrayed the master and deceived all of us." "Why? Because you are all fools, master. I told you, with your strength, you could conquer the world. My family and I would be your greatest support, willingly strategize for you, but you refused before even thinking it over." Ninfong recalled Capo scratching his head and smiling, saying, "Sorry, all that arrogance before was just a facade." You realize why Capo said that back then? Lilith is still rambling on. "I don't understand why. Isn't it true that you really enjoy the feeling of being above others? The strong rule over the weak is only natural." He simply replied, "Because the gods I worship do not like those who are greedy and foolish. Coincidentally, you and your family both possess those traits. Now I'm all mixed up, not knowing who's the grain and who's the green bean anymore," Lilith stammered. "What did he say?" Ninfong's subordinates began to marvel. "This is truly your style, Lord God of War. This capo also understands you well." Lilith still hasn't given up hope. She points at the crowd and says, "Master, there must be another way, right? Kill them quickly. Kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand reached out, terrifying Lilith and leaving her unable to say another word. Now, only the pounding and clashing sounds remain in the space. After finishing, Ninfong calmly said, "It's been a while. Let's finish off this giant and then call it a day." He turned around and activated his skill, unexpectedly powerful forces pouring down from above. A similar symbol appeared again, making Ninfong feel uneasy. For a moment, he regained his composure and saw you exclaim, "There are unexpected gains too," something like a luminous crystal shining brightly. At the same time, the system prompted a check to see if the central face demon had absorbed it, leaving both Ninfong and his subordinates stunned. Hanam warned that the temporal chaos is inherently unstable and mostly disappears quickly. But the chaos here still remains, which could be very troublesome. When Ninfong wanted to know why, he explained that even divine power cannot completely eliminate the temporal chaos. Only high-level followers can temporarily seal it using divine strength. Sasita continued,
But the existence of the temporal chaos remains an underlying threat, unpredictable when a stronger force might appear to break the seal. There have been a few worlds destroyed like this before. Hearing that, Ninfong stroked his chin in thought.
Such a dangerous thing. If another god finds out, they might use it against me.
Suddenly shifting to a serious tone, they seem to believe they are not yet guilty enough, and their eyes flicker with anger and resentment. Seeing Ninfong intend to fix the tear, Han Yin wants to know what he's planning to do. After Ninfong responds, "I think I can fix this wound," both Han Am and Seseda are stunned. This moment, the system also issued a new task: to repair the world, study the chaotic flow of time, and restore it to normal within a 2-hour limit. Failure results in erasure of the host. He secretly thought that even the power of gods couldn't destroy the chaos of time and space, so the system issued a repair mission.
Could it be that the system itself exists beyond the gods? That's right, after all, its weakness is using the removal of the host to threaten me, not considering my divine powers as anything special, so I should start researching quickly. Behind us, Jia Sheng quietly asked, Jian, Master, what should we do now?
Capo guesses that Master Nin is contemplating something, so let's not disturb him. Just as the temporal wounds are about to heal, suddenly an unknown force from the other side of time rushes in to interfere. Although he used all his strength to stop it, Ninfong still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. The chaotic flow of time and space was tearing his body apart, a pain beyond imagination. Suddenly he realized there seemed to be voices around him, voices saying, "The divine must fall," echoing continuously like a relentless urging. The divine must fall. The divine must fall. At that moment, Ninfong realized that he was dead. This was a trap. But whether it's a trap or not, as long as the system sends the mission, there will definitely be a way to handle it. Stay calm. Stay calm. After a moment to regain his composure, Ninfong opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, "I've sensed it, even if just for a moment there was a different pause there. If I can catch it, I might be able to understand it better. However, the chaos around me seems to be deliberately disturbing my focus, so I have to concentrate even harder." After a final effort, I finally found it. Outside, Lilith's father Andre was feeling anxious. He calculated that it had been over 2 hours since they entered the secret Rhea realm. It seems Lilith's plan has succeeded. Then she displays a savage smile. "But I hope the demon lord inside the secret realm will be pleased with this sacrifice. As long as I gain the demon lord's support, no one will be able to stop me from ruling this world." Just then, a subordinate came to report that Lord Andro, from the Guild Alliance, was surrounding the area. He sneered sarcastically. "How will these fools react now? Then send them all to hell. The Guild Alliance has arrived to seal off the scene." Leading the Adventure Guild of Aquak is Commander Johnny Wyson. The Io-Quak Adventure Association is mainly established by major corporations. The Guild Alliance is the highest authority managing adventurers in Aquak. One of the team asked if we should go in to catch Andrew, but he told us to wait a bit longer. At that moment, 3 arrows shot down as a greeting. Joni was overjoyed to see the signal. Your old friend has finally arrived. Inside the secret realm, Ninfong is still contemplating. This is the starting point of a space-time flow, and we can use our divine power to stabilize it. After stabilizing it, this area will no longer be out of control. Then, a second point of light can be seen elsewhere. Just follow this method, and Hakam and Sasita will be amazed. The tear in space is truly closing. This is the great power of the Lord God. It took a moment before Ningfeng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally done. The system announces that your understanding of the cosmic rules has been improved. The recovery ability of the world you protect has also increased. Ninfong asked his subordinates, what exactly is that recovery ability? However, this is only speculation. I apologize, but this is not knowledge that I fully understand. In literal terms, it might be a kind of ability to restore a damaged world back to its original state. You said that maybe we can study it further later, but there's one more thing. When I was repairing the flow of space-time, what was the sound I heard then? God Ming will definitely die. What does that really mean? At that moment, Jia Thin loudly said, "Look, Master," and pointed up to the sky, marveling. "Master, it seems like everything around is gradually returning to normal." A miracle. A true miracle. Beyond belief. Kapo hurriedly ran to Ninfong and stammered, "Please, believe me. I, Kun Kapu, have never intended to dominate this world." On the contrary, Ninfong only placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "I believe you." Suddenly, strange sounds came from afar. The group looked at each other in confusion, asking what that sound was. About 20 minutes ago, Johnny's subordinate curiously asked if those 3 flying discs belonged to an old friend of the commander. The 3 who just arrived are Yong Duyet, VM Shuyen, and at the front is Fung Ngak. He asked Johnny about the current situation. Wang Duit looked at this person and thought to himself, Saint Light Knight Johnny, the commander of the Austria Guild Alliance. He and Senior Feng are legendary figures who are usually only seen in the news. Johnny explains the situation we are in, chasing the ambitious Andrew. However, we cannot access the secret zone at the moment and are still unclear about the situation. We sincerely apologize for involving your nation's adventurers in this treacherous plot. Feng Yi said that with Ninfong in the secret zone, there should be no major issues. Just focus on dealing with Andrew. He will pay for deceiving you. Ninfong heard that. Joni was curious but didn't dare to ask. Are you saying the opposite? The new secret realm is the most serious issue. While on another side, a bloody battle is raging, with corpses of the Demon King scattered across the ground. The monsters sneer arrogantly, showing their disdain. These lowly ones don't interest me in this battle. That old Joni is down the mountain, so we might as well deal with him now. Only one person survived. Hot Hai runs back to report. Commander, we have been attacked by the enemy forces. Johnny, in the guise of a subordinate, feels heartbroken. How did he get so badly injured? Don't move. Let me treat you. The soldier grimaced in pain as he whispered. That Andro guy has a lot of missing persons under his command. Feng Gak emphasized again. What does missing persons mean? Joni says they are a mysterious group of missing persons who suddenly appeared. They are humans but possess the power of demons, and ordinary adventurers are no match for them. Feng Yak also couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the familiar figures. It wasn't Johnny suddenly realizing. That's right, Andrew's daughter Lilith once captured the missing people. It seems they have been exploiting this opportunity to build their power for a long time. Just then, a fierce force charged straight at them. Joni immediately shouted to watch out, but it might be too late. That strange power was already too close. Uncertain of what to do, another power suddenly surged forward to help. Joni and her subordinates, terrified, turned around to see their savior. Wang Duit, your recent attack was truly impressive. The monsters started to wonder, did she just block my attack? Joni was also frightened by Wang Duet's ability. How is that possible? This young girl is even more formidable than I am. Just then, VM Shuyan and Wang Duet charged forward. Thanks to Feng's guidance, those hairy monsters quickly went to sell salt. Johnny watched in amazement and wondered, Feng, how did you become so powerful? He replied, it was thanks to Master Ling inside, who conducted special training for Maimi. He then adopted a surprising demeanor. Sir Nin is in there. Oh my God, it's hard to believe. No wonder he's not worried at all. Feng Nak's face grew serious. Johnny, please take us inside. After a while, they got closer to the secret realm. Ninfong and his team had just finished defeating the monsters. Their corpses piled up like a small mountain. Seeing someone arrive, Ninfong was very happy. Duyet Ni, Senior Brother Feng, Chairman Truong, why are all of you here? Feng Yak reports the situation, with the commanding officer standing in front of the water curtain. Holy Light Knight, Johnny notices that Andre is acting a bit strangely. Because it concerns your safety, he contacted me immediately. Johnny is an old friend of mine, and as he was speaking, I saw Johnny standing there stiff as a board, trembling, and the terrifying scene had disappeared. Moreover, they might even be able to come back out. Capo grabs Andre and hands him over to Johnny. He knew there was nothing more he could do, so he whispered that I demanded acceptance of the country's judgment. I am Chief Chow. According to our country's laws, no matter what crime I commit, foreigners have no right to judge me, or it will be considered a declaration of war. Johnny replied, you are right. Seeing that, Andrew couldn't help but smile like a proud father. Not keeping him waiting, Johnny issued a new order immediately. I am about to exercise my authority and invite Mr. Nin to become an honorary citizen of Austria. I hope Mr. Nin will not refuse. Whoever has the flag, they wave it. Ninfong has no reason to refuse. He then said, I accept the invitation from your country. Andro shouted again. Girl, what? How dare you? Joni started to shout loudly, saying that crazy bastard Andre, I hope Mr. Nin will represent the whole world to send you to hell. Cook, too, was helping the investigation team carry the body back to the gathering point, frowning in anger as she shouted, Why should I carry the body? This isn't something women should do. Mingbai asked coldly, What foolish words are you saying? He looked at the crowd surrounding Ninfong and Wang Duet with displeasure before continuing. Besides Commander JNY, everyone here is the leader of a top guild. They are all competing to talk with the hero from Long Country. The lowest-ranking people are only a few of us left. Hu Tu clenched her fists, smiling brightly as she said, That young man from Long Kwok is really very strong. I also hope to talk to him. If we could go on a date, that would be even better. Mingbai rolled her eyes in panic and shouted, Lift her up for me. Who told you to let go? JY said sincerely. Nin, sir, we are hosting a party for you and hope you can honor us with your presence to show our respect and gratitude. Ninfong stroked his chin thoughtfully. After repairing this space crack, he would directly level up to 150. If he proceeded with the class transfer in the Empire, his personal records would also be stored here, which he didn't find very necessary, but it would expand his influence. Staying for a meal is still fine, and restoring the space crack requires physical effort, so I actually feel a bit tired. After considering it, he smiled and took his hand, replying, "Using the way of Long Nation, I respectfully cannot match your generosity." Joni chuckled happily and replied, "I understand what he means. Feng taught me this." The scene shifts to the headquarters of the corporation, where he generously hosts a lavish banquet. "Mr. Nin, please take a seat." Ningfeng smiled and replied, "Thank you." He looked in amazement at the delicious food in front of him, silently lamenting how hungry he was. Facing him were Capo and Feng Nyak. Ninfong lowered his head, contemplating the alliances. Iokuo, Longguo, Europe. This coalition is already incredibly powerful. I hope we can establish the Lamtin Defense League quickly. Suddenly the phone rings, and Johnny politely says, "Sorry, Mr. Nain, I need to excuse myself for a moment." He looks at him and responds softly, "Please go ahead." Johnny went to a quiet place to answer the phone and asked coldly what happened. Cook Tu replied over the phone, "It's about Mr. Nin becoming an honorary citizen." The people from the parliament said they don't have detailed documents on Mr. Nin, and Longguo also refused to provide any, so they can't just approve someone with an unknown background to become an honorary citizen. Johnny narrowed his eyes, his expression gradually turning angry. He strode to the reception room and said, "Looks like I'll have to be gone a bit longer than expected. Stay here and help me keep an eye on him. You must not delay with Mr. Nin." Cook Thu immediately replied, "Yes." The scene shifts to the conference room. Tong Tan is stunned and speaks out, and the person sitting next to him, with wide eyes, also exclaims in disbelief, "Why would such a powerful expert appear in Long Country?" Someone else coldly interjected, "I'm about to start envying them too if generous terms are offered to Ninfong. Maybe we can directly recruit him to our country." Suddenly, the wall behind the host exploded, and a swarm of monsters charged in from nowhere. He was still engrossed in his conversation, so I felt I could try. Suddenly, someone screamed in fear. "Monster." Behind a man, a shadow appeared with a sinister smile. Someone couldn't hold back their anger and shouted loudly, "Why are there monsters and guards inside the parliament? Where are they? We absolutely will not allow people from Long Country with unclear backgrounds to join our nation." Once again, someone is demanding answers. "It's already happening. What are you talking about?" He sneered and replied, "We never expected that the evil Long Kingdom would not only dream of ruling the world, but also treacherously kill our national officials. This is a declaration of war against Austria." The news shocked the other two counselors, who asked back, "What do you mean by killing national officials? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, the other person's head gradually split open, and his head was torn in half. A woman's face gradually appears. Lilith smiles dangerously and says, "I am talking about you." She spread her arms wide, exuding a thick aura, and continued, "Honorable national officials." Johnny clenched his teeth in anger and opened the door. Ooms. Inside the room, numerous guards lie scattered on the floor after being attacked. He was stunned and exclaimed, "What is going on?" "Hey!" The person on the other end urgently reports that the online commander is generating a large amount of statements from unknown sources. Countless online platforms are speaking out and thousands are discussing it. The other person anxiously continued, "They say that the foreign adventurer killed the Austrian official, but Austria's major guilds, being cowardly, want to cover it up. The parliament refuses to let such a criminal become a citizen of honor and rally, and everyone unites to suppress the tyranny. There are already many people supporting them online." He widened his eyes in anger and shouted, "It must be Andrew and his family!" These people are truly like restless spirits. That also means that countless guards attacked also came from that family. Joni grits his teeth in anger and says, "They want to use public opinion to attack Mr. Nin, even willing to ignite a war. If the truth cannot be revealed quickly to everyone, the situation will spiral out of control." He looked at the chaos before him and said disappointedly, "Unfortunately, this place has been severely damaged, and it seems impossible to find any clues." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Johnny's pants. He gaped in shock as he looked down, his face pale and trembling with pain. Joe came to rescue me. The scene shifts to a bright morning at a modern corporate headquarters. Ninfong calmly looked at his plate of food and stared across the table. Capo asked in shock, "So you mean Lilith is still alive?" Tongthen gritted his teeth and tremblingly replied, "Yes. I saw her unleash the monster that killed everyone,
Because I have the skill to fake death, I was lucky to escape with my life.
He sat at the dining table, looked up, and asked, "Then where did she go?"
He lowered his head hesitantly and said, "Sorry, I was pretending to be dead at the time, so I didn't see."
Ninfong, eating, asked,
"Does Lilith still have life-saving or resurrection skills?"
Capo hurriedly replied,
"As far as I know, there are none unless she learned and hid it from me."
Tongthan, trembling with fear, fell to his knees begging, "Please, Mr. Nin, you must become an honorable citizen of ours. We need your protection."
Suddenly Johnny, with murderous intent, appeared out of nowhere and struck him on the head, shouting angrily, "Shut up!"
He pursed his lips and looked up in thought, yet he managed to survive the attack from the demon army. "This Lilith is truly not an ordinary person. It seems I need to pay attention to her movements in the future." Outside the headquarters of the corporation, a few birds are happily flying around. Ninfong and Johnny go to a quiet place to talk.
He apologized sincerely, saying, "I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble. If you need anything, we will do our best to help."
"I do have a request," Johnny said coldly, leaning on the railing. Ninfong tilted his head and smiled, saying,
"I need a few special magic-type skill books from the country of Io."
Johnny nodded happily and said, "No problem at all. I will immediately ask the guilds to bring the skill books that meet the requirements," and then a book was handed over. He squinted at it with a hard-to-express look on his face. He awkwardly explained with a smile,
"Because special skill books are extremely rare and not easy to find in a short time.
If there are any in the future, we will definitely give them to you right away. Of course, I can also personally go into the secret realm to search." Ninfong grinned and raised a finger, saying, "I understand. But I still have other matters to attend to, so I need to return to my country for a while. Kappa will stay here to help you handle things on your end." Hearing this, Johnny couldn't help but feel grateful and said, "Thank you very much. I hope to see you again soon."
5 days later, still at the headquarters of that corporation, Johnny and Capo were waiting at the designated place. He exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect Mr. Nin to meet you so quickly."
"I didn't expect that either." Inside Ninfong's mind, a desolate, arid desert appears as Johnny announces it. The secret realm he's seeking is located in the western desert. We also haven't explored the secret realm, so we don't have detailed information. Yuthu is busy scraping all the food out of this cracked bowl. Suddenly, a slash appeared out of nowhere, smashing its bowl to pieces. Yuthu stared in confusion. It is still holding the bowl tightly with both hands as a car speeds down the road, a voice coming from inside.
"What? None of you have ever seen something like this before?"
Johnny raised an eyebrow with a hint of disdain and replied, "Sorry, when we change roles, we only use transformed stones.
And as for the so-called transmutation essence you mentioned, we have truly never heard of it before."
Capo Hokmung Kin gasped in surprise and explained, "Tincture of transmutation is the tall shape of the transmutation stone. In the world I lived before, there was also such a thing, but on Lamtin, I have truly never seen it." Ninfong looked dejected and thought to himself, who would have thought that the 5-element mission would have such requirements? A lot of his accumulated strength had been drained repairing the time gap, so now he no longer had enough power to open a path to another world. The system panel displays the information of the divine law system for the entire mission, which is the 5 transmission prerequisite condition for entering the Dung Uyen Liet Cave secret realm to receive the mission item marked as Deep Abyss. 2. Collect 10 transmutation essences. 3. Earn 200 blue offside stones. And 4. Obtain 200 fragments of the fire refining hell within 30 days. 6-star S-rank difficulty.
Sitting in the car, you can't help but worry and think, with only 1 month to complete it. If not, you'll have to ask the others to work overtime. In a place where Dung Nam flows turbulently, the fiery-looking rock crevices are called the Dung Uyen Liet Kok secret realm.
The scars from the beatings are clearly visible on the lying demon girl. Fireflame Demon, holding a sword in his hand, angrily said, "Just now I saw you dawdling, only dug up a little ore. Who allowed you to rest?" He stood up, clasped his hands in prayer, and begged, "Please, sir, have mercy. The workload has suddenly increased a lot in recent days, and we haven't been able to eat well, so we are exhausted." Before he could finish his sentence, he struck the demon girl with a slash. Hoadiam Ma revealed his sharp teeth and roared in fury, "If you useless fools don't know how to mine ore, you won't survive to see this day. And yet you still dare to defy me." He glared at the crowd of laborers and declared harshly, "You fools, today you must double your workload. If you fail to complete it, I will kill the slowest one and hang him outside as a warning." Test servants nervously said, "Sir Elder, if the workload doubles, it's basically impossible to finish." "Wouldn't that mean some villagers are bound to be killed?" Tief Mong, who just fell to the ground after being beaten, loudly said, "Everyone doesn't need to worry. If they want to kill someone, just let them kill me." The elder replied disapprovingly, "Tief Mong,
What are you saying?
We can't abandon you, it said, tears welling up in its eyes. But after all, there will always be sacrifices. Isn't that right?
We are too weak, we can't even resist. The Thuno looked at each other sadly without saying a word.
The elder apologetically advised, Tais Mong, I'll lead everyone to do the work first. You rest for a bit and then come back to work quickly.
Then they all left following its command. After they had gone, Tiet Mong no longer had the strength to resist. Lying unconscious on the ground, someone suddenly approached and exclaimed in surprise, "There's actually a corpse of a demon beast here. Could there be other adventurers here as well?" Deep inside the secret realm, molten lava flows like a waterfall. Lord Teti sits observing the Tetuang Thak Dao receiving mineral stones, but sensing someone just arrived, he asks, "Where is the mineral stone? Why haven't they been transferred here yet?" Hua Diem Ma bowed his head and replied, "I truly apologize.
I've already made them work. They will be added soon."
He gritted his teeth in anger and explained,
"If it weren't for those fools still having some use to improve the quality of the Kwangthak, I would have killed them all long ago."
Suddenly, the Tetuang Thak Dao reacted violently.
Tekitai exclaimed in surprise,
"We succeeded. The great demon. God has responded to my ritual." Hoa Diem Ma softly asked, "Do we need more mineral stones?" He coldly ordered, "Do not disturb me while I listen to the prophecy." A voice interrupted from the sacrificial stone head, blood and flesh dripping, saying, "Sacrifice." Tatai urgently ordered, "Hurry and find the offering for the great demon god." Hua Diem Ma hesitated, confused and uncertain. But suddenly, he angrily ordered to catch the fools digging here for me. The summoning ritual for the gods has succeeded. They no longer need to continue living. Teti laughed menacingly, his voice cold. If they can become sacrifices for Lord Demon God, that would be their most glorious moment. In Antuk Mindu, the divine realm controlled by the Vonghon Quituk stood in front of an sealed stone pillar, surprised, muttering, "This place called Lam Tin is really strange. Every time I try to contact the secret realm there, the communication is inexplicably interrupted." He frowned in worry, sensing a strange force disturbing the evil god's power. Suddenly, a whirl of lightning appeared above the stone pillar, and the soul was surprised to exclaim, finally establishing contact with a new secret realm. He quickly placed his hand on the stone pillar, and the soul immediately used its own language to communicate with the secret realm. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of Dung Uyen Liet Cave, the fallen phoenix suddenly broke free from its nest and flew everywhere. Tetai stood beside, listening as the stone idol kept demanding, "Meat, sacrifice." And suddenly, the Thuno were bound and brought forward. Hua Diem Ma cheerfully announced, "Great Lord of the Sacrifice, the offering has arrived." He excitedly raised both hands to the sky and declared, "Ma God, please enjoy your offering." The Trino were terrified by the scene of the stone idol preparing to act, and then the elder was immediately pulled in. The Thuno anxiously called out, "Elder!" screaming in fear as it got closer and closer to the giant mouth of the stone idol. The elder quickly vanished, having used a rapid shrinking technique. Its body gradually disappeared, sinking into the blue liquid. Suddenly, the stone idol lost its energy and went silent. The elder was kicked out, landing painfully on the ground. It gasped in shock, lying on the dirt. Titai couldn't help but be confused and shouted angrily, "What's going on?" The connection between the great demon god and me suddenly disappeared. His eyes grew more and more fierce as he continued, "I know now. This low-level creature is definitely not worthy to be a sacrifice." Tati shouted loudly at the Thuno crowd, "Then I will absorb your power and go find a better sacrifice for the demon lord." He raised both hands high, unleashing the devouring demonic energy, and shot the attack forward with force. The test subjects closed their eyes in fear, but nothing happened, and Tati's expression became more bewildered than ever. At the entrance of the cave, Ninfong suddenly appeared with Tiet Mong and quickly raised his hand to cast a spell. The Thuno, amazed to see their limbs free, exclaimed, "Look, Tiet Mong is here!" As they watched him happily run over, they asked in confusion, "Tiet Mong, who is that human?" She smiled brightly and said, "He's the demon lord I invited to save everyone." The Testnos asked confusedly, "What do you mean by saving the demon god, Tiet Mong?" Tiet Mong calmly replied, "It's a long story, but I have already dedicated my strength to the great demon god." Another Taroka asked confusedly, "But why would the great demon god value beings as weak as us?" Suddenly, it put its hand to its mouth and ordered, "Don't do anything yet!" Tati angrily shouted for Ma Uyen Fei to come immediately. Suddenly, his body was seized by a blinding purple light, and he said in confusion,
This is Tate's body gradually disappearing in astonishment.
What kind of magic is that? Unexpectedly, we managed to trap Lord Tate. You coldly summon the illusion to communicate.
Outside the secret realm, Joni quickly ordered, "No problem at all," immediately telling the guilds to bring skill books suitable for the conditions. In an instant, he already had a book in his hand.
The system displays information about the short-distance teleportation, transformation, active skills to fix outdated errors without restrictions on dark magic, using dark power to distort. Low-level world separation and fusion require consumption of thresholds based on world level. Ninfong pursed his lips, thinking that this might be a very useful skill. A falling stone appeared from the sky. It plummeted at a dizzying speed. A shining badge appeared in midair. The badge features a flame symbol. The system then introduces it as a profound badge, a consumable item with orange quality, permanent spirit attribute +10, and permanent critical damage +50%. Ninfong clenched the badge in his hand, muttering to himself, "Now that I have the badge, I still lack something else." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he looked down. In front, the Elder and the Trial No are kneeling and bowing their heads in gratitude. Ninfong looked over and asked confusedly, "Tietmong, what does this mean?" "Lord Demon." "God, my clan members wish to express their loyalty to you and ask what kind of offerings you prefer." Then Tietmong announced loudly, "Everyone, Lord Demon God has given me instructions. We need to supply various precious stones and minerals for him." I smile and say, for example, "Right now I need 100 transformation spirits." The Elder confidently replies, "Of course, no problem. As long as you provide 100 transformation stones, we will immediately craft 19 transformation spirits for you."
"Just 100 stones? I thought it would take more." "It will take some more time to craft the transmutation spirit pills.
If you want more gemstones, perhaps you should let Tietmong lead you to the treasure secret realm."
Tietmong immediately offered, "Follow me." They stood before a gate, which he easily opened, revealing a treasure mountain inside. Master Tietmong extended his hand and introduced, "Great Demon Lord, these are the treasures collected by high-level demon beasts." Ninfong looked at the two gems, the Void Fire Ruby and the Void Jade, and replied, "Compared to the gems from the Lam Tin, these ones with the Void Fire attribute are clearly much more enhanced." Suddenly, Han Yin appeared out of nowhere and jumped forward to announce, "The Divine Lord is over there. In front of you is a rare treasure floating in the air." He took the precious item in his hand and said, "This is the mysterious ice fire seed that can upgrade your divine weapon necklace. Just give it to my subordinates to complete." Tietmong was startled and jumped back when he saw Han Am appear. Ninfong chuckled softly and reassured him, "Don't worry, he's also one of my trusted followers." She responded, surprised, "I see." He looked at the pile of treasures in front of him, satisfied as he spoke. The other materials just happened to be available in the treasure vault, making things much more convenient. Immediately after, a mysterious surge of power shot from both sides toward Han Am, his eyes blazing with strength as he reached out with his hand. Tietmong stared in shock at the approaching wave of power, then happily thought, "The dark power is so strong. The great demon god has accepted my offering." Ninfong looked at the pile of sparkling treasures in front of him and said, "I accept that there are many valuable items in this treasure." Tietmong, full of excitement behind him, was happily absorbing more dark power. He smiled sincerely and knelt down saying thank you to the great demon lord. "I also received the power of sacrifice." Ninfong coldly ordered, "Tietmong, go check on how the transformation of the spirit core is progressing." It immediately obeyed and ran off. "Yes, my speed and strength have improved significantly." At the same time, near Teti, a shadow appeared out of nowhere, causing the Thu No to sweat nervously and stammer. It was the sinister Hua Diem Ma holding the elder's hand and asking with a sneer, "Strange, where did everyone go?" "What are you still protecting?" The trial servants stand before the sacrificial stone pavilion, guarding it and commanding, "This is the transformed essence of the great demon god. Absolutely must not let them get it." Iron Ape's eyes blazing with fiery hatred, it charged forward without hesitation, punching the fire demon in the face. The test number below couldn't help but gasp, "Iron Ape, he stabbed straight into the ground." "How is this possible?" It sneers with malicious laughter, full of fiery power. "These wolves again. Let me clean up for the great demon lord." The scene in front shows Shuno's tail whipping around like a whirlwind at lightning speed. They kneel down and thank him. Sisita and Han Am also appear. Ninfong looked confused and said, "Hey, why does it feel like they're wagging their tails even faster?" Tietmong bowed his head and wept bitterly, silently thanking the demon god for granting him strength so we no longer have to suffer oppression. Ninfong held up the crystal and examined it. "So this is the essence of transformation?" This form has more rules compared to normal transformation stones. Han Yin suddenly spoke. The higher the level of the world, the higher the level of the gemstone, and the form will also be different. Indeed, thanks to them helping me find the divine grade upgrade crystal, I discovered that the orange equipment displays the information system for the Han Yit necklace, a divine quality accessory that can upgrade spirit attributes by 2,400, spellcasting speed by 200%, magic recovery by 200%, magic resistance by 60%, and critical magic attack by 30%. Eternal equipment never loses durability. Normal attacks have a 25% chance to apply a freezing effect with water attribute. And water manipulation allows free movement in water, while every 30 seconds, cold air reduces the speed of nearby enemies within a certain range by 15%. Considering the item, all attributes are increased by 10% additional ice magic for solid ice walls, ice storm eruptions, and freezing ray. Han Yin's icy aura, protected by divine power, does not fade away, but is also contained within this necklace. Are you wearing red gear? Han Yin smiled proudly. I'm still more powerful with my divine weapon. The first upgrade, Seseda angrily shouted. I think you're just craving a fight with it. A mysterious light appeared before him. It charged straight at Ninfong. He opened his mouth in shock, thinking to himself what just happened. It feels like part of my divine power has been drained. Ninfong lowered his head, pursed his lips, and pondered. The loss of divine power wasn't much, but it disappeared incredibly quickly, and I couldn't even trace its trail. Then he waved goodbye and left. The Thuno clan couldn't help but feel grateful, and together they saluted, "Farewell, great lord of the demon god." He left feeling confused, and suddenly said that his divine power had disappeared. Seseda gritted his teeth and apologized, saying, "We really don't know much about this place, so we didn't dare to speak recklessly." Ninfong pursed his lips and said indifferently, "Let it go and head back home first to complete the transfer mission." Then he immediately went to the teleportation area. The system displayed a message. You have increased your understanding of the universe. Ninfong slowly stepped down the stairs, muttering, This class change has boosted the fusion of the divine path with Tatan by 20%. Recently, mastering the formation with everyone also helped me understand the three gods, agility, magic, and support, more deeply. Ninfong looked up at the sky and calmly said, I also need some time to digest the memories of the demon lord before his death, which are contained in the last demon bloodline I just obtained. In Ninfong's divine realm, he closes his eyes, intently practicing his divine power, and a series of energies flow out from his body. He opens his eyes wide in shock and exclaims, his divine power being partially drained, but he faintly begins to grasp the source of the energy taking his power. Ninfong continues to speculate. It seems it's not in the water, but somewhere in the southern hemisphere. On the African savanna, a teleportation circle appears with the timestamp 3 hours, 25 minutes, 14 seconds. Han Yin exclaimed in surprise, So this is what it is. He asked confusedly, What is this? A gigantic, ominous skeleton appears before him. It is Mindo Antuk. Kuituk's eyes shine brightly as he laughs loudly in satisfaction. I finally succeeded. A circular secret realm appears above his head as he chuckles to himself. The village of Chi Uyen devours time. This is a special secret realm, 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 14 seconds long. Those death gods also used this against us before. I see images of countless terrified people being pulled inside, and I continue explaining, this secret realm creates a countdown. When the time runs out, it will randomly draw in a certain number of daring individuals. He thought of countless sinister images and continued, whether it was a daring person who entered voluntarily or someone who was pulled in passively, if they failed to break the secret realm, they wouldn't die, but would have to live with the consequences. The secret realm would absorb the divine power of this world and then pass it on to the demon god who controls it. Not only that, this secret realm is also powerful. In the wasteland, Ninfong stops in front of the secret realm with 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 6 seconds remaining and places his hand on it. Ninfong couldn't help but feel puzzled and wondered why he couldn't enter. The system then displayed a message. Magic profession cannot enter. Ninfong asked with a puzzled smile, Why are there still class restrictions? Seseda hurriedly explained that these types of secret realms usually appear in some advanced worlds equivalent to the evil god challenging the deity lord, and they come with special rules. For example, restricting certain professions from entering increases the difficulty of conquering it, though how exactly remains unclear. He stroked his chin and guessed, in other words, maybe the evil god himself influenced this secret realm, or perhaps it's like I have merged with the power of the evil god. He and Han Yin looked at each other in shock and said together, "This is indeed possible." Ninfong's eyes became sharper than ever. He fell into deep thought. This matter is becoming more and more complicated. The most urgent things right now is figuring out how to escape this secret realm. In his mind, familiar faces appeared. Capo, Hanam, Sasita, and Feng Nyak. His inner calculations are thrown off. Most of the experts on his side are magic-type professionals. If we can't get in, our strength will be greatly reduced. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a sinister smile on his face as he snapped his fingers and suggested, "Why not form a combat team and give it a try?" Ninfong then thought of the group including Anchan, Lin Hua, Tiao Due, Do An, and Wang Duit. He looked into the distance, pondering, as everyone had made great progress during this time. Duit Ni and Tiu Jue are both close to the 4th transformation, while President Lu has already completed the 6th. If we exclude magic profession classes, this is probably the strongest team on Lam Tin. Don't worry, everyone, this secret realm won't cause explorers to die. You can unleash your strength freely. The ones Ninfong just thought of have all appeared. They all replied in unison. Understood. Then Wang Duit entered the secret realm first, followed by everyone else. Inside, the landscape was filled with towering rocky mountains and thick fog, as the cold foot commanded coldly, arranging the formation to coordinate their strength and focus on cooperation. Du An and Wang Duit immediately responded clearly. Then they left. Suddenly, an assassin charged from somewhere, preparing to ambush the light of the foot. He grits his teeth in annoyance, raises his hand to defend, then suddenly disappears, only to reappear circling around the light of the foot. On Duan's side, he is also attacked by the strange light. He gritted his teeth anxiously as he looked at the cracked armor. Lin Hua clenched her teeth in anger, thinking to herself that this narrow space is too tight. Suddenly, the assassin appeared from behind, she silently thought. Exactly. Ninfong frowned in confusion and said, "My divine power has been drained again. It hasn't been 10 minutes since everyone entered. How did the enemy become so strong?" Immediately after, 5 figures appeared and gradually turned back. Wang Yue approached apologetically and asked, "Sorry, we were worried," and asked Han, "But there's no need to rush. Everyone is unharmed, right?" Aeon's confused expression said, "Strange. All the wounds healed after we went outside." Ninfong sighed in relief and said, "That's good. Everyone rest first and then continue." She asked worriedly, "Hey, do you have a way to help us?" He coldly replied, "I'm not sure if we still need to investigate further." Suddenly, the Lightfoot spoke up, "No problem." Xiaofeng asked, "What should we do?" After a moment, he sat down in front of the portal to the secret realm. Wang Duit frowned and asked worriedly, "Ninfong, are you okay?" Coldly, he replied, "I'm fine. I can still handle it." Ninfong smiled to himself, thinking that although he had used up quite a bit of divine power, his goal had been achieved. He stood up and suggested, "Duyet, help me over there." Wang Duet then helped Ninfong walk forward, and the two smiled at each other before stopping in front of the secret realm circle with him, confidently saying, "I will modify this secret realm a bit. Is that okay now?" He smiled softly and quickly replied, "Yes, you can try again." Xiaofeng furrowed his brows in confusion, wondering what exactly Ninfong had done to the entrance of the secret realm. They gradually approached the circle of the secret realm, and she looked in surprise at the system screen that appeared. Wang Duit hesitated and asked, "How should I choose this?" Du An hesitated and continued, "Should I pick easy or normal?" In the secret realm, somewhere inside a forest, assassins on patrol were suddenly struck down one by an energy arrow from behind, and they were completely eliminated. Wang Yue smiled faintly and said, "The easy mode is equivalent to a normal secret realm level on Lam Tin, so adventurers from Tam Truyan onwards should be able to pass it." The Light of Reality replied, "But the experience is really limited. Once we get out, I must tell Xiaofeng everything I know." Outside the secret realm, Ninfong, Han Yin, and Sasita stand in front of the circle, waiting. He asked curiously, "What did the Lord God change?" She couldn't help but be surprised, not expecting them to persist for so long and still be inside. "I let everyone try multiple times and finally found the convergence point where the dark energy in the secret realm changed. That's used a forbidden spell to create 5 separate small spaces around it." Ninfong pursed his lips and looked ahead, silently pondering that those 5 small spaces were already the limit of what he could sustain, wondering what changes might occur inside. Suddenly, Wang Yue stepped out of the secret realm, and he asked Han with a bright, surprised smile, "How is Duyet Ni doing?" "We have already defeated the boss in the secret realm. This method can't fully conquer the secret realm, but it can slow down its rate of evolution." Duan asked hesitantly, "Do we need to go in again?"
Wang Duet excitedly raised her hand to suggest I want to try normal and hard modes. Then she moved to select, but the system displayed a message saying she cannot re-enter for 7 days. Wang Yui muttered, "Why is there still a limit?" He smirked and replied, "It's okay. We can find someone else to test the rules of the secret realm."
Ninfong returned, looking serious and pensive, thinking that as long as this secret realm didn't continue to develop, he would have more time to find a way to deal with it. He looked at Wang Duyet and thought that at least everyone needed to become stronger. "Are you okay?" Ninfong replied awkwardly. "It's nothing." He placed his hand on his chin in thought, recalling the new Zhongmo alien race he had encountered during the chaotic time stream and the absorption of the Demon Lord's memories. And inside, there was an extremely important piece of information. Ninfong remembered the sparkling crystal he had received. Inside it reflected a vast ocean, with fish swimming freely deep beneath the water, and an arrow caught among the coral. You are amazed and think to yourself that the bow seems to be held by someone who is watching the 4 strangers in front of you. Tactile illusionist Tatiana purses her lips in thought as she frowns and looks at the lightning striking her hand. Tattletale. Tatan raises her sword high, secretly marking the black demon, and at night in Antuk Min Do, Kui Tuk touches the stone pillar, surprised and wondering, is something strange happening again? He recalled the secret realm in the wilderness and continued, "The village of Thon Thoi Chi Uyen on Lam Tin is still here, but it hasn't absorbed divine power for a long time." Kui Tuk despised and criticized, "It's really troublesome. It would be great if I could check directly." The scene shifts to a field where many people are gathered. Zeep stands in front of a tent, arms crossed, and says that on the 3rd level of difficulty, the simple option is selected, and to challenge the normal difficulty, at least 4 5th-level players are needed to form a team. A man stands before the void, continuously expressing his gratitude. "We are deeply thankful to Long Country for helping us unlock this secret realm." He is the leader of the Skal Alliance, Quanta, who gratefully added that this place has now become the hottest secret realm in the world. "We also gather more resources to train new explorers, not only improving the resources, but also enhancing their quality of life." A piece of meat is being grilled, releasing a tempting aroma. Ninfong sits on a rock, grilling meat and lost in thought. A large number of explorers can continuously drain the dark power of the secret realm, causing its countdown timer to keep extending, so they can't currently forcibly pull people inside. He bites a piece of meat and thinks to himself, but for now, the highest difficulty they can face is normal, and they still need to find a way to upgrade Du Nai and the others. Ninfong pursed his lips, recalling the bow and arrow he had seen before, and quietly confirmed that in the Demon Lord's memory there was a very important piece of news, which was that one of the lost divine weapons, the Thunder Seal Bow, was actually the divine weapon of the Tatan Commander, one of the 12 main gods. The image of the Tatan Commander holding a bow appears, and Ninfong keeps guessing that after the Tatan Commander was dealt with by him, her divine weapon fell to the mortal realm, and someone used its power to fight the demon army, which the demon army then remembered. He smiled contentedly while eating, thinking that once he gathered enough divine power to reach that world and retrieve the divine weapon, he could give it to Du Nai, and maybe even unlock higher-level secret realms for greater cultivation. Suddenly, a figure approached, smiling softly and calling out, "Little Fong, Ninfong respectfully greets Chairman Lu Kita." He then took out a book to introduce. "Sir Nin, this is a skill book from our country. I humbly explain, but because its power is not strong, very few people use it, so I don't know if it will be useful to you." Ninfong turned to the first page, which had a title that was inappropriate. He hesitated before speaking. The effectiveness of this skill, he hurriedly explained, is mainly to confuse others during the short time usually needed to interrupt a spellcaster's incantation, but since it has no other use, it will quickly become obsolete. You shake hands with Kipta and smile, saying, "Thank you very much for this gift. I will use it well." Kipta happily said, "That you truly like it is really great. Thank you very much to you and Long Guo for everything you've done for us." Ninfong put away the book, smiling to himself, thinking, after all, it will become a forbidden spell in my place. Maybe it won't be wasted. After the exchange, the 3 of them sat in front of the barbecue, joking and laughing. He generously ordered Mr. Nen to add some fruit, and after a while, only a few bones and scraps of meat remained on the plate. "I'm full now." Suddenly, Mingfeng's eyes widened in surprise as he heard someone say, "Great Demon Lord, is this your blessing?" A mental image of Hap Ga whispering judgments appeared in his mind, heard in the voice of the beast leader, Ha. In the evening at the Beastman territory, the beasts were gathering and laughing happily. Ninfong walks over from afar and asks curiously, "Why are you all so happy?" They excitedly announce, "Lord Demon God has arrived.
They happily boast and show off. The Master Demon God and these craftsmen have just been promoted to Blood Rune Masters of the tribe. I don't understand why I asked. The Blood Rune Master smiled faintly and said, I heard that the more sacrificial items craftsmen can obtain from their weapons, the more they can promote their rank. He explained slowly, Blood Rune Masters can forge and enhance superior equipment in less time, and if they gain the approval of the gods, they can even advance to the next level. In Ninfong's mind, images of Duyet and the light-wielding weapons to fight monsters appeared, and he silently thought, could it be that because everyone uses Beastman's weapons to strengthen their attacks, it is also considered as offering items? Ninfong stroked his chin with a faint smile, thinking that no matter what, this is a good thing. He can accumulate power faster, and then open the passage to the other world. A few days later, in a seemingly arid land, he clenched his fists and observed, muttering, finally opening the portal to gather enough divine power. Ninfong touched the mysterious circle and calmly stepped inside. A vast ocean appears before him, seagulls flying everywhere. Ninfong quickly dives into the sea, and a bow stuck in the coral appears in front of him. He happily thought to himself, here. Ninfong easily obtained the bow and arrow, and the system immediately notified that you had acquired the replica of the divine weapon. In the vast ocean, Ninfong's astonished voice echoed, fake copies everywhere. Master Hanam hesitated and asked, So, Your Excellency the God Lord, do you mean this divine weapon is fake? He coldly said, The divine weapon in my hand is indeed a fake, but something is off. Ninfong carefully recalled from the Demon Lord's memory that he had seen this bow unleash a real divine power attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a deep impression. Cecita furrowed her brow, wondering if someone had swapped it. Ninfong stroked his chin in thought, considering the possibility. He looked ahead and said, This place looks like an underwater temple. Luckily, the auxiliary skill of the pendant allows me to breathe underwater. Ninfong gritted his teeth in frustration and continued, It seems I need to go out and ask someone. She asked in amazement and curiosity, Do I have to use that powerful disguise spell again? A mermaid's hand gently touched the wall. Minka sadly looked into the distance as a soldier respectfully asked, Do you want my men to accompany you? She closed her eyes and refused. No need. I want to be alone and in peace for a while. The divine door gradually opened, and Minka hurriedly swam in, her eyes narrowing sadly as she reminisced about the past. Then she sat on the noble throne and asked coldly, What did you say? Marriage proposal. The envoy sneered and replied, Yes, if your majesty the queen agrees to marry our handsome crown prince, I am sure this brutal war will end soon. The soldier angrily shouted, Nonsense! Clearly you started the war. How can our queen marry an invader? He narrowed his cold eyes and warned, Don't yell and make a fuss at a messenger like me. If you have the courage, you should defeat us on the battlefield. That soldier angrily charged forward and shouted, Damn it! Minka coldly said, Do not be impulsive. The envoy pointed and smiled happily, praising. Actually, in my opinion, accepting the prince's marriage proposal is a good thing for both countries. She grits her teeth in anger and contempt, her hands stained with the blood of civilians. I will never marry a demon. He places his hand on his forehead and sneers, This will be troublesome. I will report your true attitude accurately. The envoy suddenly smiled loudly and dangerously said, I hope His Highness the Crown Prince will not be too angry. The soldiers gritted their teeth in anger at his arrogant attitude. The envoy turned and walked away with a contemptuous smile on his face, gradually stepping out of the divine hall. Minka clenched her fists, suppressing her anger, and gritted her teeth as she glared fiercely at the envoy who had just left. Returning to the present, Minka couldn't help but feel sad as she muttered, Back then, we disobeyed the decree of God Ming. Is this the punishment for us? Suddenly, Ninfong appeared in front of her before she could transform, and she was startled. Minka shouted angrily, Who are you and how did you get in here? Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, and she thought to herself why someone could break into the divine palace with so many layers of defense without us noticing. The boy grinned and hurriedly said, Don't be agitated, I just want to ask a few questions. But Minka drew her bow and aimed it at Ninfong. She pursed her lips and looked at him coldly. Each arrow shot towards its target. Ninfong quickly used the Waste Earth shield. Minka was surprised and exclaimed, What? He asked coldly. So, now we can talk, right? The queen's hand trembled, her teeth clenched even tighter. Is this guy coming through that purple portal over there? Now Minka looks completely alert and worried. My recent attack was completely ineffective. And now there's a dark power strong enough to form a shield. Plus he's trying to steal the divine weapon. Ninfong in her eyes is just a tyrant surrounded by dark aura.
Is it true that our country is really about to perish? But he only looked blankly and raised the weapon in his hand, asking, "Is this divine weapon just a copy? Do you know where the real divine weapon is?" Hearing that, Min-Ka hurriedly replied, "What do you mean, a copy? I don't know where the real divine weapon is." Saida materializes faintly beside him and comments, "Lord God, she's lying," Hanam added, "basically treating us as intruders." So Ninfong immediately showed a friendly smile and raised his hand, saying, "You don't need to rush about that. I mean no harm. I just want to use this divine artifact for a moment." This statement made Min-Ka's expression even more confused. Is this guy calling stealing outright as borrowing? Realizing this, Seizata continued whispering, seeming even more tense. At that moment, Min-Ka, full of energy, pointed her finger directly at them. "My country is being invaded. This divine weapon is our last hope. I will never give it to you." But as soon as I finished speaking, her aura faded, leaving only trembling fear. "We're doomed. What was I saying? If we anger them, we're definitely dead." But Ninfong was not angry. Instead, he was quite curious. "Can you tell me what's going on with the invasion?" Suddenly, a scream drew his attention. "Your Majesty the Queen! Your Majesty the Queen!" The person called by name was also very surprised. What just happened? The soldiers announced the news. "The enemy's vanguard has broken through the defenses and is heading straight for the capital." The soldiers said urgently, "Everyone is ready to fight. Please give the order." The news just received left Min-Ka at a loss for how to respond. She desperately sank to the ground. Am I going to become the ruler of a country about to be destroyed again? A foot slowly steps forward. Ninfong reaches out to Min-Ka, surprising her. "Let's go. I'll go see you with her." "Ma God. No matter what, I will not agree to any of your conditions. Don't even think about forcing me to submit." But still, his eyes full of deadly intent made her tremble. Ninfong nodded in understanding. "I got it. I won't interfere." And at that moment, another soldier rushed in. "Biha!" Then the soldiers were stunned again when they saw Ninfong. She was very curious. "Biha, who is this?" His expression remains calm, but Min-Ka is too confused to realize he's turning pale. There's a long story behind this. Let's deal with other matters first. She said that and then rushed off, while the soldiers still wondered about him. A group of heretics suddenly appeared in front of her. "Your Majesty." The Queen looked at them with curiosity. "Why are you here?" The representative of the heretics spoke. "Your ancestors and you were invaded by enemies for protecting us, the heretics. At this moment, we must fight alongside you." The heretics all display fierce determination. Even though our strength is no longer what it used to be, it is still enough to go into battle. "Yes, I am too." Min-Ka was moved to tears by them and sincerely bowed her head, thanking everyone. Lord God, these heretics, Ninfong and Han Yin, are still watching that scene intently. The voice was raised again with a serious look in the eyes of those heretics. "Are they all your followers?" The envoy bows his head anxiously. "Your Highness, this is a response from Queen Minhwa." The noble prince sits proudly atop the beast and mocks. "Innocent girl, do you really think you can stop my army?" Below him are extremely dangerous warriors. One warrior crosses his arms and ponders, "Your Highness, could there be treachery here?" Still, they are holding the divine weapon that controls the cursed image. But the prince seems unconcerned. As the shadow of the dark demon god and the soul gather behind him, his eyes full of arrogance. "No need to worry, he's just a fallen god. How could he compare to the great Lord of gods I serve with faith?" His palm is now filled with overwhelming energy. "Lately I feel my power growing stronger. Perhaps it's a gift from the great Lord God, so maybe I should let Queen Mingea try it out." Then, the prince raised his hand and gave the order to attack. The monster's eyes shone brightly, while the warriors below were filled with fierce determination as a wooden staff struck the ground forcefully and a spiritual barrier surrounded the body of an old, silver-haired heretic. Ninfong looked at the people inside the barrier and couldn't help but wonder what they were doing. Tessita quickly responded. "They are setting up a reinforcement formation to boost their strength, but unfortunately, it cannot activate its full effect." It's like she just saw something terrifying. Queen Min-Ka panicked. That girl. The fierce sea monsters and the warriors charge forward as the old heretic raises his wooden staff and shouts to attack. Immediately, everyone united in releasing their demonic power, but their strength was blocked by the ferocious sea monster. The old heretic is terrified. No, is it not effective? What is this after all? Prince Vuong Tu, standing on another monster, also frantically unleashes his magic from both hands. His face was both joyful and satisfied as he laughed loudly. Even the cultists are stepping into action. Min-Ka, it seems no one else can use it anymore.
His face is full of cunning, showing these strange wind disciples what true strength really is. He suddenly unleashed a powerful demonic force like thunder from his mouth, easily breaking through the barrier created by the old heretic. The people inside fearfully watched the barrier tear apart. The protective shield has been broken. Suddenly, a voice shouted out the counterattack, and the sound left the heretic priest momentarily stunned. Ninfong shouted at the old man, "Use the teleportation spell now!" Hearing that, the old man's face showed only helplessness. But I basically couldn't touch that sea monster at all. Meanwhile, Min-Ka on the other side looked confused, watching you interact with the heretic.
"When did he go over there?" the soldier suddenly announced. "Your Highness, that sea monster is attacking again."
Queen Min-Ka quickly shouted an order, "Call everyone back there. There's no way to stop it now." And at this moment, the sea monster was struck directly in the stomach with a powerful attack. It was knocked unconscious by that blow, and neither the soldiers nor Min-Ka could believe it. Oh, wow. At that moment, Ninfong leaned on the shoulder of the old heretic to praise him. "Well done," and the old man was staring in shock. "Did I just make a move?" Kasaida is very proud of herself. Lord God of War personally supervised the formation. Han pursed his lips. So jealous. The prince watched the scene unfold, clenching his fists in disbelief. No way," he roared in anger. "Absolutely not. Do you think this is enough to defeat me?" The sea monster flashes with dangerous light, a bright stream of demonic energy gathering in its chest, as the prince smiles with teeth as sharp as blades. "These corrupted sea monsters were all summoned by me. Unless the connection between them and me is severed, they will keep regenerating endlessly." Ninfong glared irritably upward. "Did you hear that?" the heretic stammered in response. "I heard him loud and clear, but how could anyone reveal their weakness so openly?"
"Now your face looks both serious and interested. This new type of curse is quite intriguing."
A chaotic spellbook appears in the system space, containing active skills like Four Pine Will and Dark Seal. Enemies within the seal's range will suffer a continuous curse, allowing you to see and control their minds. At this moment, the sea monster was about to charge again, opening its mouth to roar loudly and reveal its extremely sharp teeth. The sea monster shot a beam of light from its eyes to attack, just as an explosion erupted right behind it. The monster, ignoring the explosion, was wounded and blood splattered everywhere. It cried out in pain before collapsing. The other sea monsters nearby were knocked over and cried out, while the rest looked on in shock. A loud voice immediately rang out, "Get out of the way!" The prince of the sea monsters saw the scene before him and shouted angrily, "Damn it! How could they find the core of the sea monsters?" Clearly, each sea monster's core is in a different location. At this moment, Ninfong just smirk and chuckle, while the heretic group beside him also cheers happily.
"Excellent, you hit the mark again. A heretical man speaks up at this moment."
I didn't expect that even piercing magic could be enhanced within this formation. The girl standing behind, hearing this, clenched her fists with determination as she responded. "I can see the core of the demon magic on the monster's body." The heretic old man, seeing what just happened, also tears of joy, saying happily, "This feeling hasn't appeared in a long time, just like back when the Divine Lord was still alive." Queen Min-Ka saw that Ninfong wanted to help her people, so she quickly approached him and asked urgently, "Who exactly are you?" Ninfong heard her question. He just smiled faintly and replied, "I am not your enemy. We can talk slowly." "Can you find me some food now? I'm a bit hungry." Min-Ka saw that he still had an appetite in this situation. She felt a bit awkward, but quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll have someone prepare it right away." After a moment, Ninfong turned to look at Min-Ka and finally asked her, "What is the relationship between these heretics and you?" Min-Ka, hearing this question, couldn't hide her weariness as she replied, "They are all followers of the nations, worshipping the all-powerful god of law." Min-Ka then explained further to Ninfong. The all-powerful law spirit was also one of the main gods of our world, but in that war of the gods, we received a divine decree declaring the all-powerful law spirit a heretic. Those who worship the all-powerful law god are forced to abandon their faith or risk being killed as heretics, but our ancestors believe these people are innocent and bravely accept them. I never expected that all the leaders of the gods our country worshipped would die in the divine war. Without the protection of the gods, our strength weakened significantly, and other nations began to invade, exploiting the charge of heresy to launch their assaults. Perhaps it is heaven's blessing that my ancestors happened to possess the divine weapon of the gods, the Tat-Un commander, who used the power of the divine weapon to repeatedly repel the invasion of monsters and enemies, protecting the safety of the country. Hearing her story, Ninfong understood part of it and then placed his hand on his chin, beginning to think. This must be the scene from the Demon Lord's memory.
That divine weapon truly exists. You can't deny it, you are very lucky. Ninfong, after a moment of thought, glanced at Minka and directly said to her, "Now is the time for the divine weapon." But suddenly the loud voice interrupted him. "Something's wrong. It's the heretical group. They see something in front of them, and they look very scared, eyes wide open, speechless." The giant, terrifying sea monster reappeared before them, awakened but with only one eye remaining. The heretic girl saw the core of the monster's magic on its body, and at this moment, her eyes lit up. As she cast her spell, she stammered, That monster was formed from soldiers and civilians sacrificed. How dare he use such evil magic?" The heretical group heard this and immediately fell into despair. One of them shouted loudly, "No, our magic cannot harm it. I must kill you all. Everyone who has died will make it stronger." His eyes are filled with madness as he continues to scream wildly. "This is the true power of the gods, enough to destroy heaven and earth. I want the whole world to tremble beneath my feet." As he spoke, he stood on the head of the sea monster, raising both hands to the sky. One of the sea monsters behind him, witnessing this, asked, "Do you feel that the prince is very different today?" The person next to him looked confused and replied, "Yes, it seems he keeps saying strange thing," as the one-eyed sea monster charged forward wildly. The prince was momentarily stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes, when the sea monster charged at him, but then quickly veered to the side before turning back to attack him with its strength. Seeing this, he immediately used his protective barrier. He raised his hand to shield his head, feeling a bit panicked and confused, wondering why his sea monster was attacking him. Ninfong and Minka and everyone are standing on the city wall watching. Minka's group can only gape in amazement. The system now displays the active skill, Dark Ritual of Soul Snatching, Forbidden Dark Spell, using one's mental power to control the target's mind, temporarily transforming into a powerful clone. Meanwhile, the prince's group is being attacked by the mad sea monster, and desperate screams echo through the chaos. Mom, please have mercy on me. My legs." The prince can only stand frozen in place, unable to move. The soldiers continued to scream in agony. "Captain, don't abandon me, Captain. It hurts so much." "Even if you kill me, I will never surrender, harming innocent people. The ones who deserve to die are you all." Minka and the heretics witnessing this scene were immediately startled and frightened. On the ground, the body of the sea monster prince lies motionless, his face covered with wounds, eyes wide open, and mouth agape. The sea monsters rush over to surround him, one of them trying to call out to His Royal Highness. Just then, the prince opened his eyes and continued to speak. "Don't be afraid. The god I worship is the great soul returning master. How could he die so easily?" He quickly regained his condition, even seeming to be more vigorous than before, with his eyes shining brightly and his entire body emanating a powerful aura. "I have previously received the great blessing of the Divine Lord, which can prevent 100 fatal injuries. I only used it once just now." Ninfong, hearing this, simply responded with boredom. "So there are 9 more times left?" This time, even its whole body was crackling with lightning. The prince also sensed this aura, jolted in fear, and opened his mouth in shock. The sea monster immediately grabbed the prince with its tentacle, shaking him violently, while it frantically chased after the other sea monsters, who shouted as they ran, "Your Highness, why do you have to reveal your secrets?" After a while, the prince's army was completely shattered. In short, the war had turned around in an unexpectedly surprising way, but in the following days the enemy still did not completely give up resistance. A few of the aquatic soldiers were hiding behind the bushes observing, and one of them clenched his fist with determination and said, "This failure is just an accident." Hearing that, the other guy quickly added, "We will pray to the gods for greater power to avenge the prince." Minka's soldiers and a heretic priest on guard noticed, and they moved forward. The sea monster, hiding among the reeds, still unaware, angrily said, "When that time comes, what will you, those abandoned by the divine, used to oppose the blessings of the divine?" The soldier immediately raised her bow and shot at the sea monster. She didn't forget to say, "Is this how the blessing of the gods looks?" The other immediately was struck by the arrow and shattered into pieces, with fragments flying everywhere. "How is this possible? Isn't your god already fallen?" The soldier of Minka heard him say that. She clenched her bow tightly and immediately responded, "I am sorry to have disappointed you. We have received the recognition of a mighty and compassionate god. Now, inside the palace, Ninfong is happily eating in front of a table full of delicious food. Seeing Minka and the old heretic just standing to watch him eat, he turned and said, "You two sit down too. There's no need to be so formal." Both of them immediately responded politely. "It's okay, if you need anything, just tell me." "You, your highness, are you truly the all-powerful divine master?" Yes, I came here mainly to take the divine weapon left behind by Tatan. So she secretly took the divine weapon to find a way to restore her divine power. What she took was only a copy, actually left there to reassure people. Do you know where the divine weapon is? Min-Ka heard that and helplessly replied to him. My mother didn't tell anyone about her whereabouts. I don't know either. At this moment, she remembered the image of a tower in her mind, and Min-Ka continued. However, Mother always researched in the secret training realm of the Lord of the Tat-An. Perhaps she could find some clues there. Hearing this, Ninfong raised his hand with a slightly annoyed expression and muttered to himself, Last time I accidentally entered the secret training realm of the Holy Spirit Chang'un and was blocked. I wonder what unexpected events might happen this time. The scene shifts, and Min-Ka and Ninfong head somewhere else. Ninfong now stands in front of a door, his hand trembling as he reaches out to open it. Min-Ka stood outside, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Ninfong reached out to press the button on the door, and the system immediately displayed whether the abandoned trial secret realm had been reactivated. Is it possible? Hearing that, Ninfong raised his hand to his chin, thinking. Han Yin and Czida are right behind now. They are also reading, and both immediately say together, That's impressive. Czida happily told Ninfong that if they could activate the trial secret realm, it would be like expanding a part of the divine realm, allowing your followers to benefit from it. Hearing this, Ninfong nodded thoughtfully, hesitating slightly. Is that so? Immediately, the tower's door opened, and a stream of blue light shone out. Min-Ka was a bit startled and asked, What is going on? Why is this happening? The entire tower is now shrouded in a blue light of power. Min-Ka broke out in a sweat, stunned, and exclaimed loudly, The trial secret realm has been abandoned for a long time, but it's restored. She was so happy upon seeing this that she clenched her fists and pondered. After the fall of the divine weapons are our only hope to fight against strong enemies, but obtaining the secret realm of trial means we have once again received the blessing of the divine light. The door opens and Ninfong slowly steps inside, thinking to himself, I can sense this secret realm is still unstable. I wonder if I can find any information about the divine weapon. Just then he sees the blurry images of two people before his eyes. Ninfong exclaimed, I see the image now. Czida and Han Yin appeared behind him, and upon seeing the person in front of her, she stammered, Isn't this the Lord God? The man in front of me is handing the bow to the woman kneeling before him and says, Thank you for protecting my followers. Take this divine weapon and continue to uphold your kindness and justice. So, this bow was given to the ancestors of Queen Min-Ka after I defeated the Tat-An commander. Han floats in the air and also speaks. I thought they were just lucky, now that explains everything. Ninfong heard him say that and continued speaking. The connection between the divine weapon and the divine realm is very weak, and I spent some time tracking its whereabouts. Now I have finally found its location. Wait for me to recover my strength before I go there. At this moment, Ninfong has already gone outside, and Min-Ka, seeing him, immediately speaks up. Lord God, do you need us? Before she finished speaking, Ninfong smiled at her and said, You still have internal matters to deal with, right? I'll go by myself. After speaking, Ninfong immediately turned and left. They arrived at a black vortex beneath the ocean floor. Ninfong stood in front of it and said, This is the place. He looked around for a while, then looked confused and said, There's nothing here. At this moment, he tried to touch it with his hand, and immediately that spot began to glow. The previously dark vortex emitted light, and a source of power burst out from within. Czida saw this scene and shouted out, revealing the hidden cave. Han stood nearby, listening and nodding in agreement. Yes, below is the rune representing the Tat-An commander. At this moment, a spiral-shaped symbol also appears on the surface of the cave. Han pointed at it and asked, Wait, what is inside the whirlpool? Suddenly, a mermaid with an orange tail appeared from within. She is still in a deep sleep. Seeing this, Ninfong went over to help her up and asked, Do you hear me? Wake up! The mermaid girl slowly opened her eyes and, seeing the boy in front of her, asked, Who are you? Hearing that, Ninfong then told her, I am a friend of Queen Min-Ka. Are you her mother? Immediately she opened her eyes wide with surprise. Still unable to believe what she saw, she asked, Why am I here? Ninfong, hearing the question, didn't know how to respond and said, I don't know. I just arrived and saw you unconscious. At this point, Min-Ka also spoke, My seal is broken, and the divine energy is about to escape control. The vortex before their eyes grew more intense, and both Min-Ka's mother and Ninfong stepped closer to observe it.
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "What?" Minka's mother looked worried and said, "The divine weapon's revival of the gods will come at the cost of destroying the world." Han Yin, standing behind, also spoke up. "This is the first time we've heard that Sasita is nearby," and she quickly added, "Resurrecting the Shadow Commander?" Ninfong was muttering to himself at this moment, "Can a dead god be resurrected?" "You don't hesitate," immediately rushing into the vortex and saying, "Go down and check." Minka's mother saw what you did. Her face suddenly darkened with fear in her eyes, and she said, "It's too late." Minka's mother then recounted everything. "Since I found the method in the ancient book, I thought I had discovered the ritual to restore the divine weapon, but I was wrong. The truth of that ritual is that the divine energy weakly absorbs the faith from believers to revive the gods. Unable to withstand the divine power, the world will gradually be destroyed. When I realized my mistake, the ritual had already begun and could not be stopped. I could only forcefully seal the divine energy with my own strength." Minka's mother recalled feeling terrified at that moment. Minka's mother recounted then, "So we are just nourishment for the gods, capable of becoming sacrifices at any moment. The gods' favor is a deceitful lie that seduces mortals. Minka, I'm sorry. I failed. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you before the world was destroyed." Ninfong, at this moment, as he rushed into the vortex to check, spoke out. The environment affected by divine power was already beginning to distort and disintegrate. If this continues, a tear in space-time will appear. Suddenly, a crest appeared in the middle of the vortex, and someone emerged from within it, wearing a helmeted armor on her head. She is the leader of the Tat-An tribe. When she saw Ninfong in the vortex, she immediately spoke. "I can sense my power within you. Are you willing to become a member of my tribe? A subordinate of the gods, you will be granted entry to the divine realm and support me in completing the ritual, gaining my favor." Ninfong heard her say that and calmly replied, "I have no interest." Commander Tat-An burst into laughter and said, "It seems you are as foolish as that woman, sacrificing your chance to become a subordinate just to protect a low-level mortal." Hearing her mention that woman, Ninfong immediately thought to himself that she was probably talking about Queen Minka's mother, and that she had once refused Tat-An Commander's request. Legion Commander Tat-An saw that you refused to submit, and in an instant she became more fierce, with a stern tone. "It seems I have slept too long, and the mortal has forgotten my divine power. Then I will help you remember." As soon as she finished speaking, she used her magic and knelt down. Seeing her display such authority in front of him, Ninfong just stood there without moving. He looked at her with the look of utter disappointment and had nothing more to say. Ninfong immediately took action. Just with his gaze, the Tat-An commander immediately knelt before him. Seeing this, she was momentarily frightened. The expression on the Tat-An commander's face now could not hide her astonishment, and she was also left open-mouthed in place. The Tat-An commander couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes and shouted loudly, "Are gods and spirits trembling before mortals?" Still kneeling, her whole body burning with anger, she gritted her teeth and said each word fiercely, "I want you to pay a heavy price." The Tattoo Shadow Commander tried her best to stand up. Her teeth clenched tightly as she shouted in anger, but she still couldn't get up. She bent over on the ground in helplessness, unable to rise. Seeing her like that, Ninfong felt it was incredibly childish. At this moment, a beam of light was running beneath the ground behind Ninfong. Suddenly, this guy jumps up to ambush Ninfong, who immediately glances over warily. In an instant, he splits into multiple illusions that surround him. Seeing this, Ninfong just stood still without moving. Tongling Tat-An, witnessing the scene, joyfully clenched her fists and cheered. "How dare you look down on the gods, you pathetic mortal! Being able to endure my forbidden spell is your honor." Seeing this, the Talisman Commander was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Ninfong observed everything with a cold gaze and asked, "So it was a trap set earlier. Luckily I haven't ignored it yet." "I know, you got it from the omnipotent law god, right?" The Talisman Commander looked as if she couldn't believe her eyes, shouting loudly. But that defiance revealed the knowledge that gods hold for mortals. No matter how much we advise him, he refuses to change his mind. At this moment, Tonglin Tat-An recalled the past when Vin Hu Tan Tin said, "You don't like fighting. We have never forced you, but what you did clearly opposes the gods." The soul of Kiitak also told him to stop your actions. Don't stubbornly follow your own will anymore, or we will use the authority of the 11 chief gods to turn you into a heretic god. The Spirit Commander recalled the gods fighting humans and continued, "Humans cannot suppress their desires. If they gain great power, they will lose respect for the divine. When ambition reaches its extreme, they will even challenge the position of the gods.
But ordinary humans like you fundamentally do not understand that the gods are the pillars of this universe. Once the gods die, the rules of the universe will lose their balance, and everything will be easily destroyed. The final outcome will be the arrival of the apocalypse.
Ninfong listened silently to her words, showing no reaction, prompting her commanding officer to hurriedly continue.
So please help me complete the resurrection ritual. As long as you are willing, I can recommend someone to replace the all-powerful god and become the new deity. Aren't gods the pillars of this universe? Yet you want to eliminate the all-powerful mage.
A sphere of electricity begins to form in your hand. Ninfong continues to say, could it be that the threat of the omnipotent god is more terrifying than the coming apocalypse? Seeing Ninfong about to do something, she quickly reached out to stop him. Stop now. Don't do something stupid. If I die, the rules of the universe will definitely fall out of balance. It's okay, I am here. As he finished speaking, a large explosion with purple light erupted. Minka's mother had also arrived by then. Witnessing such a massive explosion, she covered her face with her hand to lessen the impact. Minka's mother muttered, God, are you alive again? At this moment, Ninfong appeared beside her and asked, Are you okay? Seeing Ninfong in front of her with the bow still in his hand, Minka's mother was momentarily frightened. Seeing the scene before her, she gasped and pointed at the bow, saying, How can you hold this bow in your hand? I remember it used to scold, and mortals should keep their dirty hands away.
Minka's mother continued, After the ritual lost control, it gained its own consciousness and always rejected me. Hearing this, Ninfong just smiled apologetically and replied, In short, its consciousness is gone.
Can I see that bow for a moment? Here. Look at the divine power emanating from the bow in my hand, she observed for a moment before saying, What is this? It seems to have some very frightening inscriptions.
What does sacrificing a god mean? The system also immediately displayed that the sacrificial god is a level orange divine weapon that can upgrade agility by 1,500, attack speed by 120%, armor breaking damage by 50%, movement speed by 30%, physical critical hit by 30%, permanently equipped without durability loss, with a chance to leave a mesmerizing afterimage that confuses enemies for a short time, mark enemies to track their movements, increase all attributes by 20% when facing divine power, and has additional magic effects including instant teleportation, stealth, and a variety of powerful skills.
Minka's mother then looked around and observed that the surrounding spiritual energy had disappeared. The ritual was interrupted. Hearing her say that, Ninfong, now curious, asked, Tell me what happened.
So, you are our savior. I never expected someone could defeat a god.
From now on, we will no longer believe in any gods. Please tell me your full name. I want to spread your heroic deeds across the world.
Ninfong, hearing her say that, also smiled and replied, They all call me the all-powerful god of magic.
When Minka's mother heard this name, her whole body suddenly stiffened, and her face darkened. Minka's mother looked visibly panicked and frightened. She then bowed her head before Ninfong, trembling as she humbly said, Please forgive my rashness, great deity.
I didn't realize you personally descended from the heavens. Sasita, who was present, quietly said as she witnessed the scene before her, The Lord of the Gods, she seems very afraid of you.
Han-Am is also right beside him. He sighed and said, It's really hard for her after being deceived by the deity she has worshipped for many years. Ninfong, holding the bow and arrow, looked at Minka's mother and said directly, I will take this divine weapon. The war has just ended and there are many things to deal with. Minka probably needs your help very much. Minka's mother responded softly, Yes. After saying that, she raised her hand to her chin, furrowing her brow in thought.
The scene shifts to the Supernova training camp, where Ninfong has brought the bow here and presents it to Wang Duyet in front of everyone.
She took the bow with both hands and said, Is this a gift for me? Looking at the bow in her hand, Wang Yue's eyes lit up, and she was very happy.
Divine weapon? I never thought I could wield a divine weapon.
Ninfong is smiling, then suddenly speaks. It's not just that. The entire room shakes violently for a moment. Everyone sees this and exclaims, What's going on? Did an earthquake happen? Wang Duyet's group also looked up at this moment. They were all stunned for a moment, and a towering, luminous space with a pathway appeared. Ninfong crossed his arms and said, There are still suitable trial scenes for you, similar to the one Doan Chi cleared earlier. Wang Duyet saw how much he brought back for her, and for a moment she didn't know what to say, besides the look of amazement on her face. Ninfong stroked his chin, happily pondering that after activating the trial's secret realm, he could open the entrance to the world he controlled. Everyone was in the process of strengthening their power, so he decided to let Duyet Ni try first. The scene shifts. At this point, Wang Duyet has entered the secret realm. She paused to look at the path ahead and muttered,
It looks like the skeleton of some giant beast. Just then, where did the monsters come from? They rushed to attack Wang Duyet, causing her to startle and turn around instinctively. Wang Duyet quickly knocked her bow and shot at the monsters. In an instant, all 3 monsters were defeated by her arrows.
Over there, everyone at the training camp saw her fighting monsters on a monitor, and they started discussing. Her attack power is so strong that even a 6th-tier expert would be crushed by Duyet Ni's attribute alone. At this moment, Ninfong stood still, sensing both Wang Duyet and Mincha. He smiled thoughtfully, so the Queen Minka also wants to undergo the trial. What a coincidence, switching to the scene with Minka and her mother. At this moment, as she was about to enter the secret realm and noticed her mother looked worried, Minka turned back and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Her mother's expression seemed not very good. Minka's mother heard that. Her brow furrowing and her face not looking very good, she stammered in response, "Mom, I'm fine." At this moment, Minka's mother was worried inside. She didn't know if she could trust those gods, but she couldn't stop Minka directly. If she accidentally angered the gods, she could only watch as Minka slowly entered the secret realm, silently praying, "Minka, please don't let anything happen." Minka entered the secret realm and immediately encountered a pack of skull-faced wolves attacking. Seeing the wolves rush toward her, she remained fearless and instantly shot her bow at the 7 wolves. At the training facility, Ninfong also sensed Minka and smiled to himself, thinking that different worlds and trial scenes look similar but have varying levels of difficulty. The monster facing Minka is clearly stronger than those in Lamtin. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly realized something. In front of Minka, mysterious lockboxes appeared again. She pondered silently. Minka looked around for a while before speaking. "What is that?" Ninfong immediately closed his eyes, using his spiritual sense to look towards Minka's side, where a monster was frantically howling and rushing forward, but was held back by a lock on the screen. Ninfong thought to himself, "It seems to be a kind of restriction, a limit on the knowledge that Minka can access. Could this be the barrier preventing mortal knowledge from opening up under Tatan's command?" Ninfong is still closing his eyes and using his spiritual awareness to think. It seems Minka doesn't notice this, so only a divine being like him would know about this restriction. You can directly intervene in the secret realm to remove this restriction, but you don't know what the consequences might be. Returning to Minka's side, at this moment a voice calls out her name. Minka heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Ninfong's familiar voice, and she responded, "Lord God." Ninfong then reminded her, "Don't rush to pass the test. Slow down a bit, I need to confirm a few things." Minka heard him say that. She drew her bow and shot, then replied, "Switch to the outside of the tower and enter the secret realm." Minka's mother is still here, raising her hands together in prayer. Inside, Minka still has her bow drawn, while Ninfong is using his spiritual sense to sense both Minka and Wang Duyet. After a moment of sensing, Ninfong finally opens his eyes and exclaims happily, "So that's how it is." The scene shifts outside the tower into the secret realm, where Minka's mother is still here, silently praying for her children, her mind pondering what has happened since Minka has been inside for so long with such a slow progress. Suddenly, a sharp, fiery blue hand of a monster appears. He is a skull-headed monster with a huge body. Approaching immediately, he was attacked by a blue energy that shot through his chest. So it was Mingcha who just shot him with the yangbo? Ninfong's subconscious then asked her, "How do you feel?" Mingcha tightly held her bow, and she replied to Ninfong, "Lord God, maybe I'm still not used to it. I need a little time to get accustomed." Ninfong listened to her and gently encouraged her, saying, "Take your time." On the other side, Ninfong was still observing the codes on the screen. He thought to himself, these restrictions appear at key moments, blocking part of the universe's rules. If believers want to use this part of the universal rules, they can only pray to the divine and rely on divine power to activate the rules, but this method will cause them to be blocked by divine power and unable to directly access the universal rules. Over time, believers will become convinced that they can only gain great power by relying on the God of Wisdom. So does the God of Wisdom control mortals through this method? Meanwhile, as he was lost in thought, Minka was still fighting the monsters, when suddenly a stone fell right at her feet. Next, countless rocks and debris fell, and the ground began to shake violently. Minka's hand was injured at this moment, but she paid no attention, thinking that what just happened was her fault and blaming herself. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Am I too stupid?" Ninfong heard her say that, and immediately conveyed his words to her through his spiritual sense. "Minkai, you don't need to ask for my opinion. Just focus on sensing every movement of yourself and see if there's anything different from before." "What's wrong?" Unlike before, Minka immediately closed her eyes and began to sense with her other senses.
as the frequencies started ringing in her mind. At this moment, two monsters are hovering in the air and approaching Min-ka. When they arrive, they suddenly find that Min-ka is nowhere to be seen, leaving them a bit stunned. At this moment, Min-ka appears from behind, and they instinctively turn to look at her, drawing their bows and aiming at the two monsters. Immediately, Min-ka shouts loudly and releases her bow to attack the monsters. The arrows just shot through the monsters' bodies, sparking with electricity and making them twitch. Min-ka was amazed by her current skills and happily said, "I never thought my abilities could be used like this before. It seems my understanding of combat has deepened." As she was focusing on attacking the two monsters, a man in a black cloak appeared beside her, with 3 eyes on the back of his hand. Min-ka immediately sensed his presence and quickly eliminated him, and in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. At this moment, the gate of the tower finally began to open slowly. Min-ka stepped out from there, and her mother immediately saw her. Min-ka had some injuries, but seeing her mother still raising her hand to signal everything was fine, she said, "Mom, I've kept you waiting for a long time." Seeing her daughter Binan come out, her mother opened her arms to welcome her, and asked happily, "Min-ka, how did it go?" Hearing her mother ask like that, Min-ka replied with a smile, "Mom, I failed." Seeing her daughter so happy, her mother happily misheard and placed her hand on Min-ka's hand, saying, "Success is good." Suddenly, she was startled, sweating all over, and exclaimed, "What do you mean?" Min-ka was still very happy at this moment, smiling as she told her mother, "I failed." Min-ka clenched her fists and still excitedly told her mother, "But it's okay. With the guidance of Lord God, I will definitely do better next time." Min-ka then looked dreamily at Ninfong, blushing shyly and saying, "Lord God is truly a great existence, gentle and wise. I can't wait for the next trial." Her mother looked at her daughter like that, momentarily unable to understand, and then asked, "What exactly did you go through in there?" Transition. At this moment, Ninfong is still using his divine sense to think. The believers are accustomed to relying on divine power, so when a large-scale ban is lifted, it can cause quite a bit of chaos. It's better to be cautious. Fortunately, Lam Tin Kong's side was not sealed, and Wang Duyet was facing a giant monster that kept spewing fire. Ninfong was still thinking, which is why they survived miraculously without divine intervention. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared with power at Wang Duyet. She immediately jumped to dodge the attack. She immediately raised the bow in her hand, her face full of seriousness, and shot arrows toward the monster. Instantly, the arrows carried electric sparks, causing the monster to convulse. Wang Duyet lowers her bow, lands on the ground, and looks at the defeated monster with a joyful expression, fully enjoying her achievement. Just then, there is movement from the teleportation gate. Ninfong happily approached Wang Duyet, and she quickly ran over to him, both of them embracing tightly, their eyes shining with joy. Wang Duyet hugged Ninfong, happily cheering, her success making Ninfong blush involuntarily. At this moment, the system also displayed a message to Wang Duyet. She looked up and read it, receiving the divine blessing for passing the first trial. The scene then shifts to a study room where Ninfong, Sisida, and Han Yin are present. Sisida then spoke, saying that the spell part is a very powerful magic, usually requiring very strict conditions, and an ordinary person's body cannot meet the demands. Ninfong rested his chin with one hand and raised the other, asking, "So is the spell part of the trial maze a fake illusion?" Hearing Ninfong ask that, Sisida simply replied with a single word, "No." She raised a hand to her mouth and then continued to explain to Ninfong that very few clans have ever passed the final trial and mastered forbidden spells, but due to the influence of the cosmic rules, these powerful beings would enter the divine realm and follow the gods. Hanam has been sitting on the side all this time, propping his chin with his hand in a bored manner and speaking. "If back then Sisida and I had been able to master the forbidden spell, we could have fought side by side with the Lord of Gods." The scene shifts back to Wang Duyet, and the system continues to notify her that her adventurer profession is not fully developed, so she cannot learn forbidden spells. The reward is adjusted to upgrade her current profession to scout. Switching to a large research building, Tu Nui is here, waving happily and greeting, "Great sage, long time no see." Ninfong has also arrived, hands in his pockets, and immediately asks Tu Nui, "I heard you've developed a new type of medicine." He replied, "Yes, that's right." He then told Ninfong about the 3 types of medicine he had just developed. "These 3 bottles were all made from the formula you provided me. I remember the recipe includes many ingredients that are not available." Tư Ngụy nghe vậy, nắm chặt tay với vẻ mặt rất hào hứng, nói với cậu rằng, "May mắn là ngày Capotim thấy một bi cảnh mới hoàn toàn ở nước ngoài, nối cổ một số nguyên liệu đặc biệt xuất hiện trong phương thuốc của ngài." This is the Thenhui Jungle Secret Realm. At this moment, the one-eyed demon is here, controlling his power to do something. The people behind him whispered and gossiped. Luckily, Capo's spirit was fast enough to catch the monster. At that moment, a burst of power struck, causing Doc Nan to fall to the ground, and everyone who saw this was stunned. The two who had been watching quickly ran over to Duangxian, with the guy in glasses shouting loudly, "Lord Capo!" At this moment, Doc Nan was wounded, clutching his bleeding chest, when the guy with glasses rushed over, and Doc Nan reached out to grab his arm, startling him. Dark Eye still had some wounds on his face, clenched his teeth, and endured the pain as he said, "Go quickly!" The two followers of Dark Eye, seeing the scene before them, were extremely frightened, and the one at the back raised his hand and pointed forward. The two guys had just helped Duan Ying stand up, while inside the deep forest, two glowing red eyes were watching them from above. Scene change. At this moment, hot Hai Trin Jia Thin rushes over, beads of sweat still on his forehead. He hurriedly says, "Great Master, please save my master." In the medical room, the door is now open, and the Poison Eye is lying on the hospital bed, being treated by Tu Din and Thuong Mok Thu. Ninfong and Trin Jia Thin are also here. Ninfong pockets his hands and asks Jia Thin what happened. Trin Jia Thin then explained what happened to Ninfong. The master was attacked inside the secret realm, and he couldn't see who the enemy was. Hearing him say that, Ninfong stroked his chin and pondered deeply. Although Capo's strength weakened significantly after losing his bodyguards, being able to defeat Capo like this clearly exceeded the power level of monsters in Lamtine. Man sat beside the one-eyed creature, sniffing the scent on him. Sasita and Hanam are floating in the air. She turns to ask Hanam if he feels it, and he nods in response, indeed feeling something familiar. The scene shifts to the interior of the Thenhui dense forest secret realm. At this moment, someone is questioning the mushroom in the forest, asking, "Why did you let those people go?" The mushroom plant raised both hands in defense, stammering, I wasn't careful. I am a Thu Yu. I wanted to give you a chance to prove yourself, but your performance has been terrible. The outsiders want to destroy our garden and take our lives. Today you let them go, but they will bring more allies in the future. If your mistake causes the entire secret realm to fall into danger, do you want to kill us all? The mushroom sweat profusely as it repeatedly pleads with Thu Yu, saying, "Sorry, truly sorry, I promise I won't let you down again." Thu Yu looked at the tiny mushroom in front of him and thought to himself that this was the hidden boss I summoned not long ago. Its strength is unbelievable, but its mind seems incomplete, and it has a strange overconfidence towards me. He thought of this, and then sneered maliciously. He continued to consider that he could exploit this weakness to make it his subordinate, and with its help, the Thu Yu could launch its conquest plan. God Lord, this poison seems to originate from someone of your clan. Hanam continued speaking. His name is Ma Ka, a natural element mage, and if we only consider strength, he is definitely the strongest among us. Hearing that he was the strongest, Ninfong glanced and asked, "Do you really think he's that powerful?" Sesida, standing beside her, also spoke. "I told you before, very few from your clan have ever passed the final trial and mastered forbidden spells. He's one of them." Han Am's forehead was also sweating now as he continued. If he loses his memory like his subordinates, he could very well become a dangerous enemy. The scene shifts back to the mysterious forest of Thanhui Lamdien. In a forest, a source of power is gathering there. The source of power laughs loudly and tells Thu Yu, "It won't be long before the energy fissure can be opened." Thu Yu quickly responded, "I will merge the outside world into my territory." The mushroom is also here. It is listening to the conversation between these two. At this moment, Thu Yu also turns to look at the mushroom and says, "Kid, what's wrong?" The mushroom heard him ask that, and its face immediately turned pale. It waved its hands to deny, "I'm fine." The mushroom turned away, hearing the words kid, and couldn't help but recall a figure it couldn't remember. Thinking to itself, this way of addressing me is very familiar, as if someone very close used to call me that before. The mushroom continued observing the source of the power in Thu Yu. It was still thinking in its mind. At first I thought it was that person, but when the mushroom attacked the intruder, suddenly there was a very familiar feeling, so it didn't act ruthlessly. The mushroom raised both hands to hold its head, trying to remember everything, but couldn't, only able to keep thinking. It seems to remember something, but it's vague and can't grasp it. What should I do? Just then, a vortex began to form in the sky above, accompanied by lightning. The mushroom standing behind it muttered, "The entrance is open." Thu Yu, seeing this, excitedly said, "Kid, it's your turn now." At this moment, the scene shifts to Ninfong and two others heading somewhere together. "Trin Jia Thin, and you just landed." Jia Thin immediately asked the man, "What's going on?"
The man replied, "We don't know either." Upon hearing that, Jayathin was very curious. The man then pointed to the distant village and said, "That secret realm has been infiltrated, covering a large area, but the monsters inside are not appearing in large numbers. We have evacuated the residents here with almost no casualties, but the enemy shows no signs of movement, which makes us very worried." Jayathin, hearing the report, turned to look at Ninfong and said, "Big brother, are the monsters in the secret realm gathering strength for a fierce attack?" Ninfong just nodded silently, saying nothing. Hanam from behind then nodded and said, "It could also be another reason." Over in the heart of the mysterious forest, a leaf army has appeared, all with glowing eyes. The spirit beast is also here, looking at the leaf soldiers and saying, "Hey, don't hide here. Lead people to attack for me." The small mushroom hiding behind him tremblingly stammered, I might be able to come with you." Tui Yu immediately turned back, looked at the mushroom, and shouted, "I said go quickly, don't waste my time like a joke." After saying that, he turned his back and left. Just then, he received some news and continued, "The trees are sending me messages." After hearing the news, he suddenly turned around and shouted, "There are enemies approaching." Sweat dotted his forehead as he thought, "The enemy's advance is very fast. I probably can't handle it. Do I really have to stay here with that guy? Leader, where are you heading, little one?" He turned back and told the little mushroom, "If you want to go back, you better finish off all the enemies over there first." The little mushroom saw his words and tears streamed down his face. It reached out to hold on and said, "Don't abandon me." The mushroom sprite immediately ran after the Thu Yu. It immediately rushed into the teleportation gate, but as soon as it entered, it was grabbed, lifted, and thrown back by the Thu Yu, and the small mushroom was dropped onto the ground without mercy. The teleportation gate has closed now. It sat up, looking full of pain, still reaching out and saying, Don't leave me behind." It remembers someone turning their back on it and walking away while it desperately begged, "Don't leave me behind. Don't abandon me." And the small mushroom couldn't hold back its tears anymore. The person who turned away and left was the omnipotent deity. Returning to the little mushroom, it recalls the memories of the past. At that moment, it was sitting on the ground, looking extremely frightened as it saw the person in front of it. Kid, the all-powerful deity, was now wearing armor with long hair. "You suddenly attacked me," the little mushroom stammered in response. "I thought you also came to catch me." Its eyes full of despair, it looked at you trembling as it continued speaking. "I don't know why. Everyone who sees me wants to capture me." The all-powerful Lord responded, "You are like a rare and valuable ingredient and food source." The little mushroom flinched and let out a scream. Then the all-powerful God Lord reached out his hand towards it, speaking softly, "But your magic talent is very good, little one. Do you want to come with me?" The scene then shifts back to the study room. Han Yin observes the small mushroom and speaks, "Great Lord of the Spirit, is this the little one you mentioned?" Sazita couldn't help but speak up, finding it adorable. The all-powerful god sitting on the chair. The frightened mushroom hiding behind his leg, he happily said, "Its talent and effort far exceeded my expectations, passing the trial so quickly and climbing step by step from the lower world. When I am not here, there are often people trying to target it, so it is very cautious." Han Yin leaned down to look at the mushroom, stroked his chin, and said, "It really does look delicious." The mushroom was startled by his words, broke out in a sweat, and shouted. Seeing how scared this little mushroom was, Sesida boldly flew over and kicked Han-Am aside. She squinted and reached out to the little mushroom, then said to it, "Kid, don't mind that green-skinned bastard. You can live with me from now on." The little mushroom and Sesida quickly became close, and the two sat together in the study room. The little mushroom suddenly soared into the air, radiating a shimmering glow, and Sesida clapped her hands in continuous praise. "Your talent is truly impressive, surpassing this level of trial," Han Yin muttered, seeing how quickly it leveled up. "I suddenly feel like I am the useless one." Sesida, standing nearby, immediately mocked him, "You're just a useless waste." At this moment, the Lord of Gods stood to the side, looking down at the small mushroom and asked, "Do you want to say something to me?" The small mushroom slowly approached him, its face full of worry as it spoke. "Lord God. Lord, if I enter the divine realm, can I avoid fighting altogether?" The sweat on the small mushroom's forehead was starting to drip, and it still worriedly said, "I actually don't like fighting at all. I only pushed myself to become stronger, to protect myself. So I think if I could stay in the divine realm forever, I wouldn't have to struggle like this anymore." When the all-powerful deity heard this, he understood and smiled at it, then replied, "All right, I promise you, once you enter the divine realm, do whatever you like." I succeeded. The little mushroom in the divine realm happily played with the flowers and grass every day. At this moment, the divine lord came to find the little mushroom and said to it, "Kid, I might have to trouble you to go to another world and search for a treasure for me." The little mushroom looked back worriedly and asked, "Do you want me to leave you?" The deity nodded and explained, "I can't go right now, so I have to rely on you."
The little mushroom nodded, a bit scared but still agreeing to help. "I understand. I will return quickly." The scene shifts to a large snow mountain where the little mushroom has appeared, climbing up the cliff to reach the snowflower plant.
As it climbed, it muttered, "Finally found it, let's go back quickly." Just as it grabbed the snowflower, it suddenly realized something and immediately shouted, "Now!"
The little mushroom holding the snowflower in its hand, trembling with fear, said, "Why is my connection to the divine world cut off?" The little mushroom on the snowy mountain cried out in pain, "Lord God, please don't leave me behind." The scene shifts elsewhere, and at that moment, someone stands on the podium and declares to everyone below,
The all-powerful law god is an evil cult and has been destroyed by 11 main gods. From now on, anyone who worships the law god will be considered an unforgivable heretic.
In a forest at that moment, something wearing a black cloak appeared. It hurriedly ran deep into the woods without looking back. It's just a small mushroom. Not understanding what's happening, it wondered to itself, everywhere looks the same. What exactly has happened? Just as it was thinking, someone suddenly attacked, startling it. The small mushroom used all its strength to fight back against the attack. The two powers clashed instantly, causing a huge explosion. The small mushroom tree still stood there in confusion, not understanding what was happening when the voices began to ring out. "Found it! There's a trap beside the evil god." The one in front approaches, carrying a large axe on his shoulder, radiating immense, terrifying power. The little mushroom saw him and spoke, "I recognize you. You are from the Blood Fury Warlord's clan. Why are you attacking me? What are you pretending to be confused about?
The dark god you worship has been defeated. Didn't you also run away?"
So what they said is true. True, after all.
Why would the Divine Lord be attacked by another deity?
Tell me clearly. The small mushroom immediately lunged to attack the soldier, controlling its power to strike at him.
The soldier swung his axe and jumped to strike the small mushroom.
His axe was quickly controlled by the small mushroom's power. He used all his strength to pull the axe out, but couldn't. He was attacked by the small mushroom and thrown far away. He was furious, his eyes blazing red, teeth clenched tightly as he thought.
The evil god can also nurture such powerful followers. If he were in the divine realm, his combat strength might be even greater.
Why didn't the gods appear during the war? While the soldier was still thinking, the small mushroom controlled the vines growing from the ground to attack him. Where is the Lord God?
Tell me then. The soldier, hearing this, was extremely proud, snorted coldly, and said, "He was seriously wounded by several gods working together, and probably dead somewhere, if you still want to know more."
My eyes flash with a bright red light, his face contorted in madness. He screams wildly, "I just summoned the great lord."
"I believe he will be happy to answer all your questions."
It muttered to itself, "It's over. The bloodthirster warlord has personally descended. I can't defeat the incarnation of the divine mind." The vines on the soldier's body quickly shattered and burst apart. The soldier's face is now filled with rage, and he channels all his strength into the axe in his hand, a blazing red energy, with sparks of electricity enveloping his axes. Without hesitation, he swings directly at the small mushroom.
The small mushroom was immediately hit by his attack and was flung away, spinning several times before crashing onto the ground.
Little mushroom is now lying on the ground, coughing up a bit of blood. It struggles to endure the pain and calls out, "Great Lord God, have you abandoned me?" A golden light suddenly appeared in the space. Ninfong stepped out from within it, followed by two others. Ninfong looked down at the little mushroom from above, followed by Hanam and Sila returning to reality. The little mushroom was still lying on the ground, tears streaming down. It saw Ninfong arrive and immediately spoke. "I'm about to die, right? Why am I having hallucinations?" "Little mushroom, we meet again." "Lord God of War," Hante replied. "Hanam, it's really everyone." Sasita, walking behind Ninfong, heard the small mushroom say that and immediately responded, "Of course." Ninfong immediately stepped in front of the little mushroom, looked at it, and smiled. The little mushroom saw this, couldn't hold back its tears, and ran towards Ninfong with open arms, immediately hugging his leg and crying even louder. "I told you so. This kid is too timid to go outside even after becoming a hidden boss and activating the secret realm invasion. She can't shake this habit." "Lord God, am I too cowardly and useless for you to need me anymore?" Ninfong immediately denied upon hearing the small mushroom ask. "Of course not. Didn't we come back to find you? The four of us to reunite." Sasita sat down and stroked the little mushroom's head. It happily nodded in agreement. Inside the forest, at this moment, a teleportation gate appears. and a pair of eyes sneakily observed from within. The one who loves to be dominated watched this scene and had to ask himself, what is going on here? The small mushroom tree, after learning that the person they attacked was an evil eye, was very remorseful and said, I see that person is also a follower of the great god. I am really sorry. I can help him detoxify so he will recover very quickly. Ninfong nodded and said, then let's finish up here and head back quickly. The little mushroom retracted its power and replied, no need to trouble you, let my subordinates handle it. The small mushroom opened a teleportation gate for everyone, and as it and Ninfong stepped through, they both looked back in surprise at the scene before them. The Thu Yu and the leaf soldiers kneeling before the small mushroom all salute the return of their leader. Although Thu Yu feels a bit reluctant, he still raises his hands and bows his head respectfully. What is going on here? The small mushroom also didn't know when the Thu Yu had become so respectful to him, and he was confused, not knowing what to say. The Thu Yu bowed his head and pressed it to his forehead, still sweaty, and spoke. I was reckless before. I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me for everyone's sake in protecting the secret realm. From now on, we will be loyal to you and will never betray you. The little mushroom looked up at Ninfong and said, Great Lord of the Gods, I know what I want to say. And Ninfong looked at it gently and said, You can follow your heart and decide for yourself. In that moment, the little mushroom remembered asking the all-powerful god if it could stop fighting. The Lord of Gods also smiled gently and said to it, All right, as long as you do what you love. The little mushroom was moved to tears by these words, and it thought to itself that the Lord of Gods was still the same as before. But I am no longer the same as I was. The little mushroom thought so and closed its eyes. It immediately cast a spell, using blue flames to burn the demon. He didn't expect to be burned like this and immediately shouted, Don't kill me! Spare my life. The little mushroom looked at Thu Yu with an unforgiving gaze and said, I hate those who abandon their comrades. From now on, I will also stand bravely to fight and protect what is important. Back at the research base, the little mushroom is still hiding nervously behind Ninfong's leg. Then he looked down at it and said, Mushroom, you're braver now. Seeing that Doc Nan was gradually recovering and sitting back on the bed, the little mushroom spoke up. Sorry, I hurt you when I hit you. I sincerely apologize.
Lộc Nhan nghe vậy, ông mỉm cúi, dắt tay lên ngực rồi nói, Không trách ngủi ruột, con vị ngụy gia giúp ta dạy dọc, giờ dạy không còn gì giang lộ nữa.
The little mushroom, though hearing this, still clings to Ninfong's pants, trembling and dejected. Ninfong then looked at Doc Nhan and said, Capo, you've really had a hard time lately. Take a few days to rest. Hearing this, Doc Nhan also smiled in response. It's not hard work. I really enjoy working with everyone. During this time, Capo has also proven his reliability, and if there's a chance in the future, I will give him some compensation. The little mushroom felt her head spinning a bit, and then she collapsed onto the floor. Everyone saw this and was very worried, calling for the little mushroom. The little mushroom's body turned black. The little mushroom tried to get up, and lifting its head, said to Ninfong, Lord God, I'm fine, just feeling a bit tired. Han Am immediately came over and picked up the small mushroom. Ninfong looked at it fainting in Han Am's arms and thought to himself that he had used the last piece of the world heart to revive the mushroom. The mushroom had expended too much energy to help Capo detox. No wonder it couldn't hold on. Thinking this way, Ninfong immediately went to transfer his energy and power to the small mushroom. He was still considering first removing the mushroom's physical form and then searching for more resources. Minka, is something the matter? Minka is holding a small sparkling stone in her hand and says to Ninfong, I found a piece of the world heart shard you want. Hearing her good news, Ninfong couldn't help but feel happy. He thought to himself that luckily now he could connect the two worlds and his range of searching for items had expanded greatly. Ninfong then asked Minka, Do you want to come to the secret realm of the world's heart? Hearing this, Minka clenched her fists and exclaimed happily, Can I go with you? That's great. The scene shifts to an unknown secret realm where Minka, the old heretic, and a soldier are already present. The three of them looked a bit surprised at the scene before them. Ninfong was also here, using his power to channel life force. Seeing Ninfong's immense power, the old heretic immediately spoke. Pure natural energy. This is a blessing from the Lord God. Over there, Ninfong was still calmly channeling his own strength, and at this moment, he also obtained a pair of shoes. The system immediately displayed information about the divine-grade orange armor boots, which can be upgraded to enhance spiritual attributes by 1,200, increase movement speed by 100%, restore health by 100%, boost natural resistance by 50%, and improve destructive magic by 20%, with permanent use allowing for long-term immunity to depletion. Paralyzing area damage attack with a 20% chance to inflict paralysis effect. Tuan Lam ignores the complex terrain while moving through the forest. The entire set is not activated yet, with magic accompanied by a thorn wall, each giant swamp, transmitting vitality, natural sigils. The spirit of the mushroom is protected by divine power, not scattered, but placed within this pair of urns. From afar, someone was secretly observing Ninfong using magic, and he silently evaluated in his mind that the mage was not bad, capable of replacing the support role. He smiled slyly and continued to think, but you all are too arrogant, a weak mage who didn't even prepare. Thinking of this, he blinked and charged towards Ninfong. Now standing right behind him, his red eyes flashed as he spoke, bloodlust spilling out. Ninfong immediately recognized his presence and was on guard. This guy, with two long fangs exposed, bit towards Ninfong while shouting, "I gladly accept that." Before he could bite, Ninfong punched him in the face, using all three spells: freezing, weakening, and paralyzing. The blow sent him flying back, crashing to the ground and causing an explosion. Lying motionless and frozen on the ground, he seemed unable to believe his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with blood, and for a moment he was stunned. Both Ninfong and the three Manga members step forward, watching him closely. The vampire kneels down, raises his hands in surrender, and emits a strange sound. Ninfong turned to the queen and asked what he was saying. She replied, "We also don't understand." He trembled, pointing at the ice crystal on his mouth, worried and thinking, his face cold and numb, unable to speak at all. After a moment, he quickly changed tactics, raising both hands toward the path ahead, then bowed repeatedly before Ninfong, begging for mercy and willing to lead us, pleading for us to spare his life. "Is this what you mean?" Ninfong coldly looked at the blood race kneeling. "Then you follow behind me and don't cause trouble." They arrive at a dark, desolate forest with bare trees and thick black fog. Suddenly, a group of ugly vampires with red eyes swooped down with their wings and attacked. Immediately, Minka's soldiers rushed forward, using shields to defend. Everyone else launched their attacks at the same time. Minka's arrow shot out from the bow, soaring into the sky toward a target. He dodged the arrow, turned to point and mock the queen, but another arrow suddenly flew in and burned him to ash. His accomplices were stunned. Minka focused on fighting, thinking that the teachings of the Lord Godmaster were becoming more and more proficient, and soon he would be able to carry out a trial. Ninfong looked around, noticing that the monsters here all seemed to be various types of vampires. The blood race leader looked at him nervously. "Yes, you look surprised to the blood clan standing next to you. Can you talk now?" he stammered. "Just a little more." Mo began to tell a story. "Many years ago, our world was invaded by a group of vampires. They are too powerful. They destroyed our world. The lord of that castle, Count Maov, is also a human from this world, but he surrendered to the vampires, voluntarily became a vampire, and helped the vampires invade and take control of this world. So the intruders have left." Ninfong looked at the man in front of him and asked, "What is your relation to Count Makov?" "My name is Mortar. I am the illegitimate son of the old Count. Makov is my half-brother." The scene shifts to a dark, lonely castle atop a snowy mountain, where a man carrying a sword on his shoulder appears, surrounded by a red aura. He shouted angrily, "Mortar, so you're the fool. Do you want to use others' power to challenge the authority in my hands?" The bloodsucker accompanying Ninfong retorted. "Nonsense. I have no interest in your authority. My lord, don't listen to his nonsense. I would never dare to exploit you." Minka quickly shot a magic arrow at the enemy. The Count quickly used a mirror to cut it. A streak of red light flashed. He sneered, "Is this all you've got to beat me? This is too ridiculous." Suddenly, he was stunned and opened his mouth in shock. Ninfong climbs onto his throne. He remarks that the chair is quite comfortable, and it would be great if he could bring some snacks here. The Countess angrily raises her sword and charges at Ninfong. "Everyone, die now." Suddenly, something else appeared that caught his attention. Minka, her soldiers, and the old demon cultist all attacked the Count together. Ninfong smiled as he looked at the queen. Minka's talent is not bad. She keeps getting stronger in battle, improving clearly, as long as others try to create opportunities for her. Minka's arrow shot straight into the Count's body. He froze for a moment, then roared in pain. He looked at Ninfong's group. A red light appeared surrounding the Count. "I curse you for life and eternity." He chuckled coldly before a red light engulfed him entirely. "You will meet the same fate as I did, becoming servants of the Vampire King." Minka and the old strange teacher suddenly realize a deep red seal on the back of their hands. On Ninfong's hand, the seal also begins to glow, and his face darkens as he looks at the bloodline seal on his own hand. Dream sneered mockingly, "Yet you sacrificed your lives to lift such a cruel curse, you're doomed."
The system screen shows that the passive skill Earth Spirit Guardian automatically activates when attacked, absorbing 100% of the damage. The absorption limit is equal to the amount of damage that the Earth Spirit Corpse can deal. After the attack ends, the Earth Spirit Corpse will gradually recover.
Ninfong thought to himself, I am immune to all physical attacks. The passive skill, Malevolent Retribution, makes me immune to all mental attacks and retaliates 100-fold against the attacker, also immune to all mental assaults. You look at the mark on your hand, but the curse isn't related to physical or mental attacks, so you've fallen for it. Mo dreams and points at Ninfong, excitedly congratulating you for helping him escape. From now on, you will take his place. Becoming loyal slaves of the Vampire King, the mark on Ninfong and the others' hands begins to emit streaks of red light. A red vortex appears from the ceiling. An old, gray-haired vampire gradually appears. Now, does this ancient one look at Ninfong's group as if they are fresh-blood slaves? Don't be afraid, I won't kill you easily. From now on, you will become the most miserable slaves, serving me for the rest of your lives. Suddenly, the Vampire Elder's arm raised high, a slap echoed, and that arm struck the Vampire King's face. What? King Min was stunned. Why was he hitting himself? The Vampire King looked at his right hand, suddenly losing control of it. Smack! He spat out a mouthful of blood as his hand struck the old man again. He cursed as he kept getting slapped repeatedly. Incredible.
Minka, soldiers, and the old artifact master froze in shock at the scene before them. Ninfong was pleased. This is the true way to use the Four Tongues will. Through the curse, I can even control him to kill himself.
The system displays active skills. Wai Chi Tu Tung, Dark Curse. Enemies within the curse's range will be continuously cursed, allowing observation and control of their thoughts. Facing you! The Vampire King screams in fear as he sees his hand holding a sword pressed against his neck. What kind of powerful existence is this?
Please spare me. I will be loyal to you.
Ninfong smiled softly. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. He opened his eyes in shock and said, It's you. Ninfong quickly offered, but I have one condition. The old man, trembling with anger, looked at you, and the scene shifts to a house in the middle of a lush valley. Ninfong said to the man in front of him, Capo, you try. He replied, Yes, great lord of the gods. Capo repeatedly touched the back of his hand with the mark 3 times. A stream of red light escapes from the mark. Capo looks at it in shock. The Vampire King appears, kneels down, and places his hand over his chest in a gesture of respect. Master, your servant is willing to serve you until death. Capo was stunned as he looked at him and said, This vampire is in existence even more advanced than me, yet calls me master. All my summoned creatures so far combined can't match even his hand. The Vampire King was both furious and crying, unexpectedly using my own curse to summon me back. He whimpered in helplessness, but I had no choice but to let him bring out someone at will, whose strength far surpasses mine. Ninfong gently stroked and smiled, saying, Eat your summoned creatures slowly, and I might just add a new one for you. Unfortunately, the summoning time is limited and can only be used at critical moments. Capo gratefully thanks you. Thank you very much. I will dedicate my loyalty to you for all my life. The Vampire King also forced himself to say, I will do the same. I will do the same. My level is now 180, so I can perform the 6-path transformation. The scene shifts to the Divine Palace, where Ninfong stands in a blue room, surprised to see the location of the mountain range in the image, as required by the all-system Divine task for the 6-stage transformation, involving the mountain range of terrifying images to receive mission items, including 20 transmutation crystals, 300 ghost armor fragments, and 300 beast teeth, all within 50 days. Ninfong wondered where this secret realm was. The search for related secret realms appeared on the screen, revealing a land with elephants and a strange purple vortex. Ninfong was stunned. This wasn't what he worriedly told the system, that the secret realm had been taken over by other gods turned into a bottomless abyss swallowing time, and he couldn't enter at all. Nin calculated and said, in other words, within 50 days, everyone must complete the highest nightmare difficulty for me to enter the secret realm. Dulin Hualich looked at him and asked, Xiaofeng, do you hope to clear this secret realm quickly? Ninfong replied, yes. She looked a bit hesitant. I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. Last time, our team of 5 was stuck at difficulty level 3, but this time with new potions and Elder Wong's divine equipment, overcoming the challenge shouldn't be a big problem. Dulin Hua appeared worried, but the humiliating failure during our first attempt at the secret realm still lingers in my mind. If that is the highest difficulty for our current team, I'm afraid we still wouldn't be able to win. Ninfong understood her meaning in silence. Chairwoman, do is right.
This winning rate can be roughly calculated using strategic mathematics.
Du Linhua continued, so I am wondering what would happen if I changed to someone else. Ninfong immediately turned back and asked, "Who?" Surprised, he said, "Mok Thu Thuong?" Seeing her also looking confused, she pointed at herself. Thuong Mok Thu nervously refused. I can't. My strength is far below my master's." Du Linhua ignored the shy girl behind her and introduced herself, saying that Xiaothu's achievements and skills were quite special because they could boost the luck attribute of her teammates, so she accepted Xiaothu as her disciple and continuously trained her to strengthen her. Ninfong smiled and recalled that he had previously helped Thuong Mok Thu unlock some trial achievements, and after a period of not seeing her, it turned out she had gone to see President Du. Du Linhua smiled happily, saying that everyone knew luck is the only attribute that strategic calculations cannot predict. "So I think Xiaothu might bring some unexpected surprises." Ninfong nodded slightly. "I agree with the chairman's approach." Thuong Mok Thu looked panicked. "Hey, you're awkwardly stuck behind," Ninfong reassured her. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just treat it as normal training." Du Linhua smiled. "This girl usually trains very recklessly. I really don't know how she endures." Ouyang Yue looked at Ninfong and silently answered the chairman's question, thinking that normal training was only possible because of Ninfong's perseverance. Du Linhua flicked her robe and said, "Let's go. Get ready to enter the secret realm." Mok Thu replied, "Yes." The system displayed a simple mode selection screen with very little experience reward and quite poor item rewards. Normal, experience rewards, normal item rewards. Difficult, quite a lot of experience rewards, good item rewards. Painful, very high experience rewards, very good item rewards. Nightmare, extremely high experience rewards, extremely good item rewards. A notification appears for Muthu, the ultimate skill, Wind Surge. How to obtain it? Use the accumulated skill to block 10 attacks, critical hits for teammates, effective when equipped within a certain range when your and your allies' health is below 20%. The chance of activating the lucky effect will double. Du-An's health is now exactly 20%. A fierce monster charges at him, and Du-An dodges its continuous attacks. He still hasn't been hit. Suddenly, he raises his fist, and a golden light gathers. Du-An struck the enemy in front of him, causing him to fall. Du-An thought to himself that although controlling the blood at 20% would increase danger, it might also bring more luck. This dangerous fighting style is quite exciting. Over there, Wang Duyet just shot a blue magic arrow at the enemy. The enemy was immediately burned by the blue flame. Wang Duyet watched Thuong Mok Thu focusing on deploying her skill, and her progress was impressive. No wonder she was trained personally by President Du. Outside the secret realm, Ninfong and Du Linhua watch anxiously. Ninfong notices pink streaks withdrawing from his body, his divine power being drained again. It seems they haven't succeeded yet. "How do you feel?" Zheng Zhen clenched his fist and placed it on his chest, honestly saying, "I've never tried fighting on the brink of life and death like this." Over there, Wang Duyet was excitedly talking to Ninfong, but because it was hard to imagine, I truly felt there was hope to pass through, and if luck was on our side, things would go more smoothly ahead, increasing our chances of winning later. They think I can do better in coordinating. I shouldn't have used that skill so early just now. "Oh." Vin Hu recognized it immediately. "What's wrong?" He replied, "The secret realm I set up in Lam Tin is starting to absorb divine power again. Looks like that all-powerful godly magic user hasn't found a way to solve it yet." Kui Tuk clenched his fists and said, "Why don't you also use my method to add a few more time-devouring realms to Lam Tin so that when the time comes, we won't have to waste effort, and the divine power of the all-powerful God will be ours." Then he laughed wildly with excitement. Chan Nguyen stood silently beside Vin Hu with his arms crossed. Suddenly, the wandering soul Kui Tuk froze, and he howled in pain. "What's going on with Chan Nguyen and Vin Hu?" Wang Duit nervously hides behind a large rock, watching the enemy closely. He realized he was deploying a skill. The man raised his staff high. Dozens of spears appeared, flying up and then shooting down behind the rock. Wang Duit panicked. She quickly moved to dodge the continuous spear attacks. She grits her teeth. Everyone else sacrificed themselves to protect her. Her health bar is almost empty. But after many attempts, they finally managed to fight the boss, and there's only a little health left. If they can't win, chances like this won't come again. Wang Duit nodded softly, encouraging herself, took a gamble, and rushed out from behind the hiding rock, swiftly heading toward the enemy. A yellow mark appeared above his head. The system displays information: the silver corpse, sacrificial spirit, divine weapon, Orange divine grade item that can be upgraded and marked can mark enemies and track their movements. Wang Yue continues rushing forward, raising her glowing bow, and she shoots behind the nearest rock. Just as your enemy prepares to attack, Wang Duyet leans against the rock and shoots an arrow upward. Don't think I didn't see you. The 3 arrows shot out swiftly, aiming directly at the enemy to attack, striking from behind before they could react. The boss chose to counter the attack, his health bar dropping to 0, as multiple pink beams intertwined and returned to Ninfong's body. He looked in amazement as his power gradually returned. Ninfong gazed at his hands still shimmering with light, his lost divine energy fully restored, and it seemed even stronger than before. The scene shifts to a castle with bizarre decorations like a skeleton. Vin Hu panics and asks what happened. Kui Tuk trembling, my divine power has been completely drained. He raised his head and announced that he was the omnipotent mage, and that the low-level world had been strengthened by the secret realm I once enhanced. I have to cut off this connection to that secret realm. He panicked, wondering why he couldn't do it, as if something was locking him in. Ninfong is in an illusionary space, gazing at the purple cube before him as the dark energy within the secret realm seems to be trying to escape but is sealed by the space formed from the forbidden spell. Want to run? It's not that easy. Ninfong chuckled softly. You've been draining my divine power for so long. It's about time we have some fun. Suddenly, from behind him, 2 figures lunged to attack. He clenched his fists and activated the Ice Storm Burst skill. Han Om exclaims, no wonder it's the special skill of a red divine grade weapon. Sesaida adds, it's because the Lord God is powerful. It has nothing to do with you, right, Mushroom? The boss that fought with Wang Duyet earlier panicked and created spears, but as soon as they touched Ninfong, his skill shattered them. Ninfong squinted. It would be a pity to ruin this secret realm, so it's best not to use forbidden spells. Ice shards shot rapidly toward him, and he screamed as he was hit and disappeared. A golden emblem appeared, the Combat Law Badge, a consumable item with orange quality, permanently adding 5 to strength, 5 to agility, and 8 to spirit. Ninfong suddenly realized that divine power was once again flowing into his body. So in the past, others drained my divine power, and now I'm draining theirs. Yu smirked. A sudden joy. Inside the strange castle, Vin Hu anxiously asked, Spirit of Kui Tuk, how are you? Kui Tuk sat on his throne, panting, seemingly unharmed. This kind of secret realm is like a high-stakes gamble, where victory can suddenly turn into defeat. When I win, I can gain the opponent's divine power. When I lose, I have to pay double. But I never expected that a low-level world could break through such a high-level secret realm. He angrily realized that what was even more terrifying was that after paying the price, the gamble still wasn't over. Instead, it turned into a one-sided exploitation against me. Damn it, my divine power has been drained. A pink light emitted from him and flew away. Chan Nguyen and Vin Hu secretly felt lucky. Luckily, we haven't built the secret realm in Lam Tin, or we would also end up like this. Kui Tuk Van pleads with them. I must find a way to resolve this. Ladies, please help me switch to another scene. Ninfong looked at the group standing before the purple vortex, and after completing the 6th transfer, he gained a deeper understanding of the universe. I can sense that the enemy gods are affected by the space curse, so I can't cut off contact with this secret realm. As long as everyone successfully passes through, I can continue absorbing their divine power. I shrug and smile. It's just a pity that after each pass it takes 7 days to enter again. Otherwise, I could finish quickly on my own. You scroll through the screen. There's no need to worry about what's happening here for now. Just see if anything changes in the other world. Suddenly, your eyes widen in shock as the scene shifts to a beautiful ocean floor. Minka announced in front of the excited crowd that today, we will publicly judge the mastermind behind the war. Everyone around looked angrily at the captured warriors. Over there, Ninfong is watching them turn the screen, apparently a subordinate of the prince. Returning to the beautiful seabed, Minka's people glare angrily at the warriors. You bastard, you evil heretic! Ask the leader what his name is. Are you the commander of the army? Are you planning and carrying out an invasion against our country or not? He glanced and said, Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. He retorted, You disregard divine commandments, arrest heretics. Everyone knows that. We are only following the guidance of the gods and carrying out the purification of heretics. So when you talk about invasion, I consider it a serious slander. Minka was panicked, as they clearly admitted guilt when they were captured. Why now, all of a sudden? Did you ever order the massacre of civilians in Hoang Tiu Town? One soldier sneered. I cannot distinguish between soldiers and civilians because they are all resisting to protect themselves. I had no choice but to act. The people below shout, "Excuse, this is an excuse, kill them." A soldier laughs. "That's right, kill us. We died for the war of the gods and surely will be blessed." Minka clenched his teeth as he looked at them, the old demon sect elder standing beside him, also frowning, while the warriors in front of them grinned menacingly. Minka angrily entered the palace. "Even though they denied the charges, we could still carry out the trial, but I have a feeling there's more to this than it seems." The old heretic agreed, no doubt, judging by their fearless appearance. "I fear there are other schemes behind their backs." Minka hesitated, wondering what to do. If he judged normally, they might fall into their trap, but the people are furious and cannot wait too long. Suddenly, a girl waved her hand and called out, "Minka, follow me!" Minka and the old Dido Jiao hesitated for a moment before following. When they arrived, they were stunned to see Lord God of War happily eating and drinking. Inside the underwater prison, a satisfied warrior told his companions, "Did you see Queen Minka's expression during the public trial?" The other guy laughed, showing her clueless look. "That's not the demeanor of a queen. If I were her subject, I'd have lost all face by now." The soldiers outside shouted, "Shut up! Do not disrespect the queen! That one challenges. All he knows is how to shout. What real skill does he have?" "If you're so capable, then kill us all. Are your people just a bunch of cowards?" The soldiers gritted their teeth in anger and tightening their spears as footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the prison. Ninfong and Minka appear, walking together to the place where the soldiers are imprisoned. The soldiers shout loudly, "Great Lord of the Gods, Your Majesty the Queen!" Ninfong coldly glances at the warrior behind the bars. The warrior shouts into his face, "What are you now? What did she just call you?" Ninfong activates his skill, an active ability, to cast the dark curse of will suppression. Enemies within the curse's range will be continuously cursed. You can observe and control the enemy's thoughts. A beam of energy shoots at the warrior in front of him. Become dazed, Lim Diem's eyes close. Ninfong orders, "Tell me what your true plan is." That guy replied that after we were captured, the other followers of the soul-devouring fate would pray for us. In the end, not long ago, they received a response from the Lord God. "The Lord of the Gods is very angry that you have recruited followers of the all-powerful mage. He supports us in starting a war and even recognizes us as heroes chosen by the gods." He excitedly shouted, "The great God has granted us protection, and as long as you dare to harm us, you will face divine punishment and live forever cursed, becoming servants of the great God in the divine realm." Ninfong continued to command him, "What does it mean to become a servant of the great God?" The entire body of the warrior suddenly shone with a red light. That light enveloped him, causing his body to transform. "Lord of the gods, what is going on?" he replied coldly, revealing that they concealed the power of the evil god within their bodies. If the evil god is truly killed, they will turn into monsters. Minka was stunned to hear this information. Ninfong continued, "The fighting strength of these monsters is not weak. Without defenses, they would surely cause significant casualties among you. I feel lucky. Luckily, after I completed my 6th class change, my divine affinity with the demon god increased by 30%, allowing me to detect and temporarily control this kind of power." Minka frowned in confusion, but the restless soul said, "Why use the power of the demon god? Could it be that he's not afraid of causing a crisis of faith?" Ninfong replied, "I guess he will blame you. Minka only used the power of the Tathan to turn them into monsters. By then, even your own people might turn their backs on you." "Don't worry, I'm here," Ninfong reassures the queen, who looks anxious in front of him. "His plan won't succeed." "Lord, God, Lord, these intruders are all violators who have slaughtered innocent people. Their hands are stained with fresh blood. I beg you to make them face appropriate punishment." Ninfong snapped his fingers forward. As you wished, the warriors who had been transformed froze in place, and they were transported away. One of them looked at his hands in shock. "Am I turning back again?" Suddenly his eyes widened, and the warrior stammered, "Where am I?" In front of him was a barren, dark, and lonely space. In that space, dark red flames fall from above and gather together to form a shape resembling a person. The panicked warrior, "What is this?" A merman appears, holding a dagger, muttering to himself. "What? Looks like just a commoner." Suddenly he was stunned as the boy with the knife lunged toward him. The warrior tried to dodge, but the boy's knife pierced him. He spat out blood, panicked. Why couldn't he avoid it? Moreover, the image suddenly appeared in my mind. What does that mean? He recalls a scene where a man was standing in front, protecting a girl behind him. This guy seems to have been ordered to be killed by me in some village, but I have no memory of it at all. The warrior clenched his fist and activated his magic.
but the commoner, still a child, really thought I would be afraid of him. Just as he attacked, the man also drew his dagger and struck him.
The two of them separated after the previous encounter. The man activated his dagger, using an active skill to reverse the forbidden dark magic barrier when casting. The skill causes enemies to fall into illusions, revealing all their weaknesses, then carrying out brutal torture based on those very flaws. A group of villagers who had been cut by the warrior appear one after another, wielding weapons and surrounding him with murderous intent. Ninfong declares the trial has begun, and the villagers rush forward to attack him. The warrior collapses, his body covered with wounds. He desperately muttered, "Why isn't the Divine Lord protecting us?" "Why? Lord God, what is wrong with them?" Ninfong looked at the trembling warrior behind the bars and coldly replied, "Just a small punishment." Ninfong turned to walk away, hoping that during the official trial, their minds might be a bit clearer.
Minka frowns and thinks that the spirits gathering to bestow this kind of blessing on their followers truly have no humanity left. Ninfong reminds her that some followers of the spirits are still hiding in the shadows and must be quickly brought out.
"If you need help, just find me," she replied yes. Suddenly, Hapga and Thiet Mung called for the Great Lord at the same time. "Are you free now?" Ninfong was surprised. Why did Hapga and Thiet Mung call me at the same time? The scene shifts to the secret realm, the Hapga tribe named by the Divine Lord. Hapga presents the axe to Ninfong. "Lord Spirit Lord, please take a look." A stream of red magic appears, transforming into a set of armor. Ninfong was amazed as Hapga transformed the gloves back into a sickle. "How did you do that?" Hapga points immediately at the person next to him. Not long ago, the blood sorcerer of the tribe gained a new skill that, when enhancing equipment, randomly generates 3 keywords. He raised his weapon high, with the highest level keyword now being purple, such as this instant swap keyword that can change equipment in the blink of an eye. Ninfong marveled. Truly, a powerful skill, perfect for strategic planning.
"Ha! I'm glad I knew you'd be interested." The people of Tribe H cheered excitedly, saying, "Since we started worshipping Lord God, our strength has been increasing, and being recognized by you is our greatest honor."
Ninfong smiled at them. Surely things are similar on the Thiet Mong side as well. Let's switch to the secret scene of the Thiet Mong cave named by Lord God. The Thiet Mong family welcomes Ninfong. "You're right, we have a new skill called Earth Vein Gift that helps increase the detection rate of precious minerals. This is our recent harvest. Hope you will be satisfied." Sezidahan Am and Mushroom are amazed to see the materials used to upgrade the divine weapon. Ninfong smiles contentedly. It seems the other 2 divine weapons will soon undergo a transformation. The scene shifts to a land with a purple vortex leading into the secret realm, which is in hard mode with plenty of experience rewards and good item prizes. The boss looked at those in front of him. These enemies are too difficult to deal with. A red magic source gradually appeared in front of Professor Ta's hand. In her hand is the Guardian Flame, with a 20% divine level increase, boosting the chance to ignite like free fire, enhanced burn effects, longer-lasting flames, and increased damage. A few seconds later, a powerful magic attack strikes. The boss only managed to dodge for a moment. He stared in horror at his left shoulder engulfed in flames. Damn it, he's already on fire after just a little chase. Not giving him a moment to breathe, Master Lu cuts him with a knife, activating the waterlogged trap to catch enemies on fire like free fire and increase damage. The boss looked terrified at his blood-soaked left shoulder. Outside the secret realm, Ninfong was sitting and eating an apple. He felt the source of magic surge again within him, and divine power returned to his hand. It seems Professor Ta's group has succeeded. Although the new equipment keyword has only recently appeared, it is theoretically related to strategic mathematics. Therefore, many people quickly adapted and even invented various techniques, allowing even those with lower risk-taking abilities to rapidly increase their power. Ninfong smiled. And what was more interesting was that adventurers who die in this secret realm can be revived without using their divine power, but instead consuming their faith energy, which fits real combat training. He secretly calculated that currently 2 worlds are supplying him with faith energy, and as long as he arranges things properly, he can completely control the consumption within acceptable limits. The scene shifts to the soul of Quituk, who is panicking. Despite the support from Vinhu and Chan Nguyen, his divine power continues to drain exponentially. Chan Nguyen clenched his teeth as he felt the condition of the Quituk ghost growing worse and worse. He watched the struggling Quituk, sensing that the rate of divine force disappearance was accelerating and was impossible to suppress. Vinhu also notices something strange: the state of the soul. Quituk doesn't seem right. If it was just the divine power disappearing, it shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, Vinhu is surprised. "What are you laughing at?" Kuei Tuk falls down, laughing loudly, his body transforming, his horns growing longer. Duyet Thuong and Chen and Wen grit their teeth, worried. Duyet Thuong, one of the 7 great demon gods. Vin Hu watched as the wall behind Kuei Tuk shattered. The light barrier was gone. Kuei Tuk raises his hand. A stream of purple magic appears. He attacks Vin Hu. She quickly creates a shield to block. Seeing Kuei Tuk forcing Vin Hu into a defensive position, Chan Nguyen clenches his fist, ready to strike. He punched the enemy in front of him, a golden light piercing through Kuei Tuk's body. Then Chan Nguyen suddenly realized that the Kuei Tuk in front of him had disappeared. Kuei Tuk flicked his cloak, launching 2 attacks. Chan Nguyen and Vin Hu struggled to create a barrier. Chan Nguyen asked Vin Hu, "So the soul of Kuei Tuk absorbed the divine way of Duyet Thuong?" "Yes, facing them. Kuei Tuk is observing himself. I still cannot fully control this body. This is not our divine realm. 1 against 2 is too unfair." He turned into a small light and suddenly disappeared. Chan Nguyen is worried. This is serious. It wants to escape and is panicking. It has disappeared.
Chan Nguyen roars in anger. "You bastard! Not enough with one evil god, now another one shows up."
Vin Hu pondered, fearing that the disappearance of the soul's divine power caused by its gathering might have led to the wound, controlling the opportunity. Chan Nguyen clenched his teeth in worry. "Has the divine position absorbed and yet rebounded?"
"I won't end up like that, right?"
At Hao Han Tin Kung, the divine realm territory governed by Vin Tuk Tan Tin, Chan Nguyen clenched his shoulders and roared, "Damn it, that guy escaped. Whether he returns to his divine realm or hides his power to enter the world below, it's a big problem." Vin Hu anxiously bites his nails. "So besides the all-powerful divine, do we have to deal with one more evil god?" Suddenly, they both looked at each other in panic and realized the problem. They had also absorbed the divine position of the evil god, and if something unexpected happened, they would instead become vessels for the evil god. Chan Nguyen reproached, "Why did your research say there were no problems?" Vin Hu hesitated. Who would have thought this situation would happen? Chan Nguyen tức giận, bùng phát một ngọn lửa bao trùm lấy cổ thể, quay lưng chạy vút dĩ. Dễ lại Vinh Hữu phía sau. Vinh Hữu thầm nghĩ, vong hồn quỷ tức không sai. Trần Nguyễn Thanh Linh vừa dễ nổi nồng lại cố chấp ngang ngược, nhưng nếu không có sự giúp đỡ của hắn, mình phải làm sao? She gritted her teeth and thought for a long time. Then suddenly an idea flashed in Vin Hu's mind. Maybe it's best to join forces with the all-powerful god of magic. The scene shifts to the deep sea world at the Queen's Palace. Minka's face filled with panic as she hears the report. What? The soldiers say they don't know why the Vong Han Kui Tuk suddenly abandoned this world. The Divine Temple and his trial secret realm were destroyed in one night, turning his followers into monsters. Now, chaos has erupted across the nations worshipping the soul-summoning ritual. Many people are fleeing to our country seeking protection and aid, while the blonde girl anxiously looks at the Queen. Minka, what do you plan to do? Minka declares, I will not kill innocent people.
If they are innocent civilians, we can accept it. If they supported the invasion, we must deliver judgment.
The scene shifts to the underwater prison, where the warrior now collapses, his body exhausted. He opened his eyes in surprise, wondering why there were so many footsteps. His former warriors were being escorted by the Queen's soldiers, and one of them was happily looking at him. General, you're still alive? He was surprised. Didn't you all run away already?
Why were they captured? That guy shouted angrily, You don't know that wandering spirits gathering means a demon god?
He turned his followers into monsters.
The Queen's soldiers asked each other, Do we need to escort them away?
Take your time. Let them talk. Are we all abandoned then?
He shouted outside, I want to meet Queen Minka. I am willing to repent. Please forgive me, but no soldiers moved or paid attention to him.
One of them coldly replied,
It's too late.
He trembled and knelt down. Ninfong watched the warrior through the screen. The dark energy within these people is suppressed by me. They will no longer turn into monsters. They can obediently accept their judgment now. Suddenly, he felt that something was a bit strange. What happened? Pay attention to the right side. It seems like more of the Divine Realm Tower is exposed now. Ninfong narrowed his eyes in caution, feeling that something in the fog was drawing him in. He raised his hand, a stream of purple magic flowing through his body, and something began to emerge behind his hand. Ninfong was surprised to realize it was the Vong Han Kui Tuk's castle. He looked in amazement at the fog-covered and obscured castle, which suddenly became clear again. Then a layer of bones covered and obscured everything. Ninfong muttered, What is that thing that appears in the blink of an eye and then disappears just as quickly? The scene shifts to Kui Tuk. He shouts, Wait! Duyet Thuong has taken over half of Kui Tuk's body. He sneers. Stop struggling. Kui Tuk is furious. Damn it, the loss of divine power made me vulnerable, and that damn Duyet Thuong took advantage of my weakness. Even if you take over my body, it will be useless. I am cursed severely, and if I can't break free, it will soon lead to your downfall as well. Duyet Thuong reacts. Don't try to fool me, whose curse could be so powerful that even you can't resist it. The vengeful spirit of Kui Tuk grins wickedly, an all-powerful magic god. Suddenly, Duyet Thuong gains the upper hand, and the entire body of Kui Tuk is now his. And immediately half of the body was taken over by Kui Tuk. Duyet Thuong asked again, "Who are you talking about?" They remained silent for a long time, and after a few minutes, Duyet Thuong began. "If it's him, then it's definitely possible. But aren't you both the same kind of bug?" Kui Tuk hesitated. "This matter is quite complicated. For now, he is our common enemy." He worriedly thought that Duyet Thuong shouldn't know too much, so he decided to soothe him first and see if they could cooperate. The scene shifts back to Vin Hu's territory. Chan Wen and Vin Hu look at Kui Tuk with suspicion. Duyet Thuong on the right laughs loudly and warns, "If you try to plot against me, with Vong Hon Kui Tuk existing alongside me, then at most you'll destroy us both." On the left, Kui Tuk seriously reassures, "With me here, they won't do that. So let's first think of a way to deal with the all-powerful divine." "So you said the omnipotent law spirit is hiding in a lower-level world and refusing to show itself." "I have a plan." Duyet Thuong smiled. "You just wait and see the show." A purple light appeared in her hand. Kui Tuk watched anxiously. Why does this feeling seem so familiar? Duyet Thuong declared that to deal with low-level worlds, of course, he had to use the time village technique. You guys also suffered quite a bit back then because of the time village technique, right? Suddenly, a burly figure appeared behind him, and the primordial energy blocked him as he shouted, "You fool, it's because of the Thon Thoi Chi Uyin that I ended up like this. Do you think we're not dying fast enough?" Nearby, Vin Hu also used magic to lock Duyet Thuong's hands, secretly furious. "Everything is because of the omnipotent god of law, who caused my miserable state. I will eliminate him at all costs." "What was that thing earlier supposed to be? Why didn't it show up again?" "A call pulled you out of your thoughts." "Lord God." Ninfong turned around and called out, "Minka!" The queen anxiously explained that earlier the divine power of Vong Hon Kui Tuk suddenly recovered, delivering divine instructions to his followers. "Vong Hon Kui Tuk blames you for all the faults, claiming that your disturbances caused the world to suddenly become isolated and turned his followers into monsters. Luckily, he acted in time to stop the chaos and avert disaster." She continued to have some followers of Vong Hon Kui Tuk believe this lie, while others were confused. In short, the influence of Vong Hon Kui Tuk on these people over the years had not been completely eliminated. But Feng frowned and said, "These gods are truly shameless. Is there any way I can teach them a lesson?" The scene shifts to Lam Tin in a secret realm, and Feng Nak exclaims in surprise, "Oh." Du Lin Hua looks worried. "What's wrong?" "I have obtained a skill book, a spell I have never seen before. In the deep sea world, a group of people gather in front of the city gate, trembling and waiting anxiously. The old demon teacher told Ninfong, these people have never participated in invasions. The queen believes it can be taken, so I want to advise them to become your followers." They were already smart, but after the soul gathering disappeared, they suddenly appeared. Ninfong recalled Cecilia once said that the gods' control over their followers is extremely strict. Followers cannot change their deity worship freely, or they will face severe punishment. No wonder they all look worried. I glanced at the people in front of me. If I weaken the faith in other gods, can I only trigger a massacre against the Vong Hon Kui Tuk? Switching to the scene of the house in the beautiful valley, have you never seen magic before? Ninfong is sitting opposite Feng Nak. Yes, during this time, more and more loot has been dropping from the secret realm, and new items are often found. I'm secretly happy that the loot is getting better, probably because my divine essence has increased. This is good news. You take out a magic book, mind sensitivity. This is a skill book we found. I don't know if it works for you. Suddenly, Ninfong realized something was wrong, and the scene shifted to the ocean world, where many sea dwellers looked uneasy, including a worried girl. "Your Majesty, will the gods truly protect us?" Minka answered firmly. "Of course. Rest assured, if one person is uneasy, how can everyone else be at peace? Now we don't even know who to pray to anymore. It's clear that the Vong Hon Kui Tuk can't be trusted, but we can't escape his influence. If praying to your gods angers the Vong Hon Kui Tuk, they might face even worse punishment." Minka frowned slightly, recalling how she once asked her mother there was a case in history where changing faith was possible.
when the original deity suddenly disappeared, only for it to reappear unexpectedly. The sound of footsteps drew her attention. Ninfong waved and approached the queen. "Great lord of the gods, why have you returned?" "I am the all-powerful magic god. I want to ask you all, are you sure you want to abandon your previous beliefs?"
They whispered among themselves, each face showing doubt and worry. A girl nervously spoke. "Yes, we have begun to doubt our previous faith. Please accept the lost souls like me." A purple magic aura emanated from her, she exclaimed. "Oh!" Ninfong narrowed his eyes and welcomed you as the first new believer. The girl exclaimed happily, "I can feel that the connection between me and the soul Quituk has been completely severed." "What is going on?" Ninfong smiled. "After the connection between you and him was severed, you no longer need to worry about divine punishment." Hearing that, all the worshippers cheered and said, "Thank you very much, thank you very much." They bowed down and kowtowed. "Lord of the gods, please accept our faith." Ninfong smirked and said, "The newly acquired curse is indeed impressive system notification of rebirth. Passive skills, heresy of the gods, dark curse. Every time you convert followers of other gods into your own followers, you can absorb a portion of their divine power. The higher the rank of the converted follower, the more divine power you can absorb." Ninfong clenched his fists, transforming others' followers into his own, thereby weakening both their power and strength. His gaze was serious. "If that noble soul wants to slander me, let's start with him." The scene shifts to Haohan Tin Kung, Vin Hu's territory, where the purple magic within Quituk shows signs of being drained. Vin Hu looked at him worriedly. "Has something else happened?" Quituk replied. "His divine power is diminishing, and it seems worse than before." Vin Hu guesses it might be Lam Tin Quituk interfering. "No, it's another world. I can feel my followers decreasing. Every time a person is lost, my divine power diminishes a little." Chan Nguyen wonders, what exactly is going on? "I don't know. My connection to that world is growing weaker." Quituk orders Vin Hu to quickly contact the Celestial Frame Sovereign, who also has followers in that world. Tell him that once he detects anything unusual, he should narrow his eyes cruelly and destroy that world. Suddenly, a blue screen flashed in front of him, asking if a divine war had been declared against the specified world, yes or no. The soul, Quituk, gazed silently at the information displayed before him. Aware of the limitations imposed by the rules of the universe, the gods could not directly destroy a world, especially one protected by their own deity. When two gods declare hostility towards a specific world, a divine war will take place here. Gods can personally participate or may have their followers fight on their behalf. Whether it's a deity or a high-level race appointed by the gods, when they appear in a world of lower rank, their strength is affected by the level of faith. Simply put, the greater the faith in a god, the stronger they are. The less faith, the weaker their power. Quituk slammed the table angrily, calming his primordial energy, and said, "Don't get excited. Let's clarify first. Who do you want to activate the divine battle with?" Quituk lowered his head, covering his face, and admitted, "Honestly, I don't know." Vin Hu was stunned. "What?" "My follower told me there is someone in that world targeting the banner of the Tat-An commander. I thought it was just some minor character, so I didn't pay attention. But as you can see, I could have just activated the divine battle earlier, so that proves it." Vin Hu suddenly realized immediately that the opponent was truly a god. Quituk pointed at the screen and said, "If I press the button, the opponent will receive the challenge notification." And from that moment on, he officially became our enemy. Switching to Ninfong's side, he yawned very deeply. Ninfong stretched and relaxed his muscles, thinking to himself that transforming other people's followers would be troublesome, but it turned out to be much easier than he expected. Could it be that there are too many followers of the soul of Quituk so they don't care? Kappa waved his hand and called out, "Lord God, look at him with surprise." "Someone is looking for me," Capo explained. "I heard yesterday that the followers of the soul of Quituk have turned into monsters, and the world I once lived in also believes in the soul of Quituk, so I am a bit worried." Ninfong replied immediately, "So that's how it is. Then let's go see for ourselves. I got caught up in the chaos of time and space and couldn't find my way back." Seeing that, Ninfong placed his hand on his shoulder and smiled. "I'll take you back now." A purple light emanated from Ninfong's hand. To Capo's amazement, the light grew larger and formed a teleportation gate. He turned his head, surprised as he looked around while stepping through the gate, feeling delighted. Am I dreaming? Is this really the world I used to live in?" Ninfong smiled. After this class change, his understanding of the universe had increased. The screen displays a message. You can now temporarily open a way out of the other world through the believer's secret passage. Opening and maintaining this entrance will consume the dark power generated by the sacrificial followers. This skill can be used to transport people to another world. Ninfong looked at the man who still couldn't believe his eyes, with Capo, a local resident, leading the way, possibly able to persuade another group of believers. "Where are you taking us?" Capo points in a direction. "I want to go to the Red Lion Inn first," he exclaimed. "That's where we hold secret meetings, and the bartender is a loyal follower of yours. If she knew you personally appeared, she would definitely be very excited." Inside the Red Swan Tavern, a girl with elf ears happily tidies up. Suddenly, the door opened, and she cheerfully greeted the guests. 4 men in black stormed into the tavern. The girl, appearing cheerful, sat casually and said, "Just tell me if you need anything." But inside, she felt worried. Why would the restless spirits gather here? Suddenly, one of the black-clad men grabbed her by the throat. The girl was pulled up high, coughing in pain, and suddenly she realized the face in front of her looked familiar. One of them was gripping her neck tightly, while the other coldly asked where they were. Van Na painfully replied, her voice trembling, "I really don't know who everyone is talking about." A black-clad man slapped her hard across the face, while the other tightened his grip on Van Na's neck, causing her to grit her teeth in pain. Hansen stood in front, his voice cold as ice. "The traitors hiding with you won't escape. If you don't reveal them, you'll be considered an enemy of my church." Van Na clenched her teeth and tried to say, "I really don't know." The chained man angrily activates his magic, unleashing a violent surge of energy into Van Na's body, causing her to scream in pain. The man in black turns to Hansen and says, "Let's check another place, Your Excellency." Hansen interrupted, "Not in a hurry." He observed the tavern. A small place like this doesn't seem suitable for hiding someone. A slight smile curled on his lips, or rather, to hide someone without knowing they were discovered, some tricks are needed. Van Na felt uneasy. Hain activates his magic. A blazing red sphere appears in his hand. He throws the sphere onto the ceiling, releasing a stream of red light. A magic circle suddenly appeared before them. Van Na panicked and struggled, realizing she had been discovered. Suddenly, a knife lunged forward. Slash! The blade tore through Van Na's sleeve, leaving a long rip on the curtain behind her. Hain muttered, surprised that it was the hidden formation of the all-powerful magic god, his eyes filled with suspicion. "A woman like you isn't a follower of the evil god, is she?" Han Sen smiled smugly. "No wonder you dared to hide the traitor in the tavern. If you were an ordinary person, you would never have detected the existence of this hidden formation." His voice was full of arrogance. "But I am one of the 5 saints of the church, and even the offspring of the all-powerful god cannot escape my sensing ability." The strange purple magic aura began to envelop Hansen. "If the one hiding inside doesn't come out, I'll break this formation and destroy your all-powerful magic god." At that moment, a blazing red aura swept past Hansen, making him stop in his tracks. In less than a blink, a flash of sword light streaked across, and the Vampire King swung his sword once, causing Hansen to collapse to the ground. The other black-clad man stared at his hand in shock. Where is that woman? Behind that guy, Ninfong is carrying the tavern owner in his arms. Capo quickly ran over, voice tense. "Van, don't be afraid, we're here." He looked at the 2 black-clad figures in front of him, quickly assessed his own abilities, and knew he was no match for these people. "Master, do you want to keep the living person alive?" Capo replied briefly. "No need." He ordered the Vampire King. "They have detected the Divine Master's magic array and may alert the soul of Quitok, so it's clear." The 2 black-clad figures immediately activate their magic and attack the Vampire King. But it has no effect at all. The Vampire King charged forward, delivering a deadly blow. Van Na stared in shock at the scene before her, wondering how the small and weak capo from the past had become so powerful. She looked up at Ninfong, her mind filled with doubts. Moreover, who was the one who saved her? During their past conversations, Ninfong once asked, "Capo, what is your world like?" Capo pondered for a moment and then slowly replied, "Let me think about what I should say." His voice grew deeper, and he said, "The world of ours is blessed by 3 gods, the Lord God, the soul of Quituk, and the bloodthirsty warlord. It was once a place of extreme beauty, all in order. But after you left, the world's situation changed. They no longer follow order and have begun to worship blindly. The strong are honored, the powerful can take everything, and the weak can only survive at the very bottom." Capo scratched his head and forced a smile, saying, "I never intended to dominate the earth that was not to please you. I just hope the earth will not become a world like ours." The scene shifts to the present at the Red Unicorn Tavern, where 2 black-clad figures lie sprawled on the floor, their bodies shattered. Capo raises his hand in apology.
I'm truly sorry for ruining your drink. I should be thanking everyone. It was I who killed those cult members.
Hurry up and take your friend away from here. I won't let anyone know you came back, Ninfong said, as he glanced at the black-clad man lying on the ground.
Is this guy really that important?
Van Nai looked at him in surprise. You don't recognize him. He's Hansen, one of the 5 saints of the Vong Han Kui Tuk sect, and the youngest powerful cultivator.
She worries that if they find out he was killed, the entire church will be alarmed. By then, everyone won't have time to leave.
Capo reassured her, saying, First, don't be nervous. Tell us what happened. Wen Na nervously recounted that a few days ago, the divine power of the Vong Han Kui Tuk suddenly disappeared. His followers turned into monsters, and then everything returned to normal, with the church claiming that the all-powerful deity was the main culprit behind the mutation. Ninfong placed his hand on his chin, deep in thought, realizing that the soul of the revered ancestor was using this reason for every believer in the world.
Vanna's eyes lowered as she continued. They have allied with the Blood Frenzy warlord to start arbitrarily arresting the followers of the all-powerful deity.
Anyone who is disloyal to the church will be turned into heretics. She shouted angrily, even though those people were innocent.
But if they showed even the slightest suspicion of the Vong Han Kui Tuk, they would all be persecuted by that church.
Capo looked at her worriedly and asked, So you're saving people? She nodded, That's right, but recently many have sought refuge and have even been discovered by the church. Van Na clenched his fist and angrily said, If the all-powerful law god were alive, he would never tolerate these people doing whatever they want. Ninfong and Capo exchanged silent glances, and finally Capo spoke, actually Van Na. He reached out his hand toward Ninfong.
This is the all-powerful god of law that she has always believed in.
Ninfong smiled and said, Hello. Van Na looked at that in surprise. Ninfong calmly said it, so she might not believe it.
Van Na interrupted.
No, I believe it, her face brightening with joy.
Everyone knows you came from a chaotic era, surviving such a long journey back. Aside from divine power, I have no other explanation.
Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Are we finally saved? Ninfong replied confidently. I will do whatever is needed. Just say so. The scene shifts to Kui Tuk's residence. Han Sen still hasn't returned.
That's right.
One of the 2 black-clad men looked puzzled.
We're just catching some fish caught in the net. Why is it taking so long? The person next to him asked. Should we send someone to check on the holy flame?
That person fell silent for a moment before saying, Now is a special time, and I don't want any unexpected incidents to happen. The black-clad men around him obeyed and moved out to search for Hansen. A few seconds later, they appeared in front of the Red Swan Tavern. They stared in shock at the scene before them.
What happened? The sign for the Red Swan Tavern that used to hang here is gone now.